Actuating energy. You are now asked to consider the actuating energy which operates to move things, to produce changes in them, to cause them to perform actions. As Dalka says, there is present something given, an actuality, which we designate by the collective name of world. The world system comes before us in a twofold aspect, on the one hand, as something that is, i.e., things. On the other hand, as something that happens, i.e., the play of events among things. A thing, without a happening attached, is as little to be found as a happening without a thing. In the world system, we know principally only processes, events, happenings. Intellect and intuition report that happenings, events, processes, occur only when and where there is present an active and actuating energy. By the term actuating is meant putting into action or motion, moving or inciting to action. In this instruction, the term energy is employed in the sense and with the meaning of internal or inherent power, strength, potency, might, or capacity of acting, operating, or producing effects. The term power is frequently employed as if it were synonymous with energy, but power has also a special shade of meaning, i.e., that of the ability to perform work, particularly work directed to an end. The term force also is frequently employed as a synonym of energy, but it also has a special meaning, i.e., that of power to impose or enforce action and movement upon other things. The term strength, which indicates an essential element of energy, force, power, is defined as quality or state of being strong, i.e., having great power to act or to resist action, or to bear or endure the application of force. The special and peculiar characteristic of energy is indicated by the original meaning of the term employed to indicate it. The English term energy is derived from the Latin term energia, which in turn was derived from two Greek terms meaning in and work respectively. So the English term energy is equivalent to energy, or internal power. You will note that its definition carries the meaning internal or inherent. Energy is an in force, an in power, an in strength. It is in things, and works in them, and from within them. This fact is important, and should be borne in mind. It is impossible to conceive of energy outside of, or not within things. It is always the power within, the inner strength, the internal force. Physical science, tacitly adopting the materialistic view, broadly defines energy as a condition or attribute by virtue of which matter can effect changes in other matter. But this definition ignores all mental energy, of which willpower is a characteristic example. However, as you see, even the materialistic view involves the idea of internal and inherent power in its conception of energy. A reference work, in considering energy from the viewpoint of physical science, says, of the ultimate nature of energy, as that of matter, we are ignorant, nor do we know of energy except by direct observation, except as associated with matter. Materialism and physical science formerly regarded energy as an attribute or property of the atoms and masses of matter. But since the discovery that matter is not ultimate substance, there is manifested a tendency to posit energy as an inherent attribute, property, quality, or power of the universal ether, matter, as you have seen. Being regarded as a derivative product of the ether, worked up by elemental energy. Actuating energy, regarded as a general category, or comprehensive principle, includes within its content all forms, kinds, classes and degrees of energy, power, force and active strength, physical, mental or spiritual. Manifest or potential in the cosmos. It is this actuating energy which produces all change and becoming, and therefore all creative activity, in the cosmos. By creation is meant all bringing into existence by change and becoming, and not that creation from nothing assumed by certain illogical theology, although not by all theology, nor even by the best theology. The best thought, philosophical, scientific, or theological, holds that existence, in its essence and substance, is eternal, and that, from nothing, no thing proceeds. Actuating energy, therefore, is seen to be the actuating cause of all forms of existence, of all events and happenings, it is the causative power working in and upon all things, and manifesting constant creation, evolution, change and becoming. In its entirety, totality and wholeness, and in its ultimate state, mode and condition, it is to be regarded as the cause of causes, as the supreme causative power. By supreme is meant highest in authority, government, or power. By causative is meant effective cause, expressing and manifesting causation, i.e., the production of effects. The full meaning of this last mentioned term will be brought out in the following paragraph, in which the term and concept, cause, is considered in detail. The general meaning of cause is that which affects a result, or produces an effect. Cause and effect is regarded as regularity of sequence, relating effective antecedents and effected subsequents. The following statement concerning causes should be carefully studied, for it embodies the essential spirit of the concept of causation. The causes of an event are the preceding events without which the event in question would not have occurred, or have come into existence. The circumstances which must have preceded an event in order that the event should happen. The previous events without which the event in question could not have happened or have come into existence, but which being present the event in question must happen, occur or come into existence. In the above statement, you will note that the term event is employed both in the sense of a happening which occurs, and that of a thing which comes into existence. In philosophic and scientific usage, an event is that which comes, arrives, or happens by way of change and becoming, a change in things, or a changing thing. As all happenings are changes in things, and as all things are changing things. It is seen that all happenings and all things, in particular or as a whole, come under the general term, events, and are governed by the general law of causation. Everything that comes, arrives, happens, changes, or becomes, is under the law of causation, and comes, arrives, happens, changes, or becomes, by reason of the supreme causative power, which, as we have seen, is the actuating energy, which is the subject of our present consideration. Science and all logical, rational philosophy, whether materialistic or spiritual philosophy, and all rational theology as well, are in practical agreement upon the fact that the material universe, the cosmos, is a cosmic process. The cosmos, as you have seen, is the universe conceived as proceeding according to law and order, cause and effect. The term process, as employed in philosophic and scientific thought, is a series of actions, motions, or occurrences, proceeding in continuous operation, regular sequence, and orderly trend. In all processes there is found manifested causation, the law of cause and effect, under the operation of the actuating energy of the cosmos. The universe is perceived to proceed, i.e., to move and pass onward and forward in regularity of sequence and orderly trend. Its activities constitute a procession of events. Like a great river, its movement carries it ever onward. The river is always there, but the same place never is the scene of the passage of the same particles for even 2 consecutive seconds. New particles and forms replace those which have passed onward and forward. Said an ancient Greek philosopher, the same river is never the same river for 2 consecutive moments of time. It is a different river, yet we call it the same, or rather, in one sense it is the same river, while in another sense it is a different river. Or, employing the favorite figure of the ancient Buddhists, we may say that the preceding universe, or the universal process, is like the burning flame which we think and speak of as the same, identical flame so long as it burns. Although its burning particles are ever passing away and being succeeded by new ones. Modern philosophers and modern poets liken the preceding universe to a cosmic moving picture film. Its scenes ever move onward and are replaced by new ones following it in regular order. When we think that we are considering a stable universe, or one of its scenes, we are but gazing at a clipped-off section of the film. The clipping, however, is performed by our own act of attention, and the bit of film is not really detached from the roll of time, it, too, moves on and is succeeded by another. As the poet has said, they say, time passes, alas. No. Time stays, while we pass. Heraclitus, the Grecian philosopher living about 2,500 years ago, said, "The universe is in a state of flux, it flows ever onward, ever the same yet ever different." Gautama, the Buddha, who lived about the same time, said, "Everything passes, except the process of passing." Modern science says, "No forms abide, every form passes, everything is a process." But there is no process, no passing on, no regularity of sequence and orderly trend, without the operation of causation, and causation is creation. For even when it is tearing down, it is creating the materials for a subsequent building up process. Each and everything in the universe is perceived to have proceeded from some preceding thing, to have issued and come forth from something precedent which is its relative source and origin, its so-called cause. In turn, this relative cause, source, or origin is perceived to have proceeded from some preceding cause, source, or origin. And this, in turn from one still more remote, and so on, and on, and on, until the sequential procession is lost to view in the regress of infinity, or the eternal flux. Likewise, looking forward, the chain of cause-effect is seen in imagination and thought to proceed onward and forward into infinity, into the progress of infinity or the eternal flux. Not only this, but the character of things is perceived to arise and to be determined by the influence and presence of other things, which likewise may be called causes, conditioning causes. There is a cause or reason for the form, character and circumstances of everything in the universe. Everything is perceived to possess a definite character, form and disposition which is directly or indirectly derived from the presence and influence of other things. It is not only true that everything is by reason of other things having been. It is also true that everything is just what it is, and just where it is, by reason of other things having been just what they were and just where they were. Everything in existence, then, is perceived to be but a link in an infinite chain of regularity of sequence and orderly trend, ever proceeding onward and forward by reason of the operation of the law of cause and effect. The chain proceeds so far in either direction, back to the past or forward into the future, that human thought reels and human imagination is dismayed when an attempt is made to think or to picture the extent of the chain. It is, indeed, an endless chain of infinite causation, eternal creation, winding around the immeasurable wheel of infinite and eternal process. Human thought exerted and extended to its limits along the lines of logical philosophical thought, inevitably, invariably and infallibly arrives, sooner or later, at the point where it finds itself compelled to posit the necessary existence, presence, power and activity of a supreme creative power, a supreme creative cause, to account for and explain the presence and movement of the infinite process which the universe is discovered to be. This thought has been expressed strikingly in the following statement of a modern writer. Observing the uniformity, the immutability, of the processes of nature, we recognize that every fact has its antecedent, and this again its own. And so on, until in retracing the process we lose ourselves, after a few or more steps, in the single universal cause. We lose ourselves in infinity. We recognize the manifestations, the workings of the eternal power, in ourselves as well as in nature generally. And we know from history, human, geological and astronomical, that thus has nature manifested itself since time has recorded. Sir Edwin Arnold, in his great poem, The Light of Asia, has pictured the ancient Buddhistic conception of the eternal infinity of creation in the following beautiful lines. And cause, and sequence, and the course of time. And being's ceaseless tide. Which, ever-changing, runs, linked like a river. By ripples following ripples, fast or slow. The same yet not the same, from far-off fountain. To where its waters flow into the seas. These, steaming to the sun. Give the lost wavelets back in cloudy fleece. To trickle down the hills, and glide again. Having no pause or peace. But even in such poetical imagery you will notice the constant and invariable implication of the supreme creative power which is the ultimate actuating energy of creation. This is the power that animates, energizes, inspires and causes the totality of the infinity of activity which is manifested in the eternal creation. This is that actuating energy of being's ceaseless tide, which proceeds and manifests through cause, and sequence, and the course of time. This is the eternal power which makes the wheels go round in the eternal creative process. This is that ultimate creative power which in the eternal process creates, holds poised, and then destroys all material forms of things, while creation as a whole continues and persists, without cessation and without interruption. This is that eternal something of which Omar Khayyam speaks. Whose secret presence, through creation's veins, running quicksilver-like, eludes your pains. Taking all shapes, from Ma to Mahi, and they change and perish all, but he remains. Intellect and intuition are agreed upon this basic conviction that there is, and must be, present and active, a supreme actuating energy which accounts for and explains, which causes and creates, the infinity of finite, changing, passing forms of which the created universe is composed. Which governs and controls, regulates and determines, the manifold and diverse activities which are manifested in the universe. If intellect tries to escape this conviction, intuition always operates to bring back the prodigal to the home of truth, after he has lived on the husks of skepticism and among the swine of the sties of denial. Strive as it may, intellect is never really satisfied with the subterfuges, evasions, and verbal substitutes which are offered in place of this basic report of the necessary existence of a supreme actuating principle. If it is sufficiently active, it is usually able to brush aside and discard the mass of verbiage composing the body of such substitutes, there to find in the heart of the idea a confirmation rather than a contradiction of the true basic principle. Fallacies frequently fail to hide entirely the truth they seek to deny. Often, indeed, they serve to reveal that truth when sufficiently acute thought is applied to the problem. As for intuition, it never is even in the least disturbed in the matter. It knows, and it knows that it knows. Intellect often runs around in circles, like the man lost in the forest, like the squirrel spinning the wheel of its prison cage, always traveling but never getting anywhere, in its endeavors to escape this fundamental conviction. But sooner or later it finds peace and certainty by reason of the influence of intuition which has been superimposed upon it. Intuition, itself, is never moved by this doubt, it never doubts this truth, for it knows and knows certainly that such is truth. You may satisfy yourself of the fact that the postulate of the presence and activity of this supreme creative power, this supreme actuating energy, is a necessity of logical thought. If you will but try to think of the changing universe as lacking such supreme actuating principle, you will soon discover that it is impossible to account for or explain the cosmos without such a fundamental postulate. Moreover, you will discover that at the heart of all philosophies, scientific thought, rational metaphysics, and similar reports of reason, there will always be found, though sometimes disguised or partially concealed, the actual or implied assertion of the presence and power of such a supreme principle of activity. Let it be called by whatever name the writers or teachers may see fit to apply to it. It is always there in philosophical thought, it must be there, for the entire concept of the cosmos falls without its presence and activity being involved in the idea. The universal actuating energy, which we have discovered to be the creative agency or cause of the cosmos, also has another important office in the cosmic process. In addition to being the actuating cause of the creative process of change and becoming, it also serves as the unifying agent which holds together in combination, correlation and coordination the manifold individual and apparently separate things into a system or unity in which universal and constant interdependence and reciprocal mutual action is manifested. This office of actuating energy may be stated as follows: the office of holding together the separate elements, parts, factors and objects of the universe in a unity, a whole, or system of things in which all things exist and work together in reciprocal, mutual interaction or coordination. The term coordination means the state of being coordinate, i.e., existing in common condition, movement and action, in which separate things are combined, correlated and given mutual and reciprocal existence and activity. The term combine means to unite or join, to cause to coalesce, to hold together by affinity or natural attraction. The term correlate means to put or place in reciprocal relation, or mutual relation. All philosophical thought and scientific observation results in the report that the universe is composed and constituted of parts, elements, and factors which are placed and held together by natural forces, and which exist in mutual relation, connection and condition, and in coordinated reciprocal interaction, and thus form a unified system, whole, or entirety. The term universe is derived from two Latin terms meaning to turn, or to move as one. It is defined as the whole body of things viewed as constituting a whole or a system. A system is an assemblage of objects arranged or existing in regular subordination, dependence and connection, hence, the whole scheme of created things regarded as forming one complete plan or whole, i.e., the universe consisting of all created or phenomenal things viewed as constituting one system, unity, entirety, or whole. The ancient Greeks employed the term, the cosmos, in the sense and meaning of the world conceived as proceeding according to law and order, as opposed to chaos, or the world conceived as a great number of unrelated, uncombined and uncoordinated separate things, existing and proceeding without organization, and in a state of lawlessness and disorder. Science and philosophy are in full agreement upon the fact that the universe is a unified, combined, correlated and coordinated system of things. As Professor Nicholas Murray Butler says, everything illustrates the laws which bind the universe into coherent unity. It is now seen that no object is independent. Each depends upon each other, and dependence, relativity, is the controlling principle of the universe. Everything is held in combination, correlation and coordination with every other thing. Everything is dependent upon some other thing or things, interdependence is universal among things. Things are held together, and formed into a universal cooperative society, and made to perform teamwork. No thing is absolutely independent of and apart from any other thing, nor from the totality of things. There is no absolute separateness between any things in the universe. Things merely seem to be separated, by reason of our failure to discern the connecting bonds or links which unite them in correlation and coordination. Things may be separated in space, but they are held together and united by natural attractions and influences, and are as truly in practical touch with each other as are the compositive particles of the atom, the block of steel, or the human body. Likewise, things may be separated in time, but they are combined, correlated and coordinated by the links of causation and continuity just as truly as are the successive generations of men or animals or plants. Or as the self of the infant with the self of the aged man which has proceeded from the former. As an old writer once said, separation is but the working fiction of creation. The universe is found to exist in a state or condition of infinite relativity. Its objects exist and act in infinite combination, correlation and coordination. Everything in the universe exists in a state or condition of interdependence. The universe is perceived to be a cosmic mechanism, the numberless parts of which act constantly and continuously in combination, correlation and coordination. Just as things are because other things have been, so things are as they are because other things have been just what they have been. And equally true is it that things act as they do because other things have acted as they did, as all other things have acted, in fact. There is no higgledy-piggledy, or hit or miss, or blind chance action in the cosmos. The systematic arrangement and orderly procedure of the multitudinous objects and activities of the universe, all point to the certainty of cosmic law and order. The axiom of philosophy, science, and theology is, the universe is governed by law, and proceeds according to order. Professor Bound says, that things form a system, and that this system is one, is the deepest conviction of reflective intelligence, and is the supreme presumption of organized knowledge. Within this system all things are determined in mutual relations, so that each thing is where and what it is because of its relations to the whole. The presence of system, combination, correlation and coordination in the cosmos does not, and clearly cannot, arise from or be continued by chance. It is clearly the effect and result of the presence and activity of a universal coordinating and unifying agency, and that agency can be nothing less than a cause. Here, once more, we perceive the necessary presence and activity of a causative energy, a power that causes not only creative change and becoming, but also coordinative unity in the cosmos. This actuating energy, force, power, which we have discovered to be the supreme creative power manifesting in the cosmos, and the supreme unifying coordinating power manifesting in the universe, is seen necessarily to be ultimate. It must be this in order to be what it is, in order to fill the offices which it is found to be filling, and which nothing else can fill. If it were derivative or subordinate, if it were one of a number of coordinated forces operating under the power of a higher cause, then in that higher cause would be found the ultimate causative power. In any event, all human reason inevitably, invariably, and infallibly arrives at the point in which an ultimate causative power, whatever it may be conceived as being in its essential nature, must be posited in order to account for and explain the activities of the cosmos. The non-materialistic philosophies have always firmly insisted that this ultimate actuating energy or causative power is and must be will power. Their axiom is, all power is will power at the last analysis. The materialistic philosophies have equally firmly insisted that this ultimate energy or power must be non-spiritual power, though they fail to explain what else it may be and must be. The old materialism would have us believe that energy is but an attribute, property, or quality of matter, or, at least, a twin aspect of reality, the other aspect being matter. The materialism that holds that energy is a reality, or an aspect of reality, insists that it may be thought of only as pure energy or pure force. It asserts also that this ultimate energy must be material energy inasmuch as it is not spiritual energy. Just what pure force is, however, no one seems able to explain. We know matter in our experience, we know mind or spirit in our experience. But we have no experience with pure force. It would appear that the idea of pure force had been dragged in by the years, in order to avoid the admission that all power is will power. A modern writer has said that after we have summed up our stock of conceptions concerning energy, force, power, we will find that we can boil down the whole general notion until there is left merely the concept expressed by the term strength. Whatever else power, energy, force may be, or may not be, they must be regarded as being strength. The non-materialists say that this strength is will strength, life strength, spiritual strength. The materialists say that it is material strength, or pure strength, whatever the latter may be. Materialism seeks to account for and explain the world in terms of mechanical force and chemical energy, both being regarded as lifeless strength. As careful physicists have pointed out, however, the idea of universal mechanical force is a fallacy. Under it the world would be like a wound-up clock, wound and set going by something or somewhat, whom, what, and destined to run down and come to a full stop in time. Something else is needed, something in the way of a self-renewing energy of a spiritual, living order, something like living will, for instance. As for chemical energy, advanced scientific thought now regards this as a form of elemental life energy, rather than as a dead mechanical force. Careful thinkers have pointed out that our ideas and concept of energy are derived from our experience of the living energy of will which we experience in ourselves. It has been said, as human will is a cause in nature, and really constitutes the basis of our conception of all causation, therefore, all causation is probably volitional in character. Again, the effort of moving the hand, the head, the eye, is the type and norm by which we interpret, as the result of energy, the changes of position and of mass which we so frequently observe. In short, man obtains his ideas of energy from his experiences with his own will power, and observation reveals that all energy operates as if it were will power. We shall have more to say concerning this in the later sections of this book. Immanent Spirit. In this instruction we seek to convince you that the actuating energy of the cosmos, the source and fount, the cause and reason, of universal movement, motion, action, change, becoming, events, happenings, is spiritual power. The power of spirit. Spirit, as you shall see, is not only the something or somewhat that manifests life and livingness, that senses, perceives, knows, that feels, craves, desires, but is also the something or somewhat that acts, performs, creates. The cosmos, i.e. the world proceeding according to law and order, by change and becoming, the cosmic process. In short, is explainable and understandable only under the hypothesis of spirit playing upon material substance, of spirit working upon and working up matter by the power of its will, directed by the power of its mentality, and animating the world with its breath of life. The world is material substance animated, informed, and souled by immanent spirit. The term immanent means indwelling, abiding within, remaining within, inherent, intrinsic, innate, inward, internal. The term spirit, however, is frequently not understood, still oftener, misunderstood. Most persons have but a vague and hazy concept of spirit, and in many instances are found to have failed to perceive and apprehend the most essential elements of the meaning of the term, and of the spirit of its concept. Let us, then, first arrive at a clear understanding and comprehension of the true meaning of the term and concept of spirit. We must do this, if we are to proceed intelligently with this instruction. The definitions of the term, spirit, vary widely. The term is employed with several shades of meaning apparently having no relation to each other, but which, when carefully analyzed and compared, are found to have a common basis of agreement and essential nature. We shall ask you to follow us in our brief examination of the root meaning of the term, and its several shades of acquired meaning, so that you may be able to share with us the understanding of the full, essential meaning of the concept and term which has been squeezed out and extracted by concentrated attention and exhaustive examination. The English term, spirit, is derived from the Latin term, spiritus, which in turn was derived from the older Latin term, spirare, meaning, to breathe, to blow, as the wind or breath. Examination of the usage of the word spiritus, in the place and at the time of its origin, shows that it employed the idea of breath or blowing wind figuratively and symbolically to indicate essential existence, i.e. existence of such an ethereal character that the term matter failed to convey an idea of its nature. The term essentia, from which our English word essence was derived, came nearer to illustrating the spirit and essence of meaning of the term spirit than did any other Latin term. Here it should be noted that the term essentia was derived from the Latin term esse, meaning to be, and indicates being reduced to its ultimate and final state of refinement. We call your attention to these facts, that you may grasp the idea originally sought to be conveyed by the root term of spirit, the idea of essential existence, i.e., existence reduced and refined to its ultimate state. It should be noted here that one of the several modern uses of the English term, spirit, is that of tenuous or vaporous essence, possessed of active qualities, hence, any liquid produced by distillation, refinement, concentration, etc., in which it is reduced to its ultimate, essential elemental, and pure state. You should also note that the term is frequently employed to indicate the real meaning or essential character of anything. As, for instance, the spirit of the address, the spirit of the play, the spirit of the term, etc. This last meaning is stated in the dictionaries as the intent, or real meaning, as opposed to the letter or form of a word, statement, expression, or discourse of any kind. Here then, we have the identification of the term, spirit, with the term, essence, the latter being defined as the final, ultimate, fundamental state, mode, form, condition, character or nature of anything. The basic and elemental nature of anything after its grosser aspects and its temporary forms have been abstracted from it, the thing in itself of anything which is left after it has ceased to manifest phenomenal forms and appearances. That which is present when a thing has been reduced to its purest possible state of existence. Following close upon this essential meaning, we find that the term, as originally employed, also indicated actuating principle, i.e. the inherent, inner principle moving and inciting the thing to action or motion. To grasp more fully this fact, compare the following definitions of the term, activity, and the term, spirited. Activity means, state or quality of being active, vigorous, agile, brisk, energetic. Spirited means, energetic, full of vigor and energy, lively, quick, active, brisk. In the dictionaries, one of the meanings of the term spirit is that of energy, vivacity, activity, ardor, enthusiasm, courage, etc. Here then, we have the idea of spirit as being active, energetic, lively, vigorous. Of being, in short, the actuating energy. But there is a third, and a very important meaning involved in both the Old Latin term, spiritus, and its English descendant, spirit, the meaning of life, livingness, vitality, liveliness, vital energy, the essence of life. The dictionaries give as one of the meanings of spirit, that of life, or living substance, considered independently of corporeal existence, or that which gives life and vigor to the human body in the bodies of plant and animals. The vital principle or life force. This meaning of spirit may be stated as life, in its original, elemental, pure, and essential ultimate state, mode or condition. In that meaning of the term spirit, which is given in the dictionaries as the soul or essential entity of a living thing, conceived as either embodied or disembodied, there is combined the idea of ethereal existence and that of essential life or livingness. The term spirit, frequently used as synonymous with ghost, is simply one form of this particular meaning. It is interesting to note that the equivalents of the term spirit employed in other languages carry with them the same fundamental and essential meaning as that found in the Latin term spiritus, and its English derivative, spirit. Such terms have as their root some term meaning breath or moving wind. They also express the respective meanings of a. Ethereal existence, or quintessence of existence, b. Actuating principle or active energy, c. Life, livingness. Vitality, and lively actions expressing abundant life and vitality, and d. Embodied or disembodied souls or entities. This correspondence is significant, particularly when it is noted that it is found in tongues not originally derived from Latin sources. The early people of these several races all seem to have found in the symbol of breath, or moving wind, the best figurative illustration of a tenuous, ethereal something possessing activity in life. It represented something, present and felt, but not seen, manifesting its presence by its motion and not by its form. Breath and wind were the two most ethereal and tenuous things known to the early man, and he naturally employed them as symbols for that something or somewhat which he intuitively felt to be present and active in the universe of things, forces, and events. It represented to him existence, energy, and life reduced to their ultimate form of refinement and purity. Illustrating the above significant fact, we give the following examples. In the Hebrew Scriptures, in Genesis 2:7, it is stated that, "The Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul." In the original Hebrew, the phrase, "the breath of life," is stated as neshemet ruach chayim, the term, neshemet, meaning, the physical breath, or act of breathing, the term, ruach, meaning, the spirit or essence of life. And the term, chayim, meaning, life, lives, or livingness. Thus, the literal meaning of the passage of the Scriptures in question is, as follows: "The Lord God breathed into man's nostrils the breath of the spirit or essence of life or livingness." Or that the Supreme Being so transmitted life to his creation or creature, and made him a living soul. Likewise, in the ancient Greek tongue, the term pneuma, meaning wind, breath, to blow as the wind, was also employed in the sense of the spirit or essence of life, or the life principle, or spirit. Even to this day, in English, we find theology and philosophy employing the term pneumatology to indicate the science of spiritual being, or spiritual phenomena of any description. While physics employs the term pneumatics to indicate the science treating of the power and properties of air, the double meaning thus being clearly illustrated. Again, the Greek term psyche, meaning soul, mind, spirit, and from which the term psychology is derived, originally meant moving wind, or the breath. The English word ghost is derived from the Anglo-Saxon term jest. The German term Geist, and the Old English term ghost, each and all of which terms originally meant breath or wind and afterward became employed to express the idea of soul, spirit, or living entities embodied or disembodied. In this connection, it should be noted that the English word ghost, and the German word Geist, both are employed to indicate a phase or aspect of deity, i.e., the Holy Ghost. In the English theology it is held as axiomatic that God is spirit, this following upon the original statement of this doctrine in the original Greek, in which the term pneuma is employed in the sense of spirit. A similar double meaning of breath or wind, and essential living, active, ethereal existence, soul or spirit, is also found in the Sanskrit and in other ancient Oriental languages. This is believed to be more than a mere coincidence. The same necessities of thought sought the same forms of illustration, the same causes brought the same results. When you stop to consider this necessity of human thought, and the difficulty of expressing it in the terms of materiality, you will appreciate the almost intuitive employment of terms like spirit, pneuma, Geist, etc. to represent pure essence, energy and life. Even today, the term spirit serves but imperfectly to express a concept almost inexpressible in material terms. Edgar Allan Poe pointed out this difficulty in the following significant passage. This merest of words, and some other expressions of which the equivalent exists in nearly every language, is by no means the expression of an idea, but of an effort at one. It stands for the possible attempt at an impossible conception. Man needed a term by which to point out the direction of this effort, the cloud behind which lay, forever invisible, the object of the attempt. A word, in fine, was demanded by means of which one human being might put himself in relation at once with another human being with a certain tendency of the human intellect. Out of this arose a term, which is thus the representative but of a thought of a thought. While man knows certainly, more certainly than he can know anything else, that spirit exists and is present and active within him, yet he finds is almost impossible to define that reality in ordinary terms denoting material qualities, properties and attributes. So many opposing qualities are found in its manifestations, properties which mutually cancel each other and thus cannot be regarded as essential attributes of the manifesting reality, that very little is left upon which the mind may seize, and which will serve as the substance of mental mastication in the processes of reasoning. Indeed, a writer has expressed the thought that spirit must be regarded as an infinite possibility, or the possibility of an infinity of manifestation and expression, rather than as entity, but he is only stating a half-truth. Spirit is true entity, i.e., real being, real essence, real existence, although it may be known only through its manifestations, except in one instance, the experience of self-consciousness. The difficulty of apprehension and comprehension of it as entity arises from the fact that, being infinite, and being pure essence, therefore, being devoid of finite qualities and characteristics, and being free from the appearances of its forms of expression, it cannot be taken hold of by the intellect, or imagination, because these are designed and fitted merely to cognize and to represent the forms and images of material things, and the qualities and characteristics of these. But, notwithstanding this difficulty, intellect, when properly applied and directed by intuition, is able to perceive the presence of several aspects or modes of the essential reality of spirit. Whatever else spirit may be, or may not be, it must possess these several aspects or modes of itself in order to be spirit. Without intending to limit or restrict the essential reality of spirit to the following aspects or modes of itself, we must insist that these are always perceived to be present in all of the manifestations and expressions of the presence power of spirit of which the human intellect or intuition has any knowledge or experience. These knowable and perceptible aspects or modes of spirit, to which we have just referred, are as follows. Presence, manifesting essence, reality, actuality. Life, manifesting sentience, conation, volition. Power, manifesting strength, energy, force. You are now invited to consider in further detail the above stated several aspects or modes of spirit, and their several manifestations. The presence of spirit. Spirit is perceived in self-consciousness to be entity actually present and in being, and not the mere idea or thought of mind, nor a mere verbal symbol or word expressing something lacking real existence and presence. By presence is meant state of being present, i.e., existing in reality at a certain time and in a certain place. That spirit is present is evidenced by the report of self-consciousness, the inevitable, invariable and infallible report that I am present, which is implicit in every conscious thought, and which is intensely impressed upon consciousness when it is directed inward. This accompanied by the invariable and infallible report of intuition that I am spirit. Moreover, as spiritual activity is apparent, even when manifested by others in acts of the living will, and as it is axiomatic that, whenever and wherever a thing acts, then and there must it be present, it follows that the actual presence of spirit must be conceded. The aspect or mode of spirit known as presence manifests in essence, reality, actuality. Let us briefly examine each of these in the above order. Essence has been defined in the course of this instruction. You are familiar with the meaning of the term and concept. You understand that it indicates the ultimate nature and pure being of the existence to which the term is applied and which the concept covers. You are now asked to realize that spirit is pure spiritual essence, the pure essence of life, mind, consciousness, will, the pure essence of everything that is not material substance or the manifestations of the latter. Spirit is the ultimate essence of spirituality and spiritual things. Spirit is spiritual essence, just as ethereal material is material substance, each represents the thing in itself of its class or category. Just as material substance fills all space, so does spiritual essence fill all time. Bergson and Einstein will tell you more about this wonderful fact. If you wish to acquire that knowledge, it is too deep for the present consideration, and you must learn to swim before you venture to explore its waters. The much talked of, and long sought after, fourth dimension, belongs to time and spirit, not to space and matter in whose realm it has been sought. This, also, is another deep subject which we shall not undertake to explain fully here. We have indicated the direction in which the explanation lies. You must seek it for yourself if you are so minded. Reality means the state of being real, actual, truly existent and in being. Not imaginary, fictitious, vague, or lacking in substantiality. Spirit is real, and not imaginary or fictitious. It is a fact, not a dream. You can doubt your senses, but you can never doubt the fact that you are alive, and life is an aspect or mode of spirit. You may dream of matter, without that matter being present. But you can never dream of life or mind, without life and mind being present and active in you, and these are aspects or modes of spirit. You can know matter only through living mind. But you cannot know either matter or mind through matter lacking the immanent presence of life and mind. Your consciousness that I am is the most certain, most real thing that you can know, all the rest may be a dream, for that matter. But that cannot be a dream, unless there be a dreamer, and if there is a dreamer, that dreamer is you, a focal point or center of living spirit. You may find it difficult to discover just what the spirit that is you really is. But you can never doubt that it is and that it is real. The fundamental difficulty attached to human thought on the subject of spirit is this, that it is spirit trying to contemplate itself, an attempt justly likened to the effort to turn oneself inside out. Just as the eye, while seeing everything else, is unable to see itself, so is spirit hampered in its efforts to see itself in thought. Just as the stomach digests all living substance placed in it, but never digests itself, so is spirit able to experience through the senses everything else, except itself. But it may know itself, feel itself, in the experience of self-consciousness, and it may intuit itself in the processes of intuition. Such knowing, and feeling, and intuiting, moreover, always bring the report, I am, and I am real. Through intuition, spirit reports inevitably, invariably, infallibly, I am. I am I. Or, when pressed closer by intellect for a more definite report, even, I am that I am. The I am I, that focal point of conscious immanent spirit which is you, reports through intellect and through intuition, I think, I feat, I act, I move of my own will and by my own power. Therefore, I am real, and not fictitious, a reality and not the figment of a dream. Even if I were a dream, there would needs be a dreamer. And that dreamer would be involved in his dream idea, and this I would then be the I am of the dreamer as well as of the dream person. You can never truthfully say, I am not real, for in your very denial would be implied the fact that the I that is denying must be real. No sane man can ever deny his own reality, and feel convinced that he is stating the truth. His troubles begin only when he stops to consider whether the things external to him, the material universe, is also real. If the reality of spirit be doubted or denied, then the reality of everything must be doubted or denied, for that everything is known only to spirit, and by reason of the reality of spirit. Deny the reality of the knower, and the reality of the known is also denied. And in that case there is nothing left to know or to be known. Actuality means the state of being actual, i.e., really and truly acting or active, existing in real act. The actuality of spirit can no more be doubted than can be its reality. Any individual who has ever performed an act of volition or will has experienced an inevitable, invariable and infallible proof of the actuality of spirit. He need not fall back upon the final report of philosophy, and of advanced science as well, that, all power is will power, all action is will action. He need refer only to his own experience in willing. In another part of this book we relate the story of Edison wagging his finger end at Raymond, and demanding the answer to his question, what is this? Edison knew the actuality of his immanent spirit. And his simple question overwhelmed the other great scientist. The simplest voluntary act of the living creature proves the actuality of spirit. In every movement, in every motion, in every action, in every change of position, even in every thought, the living creature gives undoubted evidence of the fact that spirit is active, actual, actuality, it possesses the power to act, and it acts. And so, you see that we are warranted in positing in spirit the aspects and modes, the attributes and properties, if you will, of presence and its manifestations known as essence, reality, actuality. We ask you to fix these in your mind, so that when you think of spirit you will think of it, first of all, in the terms and ideas of presence, i.e., essence, reality, actuality. In the next two following sections of this book we shall ask you to consider the other two great aspects or modes of spirit, viz., life, manifesting sentience, conation, volition, and power, manifesting strength, energy, force. Spirit, essential life. Having considered the first great mode or aspect of spirit, i.e., that of presence, manifesting essence, reality, actuality, you are now invited to consider the second great mode or aspect of spirit, namely, life, manifesting sentience, conation, volition. This is the unique, original, distinguishing characteristic of spirit. Life and livingness are the very quintessence of spirit, the very spirit of spirit. Spirit is life, life is spirit. By life is meant, state of being alive, living. Or, vital force, animation, livingness. The standard definitions are poor, meager, unsatisfying, but inasmuch as life can be defined only in terms of livingness, there is no possible improvement in such definitions. There is nothing else in existence like life, to or with which it may be compared and likened, contrasted and classified, and which may be employed to illustrate or define it. One must have experienced life in order to understand its real meaning. The term livingness is no better, its definition is merely suggestive, namely, the state of being alive, lively, active, vigorous, spirited, and capable of quickening and invigorating. All such definitions refer back to life. And life is found to be sui generis, in a class by itself, over and above any definition or explanation, any accounting for or illustration, in the terms of anything else. Life is known only through being experienced. To know life, is to live. To live, is to know life. Life is a basic, fundamental attribute of spirit. Spirit would not be spirit were it devoid of livingness. You may conceive of spirit as being unconscious, but you cannot conceive of it as being lifeless. Life is more fundamental than consciousness. A creature may become unconscious, yet still be alive, but it cannot become lifeless and still be conscious. All feeling, thought and will may be inactive in a creature, yet it may still be alive. But if it is lifeless, then it can never manifest thought, feeling, or will. If you wish to think of spirit in its most essential, fundamental and basic inner nature and character, then think of it as life or livingess. The three particular manifestations of the life of spirit are as follows: sentience, conation, volition. Each of these we shall now consider briefly. Sentience. By sentience is meant the faculty or power of sensation, perception, mental apprehension and cognition. These are the several primary and elemental mental powers. The higher mental processes are merely more complex phases of these simpler mental activities. These faculties supply the raw materials of knowledge, which are worked over and made into the completed mental product. In sensation, spirit receives impressions from material objects. In perception, spirit recognizes and interprets the reports of sensation. In mental apprehension, spirit takes hold of and conceives ideas. In cognition, spirit knows things partially or completely. The idea of sentience is closely bound up with that of consciousness. The latter term, though, like life, being beyond adequate definition, is best defined by the term awareness. Consciousness has been likened to mental livingness, or aliveness, this being a valuable suggestive illustration. In modern psychology, consciousness is regarded merely as present mind, or mind here and now, a cross-section of mental process, a focusing of attention upon a certain limited portion of the entire mental process. Much of the mental activity, most of the mental processes, manifest on planes of mentation outside, below, or above the plane of ordinary consciousness. Many persons, most persons in fact, are accustomed to regard spirit as identical with mind. They find it difficult to think of spirit in any other way. But mind, in modern psychology, is regarded as process rather than as entity. As an authoritative reference work states, not only is mind, as a whole, a stream of thought and feeling, each separate element of mind or mental formation that our analysis teases out of the total consciousness is itself a process. Every sensation rises, poises, falls, in its own characteristic way. Even the idea is termed a variable process, and such formations as emotion and volition bear the mark of process stamped upon them. Spirit, on the contrary, is absolute and actual entity, not process. It is the essence, base and ground, support and sustainer, and constant identity of mental process. Spirit is not limited to mind, nor is mind another name for spirit. Rather, spirit has mind, uses mind, employs mind, i.e., mental process, as an instrument, tool, or machine helpful in its creative and other activities. Nor, at the last, is it proper to regard consciousness as identical with, or as an absolute essential and permanent state or condition of spirit. G.E. Moore, in a leading reference work upon philosophy and psychology, says, common to all meanings of spirit is the conception of that which is conscious. Consciousness is not regarded as being spirit, but as being an attribute of it. So that spirit is conceived as something capable of existing when it is not conscious. On the other hand, there is no positive conception of what this permanent element in spirit is. It is only conceived abstractly as that, whatever it may be, which is the subject or substance of consciousness, and negatively as not identical with any known quality. But, we ask you to note here, that although it is possible to conceive spirit as not conscious, it is not possible to conceive it as not alive, nor as not capable of consciousness. Life is the primary attribute. Consciousness is the secondary property. But as spirit is always life, and as life always has the faculty of or capacity for sentience and consciousness, then we see that wherever and whenever spirit is present, then and there must be present the capacity for sentience and consciousness. In some form, kind, manner, or degree. Conation. By conation is meant tendency toward effort, attempt, experiment, action, arising from the presence of feeling, emotion, or desire. A leading reference work states, conation consists of an endeavor, a striving to attain something. The attempt to recall a name from memory is a conation. Conation is common to desire, yearning, longing, craving, wishing and willing, indeed to all mental states which have an inherent tendency to pass beyond themselves. Conation has for its object the attainment of its desire for that which it likes and finds pleasant, or the escape or release from that which it does not like and finds unpleasant. In short, conation is desire seeking to pass into action in the direction most contenting, satisfying, and agreeable to it. Conation, or active desire, is a universal element of life. It is found in all living things, and is the mainspring of all the actions of all living creatures, including plants, animals, human beings, from single living cells to the most complex living forms and organisms. Many philosophers have regarded it as the most essential element in life, and as being the kernel and core of the mind, soul, or spirit of all living things, and of life in general and as a totality. Schopenhauer postulates it as the fundamental fact of all activities, inorganic as well as organic. Wundt says, the mechanical universe is the outer wrapper behind which is hidden a spiritual creative activity, a striving, feeling, sensing, like that which we experience in ourselves, conation being the fundamental essence of that activity. Conation is a fundamental property of life, and is more elemental than even sentience, for in the lower classes of living creatures it manifests strongly even where sentience manifests merely in its simplest forms. In plant life it represents the chief psychic element, sentience being expressed only in the slightest degree. Certain philosophers, like Schopenhauer and his school, hold that the world spirit is animated chiefly by its will to live, i.e., its desire to express life activities, and accordingly they regard the universal life principle as being essentially conative desire rather than reason. Others have modified this view, and give sentience an equal rank with conation, although admitting that in the lower form of life the latter is predominant. Inasmuch as conation is an essential element of life, and as life and livingness constitute a primary, fundamental essential attribute of spirit, it follows that wherever and whenever spirit is present and active, then and there also is conation present and active. Even without accepting the extreme position of the schools of philosophy just referred to, it is impossible to escape the conviction that when spirit, the cosmic spirit, manifests creative power it must experience the conative desire to do so, and that this conation is the actuating cause and because of the creative activity of spirit. Without it, creation would never have been manifested, without it, creation would not have continued and would not now be underway. Volition. By volition is meant the act of willing, or the exercise of will. The power of willing and determining. That property of life known as volition may be stated as the power to will, or willpower. Will is the power of self-activity, self-motion, and the exercise of voluntary effort and action. Professor Halleck says of will concerns itself with action, no matter how complex the process seems. Whenever there is a mental motor element, that element is will. Our acts are the result of a peculiar, active power which we call will. From the cradle to the grave, we are never without this activity of will, in the broadest sense of the term. Whenever there is in emotion a motor element which tends to go out in action, that element is will. In some emotions, the voluntary element may be so small as to baffle detection, but the germ is there. The distinguishing characteristic of will activity is that important element of life known as spontaneity. So essentially is spontaneity bound up with life that many careful thinkers have regarded it as a touchstone by which the livingness of things may be tested and decided upon. This view expresses itself in the axiom, where spontaneity is present, their life is present, where life is present, their spontaneity is present. The present writers accept this view, and regard the axiom as self-evident truth, and as setting up an infallible standard by means of which the presence of life and livingness may be decided conclusively. Spontaneity. By spontaneity is meant the state of being spontaneous, i.e., proceeding from internal impulse, energy, or natural tendency, without external force. In its manifestation by living creatures, spontaneity is defined as action proceeding from, or manifesting by, natural feeling, tendency, emotion, temperament, disposition, or desire, modified perhaps by reflection, consideration, or judgment based upon the results of previous experience, but always without constraint or external force. Spontaneity, then, is seen to be a phase of self-activity, volition, or will, the objective phase of that of which conation and volition are the subjective phases or aspects. Every voluntary act arising from conative feeling or desire is self-activity. Self-activity is activity arising from the conative, volitional will of the individual, and not from external force, pressure, or energy. Every voluntary act or activity, mental or physical, is self-activity. All self-activity is spontaneity. The essence of conation, volition, will, self-activity and spontaneity is the same. Each represents will power, which is life power, which is spiritual power. An ancient Greek philosopher once said, will is the inherent capacity for spontaneous action, or self-motion, and does not proceed from external force, though its direction may be influenced by external causes represented in the mentality. Karras says, by spontaneity is to be understood that kind of activity which springs from the nature of the thing or being which is active. A motion that is caused by pressure or push is not spontaneous. But a motion, the motive power of which resides in the moving object, is spontaneous. In the character of a thing lies the source of its spontaneous action. Webster's Collegiate Dictionary gives 3 terms, i.e., voluntary, uncompelled, and willing, as synonyms for the term spontaneous, adding, what is voluntary is the result of a volition, or act of choice. It therefore implies some degree of consideration, and may be the result of mere reason without excited feeling. What is spontaneous springs wholly from feeling, or a sudden impulse which admits of no reflection. This distinction is properly made, and is worthy of respect. It should be noted, however, that while some volitions proceed, without excited feeling, there is always at least some degree of feeling and desire present, else there could and would be no motive for conative and voluntary action. As we have said, many careful thinkers hold that spontaneity or self-activity is the invariable characteristic of life. In this view, anything and everything that manifests the property of spontaneity must be alive and living. The presence of spontaneity in things usually considered non-living, is held to indicate livingness. As spontaneity is found to be present even in the atoms and chemical elements, it is held by these thinkers that they manifest livingness, and that the universe is alive in its every part, and as a whole. As life is an attribute of spirit, in this view it would follow that the universe is animated and inspired by spirit. It was formerly a favorite objection urged by materialism that, if spirit is the origin and source of all things, then spirit, i.e., 817 life, mind and will, should be found, in at least some degree or form, in everything. The answer of the modern spiritual philosophy is, everything does manifest life, mind and will, i.e., spirit, in some degree or form. The ancient sages always intuitively believed and taught this truth, but it remained for modern physical science to demonstrate it by observation and experiment. Today, the advanced minds of philosophy and science are assenting to the proposition that, the universe is alive, as a whole and in every part. Each new discovery serves to substantiate this idea, and each year adds to the ranks of its advocates. Luther Burbank, as the result of his lifetime study of life, says, all my investigations have led me away from the idea of a dead universe tossed about by various forces, to that of a universe which is absolutely all life, soul, or thought. Or whatever name we choose to call it. All life on our planet is, so to speak, just on the outer fringe of this infinite ocean of force. The universe is not half dead, but all alive. Haeckel, the eminent scientist-philosopher, says, I regard all matter as ensouled, that is to say, as endowed with feeling, pleasure and pain, and with motion, or better, the power of motion. As elementary, atomic, attraction and repulsion, these powers are asserted in every simplest chemical process, and on them is based every other phenomena, consequently also the highest developed soul activity of man. The molecules, or atoms, of two elements when brought into proper distance, mutually feel each other, and by attraction move toward each other. Or the contrary takes place by reason of repulsion, Empedocles' doctrine of the love and hatred of atoms. I cannot imagine the simplest chemical and physical process without attributing the movements of the material particles to unconscious sensation. The idea of chemical affinity consists in the fact that the various chemical elements perceive the qualitative differences in other elements, experience pleasure or revulsion at contact with them, and execute specific movements on this ground. Haeckel also quotes approvingly the statement of Nägeli, another scientist, who said, "If the molecules possess something that is related, however distantly, to sensation, it must be comfortable to be able to follow their attractions and repulsions. Uncomfortable when they are forced to do otherwise." Flammarion says, "Mind gleams in every atom." There is mind in everything, not only in human and animal life, but in plants, in minerals, in space. Cope says, "The basis of life and mind lies back of the atoms, and may be found in the universal ether." Hemstreet says, "Mind in the ether is no more unnatural than is mind in flesh and blood." Saleeby says, "Life is potential in matter. Life energy is not a thing unique and created at a particular time in the past. If life is potential in matter, it is 1,000 times more evident that mind is potential in life." The evolutionist is impelled to believe that mind is potential in matter. The microscopic cell, a minute speck of matter that is to become man, has in it the promise and germ of mind. May we not then draw the inference that the elements of mind are present in those chemical elements, carbon, oxygen, hydrogen, nitrogen, sulfur, phosphorus, sodium, potassium, chlorine, that are found in the cell? Not only must we do so, but we must go further, since we know that each of these elements, and every other, is built up out of the one invariable unit, the electron. And we must therefore assert that mind is potential in the unit of matter, the electron itself. Karras says, "I am willing to concede to Professor Haeckel that all nature is alive. Indeed, I have most emphatically insisted that there is a spontaneity pervading all nature." The term, life, is used here in a broader sense than ordinarily. It here means spontaneity or self-motion, while in its common significance, it is restricted to the spontaneous actions of organized beings, i.e., of plants and animals. I propose what might best be called panbiotism, briefly set forth in the maxim, "Everything is fraught with life, it contains life, it has the ability to live." We have not the space here to describe in detail the experiments and observations that have brought science to this conclusion, to the conclusion that there is life in everything. Everything is alive, interesting and instructive though such description would be. In fact, we can refer but briefly even to the general results. Reference to the records of modern physics and biology will serve to substantiate our claims. Of life in even the simplest animal forms, we need not speak. Science has demonstrated beyond question the presence of life and elemental mind in plant life, even in its simplest forms. Crystals are now regarded as quasi-living forms, just a little lower in the scale than plants. Some scientists have even ascribed elemental sex to them. In this connection, it is interesting to compare ordinary crystals with the lowly life forms known as the diatoms, or living crystals, or living geometrical forms, as they have been called. Also, to note how closely the crystals of frost and ice resemble the forms of leaves, branches, foliage, etc., to examine the garden of frost flowers, formed on the pane of glass in winter time. Experiments have produced an orchid-like crystal flower from a disk of saltpeter subjected to polarized light. The celebrated Bose experiments prove conclusively that inorganic substances may be weakened, made ill, and even killed by pressure or electric currents. The process of dying registering itself unmistakably through the delicate mechanism employed. Moreover, metals, and machinery made of metals, suffer from fatigue, and are benefited by rest. Tuning forks and razor blades are familiar example of this fact. Every machinist knows that there is something in it. Metals may be poisoned by certain chemicals and actually killed in some cases. There is a window glass disease known to science. It is contagious and spreads from one pane to another under certain conditions. Instances illustrating this general fact of the livingness of inorganic things might be multiplied indefinitely. The list is being added to every year as the result of new experiments. Life, mind, will, consciousness, desire, volition, spontaneity, self, activity, conative energy, these are discovered to be in existence throughout all nature. You know them directly through your own experience. By scientific observation you perceive them indirectly as manifest in all other things. They are beyond chemical analysis or physical dissection. They are revealed neither by the test tube nor by the retort. The scalpel does not reveal their presence, the microscope does not make them visible. The finest scales of the physicist does not record their weight, though certain delicate instruments have been invented which register the physical effects manifested by them. They cannot be produced synthetically by combinations, correlations or coordinations of chemical elements, neither can mechanical power account for or explain them, much less produce them. Biology reports that all life proceeds from life. Livingness has never been known to proceed from non-livingness. Life, at the last, is perceived to be ultimate and universal. Livingness is seen to be a manifestation of an infinite life principle, and that principle is discovered to be spirit and nothing else. Honest thought and logical reasoning make an invariable, inevitable, and infallible report to this effect. Had there ever been a time in which life was not present, then there would be no livingness today. Life being present today is evidence that life has always been present in some form, phase, or condition. Philosophical thought finds the only thinkable source or origin of life in the ultimate principle of spirit. Wherever there is life, there must be spirit. As life is universal, then spirit must be universal. Spirit reduced to its ultimate nature reports itself as life. Lifeless spirit is inconceivable. Life reduced to its ultimate nature reports itself as spirit. Spiritless life is unthinkable. Thus, life and spirit are seen to be but different names for the same ultimate fact, principle, power. If you wish to think of spirit in its simplest terms, employ the terms of life and livingness. Whatever else spirit may be, or not be, it is always life and livingness. Spirit, essential power. Having considered spirit in its two respective modes or aspects of presence, manifesting essence, reality, actuality, and of life, manifesting sentience, conation, volition. You are now invited to consider spirit in its third great mode or aspect, namely that of power, manifesting strength, energy, force. We have defined the several terms, power, strength, energy and force, in a preceding section of this book, and shall assume that you are familiar with the several shades of meaning involved in them, and which you are asked to combine in your concept of spiritual power. We hold it to be beyond question that spirit possesses strength of an infinite degree and extent, that spirit possesses that indwelling power known as energy, of an infinite degree and extent. That spirit possesses that form of power known as force, or ability to act upon other things, of an infinite degree and extent. In short, we believe it axiomatic and self-evident that spirit not only possesses infinite power, all the power there is, but also that it, itself, is the very essence of power. This indwelling power of spirit, manifesting as strength, energy and force, is called forth, exerted, and applied by will, and will, is a manifestation of life, which in turn is an aspect or mode of spirit. Accordingly spiritual power, in a sense, may be regarded and spoken of as will power. In the individual, it is expressed as personal will power, in the cosmos, it is expressed as cosmic will power. In the individual, it is the manifestation and expression of spirit, in the cosmos, it is the manifestation and expression of spirit, the infinite spirit, or the totality of spirit. Hereafter, when we use the term, spirit, in capital letters, we seek to indicate spirit, the infinite spiritual principle, which is the totality of spirit, the spirit of the cosmos, the world spirit, the universal spirit. As man has been pleased to style it. It has long been the contention of many philosophers, and of many scientists as well, and of certain theologians of philosophic tendencies, that all power is willpower, at the last analysis. Many have interpreted Herbert Spencer's infinite and eternal energy as, essentially, infinite willpower, or, at least, as acting like willpower. Wherever power is included or referred to in the spiritual philosophy, it means willpower of some kind, form, phase, or degree. Professor Nicholas Murray Butler says, a mighty group of modern scientists believe that matter itself, in its ultimate state, may be analyzed into energy, which again is explainable only as will philosophy interprets in terms of will. The name for the only energy that consciousness knows directly, the energy which so abundantly manifests itself on every hand, in nature and in history. The dominant tendency in philosophy, powerfully supported by the results of scientific knowing, is that which sees totality as energy which is will. Professor Fleming says, in its ultimate essence, energy may be incomprehensible to us except as an exhibition of the direct operation of that which we call mind and will. Professor George Trumbull Ladd says, the modern man of science, in his use of the principle of causation, ascribes the event to the action and reaction of various forms of energy. But where does he get his conception of energy? Where his warrant for applying the conception to the behavior of physical things? As those most skillful in psychological analysis are pretty nearly unanimous in holding, the conception comes from his experience with himself as will. His acts of will are often, if not customarily, accompanied with the feeling of effort, and they are followed by important changes in his own bodily organism and in the things which environ him. So far as they are in suitable relations with that organism. Things, so far as they are separate and individual, are endowed by modern science with wills of their own. So far as they influence one another, they are recognized as having a certain regard for each other's wills. So far as they constitute one great system, a universe of things, they are esteemed as being under the control of one will. Other writers and teachers have pointed out the fact that science, under the hypothesis of materialism, is utterly unable to explain and account for the perpetual motion manifested in the cosmos. They hold that under such hypothesis it would follow that the cosmos, at some point in eternity, would come to a standstill, dead center, a state of being, run down like a clock. Likewise, they hold that under that hypothesis it could never have been wound up or set a-going. Here theology scores a possible point, with its offer to supply the hand that wound it up, and the finger that set it a-going. But philosophy and science have another explanation, namely, that of the operation of an infinite willpower, an infinite self-activity, which is inexhaustible and self-renewing. And which is capable of changing the direction of its activity under the influence of the living consciousness with which it is associated. Such a cosmic self-activity or willpower, could unwind as well as wind up, it could set a-going, keep a-going, and change the direction of the going at will by its own living willpower. The material energy, or pure force of the new materialism is admittedly a non-living blind force. Just as the old materialism was wont to regard the universe of things as the fortuitous concourse of atoms, fortuitous meaning happening by chance, incidental, accidental. Concourse meaning a coming together or gathering or meeting, so this non-living blind force must be regarded as a fortuitous process or happening. In either case, the element of chance is involved in the conception. This, notwithstanding that nothing in science is more firmly asserted than that everything proceeds according to law and order, there is no such thing as blind chance. The non-spiritual power conception fails utterly to explain or account for the combining, correlating, coordinating agency discovered to be ever present and ever active in nature. Law, order, and system can result only from the power of living mind and will, and as these are found to be omnipresent in nature, the conclusion that there must be living mind and will present and active in nature's processes is unescapable. Intellect so reports, and intuition positively insists upon its truth. Spiritual philosophy, on the other hand, asserts that all power is willpower, the willpower of the living spirit. Even the purely material forces are regarded by it as phases or forms of this willpower. If the atoms and particles of matter be ensouled with the elements of sentience and of will, as Haeckel and others positively assert, then the aggregations of these atoms and particles must also be so ensouled. If the attractions and repulsions of the particles of matter be evidences of likes and dislikes and the response of will thereto, then a like explanation is logical also in the case of the attractions and repulsions of masses of matter. As most of the manifestations of physical power are seen to result from attraction and repulsion of particles or masses of matter, the logical conclusion is obvious. Likewise, the same conclusion is inevitable in the case of the atomic attraction and repulsion which result in chemical affinity, and its opposite, which constitute the reason and cause of chemical processes and changes. That life has force, power, energy, you know from your own observation and experience. You have seen the moving power of growing plants, tree roots, etc. Life power raises the giant redwood trees far above the ground, using gravitation as a lever, as a something with which to press back or to kick backward. Life power in the growing tree trunks splits apart solid rock. Life power in the growing giant mushroom raises and cracks heavy concrete pavements. All this life power is living willpower. Great thinkers believe that the power of gravitation, and of electricity, and all the other great forms of natural power, are living willpower in some form or phase of manifestation and expression. Natural power so interpreted becomes something far more understandable than when interpreted as blind force. You can understand it far better in this way, because it seems so much more like yourself, more in accordance with the life power manifesting in and by yourself. Self-motion is explainable in terms and concepts of living willpower. In fact, it is explainable and understandable under no other interpretation. As we have seen in the foregoing instruction, the very idea of energy arose in the human mind only because man had first experienced willpower present and active in himself. Energy means energy, in force, these being ideas derived from actual experience with willpower. Willpower is self-activity, spontaneity, the power within. You send a current of willpower to your arm, and it moves. You bend your finger, a most stupendous task, when you come to consider it carefully. The apparent simplicity of the task and your familiarity with it causes you to overlook its significance and importance. You take it for granted, whereas it requires the highest degree and quality of explanation to be really understandable. Only the greatest minds are able to appreciate the almost inconceivable wonder of this small, familiar action. Edison, one of the greatest minds of our times, has shown his appreciation of this fact in his account of his interview with Du Bois-Reymond, another great scientist. Here is Edison's account of it: "When I was in Berlin, I met Du Bois-Reymond. Wagging the end of my finger, I said to him, 'What is that?' He said he didn't know, that investigators had been for 2,500 years trying to find that out. If anybody could tell him what wagged that finger, the problem of life would be solved. Nature is a perpetual motion machine, and perpetual motion implies a sustaining and impelling force. Nicholas Murray Butler also holds that the perpetual motion of nature is accountable and explainable only under the hypothesis of a cosmic living willpower. Think of what your own willpower does, has done, and can do, then raise that idea of willpower to infinity, and consider whether or not it would then be capable of running the machinery of the cosmos, or performing the office of creative power, and of coordinative agent. What does your intellect report? What does your intuition insist upon? Is not this notion clearer and more understandable, more thinkable, more conceivable, more reasonable than is that of this great work being performed by blind non-living power, force, or energy? What is the report of your entire mental and spiritual nature concerning this, of your intellectual, intuitional, emotional, aesthetic, ethical, and religious nature? As Professor Brown was wont to say, no one can understand the history of this belief without taking all these grounds and factors into consideration. But, objects the ancient materialism, and its offspring, material energism, how can we conceive of spirit as creating material forms, building up hard rock and crystals, hard metals and solid substances, solid, firm, hard matter? Let us answer in the proverbial Hibernian way, which is also the Socratic method, i.e., by asking another question. Let us ask the materialist or the material energist, how does your pure force or material energy create this solid, firm, hard matter? They answer, by creating vortex rings or centers of disturbance in the ether or ultimate state of matter. Force or energy work up these into more solid forms, states and conditions of matter, into electrons, into atoms, into molecules, into masses, into radiant matter, into gases, into fluids, into solids. The difference between which states is merely a matter of degree of vibration and of the relative distances between particles. The hard block of steel is but congealed gas, or even but worked up electrons or etheric vortex rings or centers of disturbance. This is how pure force or material energy creates solid, firm, hard matter. We answer, well, then, in order to simplify the explanation, let us assume that pure spiritual energy, force or power, in its aspect of the infinite willpower of spirit, proceeds just as you claim that pure force or material energy does. Let us assume that this infinite willpower begins its work by creating vortex rings or centers of disturbance in the etheric substance which we assume to be the ultimate state of material substance. Then proceeding to work up these into electrons, atoms, molecules, masses, into radiant matter, gases, fluids, solids, by means of vibration and mutual and reciprocal attraction and repulsion. Don't you think that our infinite living willpower is quite as capable of performing this work, in just this way, as is your non-living energy and blind force? Don't you think that it might perform it even more easily, and more effectively, in view of the fact that it has infinite mind to guide and direct it, whereas your material energy or pure force is lifeless and mindless, and must go it blindly? By mere chance instead of by mental rule. We might then point out that life power is no novice at the task of building up solid substance. To realize this, you have but to remember that life power manufactures the hard ivory tusk and teeth of the elephant, the hard vegetable ivory nut, the weapon of the sword fish, the horns of the ox, the hard, firm, solid block of ebony, mahogany, rosewood, teakwood, hickory, or oak. Has the blind pure force or material energy any better products to its credit than these? There is a bone in the human body of which it is said that even the hottest coal fire will not reduce to ashes, even a fire that will melt the hardest metals. Life power produced this hard bone from the elements of the food of the human being. Do you not think that, given the basic materials, it could likewise produce flint, granite, the diamond or steel, in the same way, under the proper conditions? In fact, in the light of the dawning knowledge of the livingness manifested in the processes of crystallization, life power is already seen to be doing just this kind of work. The elements of life and mind superimposed upon energy, force and power surely do not rob the latter of their power and potency, their effectiveness and their capacities. Rather, it would seem that any thoughtful intelligence would perceive that such would be a most desirable addition to the concept, serving to give it a sense and meaning which it had lacked previously. Think over this, intuit it for a few moments. And you will get your answer, and we feel assured that we know just what that answer will be. When you have once caught the spirit of the idea of infinite willpower, you will resent the suggestion of infinite blind force as an insult to your intelligence and as an affront to your intuitive powers of mentality. And, now, let us ask you to submit this matter of the ultimate character and nature of ultimate power to an unusual test, to a test devised by certain Oriental sages many centuries ago, several thousand years ago, in fact. These ancient sages reasoned among themselves as follows: if there be an ultimate and essential energy, force, or power in nature, then such must abide and be present in every individual thing in nature, at the very core and kernel of the being of such thing. If it is to be found at all, it will be found there. And, so, they proceeded to search for its presence in all things, at the very core and kernel of all things. First, they discovered that they could find evidences of it in the actions of every living thing, and of many things previously deemed to be non-living. Everything was perceived to act spontaneously, at times, thus manifesting a self-activity which was, at least, something like will action. But this was merely the observation of actions, and the judgment upon their source. While satisfying in a way, and to a degree, it was not conclusive nor absolutely convincing. Then, said the sages, let us look within ourselves. If it is everywhere, it must be there at the center, core, or kernel of our own being. And so they looked within themselves for it. And, lo! At the center, core, and kernel of the soul of each of themselves was found a something or somewhat which was possessed of the power of self-activity, self-motion, spontaneity. This was what they called willpower. When they questioned this abiding power, they found that it was living and conscious. They asked it who it was, and it answered, I am I. They asked it what it was, and it answered, I am that I am. They tried to separate it from themselves, but it could not be separated from its owner, even in thought. Then, said the wise men, we have found that which is at the kernel, core and center of all things. And have found it to be the living will of the Spirit, that Spirit which is the self of all things, and of the totality of things as well. Make this test for yourself, by yourself, upon yourself. Perhaps you will find what the ancient Oriental wise men found. In fact, we are sure that you will do so. And having found this, you will have found a great secret of nature, of life, of being, of power. Creator and creation. In this instruction it is held that the cosmos is continuously undergoing the process of creative evolution, or progressive creation, a process without beginning, without interruption, without ending. This is the view accepted by the best scientific, philosophic, and theological thought of the present day, and of the best thought in these fields in the past, as well. Worlds appear, continue in existence for a time, then disappear, to be succeeded by other worlds composed of the same fundamental substance and energized by the same actuating power. Cosmic creation is conceived as constituting an infinite cycle of cycles. The creative spirit is eternal, the creative substance is eternal. The creative activity is eternal. This is the report of the best thought of all times, all lands, all peoples. Creation, the process of creation, results from the action and reaction, the coordination and correlation, of the positive creative principle, i.e., creative spirit, and the negative creative principle, i.e., creative material substance. Positive spirit plays upon negative matter, energizing it and stirring it into activity, working upon it and working it up into forms and conditions more and still more complex and intricate, through the creative process of change and becoming. Creation has its minor and major cycles, its tides, its ebb and flow, but the creative process as a whole is held to be continuous, constant, uninterrupted, endless, co-equal in eternity with the positive and negative principles which manifest it. But, you may ask us, where is God to be found in creation? Has he no place in the creative process? In answering this question, we are mindful of our promise not to invade the field of theology any more than is actually necessary. Theology is the science of God and of religion, which treats of the existence, character, attributes and works of God. Therefore, we prefer that you obtain your theology from the authorized sources and founts. We feel that there is nothing in the present instruction, however, to conflict with any sound, rational theological view. On the contrary, we believe that in this instruction such views will find an earnest and staunch support. This instruction is not designed, nor is it desired, to supplant theology or your own particular theological views. We see no difficulty in the reconciliation of our own teachings with those which you have received from the authorized theological founts. But, nevertheless, we feel that we would be leaving something unsaid were we to neglect to point out to you certain important implications of our teaching. Although in doing so we may seem to be invading the realm of theological thought, at least to the extent of setting our foot over the borderline. Accordingly, we shall ask you to consider the following logical deductions from the premises previously set forth in the present instruction. First, we ask you to remember that all theological teachings inform you that God is Spirit. If this be so, and you cannot conceive that God is matter, then God must be found in spirit, if he is to be found at all by you. But where should he be looked for in spirit? Let us answer you in the Hibernian, or Socratic, fashion, by asking you the question, where are you, yourself, found in that real essence of your being which you know to be spirit? You must answer, at the very center, core, or kernel of my spiritual being. Then we ask you, what does this self report that it is, when you ask it the question? Comes your answer, it says, first of all, I, then it says, I am. Then it says, I am I, and, when pressed for its final answer, it says, I am that I am, and I understand that by that it means pure spirit. Then we ask, once more, what has the God you believe in answered, when asked who and what he was? You answer, he said merely, I am that I am. Then we say to you, you, yourself, have answered the question that you had asked of us, namely, the question, where is God to be found? Has he no place in the cosmos? He has a place in the cosmos. And you have found that place. That place is at the very center, core, or kernel of spirit. Your spirit is the microcosm, spirit is the macrocosm. Remember the ancient Hermetic axiom, as above, so below, as within, so without. As the great, so the small. God, by whatever name he may be called, or even when he is given no name, is the I am, the self of spirit. And he says all that he can possibly say concerning his nature when he announces, I am that I am. If, in spite of our desire to keep out of the field of theology, you still insist upon another answer, the answer to the question, is God personal or impersonal spirit? We feel justified in answering, if by impersonal, you mean a being infinitely transcending the limitations of finite personal existence as we know it, then we must say that, in our opinion, God is impersonal. But if by personal you mean a being possessed of the attribute of self-consciousness, and capable of the consciousness of, I am I, or I am that I am, then, in our opinion such a being properly may be regarded as personal. Further than this we shall not go in our statements concerning theology. Frankly, we feel that you should be able to work out the balance of the problem for yourself, aided by the theological teachings which are acceptable to both intellect or intuition, to completed reason, as we have defined it. An ancient Oriental teacher once said, it is not enough that men believe in God, they must get God. We add, men get God through the medium of the something within themselves, the indwelling spirit. If God is the essential entity of spirit, and if the spirit within you is a focal point or center of expression of spirit, then God must be within your spirit just as he is within the spirit of the universe. And if he is there, within your spirit, surely you should be able to find him, and to get God, as the old sage said. We can but point the way, you must travel the road. Spirit, and that which is, the self of spirit, is not only infinity of being, in existence everywhere, but is also the indwelling spirit which abides within yourself, and which is the ultimate reality, or real self, of your individuality. In your contemplation of the infinity of outside existence, do not ignore the something within yourself. All is in the all, and the all is in all. You cannot escape beyond the realm of infinite spirit. But equally true is it that spirit cannot escape from existence within you. It is in you, as truly as you are in it. In this last statement is contained the essence of the great truth of the inner teachings of all philosophies and all religions. When you master this truth, you will know that which when known all is known. Strive to catch its spirit. Let us here ask you to read and consider the following significant, though somewhat whimsical lines of an unknown writer. Thou great eternal infinite, the great unbounded whole, whose body is the universe, whose spirit is its soul. If thou dost fill immensity, if thou art all in all, then I must be within thyself, or not be here at all. How could I live outside of thee, when thou fill earth and air? There surely is no place for me outside of everywhere. If thou art God, and thou dost fill infinity of space, then I'm in God, think as men will, or else I have no place. And if I have no place in thee, and if I am not there? Where can I be, where could I dwell, and still not be somewhere? Then I must be a part of thee, no matter if I'm small. For if I'm not a part of God, there's no such God at all. The concept of indwelling deity is not a new one in philosophical and theological thought. Indeed, it is one of the oldest philosophical beliefs, and it appears very early in the theological thought of practically all religions. Technically, it is known as the doctrine of immanence, from the Latin term immanere, meaning remaining within. The Encyclopaedia Britannica, 11th edition, in its article upon immanence says, "Immanence, in philosophy and theology, is a term applied, in contradistinction to transcendence, to the fact or condition of being entirely within something. Its most important use is for the theological conception of God as existing in and throughout the created world, as opposed, for example, to deism, which conceives him as separate from and above the universe. It should be observed that the immanence doctrine need not preclude the belief in the transcendence of God. Thus God may be regarded as above the world, transcendent, and at the same time as present in and pervading it, immanent. The conception of God as wholly external to man, a purely mechanical theory of the creation, is throughout Christendom regarded as false to the teaching of the New Testament, as also to Christian experience. The contrary view has gained ground in some quarters so far as to postulate a divine element in human beings, so definitely bridging over the gap between finite and infinite which was to some extent admitted by the bulk of early Christian teachers. The development of the immanence theory of God has coincided with the deeper recognition of the essentially spiritual nature of deity as contrasted with the older semi-pagan conception, found very largely in the Old Testament. Of God as primarily a mighty ruler, obedience to whom is comparable with that of a subject to an absolute monarch. Modern philosophical, theological and metaphysical thought has inclined strongly toward the general doctrine of immanence, and the influence of this general idea is manifest in practically all recent discussion and writing upon the subject. Professor William James expresses this fact in the following statement contained in one of his works. Those of us who are sexagenarians have witnessed in our own persons one of those gradual mutations of intellectual climate, due to innumerable influences, that make the thought of a past generation seem as foreign to its successor as if it were the expression of a different race of men. The theological machinery that spoke so livingly to our ancestors, with its finite age of the world, its creation out of nothing, its judicial morality and eschatology, its relish for rewards and punishments, its treatment of God as an external contriver, an intelligent and moral governor, sounds as odd to most of us as if it were some outlandish savage religion. Our contemporary mind having once for all grasped the possibility of a more intimate Weltanschauung. The only opinion quite worthy of arresting our attention will fall within the general scope of what may roughly be called the pantheistic field of vision, the vision of God as the indwelling divine rather than the external creator, and of human life as part and parcel of that deep reality. Several years ago, a writer in one of the leading magazines presented a series of articles in which he set forth that which his investigations had revealed to be the dominant principles of the philosophical and theological teaching of our great universities. The following passage is quoted from one of the articles of the series. It correctly represents the modern tendency of thought along these lines. Now that man has discovered that there resides in his nature a spirit or energy that is divine, the colleges say that he can summon it to work his will. The potency and future operation of this spiritual force no man can compute. Science has found a way through psychology to God. The opportunities for the race, through invoking in the human consciousness the brooding spirit that fills all space, are absolutely infinite. Science, therefore, is demonstrating along new lines, or at least is claiming to demonstrate, that man is God made manifest. And modern philosophy, as set forth in American universities, holds this incarnation not as a fanciful and merely beautiful ideal, but as a working and understandable principle in the soul of humanity. The professors, therefore, who are digging what they believe to be the graves for dead dogmas, stand as exponents of the teaching that man is the embodiment and conscious expression of the force that guides all life and holds all matter in its course. Man has begun the cycle of that triumphal daring prophesied by ancient seers, and which appealed so potently to the imagination of Poe. Not merely in religious rhetoric, but in reality, the schoolmen say, is man the avatar of God. In this connection we also ask you to consider the following excerpts from the remarkable lecture on The Religion of the Future, delivered a few years ago by Professor Charles W. Eliot, former president of Harvard University, before the Harvard Summer School of Theology. The new thought of God will be its most characteristic element. This ideal will comprehend the Jewish Jehovah, the Christian Universal Father, the modern physicist's omnipresent and exhaustless energy, and the biological conception of a vital force. The infinite spirit pervades the universe, just as the spirit of a man pervades his body, and acts, consciously or unconsciously, in every atom of it. The 20th century will accept literally and implicitly St. Paul's statement, in him we live, and move, and have our being, and God is that vital atmosphere, or incessant inspiration. The new religion is therefore thoroughly monotheistic, its God being the one infinite force. But this one God is not withdrawn or removed, but indwelling and especially dwelling in every living creature. The scientific doctrine is that there is one omnipresent, eternal energy, informing and inspiring the whole creation at every instant of time, and throughout the infinite spaces. The doctrine of God's immanence is inconsistent with the conception that he set the universe a-going, and then withdrew, leaving the universe to be operated under physical laws, which were his vice-regents or substitutes. If God is thoroughly immanent in the entire creation, there can be no secondary causes, in either the material or the spiritual universe. The contemplation of the concept of the indwelling spirit, the immanence of divinity, tends to bring the individual into the feeling and consciousness of his underlying unity with the ultimate source of being. He then realizes in his own consciousness the fact that, as the poet has expressed it, the all is one, and all are part, but not apart as they seem to be, and the blood of life has a single heart, pulsing through God, and Claude, and me. In the spirit of this new conception of the relation between the infinite spirit and the individual spirit, we ask you to consider carefully the following wonderful statement of Professor Josiah Royce, of Harvard. That eminent philosopher and teacher of philosophical truth. The infinite self, in the very least of the daily experiences, is known to you as something present. This is the deepest tragedy of our finitude, that continually he comes to his own, and his own receive him not. That he becomes flesh in every least incident of our lives, whilst we, gazing with wonder upon his world, search here and there for first causes, look for miracles, and beg him to show us the Father, since that alone will suffice us. No wonder that we remain agnostics. Hast thou been so long time with me, and yet hast not known me? Such is the eternal answer of the Logos to every doubting question. Seek him not as an outer hypothesis to explain experience. Seek him not anywhere yonder in the clouds. All experience contains him. He is the reality, the soul of it. If we have the true insight of the deeper idealism, we can turn from our chaos to him, who is our true and divine self, and can hear from him with absolute assurance this one word, O ye who despair, I grieve in you. Your sorrow is mine. No pang of your finitude but is mine too. I suffer it all, for all things are mine, I bear it and yet I triumph. This word of the self, I say, we can be sure of, for it is the one final word of our whole philosophic thought. Some philosophers hold that the creative power is wholly and completely involved in its creation. Others hold that only a part or portion of the creative power is involved in its creation. Some of the Oriental schools, in fact, hold that only an infinitesimal portion of the infinite being is involved in or concerned with the manifestation of creation. Again, some schools hold that the creative spirit enters into and pervades the material substance as salt enters into and pervades the water of the ocean. Others hold that the action of the creative spirit upon the material substance is akin to that of the magnet upon a mass of steel filings, i.e. by induction, the magnetic emanation being held to, in soul, the tiny particles of steel, causing them to take form and manifest motion, just as spirit so ensouls the material substance with similar results. Others employ the symbol of the sun of spirit shining upon the surface of the great ocean of material substance, and being reflected from its face. The sun is regarded as penetrating the ocean by means of its emanated rays, being reflected from any point of its surface, and causing motion and surface manifestations of form in the superficial portion of the great body of water. In this view, it is held that the sun of spirit, in itself, never actually enters into the material substance, merely its emanated rays enter into the latter, there working upon and working up the material stuff, thus creating forms and activities, and manifesting the process of becoming. Carrying still further this symbolic illustration of the sun and the ocean, it is shown that the sun continually causes portions of the water of the ocean to rise upward in the form of vapor. This vapor, condensing, then falls upon the ocean in the form of rain or dew. Here attention is called to the fact that in every falling raindrop, or dewdrop, as in the ocean itself, there is ever reflected the image and form of the sun. Each drop has its sun, its light, its radiance. Each drop is as a miniature ocean, in this respect. The sun's reflection appears in the great ocean, and in every tiny raindrop or dewdrop, yet the sun itself ever remains over and above all, though its emanations are ever in all. Thus by the symbol of sun and ocean is explained the nature of the presence power of spirit in the material substance. Thus is illustrated the transcendence and the immanence of the creative presence power. It is a wonderfully effective symbolic illustration, one worthy of respect, whether or not it is accepted as properly and fully representing the truth. You will find that it will grow upon you as you consider it, it will stick in your mind like the burrs in the wool of the sheep. The sun has always been a favorite symbol for the supreme power or the supreme being. It seems to appeal powerfully to the religious emotional nature, the poetic imagination, and the philosophical intuition of man. Perhaps intuition recognizes it as the most appropriate and most fitting symbol of a truth that can be expressed only by means of symbols. Just as the mind of man has ever speculated concerning the how of creation, so has it sought earnestly for an explanation of the why of creation. In all developed philosophic, metaphysical, and theological thought there is found at least an attempt to answer the question, why did the supreme power create the universe? In some cases there is found the attempt to dismiss the subject as part of the great mystery, something beyond the knowledge or thought of man, but even in such cases there is usually found an attempt at some kind of explanation. Many of these so-called explanations are so crudely anthropomorphic, so evidently the naive answers of childlike minds, that they require no serious philosophical consideration or discussion. Those who originated them certainly lacked the philosophic imagination. Of these would-be explanations, some merely offend the intelligence of the thinker. As, for instance, the statement that he desired to be worshipped and glorified, and so he created beings to worship him and sing his praises. Others offend the heart of man, as well as his intellect. As, for instance, the idea that the cosmos is merely an amusement-affording moving picture show, operated by God in order to serve as the pastime of eternity. Or, again, the idea that life is but a great game played by God, with his creatures as the pieces, or as the ball, a game played by him for the purpose of exhibiting his own infinite power, or, perhaps, for the purpose of defeating an imagined bogey. Intuition revolts at such ideas. It knows that there must be an infinite rational meaning attached to the infinite manifestation of the infinite presence power. Nothing less than this will satisfy the needs of intuition. Far more satisfying to both intellect and intuition is the interpretation furnished by that general philosophical school known as vitalism. Vitalism, under several names, is well represented in the history of philosophical thought, ancient and modern. Bergson is one of its more prominent modern advocates. Its spirit is expressed in a somewhat unpleasant form by Schopenhauer and his followers. It is also found implicit in the basic teachings of ancient Buddhism. This broad philosophic trend of thought known as vitalism may be indicated by the following general statement of its basic conception, viz. Spirit has its most essential and active attribute in life or livingness. The life principle of the universe, which is spirit in one of its aspects, being essentially and characteristically livingness, naturally finds its normal expression in the activities of life. Through the multitudinous forms of life which it has created for the purpose of such expression. The expression and manifestation of life and livingness constitute the legitimate and natural activity of its essential nature and character. Accordingly, the life principle, which is an aspect of spirit, eternally creates the infinite series of universes in order to manifest and express in objective form that essential livingness which is within itself as the innermost core, kernel and heart of itself. It creates in order that it may live, i.e., express its livingness in objective form. In order to do this, it works upon and works up the universal material substance, in order to produce material forms to be animated, energized, and inspired by its living spiritual energy. It creates bodies of material substance in order to breathe into them the breath of the spirit of life and thereafter to live and act in and through them. Bergson's basic concept may be stated as follows: a free and spontaneous life is the very essence of the real. Pushing out from within, seeking expression, life buds and breaks forth into original creation. The laws of nature are life's habits, its ways of proceeding and doing things. Reality is pure creative life, life fed from within rather than from without. It evolves and creates by means of its own inherent and spontaneous creative power. Life is not static, not something that was once something different, not a past left behind, and a future spread out in front. It is a single, continuous movement, carrying all its past with it and pressing forward into a future which it is forever creating. Evolution is the original impetus of life, the living act in progress. This general conception of the presence and activity of a will to live in nature is found to pervade many and varied forms of philosophical thought. It exerts a peculiar fascination upon the philosophic mind. The philosopher once falling under its influence rarely ever entirely escapes from it thereafter. The conception is supported by the observable facts concerning the evident presence in nature of an active principle, energy or force which manifests the characteristics attributed to this hypothetical will to live. There undoubtedly is a conative energy working in and through nature, which has as its evident end and purpose the manifestation, expression, perpetuation and continuance of life, of living forms. In fact, the very idea of nature implicitly involves the notion of this element which constantly inspires the natural processes. The instinct of self-preservation, and that of the perpetuation of the species, constitute two of nature's strongest and most active forces. In them, the will to live shows itself most plainly. The will to live is found ever at work, striving, endeavoring, seeking and attempting to manifest and express itself in objective actuality in livingness. Its presence is plainly discernible in the germinating seed and the growing plant. In the developing germ, embryo, and young of animal life, in the adaptation of the living creature to its environment, and in its differentiations designed to meet the requirements of changing environments. In the provision for the sustenance, support and survival of the living creature, and the arrangements for the perpetuation of life and livingness in the offspring. When you think and speak of nature's processes concerned with living creatures, you are thinking of the manifestation and expression of this will to live, which is one of the aspects of spirit. Schopenhauer was so impressed with this idea of the will to live, and found so many evidences of its presence and activities on all sides in nature, that he felt warranted in postulating it as the most essential element and factor of the world spirit, which he regarded as being the creative agent of the universe. Indeed, he went so far as to apply to this creative spirit, itself, the name of the will to live. The Buddhists, likewise, regard it as the actuating energy of the universe, holding that it, the will to live, is the creator, the preserver, the destroyer, of the universe. They also regard all forms of desire or will as forms, phases, or modes of the activity of this universal will to live. Others, in the same spirit, regard the universal actuating energy or creative spirit as power with the desire to act, or desire with the power to act, the chief end, aim, purpose, and intention of such action being to manifest livingness. In this consideration of the creative spirit as life, however, you must not lose sight of the fact that, wherever there is life there is mind, wherever there is mind there is life. Life and mind are attributes of spirit, life being the more fundamental, mind being a form of the expression of life. If the universe is instinct with life, then mind must be involved in its every part. And so it is, as all careful thinkers sooner or later discover. That mind is present in the creative processes of the material universe, has ever been evident to thinking, reflective minds. The presence of law, order and system is an inevitable, invariable, and infallible indication of the presence power of living mind. Law, order and system are apparent in nature, on every hand. Strive as we may, we cannot escape from this conviction. Moreover, in the cosmic processes there is to be found an invariable logical sequence of cause and effect, a pure logic knowing no exceptions, variations, or contradictions. This being present, that becomes. This being active, that results, is the rule of the cosmic logic. A reverent scientist once said that science is but a reading by the human mind of the thoughts of the infinite mind. A famous astronomer once said that his work consisted merely of thinking God's thoughts after him. There must be mentation involved in nature's processes, else the human mind could not read logical process in them. Science is based upon the presence and result of this logic of nature. Logic, however, is impossible and inconceivable without the premise of a logical mind, and mind is impossible and inconceivable without the premise of life. Nature, being what it is, must be the manifestation of living mind. And so, then, we have discovered that the cosmos, the universe, the world in which we live and move and have our being, is the creative activity of an infinite and eternal living spirit, from which all things flow and proceed, and of which all things are forms of manifestation and expression. You, the individual who is reading these lines, you are a focal point or center of the manifestation of life, mind, will, in that world of manifestation and expression. You are the microcosm, corresponding in nature and essence with the macrocosm of which you are the focal point of expression. You partake of its nature and being, you are like unto it in spirit, you are made in its spiritual image. Like it, you possess the creative spirit, and you are manifesting, to a greater or less extent, the activities of creation in your everyday life. The individual spirit, which is you, is constantly at work manifesting its creative power, playing upon material substance, working upon and working up this plastic medium by the power of your will. You have been doing this work chiefly unconsciously, instinctively, unaware of the source of your power, uninformed as to the methods of effectively employing this great creative power within you. You will see at once that if you can but open up a more direct channel of communication with the infinite fount of power, then you may partake of a greater share of that creative power. The spiritual creative power is available to you. You may secure its services and employ them in the tasks and work of your everyday life, and toward the attainment of your ideals. You, the individual creative spirit, are entitled by your birthright to claim and demand the aid and assistance of the infinite and eternal spirit in which you live and move and have your being, and from which your life and power proceed and flow. You have the natural and inalienable right to draw upon the infinite fount of creative power, and to apply that power through your own creative channels. Let us carry this thought with us into our study of the next section of this book. Unison with Infinity. The esoteric or inner teachings of many schools of ancient and modern mysticism and occultism, of Oriental and Occidental lands, under many names and guises, have inevitably, invariably, and infallibly pointed to a supreme end to be gained by the student of the inner doctrine or ancient wisdom of the sages. That supreme end may be called unison with infinity, or conscious contact and attunement with the infinite spiritual principle of life, consciousness, power. The essential spirit and essence of this inner teaching is expressed in the statement of the message of truth, as announced in one form or another by the great spiritual giants and illumined teachers of the past and the present. Of all lands and peoples, of all great religions. To the message of truth the truly wise listen, they commit it to memory, and make it the essential and basic fact of their mental and spiritual life. Hearken ye to it. Ponder over it. Analyze it. Dissect it. Subject it to mental mastication, mental rumination, mental digestion, mental assimilation. Return to it again and again. You make it your very own. The message of truth. You, yourself, in your essential and real being, nature and entity, are spirit and naught but spirit, in and of spirit, spiritual and not material. Matter, in any and all of its forms, is your instrument of expression, the stuff created for your use and service in your expression of life, mind and will. It is your servant, not your master. You condition, limit and form it, not at you, you fashion it, not at you, when you recognize and realize your true and real nature. And awaken to a perception of your real relation to spirit and of its relation to you. The report of spirit, received by its accredited individual centers of expression, and by them transmitted to you, is this: in the degree that you perceive, recognize and realize your essential identity with me, the Supreme Presence Power. The ultimate reality, in that degree will you receive and be able to manifest my spiritual power. I am over and above you, under and beneath you, I surround you on all sides, I am also within you, and you are in me, from me you proceed, and in me you live, and move and have your being. Seek me by looking within your own being, and likewise by looking for me in infinity, for I abide both within and without your being. If, and when, you will adopt and live according to this truth, then will you be able to manifest that truth. In and by it alone are freedom and invincibility, and true and real presence and power to be found, perceived, realized and manifested. The message of truth informs you that you must perceive, recognize and realize your essential identity with the infinite presence power, in order to be able to manifest that spiritual power. This perception, recognition, realization is experienced in completed reason, i.e., by combined and coordinated intellect and intuition. In the foregoing instruction we have sought to awaken the intellectual perception, recognition and realization. We trust that we have succeeded in doing so. The intuitional perception, recognition and realization differ from the intellectual achievement, inasmuch as intuition does not need to be taught, it already knows. All that is required here is to awaken in intuition the fact of its own knowing, so that it may pass down to the field of intellect its report. This awakening may be effected in two ways, viz. 1. By considering the reports of the experience of those illumined souls who have preceded you on the path of attainment, and who have left behind them a record of their spiritual experiences. 2. By cultivating the actual spiritual contact between your individual spirit and the universal spirit, thus coming into actual unison and attunement with the latter. The contemplation and sympathetic reception of the reports of the great spiritual leaders of the race, those illumined souls who have reached the mountaintop of spiritual wisdom and spiritual consciousness, will serve to set up in your soul a degree and quality of spiritual vibration which will be sufficient to induce a responsive unison and attunement with the infinite spiritual principle, the infinite Oversoul. In reading the words of such reports you will often actually catch the spirit of their writers, and enter the same plane of spiritual consciousness upon which their writers dwelt at the time of their writing, and from which their messages were delivered. For this reason we ask you to consider the following quotations from The Oversoul, that remarkable essay of Emerson. It is written from one of the highest planes of spiritual consciousness, and its words and lines are saturated with the highest quality of spiritual vibrations. It is practically certain to awaken a responsive note in the soul that comes in sympathetic contact with it. Here follow the quotations. The heart which abandons itself to the Supreme Mind finds itself related to all its works, and will travel a royal road to particular knowledge and powers. For in ascending to this primary and aboriginal sentiment we have come from our remote station on the circumference instantaneously to the center of the world where we see causes, and anticipate the universe, which is but a slow effect. This communication is an influx of the Divine Mind into our mind. It is an ebb of the individual rivulet before the flowing surges of the sea of life. Every distinct apprehension of this central commandment agitates men with awe and delight. A thrill passes through all men at the reception of a new truth, or at the performance of a great action which comes out of the heart of nature. In these communications the power to see is not separated from the will to do, but the insight proceeds from obedience, and the obedience proceeds from a joyful perception. Every moment when the individual feels himself invaded by it, is memorable. Always, I believe, by the necessity of our constitution, a certain enthusiasm attends the individual consciousness of the divine presence. The character and duration of this enthusiasm varies with the state of the individual. There are varying forms of that shudder or awe and delight with which the individual soul always mingles with the universal soul. The nature of these revelations is always the same, they are perceptions of the absolute law. They are solutions of the soul's own questions. They do not answer the questions which the understanding asks. The soul answers never by words, but by the thing itself that is inquired after. Behold, it saith, I am born into the great, the universal mind. I, the imperfect, adore my own perfect. I am somehow receptive to the great soul, and thereby do I overlook the sun and the stars and feel them to be but the fair accidents and effects which change and pass. More and more the surges of everlasting nature enter into me, and I become public and human in my regards and actions. So I come to live in thoughts, and to act with energies which are immortal. Does this idea of drawing to yourself the inspiration and illumination of the infinite Spirit seem presumptuous, irreverent, forbidden to your will? If so, turn to your own favored book of religious authority, whatever it may be, Jewish, Christian, Mohammedan, Brahmin, Buddhist, Zoroastrian, it matters not which. For each and all of them carry the message of truth in some form, and you will find there the invitation to ask, and the promise to furnish, the intuitional, inspirational, and illuminating messages of truth, of help, strength, aid, and comfort, in the hours of need. For instance, if any man need wisdom, let him ask of God, also, before they call, I will answer, and while I am speaking they will hear, also, ask and ye shall receive, and, knock and it shall be opened unto you. The invitation always is there, the promise of fulfillment always accompanies it. Next, we offer for your sympathetic consideration the following quotations from a little esoteric manual, highly esteemed by many, and which some believe to have been inspired by high spiritual authority. The manual is known as Light on the Path, and its words were written down by Mabel Collins. Its quality speaks for itself in the following lines culled from its great wealth of the inner teachings. Seek it, the truth, by plunging into the mysterious and glorious depths of your own inmost being. Seek it by testing all experience, by utilizing the senses, in order to understand the growth and meaning of individuality, and the beauty and obscurity of those other divine fragments which are struggling side by side with you, and form the race to which you belong. Seek it, the truth, by the study of the laws of being, the laws of nature, the laws of the supernatural, and seek it by making the profound obeisance of the soul to the dim star that burns within. Steadily, as you watch and worship, its light will grow stronger. Then you will know that you have found the beginning of the way. And, when you have found the end, its light will suddenly become the infinite light. To have seen thy soul in its bloom, is to have obtained a momentary glimpse in thyself of the transfiguration which shall eventually make thee more than man. To recognize, is to achieve the great task of gazing into the blazing light without dropping the eyes, and not falling back in terror as before some ghastly phantom. This happens to some, and so, when the victory is all but won, it is lost. Then will come a calm, such as comes in a tropical country after a heavy rain, when nature works so swiftly that one may see her action. Such a calm will come to the harassed spirit. And, in the deep silence, the mysterious event will occur which will prove that the way has been found. Again and again the battle must be fought and won. It is only for an interval that nature can be still. But to learn is impossible until the first great battle has been won. The mind may recognize truth, but the spirit cannot receive it. Once having passed through the storm, and attained its peace, it is then always possible to learn, even though the disciple waver, hesitate, and turn aside. The voice of the silence remains within him. And though he leave the path utterly, yet it will resound, and rend him asunder, and separate his passions from his divine possibilities. Then, with pain and desperate cries from the deserted lower self, he will return. Only fragments of the great song come to your ears while you are but man. But listen to it, remember it faithfully, so that none which has reached you is lost, and endeavor to learn from it the mystery which surrounds you. In time you will need no teacher. For as the individual has voice, so has that in which the individual exists. Life itself has speech and is never silent. And its utterance is not, as you that are deaf may suppose, a cry, it is a song. Listen to the song of life. Store in your memory the melody you hear. Learn from it the lesson of harmony. Look for it, and listen to it, first in your own heart. At first you may say that it is not there. When I search I find only discord. Look deeper. If again you are disappointed, pause, and look deeper again. There is a natural melody, an obscure fount, in every heart. It may be hidden over and utterly concealed and silenced. But it is there. At the very base of your nature, you will find faith, hope, and love. Look for it there. We shall not attempt to explain or to comment upon the inspired statements above presented to you. They will become more and more apparent to you as you ponder over them. The study of and meditation over them will open your spiritual ears, and make keen your spiritual hearing. Enough to say that the song, the hidden melody, is the song of the soul, the harmonious voice of the spirit within, which speaks without words. It is the voice of the silence which chants, I dwelleth within thee, just as thou dwellest within me. The kingdom of heaven is within thee, just as thou art in the kingdom of heaven of spirit, of that which I am. Spirit abides within its creation, within you, just as you are present in your thoughts, your ideas, your will actions, and your life processes. It wells up in your spiritual consciousness. And when your ears are properly attuned to its high vibrations, you will catch occasional notes of its great song of infinite life. Blessed is he who is able to so still the sounds of the phenomenal world that his ears may receive the notes of the voice of the silence, to catch the rhythms of the soundless sound of the infinite harmony. By cultivating actual spiritual contact between your individual spirit and the universal spirit, you act as does the person who steps out into the open places and allows the rays of the sun to fall upon him. Like a great sun of spiritual power, spirit is present above you, radiating its beams of presence power upon you. When you recognize and realize its presence, and open the channels of your being to the inflow of its beneficent forces, then it energizes, animates and inspires your entire being. As you have seen in the message of truth, the available strength of these rays and beams, and the degree of your receptivity to them, depend upon your degree of perception, recognition, and realization of the presence power of the Sun of Spirit. That sun is always there, radiating its power upon all alike, but unless the individual opens himself to its influence he will not receive it. Inasmuch as spirit is infinite life, infinite mind, infinite will, its radiations partake of the presence and power of each of these three aspects of itself. These rays, received into your being, will give you more and more efficient life. More and more efficient mentality, more and more efficient will. All life power, all mind power, all will power flow from this original source. And you may receive a greater and fuller store of each and all these phases and forms of spiritual power if you will but follow the spirit of the message of truth which has been announced to you. As a writer has said, as one comes into and lives continually in the full, conscious relation of his oneness with the infinite life and power, then all else follows. This it is that brings the realization of such splendors, and beauties and joys, as a life that is thus related with the infinite power alone can know. This it is to come into the realization of heaven's richest treasures while walking the earth. This it is to bring heaven down to earth, or rather to bring earth up to heaven. This it is to exchange weakness and impotence for strength, to exchange sorrows and sighings for joy, to exchange fears and forebodings for faith. To exchange longings for realizations. This it is to come into fullness of peace, power, and plenty. The inner teachings of all great religions contain references to a silent place of the soul in which the individual spirit communes with the infinite spirit of life. Many are the references to the inner chamber, the door to which will be opened to him who gives the right knock. Many are the admonitions to enter into thine inner chamber and shut the door. This inner chamber is not the physical place which so many have considered it to be. It is the quiet place of the soul, the sanctuary of the spirit, the state of spiritual consciousness. There is a mental state in which you may still the waters of the ocean of life so that the image of the infinite sun may be clearly and distinctly reflected in its bosom. This state is called the silence. It is the quiet place of the soul, the value of which is taught by the mystics. It is the silence in the midst of the storm of life. There the winds of the senses, and the waves of the passions are stilled, and the waters of the mind cease their troubled movement, their whirlings and their swirlings, and permit the bosom of the ocean to rest quiet and still, allowing the great sun of spirit to picture itself on its placid surface. In that state of quiet and peace the soundless sound is heard, the voice of the silence breathes words of comfort and encouragement, of courage and strength, to the tired soul. In that silence man communes with the great flame of spirit from which has emerged the divine spark within himself. From it he emerges refreshed and strengthened, comforted and contented, better able to meet the requirements of duty, work, and service in the outside world, the world in which the storms of change and becoming rage. In the heart of the storm, in the quiet place of the soul, in the silence of the spirit, there reign peace and power, wisdom and will, life and livingness, the quintessence of the presence power of spirit. He who is wise will seek, find, and avail himself of the peace and strength of the silence. The spirit of the silence is breathed in the old hymn written by Martineau over 75 years ago, the hymn entitled The Secret Place. Its words have brought comfort and peace to thousands of weary souls seeking strength, life and wisdom. Here are the words of the first verse of that hymn. He who himself and God would know, into the silence let him go. And lifting off pall after pall, reach to the inmost depth of all. A writer says, whenever you are in doubt as to the course you should pursue, after you have turned to every outward means of guidance, let the inward eye see, let the inward ear hear, and allow this simple, natural, beautiful process to go on unimpeded by questionings or doubts. In all dark hours and times of unwanted perplexity we need but to follow one simple direction, found, as all needed directions can be found, in that old book which so many read, but alas, so few interpret, enter into thine inner chamber and shut the door. Another writer says, one of the most intuitive men we have ever met had a desk in a city office where several other men were doing business constantly, and often talking loudly. Entirely undisturbed by the many and various sounds about him, this self-centered, faithful man would, in any moment of perplexity, draw the curtains of privacy so completely about him that he would be as fully enclosed in his own aura, and thereby as effectually removed from all distractions, as though he were alone in some primeval wood. Taking his difficulty with him into the mystic silence, in the form of a direct question to which he expected a direct answer, he would remain entirely passive until the reply came. And never once through many years' experience did he ever find himself disappointed or misled. Never forget that expectation and desire are bride and bridegroom, and forever inseparable, and you will soon find your hitherto darkened way grow luminous with celestial radiance, for with the heaven within, all heavens without you will incessantly cooperate. Ralph Waldo Trine, the popular writer of In Tune with the Infinite, says in that work, the great central fact in human life, in your own life and in mine, is the coming into a conscious vital realization of our oneness with this infinite life, and the opening of ourselves to this divine inflow. In just the degree that we come into a conscious realization of our oneness with the infinite life, and open ourselves to this divine inflow, do we actualize in ourselves the qualities and powers of the infinite life. In the degree that we come into this realization, and connect ourselves with this infinite source, do we make it possible for the higher powers to play, to work, to manifest in us. In the degree that we recognize Him as the infinite spirit of life and power that is today, at this moment, working and manifesting in and through all. And in the degree that we come into the realization of our oneness with this life, then, in that degree do we become partakers thereof, and so do we actualize in ourselves the qualities of his life. In the degree that we open ourselves to the inflowing tide of this immanent and transcendental life, do we make ourselves channels through which the infinite intelligence can work. In the above quotations, we see the insistence placed upon the degree of recognition and realization of the infinite presence power. The same insistence has always been placed upon it by the great spiritual teachers of all times, lands, and creeds. It is found to occupy a prominent place in the message of truth herein announced to you. It is an axiom of ancient and modern spiritual philosophy that spirit, the supreme presence power, the ultimate reality, identifies itself with the individual in the degree of the completeness and earnestness with which the individual identifies himself with it. This is the secret of spiritual power. Make it your own, and carry its spirit and meaning ever with you. Guard it well, never allow it to leave your possession. Above all, never lose it. Not merely in the silence should you make the mental contact with spirit. Outside of it, also, must you carry your consciousness of the essential identity of your individual spirit with the infinite spirit. You must always live, and move, and have your being in the consciousness that you, your I am I, is a focal point and center of consciousness, life, will, and power of spirit. And in the knowledge that your consciousness of spirit is only a part of spirit's consciousness of itself, all bodies are modes of infinite extension, all souls but modes of infinite spiritual presence power. Never lose sight of this tremendous truth of your essential being, let it ever constitute a background for your thought, feeling, willing. In this consciousness of your essential identity with spirit, you may dwell in peace, security, and freedom. You become aware that you, verily, rest in the hollow of his hand, and that the sheltering and protecting arms are ever around and about you. That the unseen hand is ever extended to you, ready and willing to clasp your own hand and to lead, assist, guide and support you in the journey of life. In it, in hours of distress or need, you will feel yourself pressed up to the infinite breast, as the babe is to that of its mother. In it, you will become aware that the kindly light is ever there, shining amidst the encircling gloom, and ever leading you on, step by step, one step at a time, a true step, a sure step, a step toward attainment and victory. With the light of spiritual consciousness kindled within you, alive and burning bright, you may supplant fear with indomitable courage, supplant doubt and skepticism with the faith that knows, supplant sorrow with joy, supplant unrest with peace. In that infinite light, the brooding presence of spirit will hover over you, around you, about you. Standing on the solid rock of truth, you will find that its presence, its power, its peace, its joy, will be superimposed upon you. And its essence and livingness will enter into and permeate your entire being. When you wish to draw to yourself the rays of the presence power of spirit, in hours of special need, make use of the following mediation, which is, in substance and in spirit, that which has been handed down from teacher to student. From generation to generation, for many ages, in all lands, by the adherents of the great spiritual philosophy. It will help you to rediscover the light, if you have temporarily lost it. It will help you to discover the light if you have not already found it. In it burns brightly the flame of spirit, the only source of light, from whence all light comes. In it will be heeded your cry for light, more light. This infinite light of spirit will illumine the dark places of your soul, banishing doubt, gloom, fear, distrust. Spiritual meditation: banish from your consciousness the disturbing thoughts, ideas, feelings, and mental images of your finite and conditioned environment, and concentrate your entire attention upon spirit, the infinite and eternal presence power. The ultimate reality of existence. Think of its infinite and eternal life, its infinite and eternal consciousness, its infinite and eternal will, its infinite and eternal power. In this way you will flood your mind and soul with the infinite light, and all darkness of the soul will disappear. The dark night of the soul will be transformed into the high noon of spiritual daytime. Lift your thoughts from the temporal and fix them upon the eternal, raise your thoughts from the finite and fix them upon the infinite, elevate your thoughts from the changing and fix them upon the changeless. Then, Having done this, you are prepared to return to the things and scenes of personal, finite, temporal, changing existence, again to take up your work, duties, service, to return, however, infinitely refreshed, reinvigorated, and filled with new life, spirit, courage, wisdom, and will. Here, we would call your attention to another important point concerning this contact with spirit, this unison with infinity, of which we have told you. The term unison means harmony, agreement, concord, union. In the present usage, the term carries with it the idea involved in its meaning when it is employed in relation to music, i.e., identity in pitch. Coincidence of sounds proceeding from an equality in the number of vibrations made in a given time by two or more sonorous bodies. Even still more significant in this connection is the familiar idea of the attunement of the receiving and sending instruments in wireless telegraphy, or in the even more wonderful wireless radiophone. As you know, the ether may be filled with countless, wireless, messages or transmitted sounds. Yet the receiving instrument will not pick up or record any of them unless it first be tuned to a pitch corresponding to that of the sending instruments. To all the receiving instruments not so attuned, it is practically as if these messages and waves of power were non-existent. Here we have a remarkable instance of those wonderful analogies which are found on all sides in nature, and which are indicated in that axiom of the Hermetic teachings, as above, so below, as within, so without, as in great, so in small. The fundamental idea involved in our thought concerning the unison between the individual spirit and the infinite spirit is based upon the fact expressed in the term vibrations, rightly understood. Not only are all material things in vibration, vibrating by reason of the influence of spirit upon them, and of the spirit dwelling within them, but all spirit, and spirit itself, is to be conceived as vibrating. Nothing is motionless, everything is in motion, wherever there is spirit or spirit. It is true, as the ancient sages and their modern successors inform us, that there is a state of being in which the vibrations are of such infinite intensity and rapidity that all seems to be motionless, standing still, and at rest. But, at the last, this is perceived to be infinite motion and not motionlessness. Spiritual vibrations radiate and may be picked up by spiritual instruments properly attuned. Spirit is radioactive. When the individual soul becomes attuned to the oversoul, when the individual spirit is keyed to the pitch of spirit, then does the life, mind, will, strength of spirit flow into the individual spirit which is its focal center of expression and manifestation. When the individual spirit is so attuned to spirit, then not only do the messages of spirit reach its mind and soul, but also the power of spirit, its spiritual power, flows into the channels of the individual spirit, there to be used and employed by the latter when it has learned how to apply it properly. You have heard of the mental second wind, which, like the physical second wind that comes to the tired runner, so often is attained by one when he has become mentally exhausted. You have, moreover, most likely noted the suggestion of Professor William James that there is a third wind, a fourth, a fifth, a sixth, a seventh wind of physical, mental, and spiritual energy which become available to the individual who has learned to tap their sources. These sources are really phases of the infinite fount of all power which in this instruction we have called power, and which in its ultimate essence and nature is spiritual power. The great spiritual teachers of the race have always taught, and teach today, that this infinite fount of power is unlimited and inexhaustible in extent, amount, and degree. Its apparent limitations being caused solely by the incapacity of the individual to receive and apply that power. By contacting the infinite supply, by becoming in unison with infinity, by adjusting your spiritual receiving apparatus, you may pick up and make use of the constant and unfailing current of spiritual vibrations which are forever being radiated and emanated by spirit, the fount of all power. This is far more than a mere figure of speech or metaphorical representation, it is the expression in physical terms of a tremendous truth of spiritual power. Its truth may be proved by you in your own actual experience, provided that you will but go about it in the right way, and we have pointed out to you that right way. It is not enough that you should perceive, recognize, and realize the truth concerning spiritual power. You should also manifest its energies which are available to you. You should demonstrate the truth in your everyday life and work. The infinite spiritual power is not static, it is dynamic. It is not for rest, it is for use, action, and employment in the activities of the world. It is impossible, however, for you to possess any marked degree of the perception, recognition, and realization of this truth without also manifesting and demonstrating it in at least some degree. Even a partial perception and realization of the infinite presence power of spirit will impart to you an increased efficiency, proficiency, and method of application of its energies and forces. Conscious application of spiritual power soon passes down to the plane of your subconscious, and thereafter becomes habitual and instinctive with you. By the right application of spiritual power you open the doors of the storehouse of the infinite supply. The infinite supply furnishes the material and means wherewith wants, necessities and needs are supplied, filled, gratified, satisfied. All material, and all forces, are under the control of spiritual power. You are entitled to all that is necessary for your full, rightful expression of the life and spirit within you. The material for your needs is contained within the substance which is plastic and responsive to the power of the spirit. Spirit contains all the power necessary to mold and shape that material into objective form. All that is needed by you is the faith and will to apply that power which is within you. Throughout all nature we find the operation of the law of supply, the law of use. All life instinctively draws upon the infinite supply for all that is required for its normal needs, requirements, necessities. The existence of an instinctive want implies the existence of the supply of material which will satisfy it. This implicit promise of supply is found in all nature. Its spirit is voiced in the inspired statement that the Lord will provide. This promise is not a vain mockery, it is a grand truth of existence. The supply is always there. The creature has but to open its channels to the inflow, and to reach out toward the source. Having obtained lawful and rightful access to the great storehouse of the infinite supply, and knowing yourself to be the true heir to its treasures. Your supply is then limited only by your capacity for finding out that which you need for your rightful expression of life. That capacity may be developed and perfected by you by means of an increasing degree of unison with infinity, of a fuller perception, recognition, and realization of the truth concerning spiritual power. The supply is equal to the demand. But the demand must be made properly, confidently, and with faith and courage. When you set into operation the spiritual power at your disposal, you will begin to attract to yourself that which is necessary for your use, need, and support, that which will relieve and remove your lack and want. You will do this in precisely the same way that the lilies of the field attract to themselves that which they need for their support and use, that which raises them up to that state of natural magnificence excelling even Solomon in all his glory. As you have been told by a high spiritual authority. You are a creator. You create your environment, you have always done so. Whether you consciously will to do so or not, your spiritual forces are always working in this way. Consciously or unconsciously, willingly or unwillingly, you are setting into operation great spiritual forces which produce certain material effects. You are a builder, a creator, even though you know it not. This being so, wisdom dictates that you build intelligently, and in accordance with your heart's desire. So, build the more stately mansions, O my soul, should ever be your demand. Build for yourself the kind of world of which you have dreamed. Make your dreams come true. Trine voices a great truth when he says, each is building his own world. We build from within, and we attract from without. Thought is the force with which we build, and thoughts are forces. Like builds like, and like attracts like. In the degree that thought is spiritualized does it become more subtle and powerful in its workings. This spiritualizing is in accordance with law, and is within the power of all. Everything is first worked out in the unseen before it is manifested in the seen, in the ideal, before it is realized in the real, in the spiritual, before it shows forth in the material. The realm of the unseen is the realm of cause. The realm of the seen is the realm of effect. The nature of an effect is always determined and conditioned by the nature of its cause. In this book we do not attempt to give you specific directions for the employment of spiritual power in any of its many possible particular forms of use and application. In other books of this series we have pointed out to you how you may effectively employ this spiritual power, transmuted into personal power, in many different forms of its effective application. In the first book of the series, the one entitled Personal Power, we have shown you that all personal power proceeds, directly or indirectly, from a great principle of all power which we call, simply, power. In the present book we have identified this power principle with spirit, and have shown you that all power is spiritual power, at the last analysis. In this book, also, we have shown you that this spiritual power, this power of spirit, may be drawn upon freely by your individual spirit when it enters into conscious unison with infinity, in attunement with spirit. Each other book of this series is a key unlocking some particular door of personal power. The present volume is the master key which releases the master lock, without which the individual key will not be able to turn the individual lock and thus open its particular door. If you are acquainted with the operation of the locks upon the boxes of the safe deposit vaults of the large cities, you will understand more clearly this illustration. Lacking the master key, you will never be able to secure the full measure of personal power in any of its phases, nor will you ever be able to employ that power most intelligently, to the best advantage, and with the highest degree of efficiency. The knowledge of spirit, the infinite and eternal, ultimate and sovereign, presence power, constitutes that which, when known, causes all else to be known, concerning the manifestation of personal power. A writer has said of this knowledge of truth and power that it hews open the path, as the lightning splits the darkness. It dissolves doubts, cuts knots of chronic impossibility, melts circumstances, pierces shadows like a flash of glory, dashes through the jungle of appearances like the horn of a unicorn. The little occult manual, believed by many to have been inspired, to which we have previously referred, contains the following instructive and suggestive bit of esoteric teaching. It refers to the battle of life on the plane of material existence, and of the real self, spirit, which abides as the inner self of the individual spirit, and which springs to action when it is perceived, recognized, realized and acknowledged by the individual soul, and when its aid and service is demanded by the latter as its rightful heritage. Listen to the voice of the message. Stand aside in the coming battle, and, though thou fightest, be not thou the warrior. Look for the warrior, and let him fight in thee. Take his orders for battle, and obey him. Obey him, not as though he were a general, but as though he were thyself, yet infinitely wiser and stronger than thyself. Look for him, else in the fever and hurry of the fight thou mayest pass him, and he will not know thee unless thou knowest him. If thy cry reach his listening ear, then will he fight in thee, and fill the dull void therein. And, if this is so, then canst thou go through the fight cool and unwearied, standing aside, and letting him battle for thee. Then it will be impossible for thee to strike one blow amiss. But if thou look not for him, if thou pass him by, there is no safeguard for thee. Thy brain will reel, thy heart will grow uncertain, and, in the dust of the battlefield, thy sight and senses will fail, and thou wilt not know thy friends from thy enemies. He is thyself, yet thou art but finite and liable to error. He is eternal, and is sure. He is eternal truth. When once he has entered thee, and become thy warrior, he will never utterly desert thee, and, in the day of the great peace he will become one with thee. You can stand upright now, firm as a rock amid the turmoil, obeying the warrior who is thyself and thy king. Unconcerned in the battle save to do his bidding, having no longer any care as to the result of the battle, for one thing only is important, that the warrior shall win. And you know that he is incapable of defeat, standing thus, cool and awakened, use the hearing that you have acquired by pain and the destruction of pain. Carry with you the echo of the concluding words of the message of truth as presented to you in this instruction, in the degree that you perceive, recognize and realize your essential identity with me, the Supreme Presence Power. The ultimate reality, in that degree will you receive and be able to manifest my spiritual power. I am over and above you, under and beneath you. I surround you on all sides, I am also within you, and you are in me, from me you proceed, and in me you live, and move and have your being. Seek me by looking within your own being, and likewise by looking for me in infinity, for I abide both within and without your being. If, and when, you will adopt and live according to this truth, then will you be able to manifest that truth. In and by it alone are freedom and invincibility, and true and real presence and power to be found, perceived, realized and manifested. Thought Power, Radio-Mentalism. The Power of Thought. In this book you are asked to consider a strange phase of personal power, a mysterious phase of your mental power, an aspect of your individual power which perhaps intuitively you have realized to be possessed by you, but which in all probability you have not understood in the same way in which you have understood the other phases of your personal power. Yet this strange phase of your power is quite as natural as are those most familiar to you. There is nothing supernatural about it. It falls into its place in the natural order of things. It is governed by natural law and order. Like all the other forms of personal power to which we have directed your attention in the several other volumes of this series, this phase or form of personal power is one of the instruments or channels of expression of the powers of the I element of yourself, of that fundamental something, the existence of which you assert when you say, I am I. And which is the base and ground, the center and the focal point, of all of your conscious states. This, I am I, in fact, is a focalized center of expression of that all power from which all power proceeds, and in which we live, and move, and have our being, an expression of that which in this instruction is known as power. The particular phase of personal power which you are here asked to consider is known as thought power. By this term, however, we do not mean the exercise of the faculties of thought along the lines of logical reasoning, induction, analogy, judgment, etc., nor along the lines of creative and constructive imagination, inventive effort, etc. Both of which lines we have considered in detail in other volumes of this series. The phase before you for consideration is that which is concerned with the influence of your mental states, particularly your ideas and mental pictures, over persons, things, and conditions external to yourself, with the influence exerted by your thoughts over your environment in general. Up until about 40 years ago the serious assertion that one's thoughts exerted an influence extending far beyond the physical organ in which they were generated, which influence produced effects upon distant persons, things and conditions, would have been received with the utmost incredulity, disbelief, ridicule and derision on the part of the general public. Such a statement would have been interpreted as an expression of gross superstition, credulity, and lack of common sense. In fact, in many cases the sanity of the person making the statement actually would have been questioned. But during the past 40 years, particularly during the last 20 years, there has been quite a change in the public belief concerning this general subject. At the present time the statement above alluded to is regarded as quite familiar, trite and commonplace, even though the hearer may not accept it as correct. It would be difficult in these times to find a person of ordinary intelligence who has not at least heard frequent references made to the power of thought operating actively in affecting physical states for better or worse, and in affecting one's environment in the same way. Indeed, it is not too much to say that at the present time the great majority of persons accept the theory and principle of thought power, as above explained to some extent. The degree of acceptance ranging from complete and earnest belief down to the general belief that there is something in it. The principles of thought power, in fact, have been adopted by many schools, cults, sects, quasi-religious organizations, etc., and have been employed as the base and ground of numerous ologies and isms. In many such cases, however, the fundamental principles have been so embellished with non-essential coverings of theory, doctrine, dogma and claimed authority, that the basic truths and facts are in danger of being lost sight of by the ordinary individual who is ignorant of the history of the thought on the subject, and of the true principles involved. In many cases the extraneous materials which have been added are of such fantastic and bizarre character that the ordinary observer is bewildered and confused, and is apt to dismiss the whole subject as too much for me. Yet the elemental principles involved are quite simple, and the laws under which they manifest and operate are quite easily understood by any person of average intelligence. In the present book we shall confine ourselves to the presentation of the plain, simple, scientific principles which careful thought has discovered to underlie the entire subject and to explain the entire range of the phenomena. We shall accompany this presentation of scientific principles with instruction along the lines of the most effective and scientific methods of applying those principles in the practical affairs of everyday life. The entire treatment of principle and practice shall be scientific, quite as scientific as would be an efficient treatment and presentation of the subject of electricity, or of any other branch of physical science. This, because thought power, like every other form of power manifested in the universe, has a natural, scientific foundation, ground, and base, and is under natural law and order. There is no more reason for the subject of thought power being surrounded by a mass of non-essential, extraneous material of quasi-religious, technical, metaphysical, or esoteric theories, doctrines or dogmas. Than there is for the subject of electricity, physical power of any kind, or any phase of physical science, being so conditioned. What would be thought of one who would seriously attempt to teach the subject of the principles and application of electricity as a part of some quasi-religious, metaphysical doctrines, or esoteric teaching? The verdict would be that such a person was going a long distance out of his way, and that he was attempting to obscure simple natural principles by a covering of supernatural teaching. Yet this is just what many of the cults and schools have been more or less successfully doing in the case of thought power. This does not mean that the subject of thought power is opposed in any way to true religious feeling or thought, or to rational metaphysical or philosophical teachings. On the contrary, we hold that true religious feeling and thought constitute a true tower of strength for the individual. And that rational metaphysical and philosophical knowledge enables the individual more intelligently to apply any and all of his powers. The distinction we wish to make is merely that thought power, like any other form of natural power, does not depend upon any particular religious, quasi-religious, metaphysical, philosophical, or esoteric doctrine, theory, dogma, or teaching. Like any other natural force, thought power operates along well-established natural lines, and may be successfully applied by anyone intelligently understanding the laws and order of its manifestation. Again, like any other natural force, thought power is no respecter of persons. It has no favorites among individuals. It affects all who come under its influence, unless they know how to divert its energy. It may be misused as well as used properly. It may bring pain as well as pleasure, harm as well as benefit, according to its direction and application. It may be bad as well as good, according to its use and direction, and according to the moral character of the person employing it. Like electricity, gravitation, light, heat, mechanical force, it is open to all persons, good and bad, high and low, just and unjust, provided that they know how to call into operation its forces. It may be set into operation by subconscious effort as well as conscious. Anyone, everyone, who can think has at his disposal that which we call thought power, which will respond to his efforts to set it into activity. In nature's plans, it follows the same general rule which governs all of the natural forces, energies and powers. In our presentation of this important subject of thought power, however, we do not ask you to set aside or to discard, even for the time being, any of your favorite religious, quasi-religious, metaphysical, or philosophical beliefs or doctrines. The writers of this book entertain certain beliefs of this kind, perhaps the very ones entertained by you, and they hold fast to these, even though they may not introduce them into these pages. They merely ask you to be willing to follow them in their consideration of thought power as a purely natural force or power, just as you would have them consider electricity, gravitation, etc. They ask you to accompany them in their consideration of the subject of thought power along the lines of scientific treatment, rather than that of metaphysical, philosophical or religious speculation, doctrine, or dogma. With the above understanding, let us now proceed to the consideration of the principles of thought power, and of the methods underlying the efficient application of those principles. Radioactive thought. In our consideration of thought power, we are not concerned with the nature of the ultimate character of mind, or of spirit in its ultimate essence. Neither are we concerned with the precise nature of the relation between mind or spirit and the physical mechanism through which they, or it, manifest in the processes of thought. Enough for the purposes of the present consideration is the evident fact that what we know as thought consists of a process or series of processes in which the mechanism of the brain cells and brain substance is involved and employed by the natural energies playing upon it in some way as yet unknown to science. That thought is a process or a series of processes in which energy plays upon the physical mechanism of the brain is admitted by the most careful scientific thought of today. The phenomena of thought can be scientifically explained in no other way. Without brain substance and cells there can be no process of thought such as we know by that term. That energy of some kind is involved in such processes is undoubted by any scientific thinker. Thought is under natural law and order, and maintains an orderly trend and sequence in accordance with it. Thought processes may be measured, weighed, and gauged by delicate instruments designed in the modern psychological laboratories. Science is concerned only with the way things act, the laws governing their processes, and the orderly trend manifested in these processes. It does not attempt to go beyond these processes, if it be true science. It does not speculate concerning the ultimate nature of things, with first principles, or with ultimate realities. It is concerned with the pragmatic idea of how things work, and does not invade the field of things in themselves, i.e., things considered apart from their activities and phenomena. The latter class of speculations and inquiries belongs properly to metaphysical and philosophical thought, or is attached to religious faith. In our present inquiry, therefore, you are at liberty to have and to hold your own particular metaphysical, philosophical, or religious views concerning the ultimate nature of mind or spirit, to think of these as things in themselves, if you so wish. All we ask you to do is to consider the processes of thought, i.e., how thought works, as discovered by scientific inquiry, and supported by the indisputable facts of the case. You are asked to concede the fact that the brain substance and the brain cells are employed as the mechanism of thought, or the instruments of thought. This is asking you merely to admit what you already know to be a fact. You are also asked to regard the thought processes as being set into operation by the presence and power of some form of energy, i.e., by some internal or inherent power which is capable of acting, operating, or producing effects. This also is self-evident. You are also asked to accept the acknowledged and demonstrated fact that in the processes of thought there is an expenditure of energy, and a consuming or combustion of brain material sufficient at times to increase the temperature of the brain area involved in the process. These are axiomatic truths of physiological psychology, originally arrived at by observation, experiment and careful tests. So far, you will note, you have been asked to accept merely that which is accepted by ordinary scientific thought, and which forms a part of the general knowledge of every person of ordinary education and intelligence. You are now also to be asked to accept, at least tentatively, another truth, or statement of facts, which is far from being so well known or accepted by the average person, and which still remains in the category of disputed facts in the realm of scientific thought, but which is fast becoming more widely and generally accepted by scientific minds, and which is receiving almost daily additional supporting and corroborating experimental evidence and proof. We have reference to the statement or assertion that thought is radioactive, i.e., is capable of being radiated over space external to the brain in which it is generated, there to produce effects and to cause results. This statement is supported by the enormous body of evidence concerning the existence of the phenomena of telepathy, thought transference, thought transmission, etc., which has accumulated by reason of the investigations and researches of scientific investigators extending over the period of the past 40 years or more. These discoveries have served to explain and account for much that formerly was classed as supernatural or occult. Such phenomena are now brought under the category of natural law and order. It is scarcely too much to say that 9 out of every 10 persons will be found to have had some personal experience along the general lines of thought transmission, or, as it is now generally termed, telepathy. Many experiences of common occurrence in the life of the average individual can be explained and accounted for only upon the general theory of thought radioactivity, as above defined. In addition to the testimony and general experiences above mentioned, scientific thinkers have demonstrated logically that, theoretically at least, thought radioactivity is quite reasonable and logical, and is entitled to a respectful hearing and investigation at the hands of all true scientific persons. In fact, the many recent important discoveries concerning the existence of radioactive powers in various substances, and arising from many different forms of natural energy, may be said to render it quite reasonable, by analogy, to look for the presence of radioactivity in brain substance, this resulting from mental activity, even in absence of the supporting facts and experiences, and to justify the confident expectation of finding it there even if it had never before been discovered. Let us quote for your information the statements of 2 eminent scientists serving to demonstrate the scientific reasonableness of the presence and power of radioactivity in the thought processes, as follows. Sir William Crookes, President of the Royal Society of England, in an address delivered before that society in Bristol, England, as early as the year 1898, long before the general scientific thought had been favourably directed toward the subject, said, "Were I now introducing for the first time these inquiries to the world of science, I should choose a starting point different from that of old, where we formerly began. It would be well to begin with telepathy. With that fundamental law, as I believe it to be, that thoughts and images may be transferred from one mind to another without the agency of the recognized organs of sense, that knowledge may enter the human mind without being communicated in any hitherto known or recognized ways. If telepathy takes place, we have 2 physical facts, the physical change in the brain of A, the suggester, and the analogous physical change in the brain of B, the recipient of the suggestion. Between these 2 physical events there must exist a train of physical causes. It is unscientific to call in the aid of mysterious agencies, when with every fresh advance in knowledge it is shown that ether vibrations have powers and attributes abundantly able to meet any demand, even the transmission of thought. It is supposed by some physiologists that the essential cells of nerves do not actually touch, but are separated by a narrow gap which widens in sleep while it narrows almost to extinction during mental activity. This condition is so singularly like a Branly or Lodge coherer, device which led to the discovery of wireless telegraphy, as to suggest a further analogy. The structure of brain and nerve being similar, it is conceivable that there may be present masses of such nerve coherers in the brain, whose special function it may be to receive impulses brought from without, through the connecting sequence of ether waves of appropriate order of magnitude. Röntgen has familiarized us with an order of vibrations of extreme minuteness as compared with the smallest waves with which we have hitherto been acquainted, and there is no reason to suppose that we have here reached the limit of frequency. It is known that the action of thought is accompanied by certain molecular movements of the brain, and here we have physical vibrations capable from their extreme minuteness of acting direct upon individual molecules, while their rapidity approaches that of internal and external movements of the atoms themselves. A formidable array of phenomena must be scientifically sifted before we effectually grasp a faculty so strange, so bewildering, and for ages so inscrutable, as the direct action of mind upon mind. Camille Flammarion, the eminent French scientist, said, "The action of one mind upon another at a distance, the transmission of thought, mental communication at a distance, all these are not more extraordinary than the action of the magnet on iron. The influence of the moon on the sea, the transportation of the human voice by electricity, the revelation of the chemical constituents of a star by the analysis of its light, or, indeed, all the wonders of contemporary science. What is certain is that telepathy can and ought to be henceforth considered by science as an incontestable reality, that minds are able to act upon each other without the intervention of the senses. That psychic force exists, though its nature is yet unknown. We now call your attention to the following statement of Bain, the eminent authority upon the subject of the relation of mind and body, not only because of its own importance, but also because of its office as an approach to the two several quotations immediately following it. Professor Baines said, "The structure of the nervous substances, and the experiments made upon the nerves and nerve centers, establish beyond doubt certain peculiarities as belonging to the force that is exercised by the brain. This force is of a current nature, that is to say, a power generated at one part of the structure is conveyed along an intervening substance and discharged at some other part. The different forms of electricity and magnetism have made us familiar with this kind of action." Dr. Frank Channing Haddock says, "All states of body and mind involve constant molecular and chemical change. The suggestion arises that the brain, with its millions of cells and its inconceivable changes in substance, may be regarded as a transmitting and receiving battery. The brain being a kind of battery, and the nerves conductors of released stored energy to different parts of the body, by a kind of action similar to the actions of electricity and magnetism, it is suggested that, either by means of the ether, or of some still finer form of matter, discharges of brain energy may be conducted beyond the limits of the body. If the nerve tracts correspond to wires, this refined medium may correspond to the ether fields supposed to be employed in wireless telegraphy. As electrical movements are conducted without wires or other visible media, so may brain discharges be conveyed beyond the mechanism of the battery, without the intervention of nerves, except as they may constitute a part of the battery. Generally speaking, such discharges would originate in two ways, by direct mental action, or by mental or physical states, perhaps by a combination." Our final quotation, to which the last two preceding quotations logically lead, is from Professor Ockrowicz, the eminent psychologist and scientific investigator, who says, "Every living being is a dynamic focus. A dynamic focus tends ever to propagate the motion that is proper to it. Propagated motion becomes transformed according to the medium it traverses. Motion always tends to propagate itself. Therefore, when we see work of any kind, mechanical, electrical, nervic or psychic, disappearing without visible effect, then, one of two things has occurred: either, 1, a transmission, or, 2, a transformation. Where does the first end, and where does the second begin? In an identical medium there is only transmission. In a different medium there is transformation. You send an electric current through a thick wire. You have the current, but you do not perceive any other force. But, cut that thick wire and connect the ends by means of a finer wire, the fine wire will grow hot, there will be a transformation of a part of the current into heat. Take a pretty strong current and interpose a wire still more resistant, or a very thin carbon rod. The carbon will emit light. A part of the current then is transformed into heat and light. The light acts in every direction roundabout, first visibly as light, then invisibly as heat and electric current. Hold a magnet near it. If the magnet is weak and movable, in the form of a magnetic needle, the beam of light will cause it to deviate; if it is strong and immovable, it will in turn cause the beam of light to deviate. And all this at a distance, without contact, without special conductors. A process that is at once chemical, physical and psychical goes on in a brain. A complex action of this kind is propagated through the gray matter, as waves are propagated in water. Regarded on its physiological side, an idea is only a vibration that is propagated, yet which does not pass out of the medium in which it can exist as such. It is propagated as far as other like vibrations allow. It is propagated more widely if it assumes the character which subjectively we call emotive. But it cannot go beyond without being transformed. Nevertheless, like force in general, it cannot remain in isolation, it escapes in disguise. Thought stays at home, as the chemical action of a battery remains in the battery. It is represented abroad by its dynamic correlate, called in the case of the battery, a current, and in the case of the brain, I know not what. But whatever its name may be, it is the dynamic correlate of thought. I have chosen to use the term dynamic correlate. There is something more than that. The universe is neither void nor dead. A force that is transmitted meets other forces, and if it is transformed only little by little, it usually limits itself to modifying another force at its own cost, though without suffering perceptibly thereby. This is the case particularly with forces that are persistent, concentrated, well seconded by their medium. It is the case with the physiological equilibrium, nervic force, psychic force, ideas, emotions, tendencies. These modify environing forces without themselves disappearing, they are but imperceptibly transformed, and if the other mind is of a nature exceptionally well adapted to them, they gain in inductive action. We would call your attention to that part of the above quotation in which it is pointed out that the action of the beam of electric light on a weak, movable magnet, and the action of a strong and immovable magnet on the beam of electric light is exerted from a distance, without contact, without special conductors. You will note that Professor Okrowicz holds that a similar action, from a distance, without contact, without special conductors, occurs in the processes of thought transmission, or thought radioactivity. He speaks of thought vibrations being, but imperceptibly transformed, and holds that under certain favorable conditions, they gain in inductive action. We ask you to make a mental note of this term, inductive action, for it serves to indicate the nature of the action of the radioactive thought vibrations which we are now considering. By inductive action is meant action from a distance, without contact, without special conductors. The term induction, in its usage in connection with physics, is defined as the property or process by which one body having electrical or magnetic polarity produces it in another body without direct contact. A leading textbook says, if an electrified body is brought near an uncharged one, either conductor or non-conductor, the latter will exhibit electrical forces. It is said to be charged by induction. Similarly, if there is a magnet surrounded by a uniform medium, such as air, and if a body of a different kind of material from the medium is brought near the magnet, it will exhibit magnetic forces and is said to be magnetized by induction. Now, all investigation of the phenomena of thought transmission seems to reveal a condition of affairs which can best be accounted for and explained upon the respective theories of 1. The radioactivity of thought, and 2. The inductive action of thought. That is to say, that 1. Thought radiates power capable of causing effects and producing results at a distance, and 2. Thought exerts an inductive action, from a distance, without contact, without special conductors. It would seem that the process of radioactivity and the power of inductive action which is admitted to be present in the physical world, has its counterpart or correspondence in the mental world, the same general laws governing each, and a general analogy existing between the two classes of phenomena. While some of the more conservative and orthodox scientists hold that as yet the hypotheses of thought radioactivity and thought inductive action, respectively, have not been sufficiently proved to raise the hypotheses into the category of natural laws, yet the mass of supporting evidence, and the reasoning based upon the same, is sufficiently strong to justify the careful scientific thinker in accepting these two hypotheses at least tentatively, as working hypotheses, by means of which thought along these lines, and further experimental work, are rendered easier. Certainly, no one thoroughly acquainted with the facts of the case, with the phenomena of thought transmission, will deny that thought acts as if it were radioactive and capable of exerting inductive action. In the absence of better hypotheses, at least, we are justified in adopting the two just mentioned as working hypotheses for convenience of thought on the subject, and as an aid in further investigations. Accordingly, in this book, we shall assume as working hypotheses the radioactivity of thought, and the inductive action of thought, respectively. Let us now proceed to a consideration of the observed phenomena of thought power, in which the radioactivity of thought, and the inductive action of thought are held to be manifested. Thought atmospheres. The recognition of the presence of radioactivity in the processes of thought, and the realization of the power of thought to exert inductive action at a distance, without contact, serves to illuminate what was formerly a dark corner of the streets of human experience, to throw a bright light upon certain places in which objects previously had been seen but dimly, and in which they took upon themselves distorted form. We refer to the phenomena which are generally classed as the thought atmospheres of persons and places. It certainly requires no extended argument to prove that there exists in connection with persons and places a certain subtle influence which may well be called an atmosphere of a psychic order, which produces an effect upon persons coming within the field of induction of the persons or places manifesting that atmosphere. These psychic atmospheres were formerly held to be related in some way to the supernatural, or else to be connected with some mysterious and occult powers of the universe which were outside of the realm of ordinary natural laws. But, thanks to the persistent and patient labors of the investigators, it is now known that these psychic atmospheres are quite as natural as are the fields of induction, of electricity and magnetism, and quite as truly are under natural law and order. They are now recognized as phases of the general phenomena caused by radioactive thought and the inductive action of thought. These psychic atmospheres may be considered as divided into two general classes, as follows: 1. The thought atmospheres surrounding the person of the individual radiating the thought, and accompanying him wherever he moves or travels. 2. The thought atmosphere of places which are caused by the radioactive thought of the persons inhabiting these places, or who have previously inhabited them. Let us now consider each of these two classes in the order in which they are above stated. The thought atmospheres of persons. Each and every person has a thought atmosphere, or aura, surrounding him, which reflects the general character of his thought, his feelings, and his general mental character. This atmosphere or aura is composed of and constituted by the vibrations of his radioactive thought, which are analogous to the vibrations of light, heat, electricity or magnetism. It is constantly renewed by the mental currents which are pouring out from the mental organism of the person. These thought vibrations of this thought atmosphere more or less affect other persons coming within their field of induction. You know, from your own experience and that of others with which you are familiar, that when you meet a stranger, and have directed your attention to him, you are conscious of a something about him, which produces a certain effect upon you, and which creates in your mind a more or less definite impression regarding him, very often a quite marked feeling of like or dislike. In some cases, even though your attention has not been directed toward the person, that something about him is so strong and active that it attracts and holds your attention, and makes you take notice of him. You have shared the experience of many persons when, on certain occasions, you have been vividly impressed by the entrance of some particular person into a room, or office, or other place. There has been nothing out of the ordinary in the appearance of the person, or in his dress, carriage or general manner, but, nevertheless, you have felt in some way that there is something unusual about him. In some cases, you have experienced at once a marked attraction to, or perhaps a marked repulsion from certain individuals. In other cases you have recognized a peculiar air of authority about certain persons. Others have seemed to carry with them an atmosphere of success, others have seemed to be surrounded by a cloud of failure, lack of confidence, etc. Some have seemed to radiate cheerfulness and optimism. Others have seemed to emanate gloom, pessimism, and discouragement. To some you have felt what may be called an affinity, to others you may have felt an actual antipathy. Some persons seem to exert a thought influence extending merely to a field immediately around them. Others seem to fill a room with their personality as soon as they enter it, or at least as soon as they direct their attention to the persons in the room. Others, still, seemingly experience no difficulty in extending their thought radiations so as to influence strongly a large number of people, the whole audience, assemblage, or congregation feels the presence of such a person as soon as he addresses them. Some exceptionally magnetic individuals, some great actors or orators, manifest thought atmospheres composed of thought vibrations so active and powerful, that they fairly carry by storm the emotional natures of immense bodies of people, and sweep them off their feet in spite of their reason and will. Some persons impress you at once as being positive, resourceful, self-confident individuals, others produce upon you the impression that they are negative, weak, colorless, non-resourceful, and lacking in self-confidence. Some are live wires, others are dead ones. You feel this instinctively even before the person says a word or performs an action. It is not exactly as if you think the thing concerning the person in such cases, it is rather as if you feel it in some subtle indefinable way. If you have ever had the actual experience, you will know that it is more than the suggestion of manner, action, appearance, dress, words, etc. It is something that you feel about the person independent of your reasoning on the subject of his personality. The report seems to come from the emotional region of your mental being, rather than from the logical one. When the experiences and phenomena just related are examined in the light of the hypotheses of thought radioactivity and the inductive action of thought, respectively, the whole subject assumes a reasonable, natural aspect. It loses its supernatural or occult garments. When you see that thought, like light, heat, magnetism, or electricity, is radioactive, that it radiates currents and waves of vibratory force in all directions, then the presence of the atmosphere of the person ceases to be mysterious. Likewise, when you perceive that just as a magnetized or electrified body tends to induce a like state in other bodies at a distance from it, without direct contact, setting up in them similar vibrations, then you find it quite natural that you should feel in your emotional nature a certain stirring concerning the people you meet. And you also understand more clearly the influence of certain persons over others, over audiences, crowds, congregations, etc. Thought radiation and thought induction give you the key to many experiences and phenomena which heretofore have been deep mysteries to you, and which perhaps you have regarded as uncanny, supernatural, or occult. The thought atmospheres of places. Just as you have noticed that persons have their peculiar atmospheres representing their mental activities, so you have noticed that many places have their particular atmospheres which, by induction, register their character upon your mentality, and cause you to become aware of the general mental qualities of those who inhabit or occupy them, or who previously have done so. You have noticed that residences, apartments, or rooms frequently produce effects upon you which can be accounted for in no ordinary way. Some such places seem to emanate cheerfulness, harmony, and other uplifting mental qualities, while others seem to be permeated with a negative, depressing influence which affects you more or less unless you throw it off in some way. In the same way, certain shops, stores, offices, and other places of business either attract or repel you, either create confidence or distrust on your part, in some subtle way not explainable by their general appearances. It is not too much to say that every place has its own atmosphere, its own character. If you have ever visited a prison or similar place, you have doubtless been struck with the feeling that some subtle, invisible miasma pervades it, rendering you most uncomfortable while within its walls, and causing you to experience a feeling of relief after you have left the place. This, even though the institution may be built and conducted according to modern ideas, and is thus lacking in the depressing suggestiveness of the old, gloomy surroundings. In some hospitals you have experienced a similar depressing feeling, accompanied by a strong desire to escape from the negative influences manifesting within them. On the other hand, you have experienced the restful, uplifting, peaceful atmosphere of certain churches, cathedrals, chapels, and other places in which persons have habitually manifested the higher forms of thought and feeling. In some libraries you have experienced the atmosphere of study, deep thought, investigation and general intellectual activity. In some great places of business you have experienced the feeling of efficiency, industry, purposeful effort, and careful management. In short, you have found that you catch the spirit of many places visited by you. You know that there are certain places which you like to visit because of their good effects upon you, and other places which you avoid visiting so far as possible, because of their usual bad effect upon you. Some places rest you, others tire you. Some rouse ambition and aspiration in you, others cause you to feel depressed and discouraged. Some seem pure and clean to you, while others impress you with the sense of impurity and mental and moral uncleanliness. The explanation of this class of phenomena is found in the hypotheses to which we have called your attention in this book, viz., that of the radioactivity of thought, and that of the inductive action of thought, respectively. The fact is that every human mind is constantly emitting radiations or currents of thought vibrations representing the general character of his or her thoughts. These naturally form the thought atmosphere of the places in which such persons dwell or do business. When there are a number of persons continuously present in a place, their combined thought vibrations combine and coalesce, and form a composite thought atmosphere. In many cases, the thought of a place is determined by the character of those in authority in that place, those who impose character and certain lines of conduct upon those under their control. This accounts for the character and atmosphere of stores, shops, offices, etc. But the character and atmosphere of a place is created and determined not merely by the quality of the thought being radiated by those inhabiting it at that moment. The past thought influences are strongly impressed upon many places. This may seem strange to you at first thought, but when you examine similar phenomena in the realm of nature you will begin to understand the principle at work in the case. There is nothing mysterious, supernatural, or occult in such phenomena. Natural law and order is manifest in them, just as in all other natural phenomena. You need not go outside of nature for the explanation. The heat emitted by a stove will remain in a room long after the fire has died out, or the stove withdrawn. The subtle odor of a flower, perfume, or of other substances, will permeate a place long after those substances have been removed from it. The odor of coffee, cheese, leather, etc., will cling to a store which years before was used for the purpose of storing these articles. Dresser drawers, cabinets, old letters, etc. will retain for many years the fragrance of the perfume which long ago was applied to them, or placed within them. Astronomers tell us that the light we now see streaming from some of the far distant stars really was emitted by those bodies many thousands of years ago. And that if one of those stars were destroyed today, its light would continue to travel in space for many thousand years in the future. Oliver Wendell Holmes said, "What? You cannot conceive of a charge of cerebricity fastening itself on a letter sheet and clinging to it for weeks, while it was shuffling about in mail bags, rolling over the ocean, and shaken up in railroad cars. And yet the odor of a grain of musk will hang around a note or address for a lifetime." Do you not remember what Professor Silliman says, in that pleasant journal of his, about the little ebony cabinet which Mary, Queen of Scots, brought with her from France, how its drawers still exhale the sweetest perfumes? If they could hold their sweetness for more than 200 years, why should not a written page retain for a week or a month the equally mysterious effluence poured over it from thinking marrow, and diffuse its vibrations to another excitable center? Professor Draper, illustrating the subtle effects of light, said, "Upon the walls of our most private apartments, where we think the eye of intrusion is altogether shut out and our retirement can never be profaned, there exists the vestiges of all our acts, silhouettes of whatever we have done. A shadow never falls upon a wall without leaving thereupon a permanent trace, a trace which might be made visible by resorting to proper processes. Photographic operations are cases in point. The portraits of our friends, or landscape views, may be hidden on the sensitive surface from the eye, but they are ready to make their appearance as soon as proper developers are resorted to. A spectre is concealed on a silver or glassy surface until, by our necromancy, we make it come forth into the visible world. Radiant forces are passing from all objects to all objects in their vicinity and during every moment of the day or night are daguerreotyping the appearance of each upon the other. The images thus made, not merely resting upon the surface, but sinking into the interior of them, they're held with astonishing tenacity, and only waiting for a suitable application to reveal themselves to the inquiring gaze. You cannot, then, enter a room night or day but you leave on going out your portrait behind you. You cannot lift your hand, or wink your eye, or the wind stir a hair of your head, but each movement is infallibly registered for coming ages. The pane of glass in the window, the brick in the wall, and the paving stone in the street, catch the pictures of all passers-by, and faithfully preserve them. Not a leaf waves, not an insect crawls, not a ripple moves, but each motion is recorded by 1,000 faithful scribes in infallible and indelible scripture. Professor William Denton says, all bodies, organic bodies more especially, are transmitting influences continually to surrounding objects, the tendency of which is to bring these objects into a similar condition to their own. Not more certainly does a rose diffuse its fragrance than human beings dispense their influence wherever they go. We are each surrounded by an atmosphere, which can convey to sensitives the impression of our character and condition. Wherever the foot touches the ground, the impression of the man is left upon it, so that even the dog, by means of it, can track his master hours after he has passed over the ground. Houses become so imbued with the influence of the people that live in them that sensitive persons can feel that influence as soon as they enter. And if it is unpleasant, they have a feeling of uneasiness, of positive unhappiness, as long as they are subject to it. Dr. Haddock says, frequented rooms store up this mass of human influences. The kitchen borrows the cook's character. The dining room registers the public family life. Sleeping chambers, especially, record the nameless history of undiscovered hearts. The writer is convinced that he has dimly sensed something of the personality of former occupants in various houses where he has lived. It is a common thought that rooms may be pervaded by the presence of absent people at one time familiar there. The atmosphere of a vacated saloon must differ vastly from that of a reputable theater, an art museum, a college, or a church. It is very probable that the mystery surrounding many so-called haunted houses might be dispelled by an inquiry conducted along the lines of the hypotheses of thought radioactivity and the inductive action of thought. In fact, one of the present writers has heard of the so-called spooks being driven away from such houses by means of scientific application of thought power along the lines now under consideration, for evil thought atmospheres may be overcome by means similar to that employed in turning the sunlight into a dark, damp cellar. Ghosts, in at least many cases, are not but stored up accumulations of past thought impressions and vibrations. The evil thought atmosphere of houses of ill repute has been known to linger long after the building has been taken over by a reputable business. Here, also, scientific treatment would have proved efficacious. The thought atmospheres of stores, offices, and business places in general are often quite marked. In many cases they act inductively upon persons entering them for the first time, creating a distinct feeling concerning the character of the place. In cases of this kind it will be found usually that the spirit of the place is practically determined by the characteristic mental states and actions of those in charge of the business in question. The persons constituting the management establish the policy of the concern in accordance with their own ideas and feelings. The policy of a business concern usually is a representation of the character of those who direct and establish that policy. Moreover, that policy, by reason of its effect upon the employees, soon creates an actual spirit of the place, or a huge, composite, thought form built up of the characteristic mental vibrations of those taking part in the business. You have probably met with cases in which the management of a large business house has been changed, either by reason of the business being sold out to new people, or by reason of the owners employing some new man of strong character to take charge of the management of the concern. In such cases there will be noticed almost immediately a change in the thought atmosphere of the place, in some cases a complete change of atmosphere being plainly felt by persons visiting the establishment. The new keynote of policy sets into operation a new set of mental vibrations, an entirely new mental rhythm is established in the place. In the same way changes of management sometimes lower the tone of a business office, store, or bank, instead of raising it. Old patrons will be found complaining that, the old place does not feel the same when I enter it. Large office buildings frequently have their characteristic general atmospheres, independent of those of their particular office suites. The influence of a few tenants of strong character, and marked mental tendencies good or bad, will sometimes serve to establish a keynote of the building. Then, according to the law of attraction in the world of thought, which we shall consider later on in this book, other tenants of a similar character are attracted to the building. And before long the place begins to acquire a reputation and a character of its own. We have known office buildings which have attracted to themselves a class of tenants of such an undesirable character that more reputable concerns avoided the place, and persons became suspicious of anyone having suites in it. On the other hand, we have known of office buildings which fairly radiated the vibrations of success, solidity, and reliability. We especially recall the case of a prominent building in a large city in which a small group of active successful men has served to set up such a center of success vibrations, that the whole place became noted for the success of its tenants. If you will talk with persons whose business requires them to visit different large office buildings, they will verify the above statements and will give you many striking illustrations gleaned from their own experiences. In the same way, certain store or bank buildings have acquired a reputation for being lucky, while others have earned the classification of unlucky. There are stores in every city the tenants of which for many years past have been quite successful and have earned money. There are also other stores in which practically everyone who has rented them has met with ill fortune and failure. These facts are familiar to every businessman who has kept his eyes open. In many cases the facts just noted have been attributed to mere coincidence, while by others they have been attributed to some supernatural or occult agency. But, whatever may have been the explanation accepted, it is noticeable that most businessmen will avoid the hoodoo places, and will seek the lucky ones. An understanding of the laws of thought radioactivity and of the inductive action of thought will serve to explain and account for phenomena of the kind just mentioned, and to bring such under the category of natural cause and effect. Moreover, a knowledge of these laws would have served to indicate a method of scientific treatment of the unlucky, hoodoo places, which would have taken the curse off them in a perfectly natural, scientific way. As you have probably already inferred from the foregoing statements, not only do dwelling houses, business houses, office buildings, and public places have thought atmospheres of their own which are felt by those who enter them, but also many villages, towns, cities, and even entire countries have their respective thought atmospheres made up by the composite thoughts and mental states of the individuals forming the inhabitants of the places. In old established communities this is more noticeable, because in such cases time has built up a decided thought character for the place, but even in newer communities the same law is in operation, and its effects are manifested. If you will stop to think for a moment, you will realize that every town or city that you know has its own special character, its own spirit, its own atmosphere, and that each induces its own particular kind of feeling in you when you visit it. Each town or city, like each individual, has its strong points and its weak points, characteristics that you like and those which you do not like, but each is different, each impresses you in a different way from the others. Towns and cities have decided individualities of their own. Their respective characters are built up of the composite thought influences of the past and present, these serving to attract to the place individuals of a similar mental trend, and to drive away from the town those individuals who are not in harmony with the spirit of the place. Persons coming into a strange town or city are usually keenly aware of the change in the thought atmosphere, and often are rendered quite uncomfortable by it. But in time they either adjust themselves to the new conditions by taking on sufficient of the new influences and characteristics to bring them into at least reasonable harmony with their mental environment, or else they find the new conditions unbearable, and are themselves compelled to leave the place. Sometimes, however, when by reason of a rapid change in economic conditions a town or city is subject to a strong influx of new inhabitants, particularly when the latter come rapidly and in considerable number about the same time, then the thought influences of the newcomers may serve to overcome, or at least to neutralize, the old thought atmosphere, and in a short period of time the thought atmosphere of the place has changed. In such cases a person revisiting the place after a short absence is struck by the change, and is apt to remark that a new spirit seems to pervade the place. Often, also, the coming of a few strong individuals, men or women of positive characters and views, will serve to inject a new thought element into the atmosphere of a place, and thus to bring about a perceptible change in its character and composition. As proof of the existence of such characteristics of different towns and cities, you have but to recall the impressions made upon you by the different places you have visited. You will find that in your book of remembered experiences you have a distinct impression concerning each town and city visited by you. You may have even the record of the different impressions produced upon you by different sections of the same city. For instance, you have a strong composite impression concerning New York City as a whole, if you have ever visited that metropolis. And at the same time you will have distinct impressions of various parts of Manhattan as a whole, of Brooklyn, the Bronx, and of Staten Island. Then, again, your impression of Chicago will be entirely different from that of New York City. Each city has its own thought atmosphere which is quite easily felt by you, and which registers itself upon your mind by means of its inductive action. Different from either your impressions of New York and of Chicago will be your impression of Philadelphia. Still different is the atmosphere of Detroit, of Boston, of Pittsburgh, of New Orleans, of Denver, of Kansas City, of St. Louis, and of the other large cities of the country. Going still further west, you will find that the coast has its own unmistakable thought atmosphere, which is readily distinguished from that of the East, Middle West, or Rocky Mountain regions. Moreover, you will detect marked differences between the thought atmospheres of the different coast cities. San Francisco, Los Angeles, Portland, Tacoma, and Seattle, each has its own characteristic atmosphere. Still more marked in their differences are the atmospheres of the older cities, the cities of the Old World. So pronounced are the respective atmospheres of London, Paris, Berlin, Vienna, Rome, Petrograd, Madrid, Budapest, Stockholm, and the rest, that an experienced traveler who had once made a long stay in any of them would recognize the feel of the place, were he transported there in his sleep and awakened without being aware of the journey. The atmospheres of the great cities of Asia are quite pronounced, so much so, in fact, that often the traveler who once actually falls under their spell will thereafter, throughout his entire life, feel the East calling him. Australians claim that there is a something about their land which is met with nowhere else in the world, and for which they pine when away from home. And, on the dark side of the page, many travelers have testified concerning the evil spell, the mental miasma. Which hovers over certain parts of the interior of Africa, blighting all who remain under its influence. There is something in the air of places other than the familiar chemical constituents, and that something is perceptible to most persons, and exerts at least some degree of influence upon them. In the hypotheses of thought radioactivity and the inductive action of thought, respectively, we have an explanation of the apparently uncanny and mysterious emanations from, and influences surrounding many old places of the Earth's history, the scenes of ancient civilizations long since vanished from human sight, which have left their traces upon the sensitive ethereal medium upon which thought registers its vibrations, and from which the latter are reproduced by induction under favorable circumstances. The strange legends concerning old castles, ruins, ancient temples, prehistoric tombs, etc., need not be dismissed as mere fancy, or as idle superstition. There is a perfectly natural, scientific explanation of many such strange beliefs and traditions. There are two great principles of the activity of thought power involved in the phenomena which you have just considered, and of other phenomena which you have not as yet considered. It is necessary that you grasp the essential facts concerning such principles, in order that you may arrive at an intelligent understanding of all such phenomena. These two principles are as follows. 1. The principle of thought-contagion which manifests in the catching of strong thought influences, in thought epidemics, and mental contagions. 2. The principle of thought attraction which manifests in the drawing power of thought, whereby strong thought vibrations tend to attract other thought vibrations of the same general character, and, consequently, to attract and draw to a common center different individuals of the same general trend of thought, and to produce and induce many other forms and phases of the attraction existing between thoughts and things, or between ideas and persons. In the next following sections of this book, the two great principles above noted will be considered in further detail. Thought-contagion. One of the most striking instances of the power of the radioactivity of thought, and of the inductive action of thought, is found in that class of phenomena which has been called thought-contagion, or mental epidemics. As these terms indicate, in this class of phenomena there is a spreading of thought influence and a liability to catch the spirit of the general thought wave which is spreading itself over a group of people, a community, a nation, or even over the civilized world as a whole. In its simplest form, thought contagion is found in cases in which groups or congregations of individuals are moved by a common impulse, the latter being originally imparted by some individuals of strong emotional tendencies in the crowd, and then rapidly spreading from one to another of the crowd until nearly everyone in the group or crowd has caught the feeling and its accompanying impulse. This class of phenomena, in its simplest phases, is illustrated by the rapid spread of emotional excitement among an audience or congregation under the influence of a magnetic orator, preacher, actor, or other spellbinder, as the colloquial term well expresses it. You have seen large audiences swayed by a common emotion under such circumstances, and, perhaps, have yourself come under the influence of the epidemic thought currents. One is often roused to the stage of intense emotion, and experiences the impulse to act thereupon, by words which when seen in cold print seem devoid of any exciting power. In such cases, the orator, actor, or preacher possesses sufficient magnetic force to set things going, and after that the contagion spreads rapidly until finally nearly everyone in the audience is more or less affected. In cases of revival meetings, the influence of thought contagion is quite strongly manifested. The same principle governs what are known as mobs, creating what is known as the mob spirit. The mob, at the beginning, may be made up of the average persons of the community, brought together by curiosity or general interest, and free from vicious intention. Before long some turbulent spirits in the crowd begin to manifest emotional excitement, and start to arouse a similar feeling in their neighbors. If the conditions are favorable, before long the contagion has spread and the epidemic has assumed alarming proportions. If the impulse and influence be sufficiently strong, the crowd veritably becomes a mob, and in some cases proceeds to commit acts of violence and destruction of which the majority had no thought in the beginning, and of which but few of its members would have been capable under ordinary circumstances. When the influence has passed, most of the individuals are aghast at the acts which they have helped to perpetrate. The following newspaper report of the mental epidemic manifested at one of Paderewski's recitals, several years ago, will illustrate the thought contagion frequently in evidence in audiences, congregations, etc. There is a chatter, a rustling of programs, a waving of fans, a nodding of feathers, a general air of expectancy, and the lights are lowered. A hush. All eyes are turned to a small door leading on to the stage. It is opened. Paderewski enters. A storm of applause greets him, but after it comes a tremulous hush and a prolonged sigh created by the long, deep, inhalation of upward of 3,000 women. Paderewski is at the piano. Thousands of eyes watch his every movement through opera glasses and with an intensity painful to observe. He the idol, they the idolaters. Toward the end of the performance the most decorous women seem to abandon themselves to the influence. There are sighs, sobs, the tight clinching of the palms, the bowing of the head. Fervid exclamations, "He is my master," are heard in the feminine mob. Other equally striking examples are afforded by the thought contagion and the mental epidemics manifested at the meetings of the successful evangelist or revivalist. You will at once recall instances within your own experience. Immense crowds are aroused to the highest pitch of excitement, individuals throw aside their customary reserve and dignity, and indulge in emotional extravagances of speech, demeanor and action. Shouts, moans, and groans are heard. Some persons fall into spasms brought on by overexcitement, others faint or fall into trances. The crowd rushes to the altar to confess its sins, and to seek salvation. The pockets of the crowd are emptied into the collection receptacles, often jewelry is torn off and tossed into the plate. Even the scientific observer, though holding himself well in hand, often feels the surges of emotional contagion, and may even be surprised to feel the tears coursing down his cheek, though his head remains cool. His heart has been aroused by the heat of the emotional contagion. In the case of the mob, a similar psychological background exists. Cedis describes as follows a crowd being infected by the mob contagion, when the preacher, the politician, the stump orator, the ringleader, the hero, gains the ear of the crowd, an ominous silence sets in. A silence frequently characterized as awful. The crowd is in a state of overstrained expectation, with suspended breath it watches the hero or the interesting, all-absorbing object. Disturbing impressions are excluded, put down, driven away by main force. So great is the silence induced in the fascinated crowd, that very frequently the buzzing of a fly, or even the drop of a pin, can be distinctly heard. All interfering impressions and ideas are inhibited. The crowd is entranced, and rapidly merges into the mob state. Tolstoy, in his War and Peace, pictures the mental condition of a crowd which was rapidly being transformed into an entranced mob. The crowd remained silent, and pressed on one another closer and closer. To bear the pressure of one another, to breathe in this stifling, contagious atmosphere, not to have the power to stir, and to expect something unknown, incomprehensible, and terrible, became intolerable. Those who were in the front, who saw and heard everything that took place, all those stood with eyes full of fright, widely dilated, with open mouths, and straining their whole strength, they kept on their backs the pressure of those behind them. Cedes, in the following striking passages, cleverly pictures the effect of mental suggestion upon an entranced crowd rapidly sinking to the mob state. The suggestion given to the entranced crowd by the master spreads like wildfire. The given suggestion reverberates from individual to individual, gathers strength, and becomes so overwhelming as to drive the crowd into a fury of activity, into a frenzy of excitement. As the suggestions are taken by the mob and executed, the wave of excitement rises higher and higher. Each fulfilled suggestion increases the emotion of the mob in volume and intensity. Each new attack is followed by a more violent paroxysm of furious demoniac frenzy. The mob is like an avalanche, the more it rolls the more menacing and dangerous it grows. The suggestion is given by the hero, by the ringleader, by the master of the moment, is taken up by the crowd and is reflected and reverberated from man to man, until every soul is dizzied and every person is stunned. In the entranced crowd, in the mob, every one influences and is influenced in his turn, every one suggests and is suggested to, and the surging billow of suggestion swells and rises until it reaches a formidable height. The mob energy grows faster than the increase in numbers. The mob spirit grows and expands with each human increment. Like a cannibal it feeds on human beings. The mob has a self of its own. The personal self is suppressed, swallowed up by it, so much so that when the latter comes once more to the light of day it is frequently horrified at the work, the crime that the mob self has committed. Once the mob self is generated, or truer to say, brought to the surface, it possesses a strong attractive power and a great capacity for assimilation. It attracts fresh individuals, breaks down their personal life, and quickly assimilates them. The assimilated individual expresses nothing but the energy suggestion, the will of the entranced crowd. He enters fully into the spirit of the mob. The extreme impulsiveness of the mob self is notorious. No sooner is a suggestion accepted, no matter how criminal, how inhuman it might be, than it is immediately realized, unless another suggestion more in accord with the general nature of suggestions in which the mob itself was trained interferes and deflects the energy of the mob in another direction. Cases are of record in which individuals who plunged into the midst of an excited mob with the full purpose of counteracting its purposes, were themselves overcome by the contagion and fell in with the actions of the mob. Although the latter were directly opposed to their normal feelings, convictions and interests. A Russian writer cites an instance in which a soldier bitterly denounced the mob which was beating to death his old commander, who, he said, had been like a father to him. Being urged to help the man who had befriended him, he rushed into the crowd with that avowed purpose. A few minutes later he was discovered beating the old commander with a club, like the rest of the crowd. Being reproached, he said, "He was indeed like a father to me, but in such a time, when all the rest strike him, why should I keep quiet?" Jews have been caught in anti-Jewish crowds, and vice versa, the individual being carried away by the thought epidemic. Almost incredible instances are recorded concerning the influence of thought contagion leading to the participation of persons in mob movements directed against their own kindred class, sect, or faith. Another form of thought contagion, or of mental epidemics, is the condition of panic or stampede manifested by crowds, communities, and even entire countries at many times in history. There have been many instances of the rapid and wide spread of popular fear of the coming of the end of the world. It would seem that at least once in every generation a panic or craze of this kind breaks out. Someone starts the rumor that the world is coming to an end on such and such a day. The condition of the popular mind being propitious, the rumor is taken up and accepted by many, and before long reaches the degree of thought contagion or mental epidemic. Before the inevitable subsidence, thousands are affected and in many cases deplorable results arise: insanity, suicides through fear, neglect of financial interests, breaking up of families, destruction or disposal of goods and property. All these are incidents of this form of thought contagion. Similar mental epidemics arise from the appearance of comets, accompanied by dire prophecies, the appearances of plagues of various kinds, the rumors of financial calamities about to overtake the country, and similar prophecies or promises of evil. In short, it seems that under certain general psychological conditions, arising from a number of favoring causes, it is possible that a panicky condition, or a general stampede, may be started from the simplest beginnings and by reason of the most irrational ideas. Like a herd of frightened cattle or horses, like a crowd of sheep, like a flock of chickens, the great masses of people catch the contagion, take fright, work themselves into a state of panic. And away they go in a wild stampede, all without valid reasons or sufficient motives. In the same way, strong waves of speculative excitement, gambling crazes, get-rich-quick epidemics, have affected large masses of people. Apparently all at once, great numbers of people will rush to invest their hard-earned money in some wild, fantastic, unbusinesslike scheme which has been widely heralded. Then scores of similar schemes are evolved, like mushrooms, they grow overnight. Persons heretofore careful and prudent throw aside all caution and forethought, and actually beg the promoters of the wild enterprises to accept their money, to let them in the scheme. Then, sooner or later, the bubble bursts, and the excitement dies out at once. After it is all over, the public wonders how it ever could have happened, the people keep on wondering, until history repeats itself as it always does when given sufficient time. As illustrations of the financial crazes or epidemics due to thought contagion or mental epidemics, we cite the following three celebrated instances. 1. The tulip craze, of 1634. Where the Dutch people experienced an epidemic of belief in the get-rich-quick possibilities of tulip raising. Ordinary industry was suspended, and practically everyone took to raising tulips. Fancy tulips rose in value equal to that of diamonds, they were sold by the grain, or even by more minute weights. People sold their houses and lands, their furniture and their businesses, in order to speculate in tulips. Money poured into Holland from other countries to which the epidemic had spread. In time, a panic succeeded the craze, and the bubble burst, causing the ruin of thousands of persons. 2. The Mississippi Company craze of 1717, in which the thought contagion or mental epidemic reached heights which now seem almost incredible. This craze had its seat in France, where John Law, a shrewd Scotchman, obtained from the Regent of France the exclusive rights for his company to trade on the west bank of the Mississippi River in America. Later, the exclusive privileges were extended to the East Indies and the South Seas. Law announced probable profits of 120%. Thousands of enthusiastic French men of all ranks and classes fought at Law's doors for the privilege of subscribing for shares in his company. The nation indulged in an orgy of gambling. The streets were transformed into trading floors for the sale of stock. The public acted as if it were drunk, the wildest excesses were manifested. Finally the bubble burst, thousands of persons had lost their all, and many were reduced to actual poverty. 3. The South Sea Bubble, of 1720, in which the English public was subjected to a severe attack of thought contagion, or mental epidemic. The South Sea Company, by means of false rumors, started the craze. The rumors spread, gaining in size and strength as they traveled. Soon it was believed that the investment of £100 would bring a sure return of many hundreds of pounds per annum. People abandoned their ordinary occupations, and became speculators in shares of stock. Imitation schemes were born, and people fought to trade in their shares. The whole country was infected with the get-rich-quick virus. The most absurd schemes were evolved, and nothing seemed too silly to receive popular support. The shares of the South Sea Company finally reached the point of 1,000% increase. Finally, the bubble was pricked, stocks fell, a panic ensued, thousands were utterly ruined financially. These three great cases of thought contagion, or mental epidemics, serve to illustrate the general principles underlying all similar cases. In this country and in Europe there have been other cases of financial crazes of a similar character which have occurred during the past century. Every person of middle age will readily recall instances of this kind, of greater or less severity. Cedis says of this class of cases, the course of speculation epidemics is to rise to the highest point of heavenly bliss, and then to fall to the lowest depth of misery. To pass from a state of acute maniacal exaltation to a state of still more acute melancholic depression. Great waves of religious revival epidemics have at times rolled over countries, affecting many thousands, and in many cases causing deplorable results. In America, the earlier part of the 19th century was remarkable for such cases. Several great revival epidemics flourished in this country in the first half of that century. In 1800, in 1815, and again in 1832, the great American revivals flourished. In many cases the public, especially in remote districts, literally went mad. Hysteria was deemed the hallmark of salvation, and the saner minds in the ministry were rejected by the masses who preferred to follow the lead of the sensationalists. Ordinarily sober and sane persons attending the meetings acted like wild dervishes. Convulsions, trances, strange fits, barking like dogs, mewing like cats, neighing like horses, these were the signs of conversion, according to the insane standards adopted. In some cases, there began a search for spiritual mates, and soon the sanctified were living with affinities, with the full consent of their lawful mates. The craze passed in time, leaving behind it a trail of physical and mental wrecks, and, in some instances, moral wrecks as well. In this class of mental epidemics may also be placed the great Millwright craze of 1840, arising from the predictions of one William Miller that the coming of the Lord was at hand, and the end of the world was about to occur. The doctrine was widely spread by Miller and his disciples, and before long the country went wild with it. Finally, an exact date, year, month, day, and hour, was announced, in which the Son of Man will come with power and great glory. Then came the gift of tongues and the gift of prophecy to the faithful. Men and women forsook their work and their homes, and indulged in orgies of religious hysteria. In many cases families were forsaken and abandoned. Nights were passed in exhortations and prayers. It is recorded that night was rendered hideous by their screams. Property was given away freely, or else abandoned. White ascension robes were prepared by the faithful, for the great day. The day came, the faithful waited, some even ascending trees in order to be the first to ascend to heaven. Nothing happened. Great discouragement was manifested by the many who were ruined. A mistake in dates was announced, and a new date fixed. Many accepted this change, and the program was repeated. In 1844 the second prediction failed, and the craze was over, leaving behind the usual trail of wrecked minds and bodies. Students of history are familiar with the celebrated mental epidemics of older times. The Crusades epidemic carried men and women, and finally even young children, toward the Holy Land in order to rescue the Holy Sepulchre. Thousands upon thousands died on the journey, others were captured and sold as slaves. The final crusade was composed entirely of young children, boys and girls, many of whom met with terrible fates. Then came the flagellant craze, in which thousands of men and women, often almost or entirely nude, marched the streets, scourging themselves with leather thongs until the blood flowed freely. Then came the dancing mania, in which men and women, boys and girls, danced the streets in an ecstatic mental state. Then came the several Messiah epidemics among the Jews, in which the wildest excitement prevailed and almost insane excesses were manifested. Then came the successive waves of witchcraft crazes, in which many thousands of innocent persons were adjudged to be witches or possessed of the devil, and accordingly hanged or burned at the stake. The story is a pitiful one. When reason forsakes her throne, chaos reigns. With the increase of public knowledge, and the spread of popular education, the character of these mental epidemics has changed, but the principle remains the same. One needs but to consider the many crazes and mental epidemics occurring during the period of his own experience in order to appreciate the fact that the principle is still operative. Even within the past 25 years the world has experienced many cases of religious epidemics, financial crazes, the rise and fall of many strange fads, isms, and ologies. Strange crazes for extreme fashions in dress, in amusements, etc. are continually having their rise, their brief period of popularity, and their speedy decline. To read a book written 20 years ago, is to realize how many now forgotten crazes were flourishing at that time. Students of those of our own times will have a similar experience of amused wonder, 20 years hence. In times of great political excitement, particularly during presidential campaigns in this country, these great waves of thought contagion pass over the land, causing mental epidemics of great power. A few days after election, people are wondering what it was all about. The sinking of the Maine, in 1898, produced a mental contagion which extended all over the United States, and thus made inevitable the war with Spain which followed a few months later. In 1915, the sinking of the Lusitania aroused a great wave of thought contagion in America, and war at that time was almost caused. Its effects, temporarily held back, were manifested 2 years later when similar occurrences aroused the popular feeling and caused the entry of the United States into the Great World War. The Great World War, itself, owed its rapid spread and its wide extension in no small measure to thought contagion. Persons all over the world are now looking back, in a dazed condition, to the terrible happenings of that recent period of the world's history, and are wondering how they possibly could have occurred in this stage of civilization. But all thought contagion is not of such a marked or violent character as indicated by the illustrative cases which we have cited. As we have told you in our consideration of thought atmospheres, the atmospheres of places, of cities, towns, villages, districts, houses, stores, offices, etc., are largely due to thought contagion. The thought keynote sounded by strong authoritative individuals in a community, or in a place of business, a church, or an office, communicates itself to those dwelling in the place or working there. Then begins a process of action and reaction, a mutual contagion, which continues until a mental equilibrium is secured, and the thought atmosphere of the places becomes set. The mental keynote of an audience, a congregation, a mass meeting, etc., is reached in the same way. The principle remains the same, though its manifestations have a wide range of different expressions. You must not fall into the error of supposing that all thought contagion is harmful, evil, or detrimental. Or that every mental epidemic is a bad one. On the contrary, good thoughts are catching as well as are bad ones. The influence of thought environments of the right kind is most powerful, and has helped to reform many a person and to set him on the right path. One finds it very much easier to pursue the right path of living when he is surrounded by the proper mental atmosphere, just as the opposite kind of mental atmosphere makes right living much harder for him. This fact is instinctively understood by those working for human betterment, even though they may not understand the true causes underlying what they call environmental conditions. The right kind of environment is the place in which the proper kinds of thought vibrations are habitually manifested, and the appropriate kind of mental atmosphere maintained. An understanding of the true causes of environmental influence will serve to clear up many apparent mysteries which attract the attention of all students of the subject. Neither should you fall into the error of supposing that you are at the mercy of every wave of thought contagion, of every mental epidemic, that comes in your direction. The more that you understand the nature of thought contagion and mental epidemics, the less liable will you be to be affected, or infected, by those of an undesirable nature. Forewarned, forearmed, says the old proverb. And it is true in this case. When you know the symptoms, you may deliberately guard against the infection by determinately turning your thoughts and attention in the opposite direction, and by bringing your reason into action. Finally, you may realize so fully the fact that the I am I is the master, that you may erect a defensive barrier against all thought influences of a detrimental or harmful character, while opening yourself to the inflow of helpful, positive Advantageous thought influences. In the later sections of this book these matters will be gone into in further detail. In conclusion, let us remind you that, in knowledge there is power, in this matter of thought contagion and influences. A knowledge of the facts is in itself a strong weapon of defense. Again, let us assure you that there is nothing to fear in the case. That is, there is nothing to fear but fear, for fear is the great negative, depressing, weakening mental state. Fear thought invites undesirable mental currents and contagion, fearlessness repels them. Fearlessness is positive, fear thought is negative, and the positives always overcome the negatives. The individual who realizes in consciousness the real nature of his I am I, and who recognizes its impregnable position, may stand on the solid rock of his own selfhood, which is grounded on the base of all power, and from that point may defy the winds of negative thought influences and the waves of popular mental epidemics which sweep away the resting places of those who have built upon the sands of the superficial personality. Your real self is a mighty fortress, of the gates of which you alone hold the key. Nothing can enter its walls, unless you give it permission. Thought attraction. The second great principle of the activity of thought power, which is involved in the manifestation of the radioactivity of thought and the inductive action of thought, is that known as the attractive power of thought, or the drawing power of the mind. In the operation of this principle of thought power, the thought vibrations manifest a strong attractive force, by means of which they attract or draw to themselves other thought vibrations of a similar character. The same principle operates in the direction of drawing or attracting to each other, or to a common center, different individuals of the same general trend of thought. It also tends to produce and induce many other forms and phases of attraction between thoughts and things, ideas and persons. Thought attraction plays the same part in the world of thoughts that gravitation plays in the world of matter. Gravitation operates in the direction of drawing toward each other the particles and masses of material substance. Thought attraction operates in the direction of drawing together those thought currents, thought waves, thought vibrations, etc., which are of the same or a similar nature. Thought attraction operates along the lines of the general rule that like attracts like. And thoughts manifest a tendency which is well expressed by the familiar adage, birds of a feather flock together. In short, thoughts have been discovered to manifest a strong tendency to enter into close relations with other thoughts of a similar character, and to attract to themselves these similar thoughts, while, at the same time, they themselves are attracted by the latter. A mutual attraction exists between thoughts of the same general character. There is something like a chemical affinity existing between them, and also something like a chemical repulsion between thoughts of opposite characters. As a consequence, the person who in a strong degree manifests definite thoughts of a certain character sets into operation the power of thought attraction, and thereby draws and attracts to himself the thought vibrations, thought waves, or thought currents of other persons whose thoughts closely resemble his own. In short, such a person draws from the great mental atmosphere, surrounding him on all sides, the active energy of those thought vibrations which are in harmony with his own. And at the same time he repels from his mental atmosphere those thought vibrations which are inharmonious with his own. This, as you will readily see, applies not only to desirable and advantageous thoughts and mental states, but also to those which are undesirable and disadvantageous. You have frequently experienced the working of this mental principle in your own mental states. You have dropped into a mood of depression and gloom, everything looks blue to you, and nothing seems worthwhile. The cause may be physical, or it may be purely mental, it matters not, so far as the effects upon other thought vibrations are concerned. Before long, you will feel as if a deep cloud of depression were settling upon you, shutting out the rays of the sun, and enveloping you in a mental atmosphere of gloom, pessimism, and discouragement. You have attracted toward yourself the thought vibrations of other persons which are in harmony with your own. This, in turn, will result in a still more powerful attractive force being set into operation in the same direction, and you will go from bad to worse in the matter of gloom and depression. Finally, however, the protective forces of your being will cause a swing of the pendulum in the other direction, and you will experience temporary relief. But if you persist in encouraging gloomy thoughts, and the consequent attraction of similar thought vibrations, you may eventually reach a state of chronic depression and gloom, into which the sunlight of cheerfulness is almost unable to penetrate. Your only hope, in such case, is deliberately to set into operation thoughts of an opposite character, thoughts of cheerfulness, hope, and encouragement, which will attract other thoughts of a like nature, and will thus counteract and neutralize the negative, depressing mental states which have afflicted you. In the same way, though in the opposite direction, you will find that if you will strive to secure and to maintain the characteristic mental state expressed by the words, bright, cheerful, and happy, you will attract to yourself similar bright, cheerful, and happy thought vibrations, thought waves, thought currents. You will feel their uplifting influence almost at once, and will experience the delight and advantage of a mental atmosphere of this kind. Not only will you attract these positive, inspiring thoughts, but you will also repel the negative, dispiriting thought influences in the great mental atmosphere surrounding you. Thoughts of hate, anger, envy, and jealousy tend to attract to themselves the thoughts of others of the same kind, and these, in turn, induce a still higher degree of these objectionable mental states in your own mind. You sometimes bring upon yourself veritable whirlwinds of hate thoughts by sending forth strong thought vibrations of that kind. The old saying that, curses, like chickens, come home to roost, has a practical realization in cases such as we have just mentioned. In the processes of thought power your mental loans are returned, with compound interest, the payment being made in the same kind of mental coin, good or bad, which you have paid out. If even from only a purely selfish point of view, it pays to send out the right kind of thoughts. Avoid sending out thoughts of a character which you would not like to have returned to you in kind, with interest. On the other hand, so that you may reap, sow that which you hope to reap, in the field of thought. From what has been said, you will see that the inductive action of thought is largely modified and influenced by the attractive power of thought. The degree of the liability to induction, contagion, or thought influence of any kind, depends largely upon the character of one's own thoughts. In other words, one is far more likely to be affected and influenced by thought vibrations, currents, waves, or atmospheres in harmony with the character of his own thoughts, than by those not in harmony therewith. In fact, such a definite ratio exists between thought induction and thought attraction that an exact formula might be worked out by a competent mathematician familiar with the data. Another important and interesting point should be noted in your consideration of the subject of thought attraction. We have made reference to the fact that not only do you attract thought vibrations, thought waves, thought currents, thought atmospheres, etc., of a harmonious character, and to which your thoughts have a natural affinity, but that you also attract to yourself, by the power of thought attraction, other persons whose thoughts have an affinity and harmony with your own. In the same way you attract to yourself, and are attracted by, other persons whose interests run along the same general lines as your own. You draw to yourself the persons who may be necessary for the successful carrying out of the plans and purposes, the desires and ambitions, which fill your thoughts most of the time. And, in the same way, you are drawn toward those into whose plans and purposes you are fitted to play an important part. In short, each person tends to attract toward himself those other persons whom he needs in order to materialize his ideals and to express his desires, provided that he wants hard enough and that the other persons are in harmonious affinity with his plans and purposes. According to this principle, certain towns and cities of a strong mental character tend to draw to themselves persons from all over the country, and even from other countries, whose general mental natures are in harmonious affinity with those of the place. In the same way, many individuals of certain general mental or emotional characteristics are almost irresistibly attracted by and drawn to certain towns and cities with the general mental character of which they are in harmonious affinity. You have often seen cases in which persons could not keep away from certain towns, cities, or parts of the country for which they were naturally fitted by reason of their mental characteristics. This is one of the reasons why particular places rapidly take on certain mental characteristics, once the process of thought attraction and thought induction have been started. There are other, and more subtle, phases of the operation of thought attraction which must be noted here, although they involve the activities of certain powers of the mind, and of nature. which are but little understood by the great masses of persons. We have reference to the fact that by thought attraction not only other thoughts, not only other persons, are attracted, but that also the conditions, environment, and circumstances necessary for the effective expression and manifestation of one's thoughts are often brought into actual relation to him. They can scarcely be said to have been attracted to him, rather does it seem that he is attracted to and by them. There evidently is some sort of correlation set up between these things and one's thoughts, and subtle natural forces are called into operation in order that there may be a coordination of the person, the time, the place, the conditions, the opportunity, required for the expression and materialization of the thought. One of the present writers, about 20 years ago, wrote the following statement concerning the general operations of the laws of thought attraction. They serve equally well to express the general idea today, even in the light of the investigations which have been made along the same lines during that period of time. We take the liberty of quoting the statement in full, believing that it will possess a special interest to the readers of the present book. The statement in question is as follows. Your thoughts place you in connection with the outside world and its forces, and you attract and repel people, and things, by the character of thought held. You and they are attracted to each other, because your thoughts are pitched on the same key. You are in close touch with all other parts of the whole, but attract to yourself only such of the parts which correspond in kind with your mental attitude. If you think success, you will find that you have started into operation the forces that are conducive to your success. And, from time to time, if you maintain the same mental attitude, other things will fall into line as they are needed, and will aid you in your efforts. Things will seem to come your way in a most astounding manner, and opportunities will arise, which if taken advantage of, will ensure to you success. You will find that new thoughts will come into your mind which should be taken advantage of. You will meet with persons who will help you in many ways by suggestions, ideas, and active help. Of course, the work which you must do yourself will not be performed for you by others, but the law will continually help and assist you. It will bring opportunities and chances to your door, but you will have to take them in. It will lead you up to the doors opening into advancement, but you will have to open the doors yourself. It will undertake what will seem to be roundabout roads to get to a thing, but you will arrive at your journey's end, no matter how winding may be the road. Sometimes it will take you far past the point at which you thought you were aiming, and, as you go past, you will smile when you recall that this point on the road, which now seems so unimportant, seemed a little further back to be your destination, your reason for making the trip. Sometimes, the thing which seems to represent all that is worth having, and which inspires you to make the effort, will have lost all interest for you when you near it. You will make no effort to grasp it as you pass, but will move on past it, swept forward by the tremendous forces which you have, perhaps unwittingly, set into operation. In other books of this series we have considered the effect of desire upon the degree of the attractive power of thoughts. We have likewise considered the important part played by confident expectation, faith, and hope, upon the tendency of thoughts to express themselves in action and to materialize themselves, in which processes thought attraction is involved. It is sufficient here merely to mention the fact that desire animates and energizes the attractive power of thoughts, and that confident expectation, hope, and faith greatly inspire and increase the drawing power of thought. We also wish to call your attention at this point to the fact that you not only attract and draw to yourself the thoughts, things, persons, and conditions representing your wishes and desires, the things you like. In short, but that you also attract and draw to yourself, under certain conditions, the things which are the subject of your fears. Fear thought often exerts a powerful attractive force, in the wrong direction. This because the things you fear are held in mind by you often to a marked degree. You think about them, and roll them over and over in your mind. You let your mind dwell upon them, often to the exclusion of the thoughts of the things you hope for, desire, and ardently wish. Your very fear of a thing is, in a way, at least a partial belief that it will come to you, a form of confident expectation. You hold the thoughts of the feared thing in your mind, you form mental pictures of it in your imagination, you dramatize it, as it were. This being the fact, is it any wonder that fear thought attracts and draws to you often the very things which you have feared? The things I have feared have come upon me. The essential principle underlying the manifestation of thought attraction seems to be as follows: all thought seeks to express itself in action, all thought seeks to materialize itself in objective form. Therefore, the thoughts strongly held in your mind, and the mental pictures held in the imagination, tending to express and manifest themselves, attract and draw to you other thoughts, persons, things, conditions, and circumstances of a kind and character likely to bring about and effect such expression and materialization, and also operate so as to direct you toward the persons and things likely to effect the same ends. This rule holds good even when you do not desire the particular things, but on the contrary entertain such a lively fear toward them that they are constantly in your mind. The logical rule, therefore, is, hold the thoughts and ideas, and the mental pictures of those things which you wish to be expressed and materialized in objective form. Do not dwell upon the opposite kinds of thoughts, and, above all, do not allow fear thought to master you. Construct your own mental patterns and molds, your outlines and diagrams, and never allow fear thought to perform this work for you. Thought waves and forms. Investigators and students of the phenomena of thought power have long been aware that the particular thought vibrations emitted by the individual, as well as the combined thought vibrations of a number of individuals, travel through space in the same general form as that assumed by magnetic force or electrical energy. That is to say, there exist thought waves, thought currents and thought forms, i.e. mass thought vibrations which have assumed a certain form, and acquired a certain density, which are composed of thought vibrations emitted by the individual or individuals. These thought waves, thought currents and thought forms are known to exist, even though they are not visible to the normal vision. They are recognized as present and active by reason of the perception of their effects and results. From such observation much also has been learned concerning their activities and general character. In short, they are known by their works, just as are the waves, currents, and general forms of electrical or magnetic energy, including those phases involved in wireless transmission. It is not always necessary actually to see a thing in order to know that it exists and is active. Nature's strongest forces are often the finest and most subtle, imperceptible to the normal sight, though usually capable of being registered by instruments and apparatus, and of being recognized through their effects and induced results. You never actually saw electricity, nor magnetism, yet you do not doubt their existence nor their power, for you have experienced the results and effects of their activity. The existence of thought waves, thought currents and thought forms is recognized and accepted in the same way. But, from an entirely different source there comes a great mass of evidence tending to corroborate and support the scientific discoveries and hypotheses concerning the above-stated manifestations of thought power. We allude to the great body of teaching generally known as occult, particularly that form of such teachings which has long existed among the Oriental races. We may also say that similar evidence is furnished by certain investigators of psychical research phenomena, the reports of whom agree with those of the Oriental occultists, and, like the latter, are found to indicate the existence of certain laws or principles of activity which independent investigation has discovered to govern the phenomena of thought power along the lines which we are now considering. In short, both the ancient and modern occultists and the psychic researchers hold that in certain exceptional cases, by means of the ordinary faculty of sight developed to a supernormal degree, or else by means of an astral or psychic faculty of vision, the thought atmospheres, the thought vibrations, the thought waves and thought currents of the individual may be sensed and perceived by the person possessing the supernormal or psychic or astral vision. The occult teachings furnish an extended series of reports of observations of the phenomena of thought power made in this way. Now, while in this book we have no intention of urging the adoption of these occult or psychic reports, nor are we conducting propaganda work concerning such teachings or doctrines. Nevertheless we feel that in view of the fact that the ordinary observations of thought waves, thought currents and thought forms show that these act as if these occult or psychic reports were true, as if such laws and principles of action were operative in the phenomena mentioned, we are called upon to direct your attention to the same in this book. Whether you either accept or reject these reports, we feel that in view of the fact that these thought phenomena act as if such laws and principles are operative, you will find it convenient and interesting to employ them as at least symbolic or poetical illustrations of the workings of thought power in the case of the phenomena in question. We offer them, therefore, with this understanding between us, viz. that you will accept them either as literally correct or else as merely symbolic or poetical illustrations of certain real activities, or that, suspending judgment in the case, you will maintain an open mind concerning them. In any event, the examination of the reports will prove interesting and instructive. Thought colors. In the first place, the occult teachings inform us that each general class of emotional or thought states has its own color, tint, or hue, which is perceived in thought atmospheres, thought waves, thought currents, or thought forms. Thus, blue indicates religious or spiritual emotions or thoughts, the lighter tints indicating the higher forms of spirituality. Yellow indicates feelings and thoughts of an intellectual nature, the lighter tints marking the highest phases of these mental states. Orange indicates intellectual ambition or pride, brown indicates greed, avarice. Red indicates the elemental or animal passions, and the thoughts arising from them, particularly those concerned with anger, strife and sensuality. Crimson indicates the higher forms of affection or love, the very highest phases being marked by a beautiful rose color. Green indicates deceit, trickery, slyness, its clear tints denoting diplomacy, tact, politeness, suavity, while a dirty, dull shade indicates envy, jealousy and disloyalty. Gray indicates gloom and depression, certain shades denoting forms of selfishness, while a pallid tint denotes fear. Black indicates hate, revenge, malice, destructiveness, and its presence serves to darken the shades of the other colors with which it is often blended. White indicates spirituality, in its highest forms and phases, or perhaps something higher than that to which we usually apply that term, and its presence serves to lighten the tints of the other colors with which it is often blended. There is an almost infinite possibility of blending, combination, shading, tinting and arrangement of these colors, but the above will serve to indicate the general report and teaching on the subject. Thought auras. The occult teachings inform us that each and every person has his or her aura, or egg-shaped thought atmosphere, surrounding the body, and extending some 3 feet or more from it, gradually shading into faintness at its extreme limits. This aura, we are informed, differs in color according to the characteristic thoughts and emotional states of the person, the above stated scale of colors determining the shade, hue or blending. The thought atmosphere of a person consists of this aura together with its more distant and extended radiations, all, however, being colored according to its general character. The thought atmosphere of places. The thought atmospheres of churches, business establishments, homes, offices, prisons, hospitals and similar places are held by the occultists to be colored according to the general character of the thoughts and mental states of those who inhabit them, or who have previously given them their mental color. Churches are said to vary materially in their blue coloring, some being of a beautiful clear light blue, while others manifest an ugly, dark, dull purplish color. Theaters are said also to vary greatly in color, tints, shades and hues. Business houses and offices are colored according to their nature. Prisons have a depressing and repulsive coloring. Houses of ill repute have a ugly, low, repulsive shading and coloring so dense that it seems that it must be seen by the normal vision. And so on, each place having its appropriate coloring, its thought atmosphere usually extending for some little distance around it, forming something like an aura, in some cases the thought atmosphere extending quite a distance from the place, and tending to color the whole neighborhood. Thought waves and thought currents. The occult teachings also inform us that there are waves, great and small, composed of thought vibrations of individuals, which often travel great distances from their source. Great currents or streams of thought vibrations also flow in all directions through space, often reaching points very far distant from their starting places. These waves, currents, or streams of thought vibrations all are colored and tinted according to the nature and character of the mental states represented by their vibrations. Some of them seem like rapidly moving streams, with well-defined boundaries, and of great comparative consistency and firmness. Others resemble great clouds of mist or fog, illuminated by their coloring, of course, loosely organized and of but slight consistency, which drift slowly along, changing shape, and apparently lacking in definite direction, acting in every way like their physical counterparts just mentioned. Some of these clouds are light and fleecy, while others are murky, dark and ugly, like great bodies of dark smoke. Thought whirlpools and swirlpools. The occult teachings also inform us that there are great whirlpools often set up in these mental currents or streams, which eventually gain terrific power, and which extend their influences over great areas of space. These whirling vortices of thought vibrations are of two general classes, which for the purpose of distinction may be called whirlpools and swirlpools, respectively. The whirlpool maintains a rotary movement toward a common center, ever drawing to that center the material which is affected by it. The swirlpool also maintains a rotary movement, but away from the common center, ever widening its circumference, and ever seeking to spread its influence over a larger area. The whirlpool acts to draw to its central point all things over which it is able to exert its influence. The swirlpool acts to spread its circle of influence, and to disseminate its contagious influence. These whirlpools and swirlpools of thought vibrations affect and influence only those in whom they can set up similar vibrations by means of inductive action, as we have explained to you. Those immune to these vibrations are not influenced by their drawing or driving power. The general principles of thought attraction, which we have described to you, apply in these cases as well as in the case of every form or phase of the influence of thought power. You should also remember that these whirlpools and swirlpools are not necessarily evil or disadvantageous. On the contrary, they are often composed of the very best kind of thought vibrations representing the most desirable mental states. All great movements, religious, moral, political, educational, set into being and activity great whirlpools and swirlpools such as we have just described. On the other hand, the contagion of mental epidemics or crazes, popular excitement, partisanship or crowd psychology, in general, is most often transmitted in just this form. These whirlpools and swirlpools, likewise, exist in much smaller form, and exert a comparatively small influence. Every individual or group of individuals seeking to draw other persons to a certain central point or purpose, unconsciously sets into operation one of the smaller whirlpools. Likewise, an individual or a group of individuals seeking to spread some doctrine, teaching, theory, belief or state of opinion, unconsciously sets into operation one of these smaller swirlpools. The same general principles and laws govern large and small alike. If you understand the general principle, you understand the workings of all of the phenomena governed by that principle. Thought forms. The occult teachings also inform us that in addition to their manifestation as thought waves, thought streams and thought currents, the thought vibrations of the individual sometimes assume the condition known to us as thought forms, of which there are many varieties and kinds. These thought forms are really detached portions of the aura of the individual, which are thrown off by him by the intensity of his thought, or by the excitement of his emotions, or, in some few cases, by the deliberate will of the person who has acquired an understanding of the occult methods. The aura does not always maintain its definite outlines, and its essential integrity of substance. Instead, on certain occasions it is set into what may be called a violent storm, in which whirlpools and swirlpools are manifested, and during which portions of the auric substance are thrown off into space, sometimes traveling long distances. The following statement by a writer upon occult subjects will serve to picture this condition. The writer says, "The human aura is not always in a state of calm phosphorescence, however. On the contrary, it sometimes manifests great flames, like those of a fiery furnace, which shoot forth in great tongues, and dart forth suddenly in certain directions toward the objects attracting them. Under great emotional excitement the auric flame moves around in swift circling whirlpools, or else swirls away from a center. Again, it seems to throw forth tiny glistening sparks of astral vibrations, some of which travel for great distances. The occultists inform us that thought forms are specialized groupings of astral substance, crystallized by the strong thought impulses or vibrations of the person thinking or manifesting strong emotional excitement. They are generated in the aura of the person, in the first place, but are then thrown off or emitted from the atmosphere of the individual, and are sent off into space. A thought form is really but a strongly manifested thought or feeling which has taken form in the astral substance. Its power and duration depend upon the degree of force of the thought or feeling manifesting it. The occult writer whom we have just quoted gives us the following information concerning the appearance and action of the thought forms so generated and set forth from the aura. These thought forms differ very materially from one another in form and general appearance. The most common form is that of a tiny series of waves, similar to those caused by the dropping of a pebble in a pond of water. Sometimes the thought form takes on the appearance of a whirlpool, rotating around a center, and moving through space as well. Another form is like that of the pinwheel fireworks, swirling away from its center as it moves through space. Still another form is that of a whirling ring, like that emitted from a smokestack of a locomotive, or the mouth of a smoker, the familiar ring of the smoker. Others have the form and appearance of semiluminous globes, glowing like a giant opal. Other thought forms are emitted in jet-like streams, like steam puffed out from a teakettle. Again, one will appear as a series of short puffs of steam-like appearance. Again, one will twist along like an eel or a snake. Another will twist its way like a corkscrew. At other times, a thought form will appear as a bomb or series of bombs projected from the aura of the thinker. Sometimes, in the case of a vigorous thinker or speaker, these thought form bombs will be seen to explode when they reach the aura of the person addressed or thought of. Other forms appear like nebulous things resembling an octopus, whose twining tentacles twist around the person to whom they are directed. Each thought form bears the same color that it possessed when generated in the aura of the person creating it, though the colors seem to fade in time. Many of them glow with a dull phosphorescence, instead of bright coloring. The atmosphere of every person, and every place, is filled with various thought forms emanated from the person, or persons who inhabit the place. Each building has its own distinctive thought forms, which permeate its mental atmosphere, and which are clearly discernible by trained psychic vision. The same occultist, in a description of a journey in the astral, addresses the following words to the person who is supposed to be sensing on the astral plane. We reproduce his words merely because they create an interesting picture of what the occultists claim may be perceived by supernormal psychic vision, not with the intention of supporting the statements contained therein, nor of claiming them to represent actual facts. The occultist says, "Notice that beautiful spiritual blue around that woman's head. And see that ugly muddy red around that man passing her. Here comes an intellectual giant, see that beautiful golden yellow around his head, like a nimbus. But I don't exactly like that shade of red about his body, and there is too marked an absence of blue in his aura. He lacks harmonious development. Do you notice those great clouds of semiluminous substance which are slowly floating along? Notice how the colors vary in them. Those are clouds of thought vibrations, representing the composite thought of a multitude of people. Also notice how each body of thought is drawing to itself little fragments of similar thought forms and energy. You see here the tendency of thought forms to attract others of their kind, how like the proverbial birds of a feather, they flock together, how thoughts come home, bringing their friends with them, how each man creates his own thought atmosphere. Speaking of atmospheres, do you notice that each shop we pass has its own peculiar thought atmosphere? If you look into the houses on either side of the street, you will see that the same thing is true of them. The very street itself has its own atmosphere, created by the composite thought of those inhabiting and frequenting it. No. Do not pass down that side street, its astral atmosphere is too depressing, and its colors too horrible and disgusting for you to witness just now. You might get discouraged and fly back to your normal plane for relief. Look at those thought forms flying through the thought atmosphere. What a variety of form and coloring. Some most beautiful, the majority quite neutral in tint, and, occasionally, a fierce, fiery one tearing its way toward its mark. Observe those whirling and swirling thought forms as they are thrown off from that business house. Across the street, notice that great octopus monster of a thought form, with its great tentacles striving to wind around persons and to draw them into that flashy dance hall and dram shop, a devilish monster which we would do well to destroy. Turn your concentrated thought upon it, and will it out of existence. There, that's the right way, watch it sicken and shrivel. But, alas! More of its kind will come forth from that place. By reference to the above stated teachings of the occultists, ancient and modern, you will see that the occult teachers agree almost, if not indeed wholly, with the hypotheses of the modern investigators of the phenomena of thought power. The occultists, however, claim to have obtained their information by means of psychic or astral vision in which they have actually perceived what they describe. While the modern investigators, on the contrary, make no such claims of actual sensing, but have built their hypotheses entirely from actual observations and experiments concerning the results and effects of the forces in question. So far, it should be noted, the modern investigators have practically corroborated the statements of the ancient occultists. This, certainly, so far as is concerned the actual operation of these forces in the form of thought atmospheres, thought contagion, thought waves, thought currents, thought streams, and thought forms. The modern investigators, however, have advanced no positive statements concerning the colors, or astral tints, which the occultists emphatically assert to exist and to be perceptible to supernormal or psychic vision. Inasmuch, however, as the physical colors which we perceive by ordinary vision are held by scientists to be entirely due to particular rates of vibration of light waves. It is not unreasonable to suppose that thought vibrations of different and higher rates might cause the appearance of color, tints, hues, and shades to a vision capable of perceiving or registering them. This, however, is apart from the general subject of this book, and is here referred to merely because of its general interest. Of more practical importance to us is the discovery that the occultists agree with the modern investigators in the fact that thought-contagion and thought-induction depend quite materially upon 1. Similarity of thought states between the external thought vibrations and those of the person influenced. And 2. The degree of fear thought or confident expectation of any kind, on the part of the person influenced. Moreover, both classes of teachers and investigators hold that positive, desirable thought states are more powerful in their influence than are the negative, undesirable ones, and serve to neutralize or even to dissolve the latter. A fact which lies at the bottom of all systems or methods of treating thought atmospheres or conditions on the part of mental scientists, and others of similar schools. Remember, always that sunlight always drives away darkness. The most effective way of dispelling darkness is to turn on the light. By keeping your own mental keynote properly pitched, you not only are immune to the thought vibrations of the lower order, but also are able to neutralize or to dissolve these by the power of your own thought. Surely a comforting and satisfying fact, is it not? Rules of Thought Induction. The student of the subject of thought power, when he begins to realize the fact that thoughts are radioactive and that they possess inductive power, usually finds himself wondering why all persons, at all times, are not completely overcome by the effect of the thought influences surrounding and exerting their power upon them. He marvels at the fact that anyone can escape the thought induction of the thought atmosphere. But his observation and common sense informs him that most persons seem to be comparatively free from such influences, except in exceptional cases and under unusual conditions. This reflection brings the student to the point where he seeks for, and finds, certain general rules governing the phenomena of thought induction. These general rules we shall now present to you. 1. Protective immunity. Nature operates in the direction of protecting living creatures from influences threatening them injury. So far as is possible, she interposes a protective shield between the creature and the adverse influence. Nature, finding the creature persistently threatened by influences which have proved themselves to be dangerous to the welfare of the species or class to which the creature belongs, begins to build up and establish what is called the protective immunity of the creature to that particular influence. By reason of this natural tendency, the human race is now immune from certain diseases which formerly seriously threatened it. Each generation acquires an additional degree of this immunity. A leading reference work says, immunity may be described as the state or condition of an individual who is resistant or non-susceptible to a particular infection. There is no such thing as absolute immunity. While animals or individuals may seem under natural conditions to be immune to certain diseases, yet when they are placed in an unfavorable environment, or when the natural vigor is lowered by climate or insufficient food, they succumb to diseases to which they are ordinarily immune. In the same way, nature operates in the direction of protecting us from the perception or consciousness of certain sounds, sights, smells, and other sensations, which serve no useful purpose to us but which would serve to distract our attention from more useful reports of the senses. For instance, we are conscious of but a very small percentage of the things which our eyes see on the streets of a busy city. Our ears receive a multitude of sounds which our consciousness fails to register. We become so accustomed to familiar odors that we fail to perceive them. And, in a like manner, we fail to register the greater portion of the thought vibrations which are beating upon us from all sides, at all times. Were it not so, we would never be able to think at all on our own account, or to have a mind of our own. It is only the exceptional, not the ordinary, thought influences which reach us, and by self-training we may still further limit these exceptional influences. In fact, it may be stated as a general principle that we are strongly affected by thought induction proceeding from the radioactive thought of others only when our natural immunity to these is lacking, or when it is overbalanced by certain strong attractive powers in our own minds. These conditions arise, for the most part, from some of the following causes, viz. Rules of thought induction. 1. General lack of resistive power of our own thoughts, arising from a lack of strong convictions and ideas of our own which are opposed to those involved in the thought vibrations reaching us from others. 2. General agreement and harmony with the outside thought vibrations, which, operating on the principle of like attracts like, actually attract and draw such thought influences to us, or at least open the gates of our minds to their influx. 3. General belief in, or fear concerning, the power of the outside thought influences to reach us. The confident expectation of earnest belief or of deep fear is practically the same thing, and, in either case, it opens the gates of our minds to the thought influences in question. 2. Neutralization. Thought vibrations are subject to the process of neutralization, by means of which they are deprived of much of their strength and inductive power when they come in contact with thought vibrations of an opposite character, either in the minds of individuals or in the general thought atmosphere of persons and places. Thus, when a current of thought vibrations comes in contact with an individual of strong, positive ideas and convictions of an opposite character, the current is weakened by the contact and conflict, and loses its power to influence either the individual or others. In the same way, thought currents are weakened or neutralized by contact with strong, positive thought vibrations of an opposite character in the thought atmosphere of a place. On the other hand, however, if the new thought vibrations be in accord with the original current, the latter receives fresh strength and power. The mental atmosphere of every place of public meeting, and of every place in which numbers of persons live, is constantly filled with thought waves, thought currents, thought streams and thought forms, all made up and composed of the thought vibrations of numerous persons, drawn together by the force of their mutual attraction. These streams of thought vibrations of course are constantly coming in contact with each other. When this happens, a certain process is set up in which usually occurs either a combination and blending of the harmonious elements, or else a neutralization of the inharmonious elements. In the process of neutralization a certain definite ratio is found to maintain. For instance, if the two opposing forces are of about the same degree of power and energy, each will lose practically an equal amount of inductive strength by reason of the neutralization. But, if they differ in comparative power and energy, they will each lose in the inverse ratio of their relative strength. The stronger will lose less, and the weaker will lose more. Thus, if one of the opposing forces is twice the power of the other, it will lose only half as much as does the weaker one. But in each and every case of neutralization there is a loss on both sides. This being so, it follows that the individual coming in conflict with strong opposing thought influences must replenish his own thought power by pouring into it a stream of strong, positive ideas representing his own convictions, principles or beliefs. This process of neutralization is also manifested in the process of treatment of things, places or conditions, on the part of the followers of mental science. Here the adverse, undesirable, negative thought atmospheres are neutralized and dissipated by turning upon them a steady, ever-replenished stream of positive, good thought vibrations. 3. Rhythm. In a preceding section we have spoken of the whirlwinds of thought vibrations, which sometimes pass rapidly over a crowd, a community, or even over a whole country, or, at times, over the entire civilized world. These mental whirlwinds, starting from a focal center, spread rapidly in an ever-widening circumference of its circles, and with ever-increasing force and power, that is, ever-widening and ever-increasing up to a certain point. Sooner or later, however, the influence of the outside thought opposing it, combined with that natural rhythm which is found in all natural activities, serves to slow down the movement, and to dissipate its strength. Everything in nature has its rise and its fall, its increase and its decrease, its birth and its death, and these thought whirlwinds or whirlpools come under the general law. If you will study the history of mental epidemics, crazes or other phases of extended thought contagion, you will perceive the operation of this law of rhythm, this tendency to regain and restore the normal balance between the opposing poles of things. In the instances cited in a preceding chapter, you will note the gradual or rapid decline of the contagion, following its rise to its highest point. You may also see the principle manifested in any case of popular excitement, such as, for instance, a great religious revival, a political campaign, or in any other form of mental excitement in which a large number of persons are affected. From the stages of intense, burning ardor, excitement, or even frenzy, there is a corresponding slowing down and cooling off. The reaction follows the action, and is equal to it though in an opposite direction. Were this principle not in operation, there would be no limit to the spread and increase in force of a mental epidemic, it would veritably consume the world with its intensity. 4. Harmonious attraction. As we have informed you in the preceding sections of this book, there is manifest in the world of thought vibrations a certain strong attraction between thought waves or thought currents. And the minds of those persons whose general thought and feeling are more or less in harmonious agreement with those represented in the thought currents. Like attracts like, birds of a feather flock together, mine own shall come to me, all these statements are illustrated by the actions of the thought currents in response to the drawing power of the mind. Persons of strong convictions, right or wrong, good or bad, are constantly attracting to themselves the thought currents of other persons of similar convictions. Likewise, persons of certain strong emotional states, affections, desires, passions and inclinations, are constantly drawing to themselves the thought currents of other persons of similar natures. We are connected by invisible mental links and filaments with others of similar thoughts and emotional states, similar natures and characters. Our thoughts and their thoughts have an elective affinity for each other, each draws and attracts the thought currents of others of the same general character. We are constantly forming and maintaining mental partnerships in this way. We should be careful what kind of partners we join with in this thought relation. If you have been drawing thought currents of an undesirable nature, you should take mental stock of yourself for the purpose of discovering and eradicating those thoughts and other mental states which have proved to be the magnet drawing to you this undesirable crowd of thought influences. You should then replace these objectionable mental states with thoughts and mental states of a desirable character. You may deliberately attract and draw to yourself the most desirable kind of thoughts and mental states. You may have any kind of mental partner that you desire, if you will but establish the first member of the firm in your own mind. 5. Belief or fear. As we have pointed out in other sections of this book, and also in other books of this series, the mental state known as confident expectation exerts a powerful dynamic force in the direction of attracting or drawing to the individual the objects or things which form the subject of his strong faith and hope. This principle is found active in the case before us, i.e., the case of thought-induction. The person who earnestly expects, hopes, and believes that the positive, advantageous thought currents of others will reach and influence him, undoubtedly sets into operation the subtle forces which attract and draw such to him. Likewise, the individual who strongly fears, and therefore expects confidently, that the adverse, negative thoughts of others will reach and affect him, equally draws and attracts to himself that which he so strongly fears. In either case, the principle is that of confident expectation. In each case there is present a strong faith or belief, which in one case is accompanied by hope, and in the other, by dread. In fact, at the last, faith, hope and fear-dread are perceived to be the opposite poles of the one mental state, the mental state of confident expectation. Each pole is possessed of a strong drawing power or attractive force. Each draws to itself the objects or conditions corresponding to the thought. This realization of the essential identity of the two apparent opposites will be found to furnish the means of the reconciliation of the two facts, seemingly opposed to each other, which for so long has perplexed and disturbed the students of mental science. The first phase of the power of confident expectation, i.e., that of faith-hope, is illustrated in the many cases of mental healing, or similar forms of mental or spiritual therapeutics, in which sick persons by their earnest faith and hope attract and draw to themselves the healing thought and mental patterns of the healer, or person giving the treatment, which thought influences in turn serve to arouse within the patient his own recuperative force and energy, and thus to bring about a cure. The same principle operates in case of treatments for improved conditions, which result in awakening the attractive mental forces of the individual, himself, thus bringing about the desired improvement according to well-established psychological laws. Thus faith and hope are powerful mental states, capable of affecting important results. The second phase of the power of confident expectation, i.e., that of fear-dread, is illustrated in the many cases of persons affected by their belief in adverse treatments, malicious magnetism, black magic, witchcraft, and so on. The history of psychology and mental science contains numerous instances in which persons have been seriously injured in health, and in some cases have actually died, by reason of their belief in the power of evil inherent in the adverse thoughts of others. Here the fear-dread has acted in the same way as does faith-hope, both being phases of confident expectation, that is to say, it has attracted to the person the evil influences which were dreaded, and the evil effects which were feared. Here, the thing I feared has come upon me. There is nothing strange in the matter, once the principle is understood. No one who is filled with faith-hope in the good, and who banishes fear-hot dread of the evil, need ever suffer from any of the adverse mental influences above mentioned. This is the truth which is destined to set many free from the curse of error. The 5 rules of thought induction which we have just called to your attention will be found present and operative in practically all phenomena of thought power in all of its many phases. You will do well to study each very carefully. Treating thought conditions. In the preceding sections of this book we have presented for your consideration the facts concerning the general principles involved in the several phases of the phenomena of thought power. These principles have been presented to you with an entire absence of insistence upon the acceptance of any speculative theories concerning the ultimate nature of thought, or mind. We have sought to emphasize the scientific, how, rather than the metaphysical, why. Our concern has been almost entirely with the statement of how it works, the laws and principles governing its activity. Hoping that we have succeeded in presenting to you the principles and laws of these activities in such a way that you have grasped them, and have committed to memory their essential points. We shall now proceed to the task of instructing you concerning the most practical and scientific methods and ways of applying these principles in your own particular case, so that you may avail yourself of the benefit of the right use of this wonderful force of nature, and, at the same time, may avoid the mistake of allowing its negative phases to affect you and to work to your disadvantage. It is quite true that in our general presentation of the principles and laws of thought power, in the preceding sections of this book, we have added here and there a word of caution or of advice concerning the use and application of the power in question. So that you would have a general knowledge of this phase of the subject even if nothing more were said concerning these particular points. But in order that you may apply more effectively these principles, you will do well to consider carefully the special statements concerning such application which we are now about to present to you. More than all, however, it is important that you proceed actually to apply these principles in your everyday life. There is no better way of learning a thing than by actually doing it, providing that you proceed according to competent instruction concerning the general principles and laws governing the subject in question. Creating a thought atmosphere. As you have been informed in previous sections of this book, every person is surrounded by a thought aura, or thought atmosphere, composed of thought vibrations radiating from his thoughts and mental states. These thought vibrations tending to affect and influence other persons with whom such person comes in contact. The thought aura or thought atmosphere of a person, as you have seen, represents the general mental state of that person, his habitual mental states. It is a reflection of his mental character. It may be regarded as a practical extension of his personality. We have shown you that the thought vibrations composing the thought atmosphere of a person tend to arouse in other persons a similar rate of vibration. The degree of such induced vibration, however, depends upon the degree of harmony between the mental characters of the other persons and that of the person sending forth the influence. There must be something in the nature of the other person before it can be called forth by inductive action. The seed must be there, else there will be no sprouting, blossoming, or fruit-bearing. There must be something to catch fire, before the fire of mental contagion will spread. We have described this to you before, so there is no necessity of repeating the explanation at length in this place. There is another phase of the matter, however, which has not as yet been called to your attention. Here it is in a few words: your general mental character, customary mental state, and habitual mental attitude will be recognized, consciously or subconsciously, by some of the persons with whom you come in contact. By means of your thought atmosphere or thought aura, even when, by reason of their own differing character, you fail to induce a similar feeling in themselves. They will often be able to catch your vibrations, even though these fail to induce a similar rate of vibration in themselves. You have often sensed the vibrations of sincerity, earnestness, honesty, enthusiasm, reliability, in the thought atmosphere of other persons. You have felt to a certainty that such mental qualities were theirs. In the same way, you have felt distinctly and clearly the vibrations of deceit, unreliability, dishonesty, lack of confidence, in the thought atmospheres of others coming into your presence. Perhaps you have never thought that other persons could sense your own mental character in the same way, but they can, in many cases. This being so, it behooves you to build up for yourself a thought atmosphere which will be of service to you, and which will affect and influence other persons in a way advantageous to your interests and welfare. If it is possible for other persons to catch your thought vibrations, and thus to read your thoughts, it certainly will be well for you to generate thoughts and to emit vibrations of only the right kind, the kind likely to influence those other persons in your favor, rather than against you. This, of course, will necessitate something like character building on your part, but in a way rather the reverse of that usually followed. The usual way is to build up your character, and to let that affect your thoughts. In this new way, you build up your thoughts, and let these react upon and influence your character so that the latter is reconstructed. However, we shall not here go into details concerning the subject of character building, as that special subject is considered in detail in another book of this series. While the change in your thoughts will greatly influence your character, we shall content ourselves here with considering the thoughts alone, your thoughts as they are concerned in producing an effect upon the persons with whom you come in contact. If you wish other persons to feel that you have confidence in yourself, or in your business proposition, your political views, your religious teachings, your general opinions, you must first feel that confidence yourself, must feel it so strongly and positively that you will fairly radiate it and cause your thought atmosphere to vibrate it vigorously. If you manage to do this, you may rest assured that the other persons will sense that positive confidence, and will be more or less influenced by it. If you fail to do this, and, instead, allow your mind and thought atmosphere to be filled with the vibrations of lack of confidence, distrust, unbelief, unfaith, doubt, you may be assured that the other persons will catch those vibrations. And thus will be influenced against you, this, very often, without conscious recognition on their part of the reason for their feeling and impression. If you feel that your thought atmosphere is not just what it should be, that it is too negative, or else lacking in some of the positive characteristics which you consider desirable, then you should proceed to create a new thought atmosphere. One containing a greater degree of positivity and composed of those qualities which you instinctively realize should be present and active in it. If you desire a thought atmosphere similar to that possessed by individuals who are able to produce upon other persons the impressions they wish to be produced, you have but to start the work of pouring into your aura or thought atmosphere just those thought vibrations which such fortunate individuals seem to radiate. If you would be like those persons in this respect, you must begin to think as they do. It is all a matter of a given cause producing a given effect. If you wish to produce the effect, you must supply the cause. In short, if you would create a new thought atmosphere for yourself, you must start to treat your mental atmosphere for the desired qualities. Now, a word here regarding this specialized use of the words, treat, treatment, etc., which are frequently met with in all instruction along the lines of mental science and similar subjects, and which we shall employ frequently in the following pages of this book. The word, treat, as so employed, means, to supply the needed thought elements, ideas, mental pictures, etc., to the mind, to the thought atmosphere of persons and places, or to any other aggregation of thought vibrations. A treatment of this kind is simply the act or process employed in this matter of treating a person, a place, a thing, for the purpose just named. The process of treatment, just described, may be illustrated by the familiar act of turning on the light in a hitherto dark room, of opening the shutters and admitting the inflow of the rays of sunshine to a dark place, of letting a stream of pure, dear water flow into a bowl of dirty water. The light, the sunshine, or the clear water represent the positive elements of thought, while the darkness of the room, or the dirtiness of the water in the bowl, represent the negative elements of thought. The positive elements of thought will always displace and neutralize the negative elements, provided that the positive elements are supplied in sufficient quantity and in the right way. We ask you to consider carefully the statement just made, and to commit it to memory. If you do this, you will have always at your command a most powerful and valuable instrument capable of performing the most important work for you when most needed. Now, from what we have just told you, what would you think should constitute the right method and way of treating your thought atmosphere so as to create in it the qualities and powers which you wish it to possess? You will have no trouble in answering this question, if you have taken heed of what we have just said. You will answer at once, I should begin to pour into my thought atmosphere a sufficient quantity of the thoughts which represent the desired qualities. Your answer is the right one, the one that follows logically from the given premises. You must open the windows of your mind to the inflow of positive, powerful thoughts, ideas and mental pictures. You must flood the dark places with the sunshine of positive thought. Before proceeding further, however, we must call your attention to a most important fact of psychology which has a direct bearing on this matter of thought treatments of all kinds. Here it is: the power of the inflowing positive thoughts is immensely increased by your act of mentally picturing the inflow of the thought vibrations into that which is being treated by you. The more clearly and strongly that you are able to picture in your imagination the process of the inflow of the positive thought, and the effect of these on the thought atmosphere of that which you are treating, the greater will be the power and efficiency of that inflowing current. Please note the above statement carefully, and commit it to memory. Practice until you can clearly imagine and mentally picture the presence of your thought atmosphere, the inflow of the positive current, and the changed condition which is occurring by reason of the treatment. The more real this picture seems to you, the greater the effect will be produced. This is a fact, as you may demonstrate to your own satisfaction. There is no need of entering into a technical discussion of the principle involved. It works, and that is the main thing. Akin to this is the fact that the more clearly you can picture the mental quality or state which you are pouring into your thought atmosphere by means of the stream or current of thought vibrations, the greater power will it have to overcome and neutralize those negative qualities and states of which you wish to be rid. In order to create a mental picture of this kind, you must, 1. Know the name best expressing and indicating that quality. 2. Be able to recall instances in which that quality was manifested by others, so that you are quite familiar with its outward expressions. And, 3. Imagine yourself as possessed of and as manifesting that quality, yourself, even if you have never had this actual experience, so that you may clearly and vividly feel yourself now experiencing its inner phases. By so doing, you will have, a. the verbal symbol of the quality, b. the idea of its outer expression, and, c. the feeling of the inner experience which accompanies the latter. When you have acquired this, you have the matter in your own hands, and under your own control. The foregoing 2 paragraphs contain important truths. Study them well, and commit to memory their essential points. The psychology involved is simple, but its effect is far-reaching and effective. When you know what you want, you have taken the first step toward its attainment. You must know its name, and its meaning. You must know how other persons act when they possess it, how it manifests in outward form. You must know how it feels to possess and to manifest it, how it exists in its inner form. Ask yourself, what is the name of this quality? What are its characteristics? What does it mean when fully understood? A good dictionary will give you the answer. Then ask yourself, how do persons act when they possess and manifest this quality? What are its outward forms of expression? This question may be answered from your observation of other persons. Select and study some good human pattern. Finally ask yourself, how does it feel to experience the possession and manifestation of this quality? What are the inner forms of its possession? Your thought power imagination, working up the material of your observations of your human patterns, will be able to supply you with this feeling. When you are able to answer these questions, you will be able to proceed effectively with your work of treating your thought atmosphere. We suggest that you now proceed to practice this method upon some particular mental quality, the quality of courage for instance. Exert your thought, your memory, and your imagination, upon the ideal of courage, according to the rules given above. Having reached the point just mentioned, you may start in earnest to treat your thought atmosphere for desired qualities and powers. The process is simple: turn on the stream of fresh, clear water, admit the sunshine to the room. That is all there is to it. Treat yourself whenever you have the opportunity, and without neglecting your duties or business, you will find plenty of time and opportunities. You will notice the improvement from the very first. But do not get discouraged if at the start there occurs a little unpleasant stirring up. That is merely natural. All readjustments stir up conditions at first. Stick to it, persevere, do not allow yourself to be sidetracked. Just one word of caution here: never allow yourself to dwell on, picture, or imagine the negative mental state which you wish to neutralize or eradicate. Forget the negatives so far as is possible. You need not think of them. The sunshine takes care of the darkness. You do not have to shovel out the latter. Cultivate the good plants, and the weeds will be choked out. This is the rule of the garden of the mind, at least. Treating places and things. The general principles and rules relating to the treating of your own thought atmosphere, which we have just stated to you, apply also to the case of treating places, things, and general conditions arising from thought radioactivity. The thought atmospheres of places, the thought influences of things, the thought conditions in general, which arise from the past or previous presence of thought vibrations, may be successfully treated by you. And their undesirable conditions removed and replaced by desirable conditions, by an application of the very same principles which we have just described and explained to you in connection with treating your own thought atmosphere. There probably will be needed certain minor modifications of the application of the principles, so as to make them fit the particular conditions of the cases before you. But the general principles remain the same, and the essential elements of the method of application will hold good in all cases. If you rent an office, a house, a store, a room, you will do well to treat its thought atmosphere, this, particularly if the former tenants have been of an undesirable character, if the history of the place is bad. Or if you sense the presence of thought vibrations of an undesirable character. In fact, it is a good plan to treat any new building or rooms rented or bought by you, and which you intend to occupy. Even if there be present no particularly undesirable thought influences, or past record to be overcome. The treatment will serve to bring about speedily that harmony of thought atmosphere and thought vibrations which it is always well for one to secure and to maintain in the places occupied by him. You know how foreign and alien to you have been the new quarters occupied by you in the past, in many cases, and you remember how in time, after you have occupied the quarters for a while, they grew to feel natural and harmonious to you. By proper treatment, you may secure this same agreeable harmony even from almost the very first. Places with evil records and histories, places noted for the non-success of the former occupants. Places in which mental or emotional inharmony or strife have been habitually manifested. And places in which for any reason whatsoever the thought atmosphere has become undesirable and calculated to induce unfavorable impressions upon the minds of those occupying them. Or those visiting them, all such places should be subjected to a careful and thorough mental disinfection, renovation, and general treatment. The same is true, though in a less degree, concerning articles of furniture, tools, machinery, clothing, pictures, or any other form of personal property which has come into your possession after having been frequently used by some former owner. Second-hand things often carry with them the thought influences of former owners, and for that reason are instinctively avoided by many persons. But a thorough mental treatment will remove all such objectionable influences, and will saturate the things with your own thought vibrations. In these treatments of places and things, you must follow the general rules already given. You must mentally picture the inflow of your positive thought currents into the thought atmosphere of the place or thing. You must vividly realize and picture to yourself the nature of the thought qualities which you are pouring into them. The more clearly that you can visualize or picture that which is being performed on the plane of the thought vibrations, and the more thoroughly you realize the nature and character of the particular thought qualities being imparted by you, the more complete will be your work of treating, and the more satisfactory will be the result. The thought qualities to be imparted to a place or thing must be those particular qualities which you perceive to be needed, and which, when present, will bring about the results and effects which you desire in connection with that place or thing. A general treatment for a condition of general harmony with my ideals also is to be advised in cases of this kind. Thought power methods. Another important method of applying the principles of thought power by means of the transmission of thought currents, and the consequent action of thought induction, is that which may be called the direct message. In this case there is secured not only the general effect of the vibrations of your thought atmosphere but also the direct and special effect of those vibrations which arise from strong particular ideas and thoughts existing in your own mind, and which you wish to get across into the mind of the person with whom you are talking. In the direct message, you flash directly from your own mind the message to the mind of the other person. It is as if you sent him a strong, wireless message direct from your brain to his. The occultists say that in such cases there may be perceived an actual flash of thought power from the one brain to the other. Men and women of strong personalities possess to a high degree this power of sending the direct message. And this fact accounts in a large measure for their power of impressing and influencing other persons. In applying the method of the direct message, you first arouse and create in your own mind a strong, clear and positive idea or thought which you wish to be conveyed to the mind of the other person. This is an important preliminary stage of the method, for unless you have something clear and strong to send as a message you cannot expect the other mind to receive a clear and strong message. Your message at the sending end must be vivid, intense and dynamic, in order that it may produce a like effect at the receiving end. The more thoroughly convinced you are of the truth and reality of the idea and thought to be sent as a message in this way, the greater will be the degree of strength of the message, and the greater the degree of ease with which you may send it. Therefore, you must thoroughly convince yourself of the truth and reality of your message before you send it. You must arouse within yourself a degree of enthusiasm over its truth and reality. You must make it ring with truth within your own mind and soul. You must be able to feel the vibration of truth arising from it. It is true that some persons possessing marked ability as actors may counterfeit, more or less successfully, this mental attitude of truth, and thus may obtain a considerable degree of strength in their thought messages. But, nevertheless, there is nothing so strong and sure as the truth in such cases. The counterfeit truth has a tendency to break down at the critical moment, and to destroy the effect of the previous favorable impression of the message. Search for the truth in your idea or thought, and hold closely to it. The truth is mighty and will prevail. Another point to be remembered in connection with the message is this: the message must appeal to the general desires, aims, aspirations. Ambitions and wishes of the other person must fit in with his ideals and hopes, in order to reach him easily and affect him strongly. The salesman whose message vibrates with the thought, "I wish to save you money," or "I wish to benefit you," creates a far different impression from that which arises from the firmly held, strong thought that, "I want to sell you something." Or that, "I want to get an order from you." The strong, vivid thought, "I like you," is far better calculated to awaken a kindly response than the thought, "I want you to like me," which so many employ. Of course, certain messages awakening the fear of consequences resulting from an action, or the refusal to act, serve to appeal to the self-interest and desires of a person in certain cases, and often are so employed with more or less success. But, on the whole, it is far wiser to proceed on the principle embodied in the old fable, the fable in which it is related that after the strong north wind had failed to blow the cloak from the shoulders of the man, the sun accomplished the task by sending its rays upon him and causing him to seek relief from its heat by removing the cloak. Positives are better than negatives, in most cases. In sending the direct message, in a personal interview, you proceed as follows: 1. Having previously aroused the conviction of the truth of the idea in your own mind, and having awakened an enthusiasm concerning it in your own heart, you must call up the idea, thus energized and rendered dynamic, into your own consciousness, holding it there constantly throughout the entire interview. 2. You must exert a conscious, steady though imperceptible effort in the direction of projecting the stream of thought vibrations to the mind of the other person. You will be able to do this with the greatest effect, and the least effort, if you will use your imagination to picture the actual passage of the thought current from one brain to the other. Professor E. B. Warman, a pioneer investigator of this and similar subjects, calls this employment of thought power, impulsion, thus distinguishing it from compulsion, the latter being held by him to indicate will force. He says, compulsion is a force from without, impulsion, a force from within. Compulsion will make an enemy of a friend, impulsion will make a friend of an enemy. Which is preferable? By impulsion, I mean that you should lodge the thought in the mind of the other man to do as you desire. Is it right? Yes, if your business is right. It is merely another form, and a better form, of using persuasive powers. The same writer and teacher indicates an interesting feature of the employment of this method, as follows: to lodge the thought successfully you should think in the first person singular, 1, that is, think as if you were thinking for him. If you think in the second person, he will feel a sense of compulsion. By the first method he is impressed to do as you desire. He illustrates this point of practice by several instances of his personal employment of it. For instance, I said nothing, but I thought very intently for him, impulsion. This is the thought I held on him: well, you come in at 1 o'clock. That little word, well, is a great compromiser. All this probably occurred in the space of a minute, but it seemed many of them to me. Finally I looked up and said, well, I thought the rest for him, but spoke not a word. Instantly he took my cue from the spoken word and voiced my unexpressed thought, saying, well, you come in at 1 o'clock. On the way to the bank I held this thought on, and for the banker, well, I've decided to pay you. I held it so hard, so tenaciously, and with such confidence and concentration, and so exclusively of all other thoughts, that had I spoken to anyone on the way, I fear that I would have given utterance to my one and only thought, well, I've decided to pay you. At precisely 1 o'clock I presented myself at his desk. He looked up at the clock, and as he did so, said, I see you're on time to the minute. I was almost afraid to speak, lest I might lose my grip on the thought I was holding on and for him, but I at once assured him that being on time was one of my cardinal principles. No sooner did I get my hold on that which I desired him to say than, simultaneously with my thought, he voiced it, "Well, I've decided to pay you, ... Again, he gives the following very interesting, and decidedly humorous, advice: you have a caller either at the office or at home. It is your busy day. Time is precious. Your caller does not know when to depart. You can freeze him out or otherwise make him uncomfortable, or as a last resort you can ask him to go. Any of these might be efficacious, but things efficacious are not always expedient. There is a better way. Do not use compulsion, but impulsion. Impel him to go, that is, lodge the thought with him, in the first person singular. That is done by thinking for him, "Well, I must be going," that is what I term holding the thought on or over him. Almost instantly he will be impressed with the thought as emanating directly from himself, and he will voice your thought as his own, "Well, I must be going." When he thus expresses himself, let him go. Do not be dishonest by trying to be polite and saying, "Why, what's your haste? I'm sorry you have to go so soon." It would serve you right if he then sat down and stayed an hour. If you have occasion to strive to convert or to convince other persons, in the course of your business or social life, you will find your efficiency in this direction greatly increased by a little practice in the art of sending these thought messages along any of the several lines above mentioned. Some have found Professor Warman's plan of thinking for him, in the first person singular, to be especially effective. Others prefer the more familiar method. Either will do the work, so take your choice. You understand, of course, that these thought messages may be sent during the course of your conversation, argument or discussion, or they may immediately follow it. Use the method indicated by the circumstances of the case. Remember, also, that this is not hypnotism, mesmerism, or anything of that kind. It is simply an especially effective way of getting across to others that which is usually transmitted by the spoken word. Some very good teachers lay great stress upon the transmission of thought power messages in the act of handshaking. They hold that in this way one may get over, to another, in the most effective manner, the general impression sought to be made upon the mind of the other person. They point out the fact that the most magnetic persons are distinguished by their live handclasp, in which thought and feeling are expressed and impressed. These teachers impress upon their pupils the importance of throwing thought and feeling into the handclasp. They advise, for instance, that one should hold firmly in thought the words, "I like you and you like me," when shaking hands with a person whom one desires to impress in this way. The thought being accompanied by the mental picture of the passage of the thought current from the one mind to the other, by means of the line of which the clasped hands are the connecting link. Some of the most successful persons have discovered by actual experience the value of this method, though they usually fail to recognize the actual principle involved. They have found that it works, and they let it go at that, without seeking the scientific explanation. Many of the best authorities are agreed that this method furnishes one of the most effective means of sending the direct message by means of thought power. Another, and a somewhat more complex, form of sending thought messages of this kind to another person is that which may be called the distant message. This form of thought message is practically the same as that just described, except that in the present case the other person is not present in person, but is at some distance from you at the time the message is being sent. In cases of this kind you may effectively present an argument or a plea, an appeal or a petition, a warning or a caution, to another person, in advance of a personal interview, and rendering the latter far more effective than would be the case otherwise. You may even prepare the mental soil for a decision, by employing either the usual method or else the impulsion, first personal singular, method suggested by Professor Warman. In sending a thought message of this kind the sender proceeds just as if the other person were present at the place from which the message is sent. With his mind charged with the consciousness of the truth of his message, the sender verbally addresses the other person just as though he were present in person. The verbal message corresponds to what would be the spoken message were the two persons actually in each other's presence. The same arguments are used, and the same earnestness displayed. The only difference is that the other person is not aroused to such an earnest refutation of the argument as might be the case in a personal interview. The discussion and argument, consequently, is more one-sided. A writer in a popular magazine, in his article stating the results of an investigation of the subject now under consideration, cites a number of interesting cases in which the general principle of thought power was applied to practical ends along the lines just mentioned. Among other cases, he mentions the following. Miss H gave an instance out of her own experience. She tried an experiment in this case. First she obtained the agency for a set of books that sold for $50. Then she selected the names of 15 prospects, and sold each one a set, as fast as she could reach the prospect and present the proposition. She declared that she actually made the sale to each one in her own room before she started out. She also told me about an insurance man who sells $100,000 policies at his desk before he approaches his prospect. The same writer reported as follows the same lady's answer to his question, "How is it done?" The secret is this: you concentrate definitely for prospects and then on individuals. You put in a few minutes each day picturing just what you want to take place, and then go out and hustle to accomplish that purpose. For example, if there is an ugly customer you desire to subdue, you create a word picture of yourself actually subduing him. You hold that picture steadily in your conscious mind for 10 or more minutes, if possible. If you can think of that and nothing else for 3 minutes, without your thoughts flitting about, you will be doing well. A good time to focus your conscious mind on your supreme desire is while you are in the act of going to sleep, or while you are just waking in the morning. The best practice, however, is to get off by yourself, clear away from all noise and distractions, sit down or lie down, relax the body and mind completely, and concentrate on the thing that you wish your subconscious mind to do. If you will do that 15 minutes daily, you will have no more doubts about the efficacy of the method. You must claim the desired quality or object before you actually possess it. Concentration is in the present, immediate, right now. You create the image or make a mold of what you want by affirmation and visualization, and then the subconscious mind makes that image a reality. You use your will in forming the image, but the will does not do the work. To use a well-understood figure of speech, the subconscious mind is the power that operates the engine, and your will does the steering. Everything depends upon the intensity of desire, and perfection in concentration. It is no small achievement to hold a single thought or idea in the mind for any length of time, but it can be acquired by practice. Generally, however, results will come in a few days. But do not get discouraged if you do not realize your expectation at first. Keep right on concentrating and working, and you will eventually achieve victory. In the above case, the lady relating the personal experience, and those of others, places great emphasis upon the part played by the subconscious mind in the manifestation of thought power. She is quite right in doing so, yet some persons reading the statement may be led to believe that the subconscious mind is an entity performing the work in the case, which is a mistaken idea. The subconscious mind is not a distinct entity, but is rather a part of the mind of the individual, a plane or level of consciousness in his mentality. A large portion of one's thought waves or thought currents are sent out by the subconscious mentality, and a large part of one's impressions received in this way are taken up by his subconscious mental mechanism. But the power employed in sending the subconscious messages of thought vibration, and that which registers them on the subconscious receiving instruments, is thought power such as has been described in this book. The subconscious mind is merely a series of planes or levels of mental activity lying below those of ordinary consciousness. It will be well for you to bear in mind this important distinction. Those who have made a careful study of this distant message phase of thought transmission and thought induction report that the efficacy of the plan depends materially upon the degree in which the sender visualizes or pictures mentally, a. the actual presence of the other person, and b. the actual passage of the thought current. One investigator says, if you are able to visualize so effectively that the other person seems to be actually present before you in person, and so that you may actually sense the passage of the thought vibrations, then the effect will be enormously increased. Some teachers, in private lessons, have laid down quite elaborate rules and directions governing this method, but in the above statements will be found the essential principles of the matter and the practical gist of the method. There have been written and taught many sensational elaborations of this method, most of which, however, are merely the work of an active imagination. To some, this method has seemed to threaten dire danger of hypnotism at long range, black magic, etc., and to be akin to controlling the wills of other persons at a distance by means of some magic power. Those who have carefully investigated the matter, however, assure all persons that there is present here nothing more than the ordinary suggestive effect of strong convictions transmitted by means of thought vibrations in a personal interview, the ordinary inductive action of positive mental states such as we have described to you in previous sections of this book. The rules of thought induction, set forth in detail in section 7 of this book, apply here as well as in all other forms or phases of thought induction. There is here present the effect of harmonious attraction and of belief or fear. There is no cause for undue alarm in the matter, and most certainly no one need feel any fear concerning any undue influence being exerted over him to his detriment. Particularly if he will acquaint himself with the principles governing all thought induction, and will avail himself of the ordinary protective methods indicated in such cases. In the remaining portion of this section of this book we shall point out the general principles and methods of self-protection, which apply to the present case as well as to all other forms of thought induction. We advise you to study carefully these principles and methods. Nature, in the various fields of her activity, is seen to supply a protective element to her creatures in all cases in which there is present an element which threatens to become destructive or harmful. To one creature it supplies the defensive armor of shell, to another, sharp quills or spines, to another, the power of swift flight, to another, a quick brain. It supplies to one the fur coat, protecting against the cold. To another, the instinct to hibernate, to another, the tendency to take on fatty deposits during the cold season. For every bane nature furnishes an antidote. As might be expected, it supplies to man the means of protecting himself against adverse thought induction. Some of these means man employs instinctively. But now that man has discovered the principles underlying thought power, and is employing it more effectively and more consciously, there have also been discovered methods of effectively and consciously counteracting and neutralizing the effects of its improper uses. In the first place, as we have already informed you, everyone has a protective immunity from thought induction of all kinds, which he exercises to a greater or less extent according to his development and state of knowledge. In a general way, it may be stated that no one need fear being adversely affected by thought induction if he will, 1. Keep his own mind clear and free from low, mean, selfish, destructive thoughts, schemes, and plans to take advantage of others. 2. Keep his emotional nature free from low, base passions and inclinations, and 3. Keep his mind free from fear thought. His power of resistance will be enormously increased if he will practice the art of encouraging the mental states directly opposed to those just noted, and thus manifest the characteristic mental states of nobility, cleanness, and fearlessness. You will see the reason for the above statement if you will refer to previous sections of this book and will read what has been said there concerning the attractive power of thought. You will see that the rule of like attracts like in the world of thought vibrations, and that the something without cannot kindle the flame unless it finds the something within to furnish the fuel for the mental combustion. Or, employing another figure of speech, you will see that just as physical personal cleanliness prevents the creation of congenial lodging places for noxious germs, so will mental personal cleanliness prevent the formation of congenial lodging places for mental microbes. What has just been said applies in equal measure to what we have previously told you concerning the evil effect of fear thought as an attracting force for undesirable thought vibrations and thought induction. A mental state of fear thought will open the doors to undesirable thought influences, while, in the same way, the mental states of fearlessness, courage, and self-confidence will render one practically immune from adverse influences of this kind. Above everything else, you should build up for yourself the protective armor of fearlessness concerning thought influences. No thought influence can enter your mental realm if you are surrounded by an aura of fearlessness and self-confidence. We cannot impress this upon you too strongly. The following suggestions along these lines should prove helpful to you in case you feel the need of cultivating a greater degree of fearlessness, a greater degree of immunity to thought induction. We advise you to study them carefully in any event. The positive center. Begin by creating for yourself what has been called the positive center. Here you enter into a strong conscious recognition and realization of yourself as the ego, the I am I, the self, master of your physical and mental realm, able to govern your mental states and to change your mental attitude at will. You should persevere in this recognition and realization until you are able to feel yourself as this I am I, until you can actually feel that I am here, at the very center of your being. When you have reached this stage of the consciousness of egohood, you will realize that you are superior to mental changes and physical changes, and that nothing in the outside world can really affect your position of security and power. This I am I, which is your real self, is pure spirit, superior to both mind and body, and master of both. When you attain this consciousness, you may laugh at the efforts of any person to influence or control you by psychic or mental influences of any kind whatsoever. The protective aura. Even before you attain the full realization of the I am I, or real self, however, and are thus rendered absolutely immune to outside influence, you may create for yourself an armor of protection from undesirable thought induction by a simple mental process which we shall now describe to you. This armor of protection is known as the protective aura. It consists of your personal thought aura or thought atmosphere highly charged with positive thoughts of immunity and resistive power. As its name indicates, it serves as a protective armor of thought vibrations which serves to repel and to deflect any adverse or undesirable thought currents which may seek entrance into your mental realm by means of thought induction. To create the protective aura, you must first create in your imagination as clear and as strong as possible a picture of it, a picture of what your thought aura would look like if you were possessed of the power of seeing it with your ordinary vision. You must picture it extending around your body for a distance of several feet. Then you must picture as pouring into it the waves of the protective thought vibrations with which you are charging it. You must picture it vibrating with protective strength and power. You must see the aura as affording a sure and perfect protection against the influence of any thought currents, thought waves, or thought streams of any kind from other minds, provided that such carry vibrations which are adverse to your interests or which are undesirable to you. You must see this protective aura deflecting the undesirable thought influences, or else causing them to rebound from its surface and to fly back to the source from which they came. Practice until you are able to create a clear and positive mental picture of the aura and its protective action. This may seem somewhat fanciful to you when you first read the above statement. But there is involved in it certain natural, though but little understood, principles of the highest importance. A little practice will bring to you certain positive proofs of the efficacy of the method, proofs arising from your own experience. You will feel a certain freedom from outside impressions of an undesirable kind, a certain sense of poise and power, a certain freedom, a certain security and immunity, which will convince you that there is something in all this, though I do not exactly understand the inner principles involved in it. You should keep your protective aura well charged with the protective vibrations. At least once a day you should create the mental picture of it in action, and at the same time should recharge it with a fresh stream of positive thought. A few moments will be all that is required, once you have acquired the knack. The following affirmation and denial, silently uttered by you, will be found useful in creating and charging the protective aura. They serve to give form and pattern to your thought. Affirmation. Say silently to yourself, I am master of my mental atmosphere. I have created a protective aura around me which renders me immune to all undesirable thought influences of whatever kind or character. I am fully protected. I am immune. I charge my aura with the most positive thought vibrations, and thus render it impregnable. Denial. In the same way, say to yourself, I deny to any and all undesirable thought influences the power of affecting me. I deny to them the power of penetrating my protective aura. I am immune to their influence. This method will protect you from any form of adverse or undesirable phases of thought induction, thought contagion, or thought infection. Its employment will give to you a new sense of power and poise, it will prevent you from being swept off your feet by any form of mental epidemic or excitement. It will serve to confound and confuse other persons who may attempt to employ upon you some of the forms of personal thought influence such as we have indicated in the preceding pages. Do not allow the apparently fanciful nature of the method to prevent you from learning how to produce the desired condition, and to secure its benefits. A little actual experience with it will serve to convert you into an enthusiastic follower of the method. You owe it to yourself to give it a trial, an earnest, fair trial. It may come in quite handy and useful in some hour of need. The law of correlation. Your effective employment of thought power, after all is said and done, will be found to consist largely of your ability to arouse into action the creative activities of thought. These activities operate chiefly through what has been called the correlation of thoughts and things, the mutual relation existing between your thoughts and those things in the outside world which are connected with the former by the links or bonds of association. By the law of correlative attraction your inner thoughts draw to you those persons, things, and circumstances which are correlated to them, and at the same time you are drawn and attracted toward those persons, things, and circumstances. When you have found out exactly what you want, have kindled in your desire nature a strong, ardent, burning craving and longing for that which you know you want. Have established in your field of imagination the strong, definite mental pictures of that which you know you want, have aroused a lively hope and faith and confident expectation of obtaining that which you want. And have called into activity the forces of your will in the direction of attaining and manifesting that which you want, then you will have set into operation the law of attraction along the lines of the correlation of thoughts and things. This, because you have generated thoughts sufficiently strong to serve as magnets, attracting to them that which is necessary for their objective expression, manifestation and realization. And, at the same time, attracting and drawing you to the persons, things and environment most likely to accomplish the same result. Helen Wilmans, a leading teacher in the early days of mental science, based her entire teaching upon this law of attraction between thoughts and things. Over 25 years ago she announced her law of mental correlation, the basis of which was as follows: there is always set up a strong relation or correlation between the individual and the things which form the subject of his chief thought. She taught her students that they could mold and determine their environment, health, financial condition and general success, by the nature and character of their ideals. Provided that they kept their minds strongly filled with these ideals and the ideas arising from them. This, indeed, is the very essence and kernel of modern mental science, which in many forms and under many names has worked such great benefit to many thousands of its students during the past 30 years or more. The following quotation from the above-mentioned pioneer teacher will serve to give you the spirit of her thought on the subject, which you will see agrees very closely with our own thought as set forth in the present book. Mrs. Wilman said, "There is nothing truer than that the quality of the thought which we entertain correlates certain externals in the outside world. This is a law from which there is no escape. And it is this law, this correlation of the thought with the object, that from time immemorial has led the people to believe in special providence. A man believes that he is led by providence in a certain direction. The direction is not of his own choosing, so far as his consciousness is concerned. But providence has nothing to do with it. There was in that man, unrecognized by himself, that which related him to something or some condition on the external plane, and under the law of correlation he went in that direction. Every thought a man can have relates him to some external thing, and draws him in the direction of it. This fact, on the plane where the thoughts of men are fleeting and of no comparative importance, has too frail an effect upon external life to be noticeable. But when much thought has been given to one subject, the result cannot be other than observable. Thus, continued thought upon disease allies us with the external conditions related to disease, or, more correctly speaking, it creates the disease. A belief in poverty not only burdens and oppresses us until it makes us mentally poor, but it allies us with poverty-stricken conditions. Thought not only allies us with certain external things that represent its own character, but when we have ascended from physical to mental it becomes creative. This is a marvelous thing, but if I know anything in the world, I know it to be true. What? Can a person by holding certain thoughts create wealth? Yes, he can. A man holding certain thoughts, if he knows the law that relates effect and cause on the mental plane, can actually create wealth by the character of the thoughts he entertains. This creation must, at this time, be supplemented by courageous action, intensified by creative thought and knowledge of self, but such action is only a part of the thought. This law is easy to understand if one will only take the trouble to investigate it. The gradual recognition by a man of his own latent powers is the heaven within that is to be brought forward into the world and established in these conditions which correlate it. I have never taken a single step upward in the external world that was not the direct result of my recognition of some new power within my brain. I have never sought wealth at all, I have simply sought to know myself. I have believed in my own greatness, and in your greatness equally. I have denied that man was a creeping worm of the dust. I have seen him as the seed germ of all attainment. I place no limitation upon his powers of progression. I scorn the word impossible, as applied to what is in his power to be and to do. I think of his vast ability, and my own, with a jubilant feeling of surpassing triumph. I regard it as an assurance of present as well as prospective greatness, and a guarantee, eventually, of absolute mastery over all things and conditions which once mastered me. And in the direct measure of the power I have in holding this conception up before my perception, just in that measure am I successful in my undertakings. Let me lose sight of it, and my success declines. The most faithful and critical observation of this thing for many years has demonstrated its truth as certainty. A mental poorhouse projects from itself the spirit of a visible poorhouse, and this spirit expresses itself in visible externals correlated in its character. A mental palace sends forth the spirit of a visible palace with results that correlate it. And the same may be said of sickness and sin, of health and of goodness. No amount of money will give one that inner opulence which is the sure foundation for unchanging wealth, that opulence which is the purse of Fortunatus, and which never can be exhausted. Mental wealth, which is the recognition of inner ability, is the only true root of external wealth. External wealth that has not this root is but a floating air plant, there is no dependence to be placed in it. When strong desire power is kindled and set into operation, when the object of the desire is apprehended definitely by the individual, and is represented by clear, strong, definite mental pictures. When faith, hope and confident expectation is aroused, when the will holds itself to the task of purposeful determination. Then the entire mental being of the individual, subconscious as well as conscious, is directed to the task of manifesting in objective form the ideas and ideals inspiring thought, imagination, faith, desire and will. The entire mentality is turned to the work of calling forth, directing, urging, guiding. Spurring on and sending forth the energies of thought power and setting them into operation along the lines of the law of thought attraction and the law of correlation between thoughts and things. This, as we have repeatedly informed you, tends, 1. To draw to the individual the things, persons, circumstances and environment of the external world which are conducive to the objective manifestation of the idea or ideal. And, 2. To lead and urge the individual toward the persons or things of the outside world which are calculated to accomplish the same end. Moreover, this process once set into operation tends to arouse the hitherto dormant subconscious mental faculties of the individual, calling upon the subconscious mentality to reveal and to disgorge its hidden treasures of ideas, memories, plans, creative work, etc. To set into operation the marvelous powers of the constructive imagination along subconscious lines, to invoke the aid of the power of subconscious mentation or unconscious mental rumination. And, finally, to cause the superconscious faculties to superimpose some of their marvelous stores of wisdom upon the conscious realms of the mind. The mental resources of the individual are more than doubled by the addition of the treasures of the subconscious and the superconscious planes of mental power. In the operation of the law of attraction, or the law of the correlation of thoughts and things, when once you have set them into activity, you will experience many happenings which may seem almost uncanny to you, but do not let these disturb you. For they are but the result of perfectly natural laws of cause and effect on the mental plane. There is nothing miraculous or supernatural about them. For instance, you may turn the corner and unexpectedly run into the one particular person who will fit into your particular scheme of things at that moment. Or, you may pick up a newspaper, or a magazine, and find in it something which will supply the missing link of some plan or idea of yours for which you have been earnestly searching for some time. Or, again, you may wander into a bookstore, or before a bookstand on the street, and there, apparently, by accident, you will place your hand upon a volume containing exactly the particular information which you have been seeking. Or which will indicate another book in which the desired information may be found. And so on, the strange happenings, at last becoming commonplace and expected. These occurrences, however, are not to be taken as indications of the operation of a special providence, or as mere luck. In the world of natural things, nothing ever happens, everything occurs according to the law of cause and effect. You have set into operation the mental causes, and the mental or physical results have followed in their train. Under the law of attraction, and according to the law of correlation between thoughts and things, there is started into operation a chain of cause and effect which often is far-reaching and startlingly effective. Under these great laws of nature, your own shall come to you. Sometimes, moreover, you may find yourself fairly lifted out of your present environment, and deposited, not always gently, into the midst of a new environment, and amid new conditions, which are eventually found to be quite conducive to the realization of your ideas and ideals, but which at the time of the transplanting seem to be the overturning and upsetting of all that seemed favorable to your success. What has seemed to be the very worst kind of luck, has very often turned out to be the one particular piece of good fortune upon which the after success of the individual depended. Sometimes the individual is torn away from the things to which he is tied, things which seem to him to be good and quite necessary for his success, but which really have been preventing the full expression of his ideals. In such cases the individual may cry aloud in bitter protest, but the law is inexorable and proceeds directly to its logical end and aim. As time passes, the individual sees what it all means, and blesses the gods of things as they are for the separation and freedom which have worked out such good results for him. In these and other ways the law of attraction and the law of correlation work out their ends. Once set into operation they move toward their objective like a glacier, or like a snowball rolling downhill. But it must not be forgotten that if you hold the wrong kind of thoughts, particularly if they are strengthened by dread, fearful belief, or other negative forms of confident expectation, then the movement of the mental glacier will be toward the things represented by those thoughts. As Helen Wilmans reminded us, in the preceding quotations, the law of correlation may lead one to the poorhouse as well as to the palace. The direction depends entirely upon the character of your thoughts, what you believe to be your destiny and fate, and what you confidently expect will happen. Like all great natural forces, thought power under the operation of the law of correlation will act in either direction, either backward or forward, according to which lever is pulled. You have your hands on the levers, the direction is in your own hands, it is up to you to decide which way you shall travel. The following practical suggestions concerning the efficient application and manifestation of thought power should be carefully studied by you, for they contain the essence of the principles and methods which we have described in the foregoing pages of this book. I. The positive center of egohood. Always maintain your consciousness of egohood, your consciousness of yourself, the ego, the I am I, as a center of consciousness and power in the all-power of the cosmos. Always hold yourself positive toward your mental states, their master. Always hold yourself positive toward undesirable thought influences, denying them admission to your mental realm. Always hold yourself open to the higher influences of desirable thoughts and inspiration, but always maintain the right to inspect, examine and pass judgment even upon these before bidding them to enter. Affirm to yourself as follows: I am a center of positive power. Deny any possible influence over you of adverse or undesirable thought power, as follows: I assert my egohood and mastery. I deny to all adverse or undesirable thought influence the power to affect or to influence me even in the slightest degree, I am immune to such. 2. Ideals and mental pictures. Always hold fast to your ideals of what you wish to be materialized in objective form in your experience, and endeavor to create and maintain clear and definite mental pictures of those ideals. See and think of things and conditions as you wish them to become actually, striving to see and think of these as actually existent at the present time, so far as is possible. Here are the 3 rules. 1. Think of and see yourself as you wish to become actually. 2. Think of and see other persons as you wish them to become actually. 3. Think of and see your surrounding conditions and environment as you wish them to become actually. These ideas and mental pictures are the patterns around which will be deposited the actual materializations, the molds into which will be poured the materialized substance which will crystallize and harden into objective reality. As are your patterns and your molds, so will be the materialized products. The mental idea or image is the pattern, mold or design of the objective, material form. Select and use only those patterns, molds or designs which you wish to be reproduced in objective, material form. 3. Treatment of places, conditions, and environment. The essence of the treatment of places, conditions, environment, etc. is that of pouring out toward and into that which is treated a strong, positive stream of thought vibrations. These thought vibrations are to be keyed to the rhythm of the particular thoughts, ideas or mental pictures which represent that which you wish to have materialized and manifested in actual form. And are to be impelled and projected by the strength of your desire faith will which has been aroused by you for the purpose. The secret of the projection of these thought currents is to be found in the following suggestion. 4. The secret of thought projection. The secret of thought projection consists of, a. The formation of definite ideas and clear mental pictures of that which you wish to be manifested in objective form in the external world. And, b. The presence and activity of strong desire power, faith power, and will power, back of the ideas or mental pictures to be projected. The desire faith will power is poured forth into the objective, external world, on the material plane. But it takes form according to the pattern of the ideas and mental pictures through which it pours. This process is also well illustrated by the ancient metaphor or simile of the mental magic lantern, which is described in the following 2 paragraphs. The mental magic lantern. The ancient teachers in the schools of occultism were wont to illustrate the process of the projection of thought power, in the phase of thought forms, by reference to a primitive apparatus employed in those times for the projection of painted pictures upon a screen. An apparatus which was based upon the same principles as the more complex and perfect magic lantern of our own times, and which has its highest development in the motion picture apparatus of today. There is no more appropriate illustrative figure than this to employ in the case of the projection of thought power in the phase of thought forms, and you will do well to remember it. In this figurative illustration, let the screen represent the external world of objectivity, the material world. Let the slide or film bearing the pictures represent your positive ideas, ideals, or mental pictures which you wish to become manifested or materialized on the screen of the material world. Let the light which projects the pictures, and which is placed back of the slide or film, represent the strong desire faith will power which you have aroused for the purpose of making your ideals become real, your mental pictures to take on actual material forms. You should think of this illustration the next time you witness a magic lantern show, or attend a motion picture exhibition. The ancient teachers held that this illustration, if held firmly in mind, tended to add force to the mental projective process. Remember, always, that, a. The picture on the slide or film must be clear, strong, and definite in outlines. And, b. The light of desire faith will behind the slide or film must be strong, constant, persistent, and not dull, intermittent or flickering. 6. The Master Formula of Attainment. In other books of this series we have called our students' attention to the Master Formula of Attainment, which is as follows: 1. Definite ideals, 2. Insistent desire, 3. Confident expectation, 4. Persistent determination, and 5. Balanced compensation. This master formula will create for you the magic elixir of success. Employ it in your application of thought power. Stated in popular form, the master formula is as follows: you may have anything you want provided that you, 1. Know exactly what you want, 2. Want it hard enough, 3. Confidently expect to obtain it, 4. Persistently determined to obtain it, and 5. Are willing to pay the price of its attainment. Ponder over it until you fully grasp it. 7. The touchstone of positivity. In other books of this series we have called the attention of our students to the touchstone of positivity, the scale, measure or standard whereby one may determine whether his desires, thoughts, ideas, ideals or actions are positive or negative. Inasmuch as we have employed the terms positive and negative many times in the present book, we have thought it well to restate the touchstone here, for the use of those who have not read the other books. It is as follows: apply to the idea, ideal, thought, belief, faith, desire, or action, the following question: will this make me better, stronger, and more efficient? Anything that will make you better, stronger, and more efficient, is positive, so far as you are concerned. Anything that will make you worse, weaker, and less efficient, is negative, so far as you are concerned. Anything that is neither positive nor yet negative must be classed as neutral in your categories. It is the part of wisdom to cultivate so far as is possible the positive qualities of thought, feeling, and action, and to repress and inhibit so far as is possible the negative qualities of thought, feeling, and action. You will do well to remember and to apply this touchstone of positivity in your use of thought power, as well as in the use of all forms of personal power. In this book you will find the practical principles of the operation of that phase of your personal power which is known as thought power, these practical principles presented without the addition of any metaphysical theories or teaching seeking to account for the phenomena in question. We leave you free to add these metaphysical principles if you wish. Many persons seem to find it more satisfying to do so. You will find that, whatever may be the metaphysical doctrine you select to explain these principles and phenomena, the practical facts of the application of these principles will remain virtually the same. They will fit into any metaphysical structure which you may see fit to build around them. This, because we have dealt only with facts, not with theories or doctrines seeking to account for those facts. Analyze the practical methods of the various metaphysical schools, after having divested them of their theories and speculations, and you will find that their essence is almost identical with that of the methods herein advanced and presented to you. In other words, while the why phases of the subject differ widely from one another, the various schools usually are found in agreement upon the essential elements of the how phase of the subject. The how side we consider the most important. In this particular connection, the rest we consider to consist largely of the choice of words, terms, and theories, of which latter one often is tempted to say, in the words of a popular humorist, they're all right, but they don't mean anything. The facts of a subject really mean something, the rest too often doesn't, or even when it does, it very often means something that isn't so. Keep your feet on the solid ground of facts, even though your eyes may be fixed on the stars. Cosmic Thought Power. In the concluding paragraphs of the preceding section we called your attention to the fact that in this book we have presented to you the practical principles of thought power, and the practical effective methods of applying those principles, without attaching thereto any particular metaphysical theory or hypothesis seeking to explain the phenomena in question. In this way we have sought to confine this particular phase of the instruction to the plane of scientific psychology instead of endeavoring to tie it to any particular body of metaphysical teaching or form of transcendental speculation. But, notwithstanding this expressed purpose and our endeavor to adhere strictly to it, we feel that we would leave incomplete our consideration of the subject of thought power were we to withhold any mention of the well-established scientific fact that in the cosmos as a whole, and in every part of it, there is in strong evidence the operation of a cosmic principle of thought power serving to give shape and form, character and quality to the material things and activities which serve as the outer aspect of that wonderful totality of phenomena which we know as the world of nature. There was a time when any discussion of this subject would inevitably lead to an abstruse metaphysical discussion, or at least a technical philosophical argument. But modern scientific thought in its philosophical phase has made it possible for one now to consider this particular subject without wandering from the field of scientific investigation, and without invading the field of speculative philosophy or metaphysics. In view of the facts just stated, we feel that we should not fail to present to your attention, and for your consideration, at least the general outlines of what scientific philosophy is now holding to be true concerning the presence and activity in the cosmos of what may be styled cosmic thought power. In the old materialistic concept, the cosmos, or world of nature, was pictured as a mechanism operated by purely mechanical laws. In this view, life, mind and will were regarded as derivative products of matter and mechanical laws. Though just how these were derived from a principle or substance in which they were not immanent was not explained. This old view is rapidly passing away, and is being succeeded by a far more rational, reasonable and soul-satisfying conception, meeting the strict requirements of both logical reasoning and intuition. In this new view of practical philosophy in advanced science, the cosmos, or world of nature, is seen to be animated, energized, and inspired by life and livingness. The universe is conceived as being alive in every part, and in its totality. Instead of being a dead world moved by lifeless forces, or a world half dead and half alive, it is now seen to be all alive. The spontaneous action seen to be manifested by all natural things is held to be a characteristic sign of life and livingness. We do not purpose entering at this place into a detailed statement of this modern scientific conception of a living universe. We have considered this phase of our instruction quite fully and completely in that volume of this series of books entitled Spiritual Power, and do not deem it proper to repeat this portion of the instruction in the present book. Those who feel attracted to this wonderful teaching of modern scientific philosophy are referred to the book just mentioned. A careful study of that work will open a new world of thought to many who have heretofore realized but dimly the great body of truth which constitutes the subject matter of that portion of our general instruction. We have referred to the conception of the living universe at this point, in the above several paragraphs, merely because the presence and activity of cosmic thought power are explainable only by that conception. There can be no thought power without mind, there can be no mind without life. Cosmic thought power is inconceivable except as manifested by cosmic mind. And cosmic mind is necessarily a phase or element of the presence and power of cosmic life or livingness. Looking at it from another angle, we see that it is likewise true that a living universe must manifest its livingness in at least some degree of cosmic will and cosmic thought power. And as might be expected, we find evidences of such manifestations on all sides, when we examine closely the activities of nature. The will power of the living universe is manifested in spontaneity, that attribute of all natural things. Spontaneity means all activity which springs from the nature of the acting thing, and which does not arise from a push or pull from some other thing external to itself. All spontaneous action is a manifestation of a power which, in ourselves, we know directly as will. Philosophy and science are now in practical agreement upon the basic axiom that all power, at the last, is will power. That energy which moves all nature, and from which all natural activity proceeds, is explainable only as will power. All things have will power. And all things, regarded as a totality or whole system, are seen to be under the control and direction of one will, the cosmic will of the living universe. Further thought along these lines enables one to see that if there is a cosmic livingness manifesting cosmic will, then it is reasonable to conjecture that this cosmic will must proceed in the direction indicated by cosmic thought or ideation, this being the way in which the individual will proceeds to action. The ancient Hermetic axiom, as above, so below, as within, so without, as in great, so in small, so frequently cited by us in this instruction, applies here as in all other cases. Strict analogical reasoning brings the judgment that the cosmic will, as well as the individual will, proceeds according to the direction of mind and thought. An examination of the processes of nature tends to support and substantiate the conclusion reached by the analogical reasoning just mentioned. Everything in nature is seen to proceed according to law and order, nothing is left to chance. Chance, correctly defined, is merely a term indicating unperceived or unknown causes, not causelessness. The universe is governed by law, and that law is clearly a law of pure logical procedure. There is a because for every event, as well as a cause everything happens because of certain things. Such a because is a reason, and such a reason is explainable only under the hypothesis of an operative cosmic law of logical procedure. And a law of logical procedure without cosmic mind and thought is unthinkable. That constant and continuous creation which is perceived to be manifested in the world of nature, that world which we know as the cosmos, is explainable and understandable only upon the theory and general hypothesis that the creative process is essentially a mental process. Everywhere in nature, from the development and growth of an acorn to the creation and evolution of a solar system, we see the presence of, first, an inner image, pattern, mold or design, and second, the materialization in objective form of that idea, pattern or design. There is always, first the inner ideative pattern, and, second, the outer material form. From the formation of the crystal to the growth and development of the human body, these two respective stages of creation are found present. Ideation always precedes materialization. Materialization is impossible without precedent ideation. This idea of ideative creation in the cosmos, and in man's individual life, is developed fully in that volume of this series entitled, Creative Power, to which we feel justified in referring you in case this particular phase of the subject specially interests you. In that book we have illustrated a certain point of our instruction by a quotation from Edward Carpenter, which we feel warranted in also introducing at this point, so forcibly does it bring out the idea which we have just been considering. Carpenter says, "There is now a disposition to posit the mental world as nearer the basis of existence than is the material world, and to look upon material phenomena rather as the outcome and expression of the mental. In observing our own thoughts and actions and bodily forms coming into existence, we seem to come upon something which we may call a law of nature, just as much as gravitation or any other law, the law, namely, that within ourselves there is a continued movement outwards, from feeling toward thought, and then to action. From the inner to the outer, from the vague to the definite, from the emotional to the practical, from the world of dreams to the world of actual things and what we call reality. We may fairly conclude that the same progress may be witnessed both in our waking thoughts and in our dreams, namely, a continual ebullition and birth going on within us, and an evolution out of mind stuff of forms which are the expression and images of underlying feelings. That these forms, at first vague and undetermined in outline, rapidly gather definition and clearness and materiality, and press forward toward expression in the outer world. And we may fairly ask whether we are not here within our own minds witnessing what is really taking place everywhere and at all times, in other persons as well as in ourselves, and in the great life which underlies and is the visible universe. You may say that there is no evidence that man ever produces a particle of matter out of himself, and I will admit that this is so. But there is plenty of evidence that he produces shapes and forms. And if he produces shapes and forms, that is all we need. For, what matter is in the abstract no one has the least experience and knowledge. All that we know is that the things we see are shapes and forms of what we call matter. And if, as is possible and indeed probable, matter is of the same stuff as mind, only seen and envisaged from the opposite side, then the shapes and forms of the actual world are the shapes and forms of mind, thus projected for us mutually to witness and to understand. We are not here trying to convert you to the idea that all is mind. In fact, we do not hold to such an idea ourselves, and have no intention of trying to preach a doctrine which we do not ourselves accept. In our book of this series entitled Spiritual Power, we advance the teaching that there exists two cosmic principles, viz., the positive principle of spiritual essence and power, and the negative principle of material substance. We hold that the cosmic processes result from the action of spirit upon matter, and the reaction arising therefrom. The point we are trying to bring before your attention, here and now, is merely this: mental power and energy work changes in material substance. This principle is true not only in the cosmos as a whole, but also in the individual's own world which exists on all sides of him, and which, at least to a great extent, he creates, builds up and maintains by the character and quality of his thoughts, by his thought power, in fact. If you once grasp this general truth, you will be able to see just how, and to some extent, just why, thought power creates for the individual the world on all sides of him. You may here feel tempted to say to us, this is all very interesting, no doubt, but what has it to do with the subject of the practical employment of thought power as taught in this book? We hasten to answer that it has a very important connection with that subject, a connection which you will carefully note, if you are wise. If you will carefully follow us in these concluding pages of the book, you will realize just what is this important connection, and why we have introduced this additional phase of the instruction here at the close of this book on thought power. A difference as marked as that between the two poles of anything is here discovered between the two respective mental attitudes manifested by various persons undertaking to apply consciously and deliberately the forces of thought power or Radio-Mentalism. On the one hand, there is that class of persons who regard thought power as a form of force somewhat apart and separate from the forces of nature in general, something partaking of the character of the supernatural rather than the natural. On the other hand, there is that class of persons who recognize and realize that thought power is essentially a force of nature, a subtle and fine force, it is true, but still strictly a natural power. The persons of this first class are able to apply the forces and energies of thought power with more or less effect, and with greater or less success, according to the degree of effectiveness employed by them in their respective methods of calling forth and directing these forces. But, at the best, they are never able fully to enter into contact with the great body of cosmic thought power which is ever operative on all sides of them, and thus to call to their aid the subtle forces and potent energies inherent in such power. The persons of the second class, on the contrary, enter more or less into this contact or relationship, by reason of their consciousness that the individual thought power is but a focal point or center of manifestation in the great cosmic thought power, and that the power of the latter may be drawn into the individual channel if the person will but open up those channels by knowledge and faith, then directing the flow of that power by means of ideation and volition. As the ancient teaching states it, the individual may manifest the cosmic thought power in the degree that he recognizes and realizes the relation of his own thought power to it. The recognition and realization of the truth that the universe is alive, that livingness is the universal state, that the cosmos manifests will power and thought power, both in its totality and in its every part, that all power is will power, and that all will power is directed by thought, brings as a natural consequence the ability to manifest the hidden forces of the cosmic thought power under the direction of the individual will and thought power. Demonstration must always be preceded by perception. Manifestation must be preceded by recognition and realization. You must know the truth before you are able to do the works. All thought power, the cosmic phase as well as the individual, is radioactive. The great centers of expression of the cosmic thought power are continually sending strong, powerful waves of force, energy and power in all directions, throughout all space. The individual instrument of thought power which has been carefully keyed and attuned to the wavelengths of the cosmic sending stations, is able to pick up the power thus radiated, as well as to listen in to the messages from those great centers. Other individual instruments not so keyed and attuned are unable to avail themselves of the infinite energies and power of the cosmos which are open to the use of those properly attuned and keyed. We have here given you a hint at a mighty truth, of a great principle which is known to those who have made a careful study of the subject. If you are wise, you will read and reread these statements, both in the lines and between them, this to be followed by that conscious recognition and realization which must always precede the manifestation and demonstration of that truth. Commit to memory these three words, in the order above given, viz., recognition, 2, realization, 3, manifestation. Then add the following dynamic aphorism: in the degree in which I recognize and realize the principle, in that same degree will I be able to manifest and demonstrate it. In that statement is contained an ancient occult secret of power. Those who are ready for it will find it revealed in the statement: those who are not as yet ready will find that the statement merely serves to conceal the secret. There is a tremendous truth revealed, or concealed, as the case may be, in the ancient occult aphorism above quoted. It means, in its essential truth, that you are living, and moving and having your being in a living universe of infinite power. It means that this infinite power is at your command, disposal, and direction, in the degree in which you are able truly and fully to recognize and realize the fact of its existence, your relation to it, and your power and ability to contact and draw to yourself its inherent energies, forces, and powers. The statement, in fact, is so tremendous that the average person fails to comprehend its inner and actual meaning in truth, and, instead, contents himself with passing it by as mere words, or else as but a symbolic or poetical figurative expression. If what we have said in this book will serve to hasten your recognition and realization of the tremendous facts of thought power, we shall be well satisfied. For, as truly as night follows day, so will that perception and cognition be followed by your ability to manifest, express, and demonstrate the principles involved. In conclusion, let us once more remind you of the great truth expressed in the master formula of attainment upon which the practical methods of this instruction are based. Here it is, stated in popular form. Commit it to memory if you have not already done so. Master formula of attainment. You may have anything you want, provided that you, 1. Know exactly what you want, 2. Want it hard enough. 3. Confidently expect to obtain it, 4. Persistently determined to obtain it, and 5. Are willing to pay the price of its attainment. Perceptive power, the art of observation. Your world of experience. In this book we shall direct your attention to a very important phase or form of your personal power. Inasmuch as your personal power is a phase, form, aspect, or mode of the expression and manifestation of that power from which all power directly or indirectly proceeds. It follows that the particular form of power to which we are now proceeding to call your attention is one of the manifold manifestations and expressions of that all power of the universe. The particular phase or form of personal power which constitutes the subject matter of the present book is that known as perceptive power, the power by means of which you perceive, discern, observe, distinguish, and know the things of the outside world by means of the senses and the mental processes employing the raw material furnished by the sensory apparatus. By means of perceptive power you see, hear, feel the impressions received from the outside world. By means of perceptive power you are able not only to know that outside things exist, but also to apprehend them by the intellect, to discern differences between them, and to distinguish one class of things from others. Your percepts, i.e., the products of your perception, furnish the elemental material from which all your concepts, notions, and ideas concerning things are derived, constituted, composed, or made up. Your percepts are the units with which memory, imagination, thought, reason, and judgment build their structures. All mental processes begin with perception, and depend upon it for their material. Around and about you is a wonderful world of things, infinite and inexhaustible in its contents. But within this world is a smaller and far more restricted world. A finite world consisting of the scattered items of material which you have abstracted from that outside world by means of your perceptive power. No matter how great may be that outside world, this inner world represents all that you have perceived and observed of that greater realm. The size, the extent, the limits of that inner world are determined entirely by the degree of perceptive power which you have employed in the task of building up this little mental kingdom within yourself. You are its creator, its ruler, its architect, its builder, the maker of its boundaries. It is as large or as small, as great or as insignificant, as you determine it to be, no more, no less. All that you know, have ever known, or ever will know of the great outside world is comprised in that particular mirrored representation or reflection of portions of it which constitutes your individual world of experience. By experience is meant, the practical knowledge gained by observation or trial, the acquaintance acquired by personal observation or experiment. Your world of experience is your world of actual perception, observation and experiment. Whatever the outside world may or may not be in itself, it is certain that all you know of it is that knowledge gained by your direct or indirect experience and observation of it. This knowledge is originally mirrored upon your mind by perception, the rest is a matter of rational induction or deduction consisting of inference based upon this original material of experience and observation. Your world of experience is your inner world. It is located in your mentality, on the conscious or subconscious planes or fields of your mental being. It is your own, your very own. No other person may enter into it, or dwell within its borders, it is sacred to yourself. It is different from the corresponding inner worlds of all other persons, no two persons possess identical worlds of experience. You, yourself, have created this unique world of experience which is your very own. You, yourself, are still creating it, and will continue to create it so long as you live. You create it with that wonderful tool or instrument which you call the power of perception, that is, you so create its elementary materials which are then worked up and built up into more complex forms by the other faculties of your mind. You are the creator of this world of experience. If you are wise, you will perform your creative work so thoroughly and efficiently that in the end you will be justified in looking upon it and calling it good. Careful analysis of your mental operations, experience, and consciousness will always reveal to you the important fact that you, yourself, are always the beginning, always the center, always the end of your world of experience. From that point of beginning, from that central point, and toward that end, you have proceeded to the creation of your world of experience. You build from the center, outward. Your horizon of experience constantly expands as your perceptive vision increases and takes in a greater area of the outside world. Through the glasses and tubes of the telescopes and the microscopes of the senses, you perceive and observe the things of the outside world, and represent them in your own world of experience which abides within yourself. But it is you, yourself, who are always at the observing end of these instruments. We now invite you to consider the processes by means of which you have created this unique world of experience, this inner world which is your very own. Plato well said that the ego is imprisoned in the body like an oyster in his shell. You, yourself, cannot get outside of this shell, at least while you are on this particular plane of existence. You cannot escape from its confining limits and thus secure immediate contact with the outside world and so acquire direct knowledge of its facts and events. On the contrary, you are entirely dependent upon certain channels of communication with that outside world for your reports from it. These reports are then converted by you into the finished material with which you create that mirrored world of representation, your world of experience. If these channels of communication had never been open to you, then you would never have been able to create your world of experience, there would exist no such world of experience for you. In such case, the fact of your own existence would constitute your only item of experience and knowledge, your oyster shell would never have opened to admit an inflow of the waters in which it is immersed. And you would be unaware even that such waters existed. All that you know, ever have known, or ever can know of the outside world becomes known to you by means of the reports furnished by the channels of communication with the outside world, the channels of the senses. While your higher mental faculties may select from these reports such as they choose, may examine, combine and arrange them in logical classification, may draw inferences from them so as to learn the unknown from the known, may store them in memory, and rearrange them in the form of mental pictures of the imagination, yet, at the last, you will find that in these reports of the senses you have your only possible, raw materials of knowledge. Upon the strength, clearness, and truth of these reports, as well as upon their number and variety, depend the particular degree and character of knowledge and experience possible of acquirement by you. The I am I, which is yourself, is constantly receiving a stream of messages and experiences from the outside world. It is well within the facts of the case to compare that I am I, which is yourself, to the managing editor of a great metropolitan newspaper, seated at his desk, receiving from all parts of the world a multitude of messages of all kinds which give him the news of the day from which he makes up the next issue of his paper. From this point of the compass, and from that one, pour in the messages, he receives them all. Some of these messages he discards as non-essential and uninteresting. Some he bids his assistants to abridge, discarding a portion while retaining the rest, some he accepts in their entirety, to others he adds previously received details. Some are headlined by him in accordance with the traditional policy of his journal, others he bids his editorial helpers to employ as premises from which to draw inferences to be expressed in the editorial columns. Others are condensed into brief items for the general summary of the news of the day. He is not actually in the outside world in which these events are happening, he remains seated at his desk, receiving the messages from that outside world, and from these messages he is creating and building up a mirrored world, a representative, symbolic world which takes form in the printed newspaper. You are in a position very similar to that of this managing editor. You, yourself, the I am I element of yourself, are safely sheltered in the inner chamber of your being. Your I am I is not present in the outside world, it is present only at the center of your consciousness, your inner world, which is a mirrored representation of the world external to itself. All that your I am I knows of that outer world it knows by reason of the sensory messages received from it. This thought may never have occurred to you. But it is a fact that the only world you really know is this inner world of experience which you have created for yourself from the reports received through the sense channels from the actual outer world. If your senses are normal and acute, your inner world of experience will represent the result of your possession of such sense qualities. If your senses are deficient or lacking in any respect, or if they are dull and untrained, then your inner world of experience will as truly represent such conditions. You see, then, that your world of experience is not a complete representation of the outside world at all, it only represents such portions of that outside world which, in the first place, have been reported to you by your sense impressions. And, in the second place, only such portions of these reports which have actually been accepted by you in perception, all the rest is lacking. Your world of experience, then, is merely a symbolic picture of certain aspects of the outside world which have been perceived by you and taken into your inner world, it is a work of art, rather than a work of nature. And you are the artist who has created that work. Moreover, your world of experience is not permanent, it is constantly receiving finishing touches, improvements, alterations, and modifications at your hands, resulting from new reports reaching you. You, as you grow and change, are working incessantly, and often involuntarily, at the task of creating your world of experience. It is a matter of the soundest philosophical and scientific teaching that you, yourself, have created, are now creating, and so long as you live will continue to create this inner world of experience which constitutes the world to you. You create this world from the raw material, furnished by sensation, accepted and interpreted by perception, your processes of classification, inference, induction and deduction. And your creation of ideas, concepts, and mental images from these worked-up materials. You, yourself, and none other but yourself, are the creator of this inner world which is all the world to you, the only world that you really know, at the last analysis. This is a statement of tremendous importance to you, if rightly understood. And you should not lightly pass it by, you should carefully consider and assimilate it. If you have any doubts concerning the truth of the above statements, and should feel desirous of further proof of them, you will find such proof at hand and in abundance. You need go no further than to consider how different the same outside world appears to different individuals observing it from the same place, at the same time. Each individual will be found to have received messages from the same outside world, under the same outer circumstances, but under different inner conditions, and each individual will have formed a different conception of that same outside world. The same outside world is present in each case, but the respective inner worlds of experience of the several individuals will be found to differ very materially from each other, no two will be exactly the same. And an almost incredible diversity and variety of perceptions have resulted. This fact of diversity and variety does not arise from any essential conditions of the outer world, you must remember. It is caused solely by the differences in the receiving instruments of sensation, the degrees of power and training of the faculty of perception, and by the use made of this material by the higher powers of the mind. On the part of the respective several individuals. The difference comes from within, not from without. But here we wish to impress upon your mind a very important fact, namely, the fact that the powers of perception, observation and attention, those powers which by their varying degrees of perfection cause the differences to which we have directed your attention, are capable of training, development and cultivation. They respond readily to the proper methods employed for such purposes, and pay large returns for the investment of time and patience bestowed upon such tasks. It is a mistake to imagine that such powers are possible only to those who are born with it. It is an error to regard them as akin to the shape of the nose which is born with one, and which never can be altered or improved or exchanged for another more in accord with one's wishes. On the contrary, there are no mental powers which respond more readily to training, development and cultivation than do these very ones now under consideration by us. By means of approved scientific methods. Not only weak faculties of this class may be developed into strong ones, inefficient ones into efficient ones, but even those which are considered reasonably strong and efficient may be made still stronger and still more efficient. Very few persons have done more than merely to begin to employ the full inherent powers of these faculties. Most of us are content if we find ourselves in the class of the average in such respects. We little dream of the wonderful possibilities ahead of us in this direction. Here and there, however, are found thoughtful persons who are advocating the employment of methods of cultivating these faculties in the young, as an important part of their education. These wise men and women very properly hold that such education would enable the child to learn by observation and the scientific employment of the powers of attention. Far more effectively than by simply committing to memory the mass of book knowledge, which constitutes so large a part of the average modern education. That such training, development, and cultivation is well worthwhile to you will be apparent when you stop to consider that through these mental faculties in question you receive every constituent of your entire world of experience. That from such raw materials you obtain the only possible basis for your thoughts, your feelings, and your actions. If you seek a life rich in experience, in knowledge, in effective action, and in the highest emotional feeling, you will do well to begin here at the stage of the acquirement of these raw materials of knowledge, which are also the raw materials of all conscious experience and its expression. These raw materials are the bricks, the stone, the timbers from which the structures of our world of experience must be constructed. Moreover, they constitute also the ground upon which these structures are erected, the background, the scenery, the solid earth underfoot, and the blue skies above that world of experience. You are a creator of this world within, whether or not you desire to be. You are creating, you must create, a world of experience of some kind or character, and some degree of efficiency and merit. You cannot avoid the task. This being so, can you escape the conviction that it is your duty toward yourself, toward your fellows, toward the power which brought you into being, to build that world as well, as effectively, as beautifully, and as magnificently as lies within you so to do? It has well been said that, by their works they shall be known. This world of experience is one of the greatest of your works, it is the work upon which much of your other works depend. Therefore, it is the standard and measure by which you are to be judged, by others as well as by yourself. By it you shall be known, see to it that you are known well and favorably. Consciousness and sensation. Consciousness is one of the greatest mysteries of your being. You know perfectly well what it is to experience consciousness, but you know this largely by reason of its difference from unconsciousness. You find it almost impossible to define it satisfactorily, though you have not the slightest difficulty in distinguishing it from unconsciousness. It is unique. It is different from anything else of which you have knowledge or experience, this because it is only by means of it that you have any knowledge or experience of anything else. There are no other terms synonymous with it. If you seek to define it at all, you must employ the terms of consciousness in order to attempt the definition. The dictionaries help us but little, for they, too, must use the terms of consciousness in order to state the definition, and this is very unsatisfactory. The following examples of standard definitions of the term will illustrate this fact. Consciousness is the knowledge of one's own existence, sensations, mental operations, etc. Consciousness is the state of being aware of one's own existence, his condition, his sensations, his thoughts, feelings, and actions. Consciousness is that indefinable characteristic of mental states which causes us to be aware of them. From the position of strict logical thought, consciousness is incapable of definition, because there is nothing else except its negation, i.e., unconsciousness, with which to compare it. It resembles nothing else. An illogical definition requires the terms of something else with which to define logically any certain thing. The only way, then, to understand consciousness is to experience it. Fortunately, all of us have had such experience, otherwise we should never be able to understand what is meant by the term. The least objectionable term to employ in an attempt to define it, perhaps, is the term awareness, but, at the last, you perceive that you cannot be aware of anything unless you are conscious of it in at least some degree. When we pass from the realm of psychology to that of physiology, we are no more successful in our efforts to explain consciousness. We discover that the presence of nervous tissue is necessary in order to experience consciousness, but whether that nervous tissue is the cause of consciousness, or is merely the machinery by which the latter is manifested, scientists are unable to decide to their perfect satisfaction. Even Huxley with his giant intellect was compelled to report that, how it is that anything so remarkable as consciousness comes about by the result of irritating nervous tissue, is just as unaccountable as the appearance of the genie when Aladdin rubbed his lamp. It is at least somewhat comforting to realize that one's own ignorance on this point is shared by even the greatest thinkers of past and present. It must not be supposed that you are conscious of every impression made upon your mind, of every sensation reaching you through the channels of the senses. Attention decides for you which of such reports from the outside world rise to the plane of consciousness, and to what degree, if any, they awaken your conscious perception of them. There are countless sensations reaching you through your sense organs of which you are not even dimly conscious, and which you do not perceive. Here attention performs its work of selection for you, itself being influenced by other mental states. Attention is that wonderful mental power or faculty which may be described as either the focusing of consciousness, or else as detention in consciousness. Likewise, it is true that your mind is at no time conscious of all of its contents, its accumulated experiences. In fact, at any one time you are conscious of but a very small portion of the contents of your mind. The remainder slumbers quietly in the realms of the subconscious planes of your mental empire, from whence they may be called forth when needed by memory or imagination. As your world of experience enlarges, there is a constantly increasing store of these accumulated experiences placed for safekeeping in the subconscious regions of your mind. They are preserved there awaiting their recall into consciousness by the act of recollection or that of imagination. Finally, it is an error to suppose that you are directly conscious of the objects of the outside world. Your consciousness does not come in direct contact with those outside objects. You are conscious merely of certain mental states or conditions within you, which in turn have arisen by reason of the excitation of certain nervous tissue associated with your consciousing faculties, whatever these may be at the last, this excitation being caused by the sensory impulses which pass to the nervous tissues over the sensory nerves, the outer ends of which receive the impressions arising from their contact with outside forces. For instance, when you see the pages of this book, you are merely perceiving the existence of these mental states arising from the excitation of certain nervous tissue connected with your optic nerves. The optic nerves report the contact with certain vibrations of the light waves reflected from the surface of the page, and which thus carry the image, shadow, or picture of the printed page to the nervous tissue of the optical apparatus, just as they would carry them to the photographic plate or film in the camera. There is a distinction here, however, one which makes all the difference in the world. While both the photographic plate and the retina of your eye alike register the light waves and thus produce the image, picture, or shadow of the outside thing, nevertheless the photographic plate is unconscious of it. It has nothing with which to do the consciousing. On the contrary, your mind is conscious of it, for it has something which conscious and becomes aware of such reports. The photographic plate neither knows nor knows that it knows. But your mind not only knows the report, but your I also knows that your mind knows. You not only know, but you know that you know. This is more than a play on words, it represents an important fact of conscious experience. That there is something in the outside world, the world external to our minds, we know. Even the quite clever metaphysical reasoning of certain extreme subjective idealists fails to shake our fundamental belief that something exists outside of our own mental world. But just what that something really is, philosophers inform us we shall never know. They tell us that we have nothing to know it with. All that we can directly know is our mental pictures, representations, or photographs of that something outside, which, as you have seen, are transmitted through our sense apparatus. Profound philosophers hold that naught but an omniscient mind possibly can know the outside world, in itself, what it is, in itself equals that which it is known to be by and to such infinite mind. Our world of experience, then, is but the mind's symbolic representation of the something outside, of that universe as it is, in itself, and as an omniscient mind does, or would, know it to be in its ultimate verity. At the best, our mental picture of it is but symbolic and approximate, its degree of verity depends upon the effectiveness and efficiency of our mental photography, and this, in turn, depends upon the quality and efficient employment of our mental photographic apparatus. This has led certain schools of philosophy and psychology to assert as an axiom the following statement: the total content of consciousness is of sense origin. The higher activities of mind, as well as the lower, are results left by the impressions originally made upon the mind by external objects, through sensations. Our sensations are our elementary modes of being conscious, our elementary elements of experience, which are conditioned upon some of our organs of sense. Psychology informs us that the redness of the brick, or of the rose, is not in those objects themselves, but is within ourselves. It says that, the redness, as you call it, is a question of relation between your optic nerve and the light waves which it is unable to absorb. In a lesser light, the redness will be purple, at night, it will be black. A very little deviation from normal vision on your part, i.e., color blindness, would make it green. Ziehen speaks of the obvious error of former centuries, first refuted by Locke, though still shared by naive thought today, i.e., that the objects about us are colored, warm, cold, etc. The nervous apparatus selects only certain motions of matter or of ether, which they transform into that form of nerve excitation with which they are familiar. It is only this nerve excitation which we perceive as red, warm, or hard. Gordy says, the rotors, and sounds, and odors that seem to fill the scene before us are only mental facts, things which, like the joys and sorrows, the hopes and fears, that make up our conscious life, exist in our own minds and nowhere else. When we follow in imagination the vibrations of air radiating from the singing birds in every direction, and the waves of light radiating from the leaves of the trees, we are forced to conclude that leaves, songs of birds, blossoms, flowers are only exciting causes of effects which appear in our conscious life as sensations. The colors and sounds that we think of in ordinary life, that thrust themselves upon our notice at every moment, are not the undulations of ether and vibrations of air, things that science has learned about only after centuries of investigation. But are the colors and sounds of experience, sensations. Before we began our investigations, we thought that the odors, sounds, and colors of which we have direct knowledge, are physical facts, external to the mind, but we have learned that these supposed physical facts are not physical facts at all. We must say either that the world of sounds, and tastes, and odors, and colors, is purely subjective, in the sense of consisting of our own mental facts, or else that the conclusions reached by us are wrong. But we caution you here not to make the mistake common to many who fail to realize that a little learning is a dangerous thing, and who rush to the conclusion that the outside somethings have no existence whatever outside of our sensations concerning them. Even some brilliant philosophers have at times made this mistake. It has well been said of this extreme idealistic theory that, though it has never been logically disproved, yet no one really has ever believed and acted upon it. Even the metaphysicians asserting that the world is our dream have failed to act upon that hypothesis. Something in us tells us that something is there. Reason asserts itself, sanity is preserved. The philosophers of more evenly balanced philosophical temper have sought and found the golden mean. From which position they assert that though we can never know the something outside, as it is, in itself, as omniscient mind does or would know it, and though we can know only our more or less indistinct, distorted, and imperfect symbolic pictures, shadows, or photographs of it, nevertheless common sense and practical reason assures us that something is there, at the least, certain, exciting forces, which produce in us the exciting effects called sensations. In steering clear of the Scylla of the naive beliefs of the man on the street, who holds that the substance of our sensations is, in the things themselves, rather than in us, we must be equally careful to avoid the Charybdis of those schools of subjective idealism which go so far as to hold that the things themselves have no existence in themselves, but exist solely in our minds. Here, as elsewhere, beware of the extremes, seek the middle channel, the middle of the road, strive to attain and maintain the golden mean. Something is there, and we are conscious of it, though our consciousness is indirect. The senses. You have seen that in the reports of sensation you have the raw material of knowledge. Sensation is an elementary state of consciousness resulting from nerve action. As you have seen, when the retina is stimulated by light, the irritation is carried by the optic nerve to the nervous tissue of the brain, excitation of that tissue arises, consciousness results, and sensation occurs. You also have seen that just why this happens is unknown to mankind, but this is how it happens. The same rule also applies to sensations arising from the senses of hearing, taste, smell, or touch, from any or all of the phases of the elementary sense of feeling, for, know you, that all the senses are but modifications of the original sense of feeling. It is probable that you do not as yet fully realize the tremendous importance of the senses to you in the creation of your world of experience, or how dependent you are upon these sense reports from that outside world which the eye cannot contact directly or without the intermediary of the sensory nervous system. Perhaps you will appreciate this fact more fully if you will try to imagine what your consciousness would be had you been born without any of the five senses. Make the experiment, give your imagination a little exercise. The use of your imagination in this way will reveal to you the fact that even if you had been born with the most perfectly formed brain, composed of the finest grade of brain matter, and with the advantages of the best mental inheritance in the way of natural capacity for mental activity, you would be absolutely devoid of any conscious world of experience had all the natural and normal inlets of the senses remained closed by reason of physical imperfection. In such case your mind would remain as dormant as a seed buried in soil unfitted to produce its germination. You would be cut off from all that communication with the outer world from which all of your original experiences must come, and from which you receive all the knowledge which constitutes your world of experience. You would not know, nor could you know, anything whatsoever concerning what exists in that outer world, or what events are occurring there. Your only knowledge would be that of your self-existence, and even that you would not be able to express in words or in the symbols of thought. Professor R.P. Halleck has strikingly pictured the condition of a person born with this frightful handicap as follows: suppose a child of intelligent parents were ushered into the world without a nerve leading from his otherwise perfect brain to any portion of his body, with no optic nerve to transmit the glorious sensations from the eye, no auditory nerve to convey the touch of a hand, no olfactory nerve to rouse the brain with the delicate aroma from the orchards and the wild flowers in spring, no gustatory, thermal, or muscular nerves. Could such a child live? As the years rolled on, the books of Shakespeare and of Milton would be opened in vain before the child's eyes. The wisest men might talk to him with utmost eloquence, all to no purpose. Nature could not whisper one of her inspiring truths into his deaf ear, could not light up that dark mind with a picture of the rainbow or of a human face. No matter how perfect might be the child's brain and his inherited capacity for mental activities, his faculties would remain for this life shrouded in Egyptian darkness. Perception could give memory nothing to retain, and thought could not weave her matchless fabrics without materials. The above is no mere fanciful picture. On the contrary, it is a statement of the position of science and philosophy concerning the dependence of the mind upon the avenues of sensation for the materials of the higher and more complex mental processes. The mind is as much dependent upon the material of sensations for its sustenance, as is the body dependent upon food for its nourishment. Both mind and body require for their respective activities the material from the outside world. This supplied, both mind and body are able to convert, transform and transmute this material into more complex forms of activity and substance. A celebrated philosopher and psychologist once asked his students to consider the fanciful possibilities arising from a case in which the nerves of sight should be attached to the areas of the brain concerned with the office of hearing, and those of hearing with the areas of sight, the faculties of the receiving apparatus thus exchanging duties. In such case, one would hear all colors and would see all sounds. One would thus perceive the sounds of flowers and paintings, and would see the beauties of the musical notes of the great composers. In such a case, the outer world would still be sending him the same messages, but he would be interpreting them differently. A writer commenting on this possibility has said, "Beauty would still be ours, though speaking another tongue. The bird's song would then strike our retina as a pageant of colors, we would see all the magical tones of the wind, hear as a great fugue the repeated and harmonized greens of the forest, the cadences of stormy skies." This illustration, of course, is pure artistic fancy, but the result is logically pictured. It will serve to illustrate how dependent we are upon the mechanism of consciousness in its phase of sensation. Psychologists have also pointed out the fact that the world of experience of the individual is decreased by the absence of the power of normal functioning in any one or more of his several senses. And that this world of experience would be increased if he were able to evolve additional senses. This is more than mere speculation, for science shows us that the sense of feeling was the elementary sense, from which all the other senses have been evolved. And that is well within the possibilities of evolution that additional senses may be unfolded in the course of the evolutionary development of living forms. In order to give you a personal illustration of your dependence upon your senses for the character and extent of your world of experience, we ask you here to use your imagination once more. Begin by imagining what the outside world would mean to you if you were merely a one-sense individual, possessed merely of the sense of touch. Your entire field of knowledge would be limited to your idea of how things feel to your touch. It would be a very small world of experience, would it not? Then, imagine yourself as evolving the senses of taste and smell, those half-brothers in the sense world. Can you not see how your world would enlarge, and how its character would change? Then imagine yourself as evolving the sense of hearing. And realize the wonderful addition to your world of experience that such would furnish. And, then, last of all, imagine that some wonderful day your sense of sight would suddenly unfold into activity, and the great world of sight experience would unfold before your consciousness. Can you not see by this how materially your world of experience depends upon sensation, how each new sense adds to it, and each lacking sense detracts and subtracts from it? Your imagination employed in this flight has taught you a valuable lesson, and a true one. In the same way, you will see that the possession of an additional sense, a sense as yet not evolved by man, would enable you to know the world in an entirely new way. There are undoubtedly properties in material objects of which you remain in total ignorance solely by reason of the absence of appropriate senses through which to become aware of them. Even as it is, you are able to hear only a small portion of the vibrations of sound, or to see only a small portion of the waves of light. Instruments invented by science are able to catch and record sound waves and light waves which your senses fail to register. Only a very small proportion of the outer world is really revealed to you through your senses. This because of the fact that your sense instruments are not capable of registering them. A further evolution of your senses would enable you to become aware of an entirely new world of things which exists on all sides of you, but which form no part of your inner world of experience. The microscope, the telescope and other optical instruments show what your normal sight would perceive were your optical mechanism of a higher order. Delicate apparatus reveal sounds which your normal hearing would perceive were your auditory organs of a finer order. Delicate photographic plates register light waves which your eyes perceive not, but which would become apparent to you were your optical mechanism more perfect. These supplementary senses, as these scientific appliances have been called, reveal to you the presence of objects and qualities of objects which are unknown to you when you depend upon your normal sense organs. Moreover, certain of the lower animals have a higher development of certain senses than has man. In fact, some careful thinkers even believe that certain of the lower animals possess senses lacking in man. The far-seeing eye of the eagle and the hawk perceive distant objects invisible to man. Most of the lower animals have preserved that fine and delicate sense of smell which man has lost by disuse in the course of his rise to civilization. And some of the insects undoubtedly hear sounds below the register of the human ear. An additional sense undoubtedly would open up a new world to you. Fancy the result of the development in you of a new sense which would register the waves of electricity or magnetism. In such case you would be able to see or hear what is going on at great distances, even on the other side of the globe. Fancy may even picture you possessed of a sense enabling you to become aware of the waves of wireless telegraphy. A sense capable of registering the X-ray waves would enable you to see through a stone wall, and to perceive what is going on inside of a brick house or on the other side of a closed door. A similar extension of your sense of sight might enable you to see what is happening on Mars, or to perceive the life of the microscopic world in the drop of water. If you had appropriate sense instruments, you might even catch the vibrations of the thought activities of others. A telepathic sense certainly would be most interesting and instructive. Scientific imagination has pictured worlds in which living creatures possess 7, 9, 15, or more senses, and this is possible, theoretically, for 17 senses would be really no more wonderful than our 5. Though they would seem so to 5-sense creatures. Listen to these statements made by careful thinkers. Kay says, an additional sense might probably make revelations to us no less surprising than the sense of sight to one who been born blind. Carpenter says, it does not seem at all improbable that there are properties of matter of which none of our senses can take immediate cognizance, and which other beings might be formed to perceive in the same manner as we are sensible to light, sound, etc. Mason says, if a new sense or two were added to the present normal number in man, that which is now the phenomenal world for all of us might, for all we know, burst into something amazingly wider and different. In consequence of the additional revelations through these new senses. Isaac Taylor says, it is not to be thought that the eye of man is the measure of the Creator's power. Has he created nothing which he has not exposed to our senses? The contrary seems much more than barely possible. Ought we not to think it almost certain? However, we have presented to you the above-stated speculative, and apparently somewhat fanciful ideas, merely for the purpose of bringing to you a clearer and more comprehensive conception of the relation between yourself and the outside world. And to show you how dependent you are upon your senses for the material with which you build up and create your world of experience. We have no desire to urge you to develop new senses, rest assured. But our purpose is none the less constructive and in the direction of opening up to you new worlds of knowledge, a new world of experience. For, know you, that there is almost, if not quite, as much difference between the world of experience of the man of untrained and undeveloped powers of attention, perception, and observation, and that of the man who has highly developed these mental powers, as there would be between the latter individual and the one who had developed one or more new senses. You have but to contrast the man of highly developed perceptive powers, with one of the opposite type, to realize that the two individuals dwell in entirely different worlds of experience. The former sees, hears, feels, and knows a multitude of facts of life and nature which are entirely unperceived and unknown to the latter type of individual. The developed man recognizes, considers, and solves problems the very existence of which is unknown to the undeveloped man. It is as if the two types see with different eyes, hear with different ears, feel with different nerves of touch. In this book we are striving not to endow you with additional senses, but to enable you to perfect the senses you already possess, to perfect them to such an extent that they will take on powers and possibilities, effectiveness and active qualities. which to the uninitiated seem to be the result of additional mental faculties possessed only by the favored few and denied to the great masses of the human race. The mechanism of the senses. The sensory mechanism, the vital machinery concerned with the processes of sensation, consists of certain portions of the brain, certain portions of the nervous system, and the special organs of sense. The brain. What mind, in itself, may be or may not be, whatever may be the ultimate nature of its relation to the brain. We must at least admit that the brain is the physical mechanism through and by means of which the mental processes are performed or manifested. Moreover, we are forced to admit that the mind must depend upon certain portions of the brain and of the nervous system for the reception and perception of the messages from the outside world which compose the raw material of knowledge, which constitute the elements of the world of experience of the individual. The detailed study of the physiology of the brain is outside of the field sought to be covered by this book. Therefore, we shall confine our description of it to the technical definition, viz. The brain is the whitish mass of soft matter which is enclosed in the cartilaginous or bony cranium of vertebrate animals. It is the center of the nervous system and the seat of consciousness and volition. Here we have the general description of the physical aspect of the brain, and the statement that it is the seat of consciousness. This is sufficient for our present purpose. The sensory nerves. The nerves are bundles of fibers which transmit nervous impulses between nerve centers and various parts of the animal body. They constitute important elements of the great nervous system which traverses the body, and which has been compared to a great telegraphic system. There are motor nerves, which serve to transmit motor impulses producing motion, to the various parts of the body. There are also other classes of nerves which serve the performance of certain physiological functions, such as digestion, secretion, excretion, and circulation. With these classes of nerves, however, we are not concerned in our consideration of the general subject of the senses. Our sole concern here is with what are called the sensory nerves, that general class of nerves which transmit sensations from the various parts of the body to the central receiving office of the brain. These sensory nerves are the great telegraphic wires which report to the central office of the brain that irritation or excitation which their surface terminal ends experience by reason of their contact with the objects of the outside world. When the surface terminal ends of a sensory nerve are irritated or excited by reason of such contact with the outside object, they send to the brain a message demanding more or less attention. Whether these nerves be nerves of touch, of sight, of hearing, of taste, or of smell, the action is essentially the same. At the last, all the sensory nerves are nerves of feeling. Fix this last statement in your mind. It will aid you in your comprehension of the processes manifested by the several particular sense organs and mechanism. The sense organs. There are 5 general senses, according to the popularly accepted classification, namely, 1. Touch, 2. Sight, 3. Hearing, 4. Smell, and 5. Taste. Physiologists and psychologists often note an additional sense, called the muscular sense, which reveals the state of our muscles, and which furnishes us with our ideas of weight, spatial dimensions, etc. Others would add certain other senses, namely those connected with the feelings arising from the condition of certain internal physical organs, and which furnish us with reports manifesting the feelings of hunger, thirst, sexuality, repletion, indigestion, etc. Or of burns, inflammations, bruises, cramps, etc. These latter classes, however, for convenience are usually included in the class of the sense of touch, and we shall not make the technical distinction in this book, interesting though it is for academic consideration. Each particular sense has its appropriate organ of reception, and the special sensory nerves attached to it, the latter conveying the reports from the receiving organ to the brain. Thus, the sense of touch employs the nervous centers upon the surface of the skin and in the muscles, and the nerves attached to these which lead to the brain. The sense of sight employs the eye, and its appropriate nerves. The sense of hearing employs the ear, and its nerves. The sense of smell employs the nose, and its nerves. The sense of taste employs the tongue, portions of the mouth, and their nerves. Each organ of sense is specially adapted for the reception of the irritation or excitation arising from its appropriate stimuli. No organ of sense will report the stimuli appropriate to another. Each organ of sense has its own particular kind of irritation by which it is excited. Sound does not excite the eye, nor light, the ear. Each sense organ functions only in its own special field. Each and every sensation involves 1. An external stimulus which, coming in contact with the sense organ, serves to irritate or excite the latter. 2. A physical organ which receives the irritation or excitation caused by contact with the external object, and transmits it to the brain by means of the connecting nerves. 3. The connecting nerves which serve to transmit the irritating, or exciting message from the sense organ to the brain center concerned with the latter. 4. The brain center concerned with the sense organ, and which receives the message from the latter carried by the sensory nerves. And 5. The mental impression, or state of perceptive consciousness, which arises from the physical impression, and which is the representation of the latter on the mental plane. A sensation, then, is seen to consist of 1. A physical condition of change arising from contact with an external object, this condition of change involving the sense organ, the transmitting nerves, and the brain. And 2. The mental impression or state of perceptive consciousness resulting from the physical change or condition. In short, a completed sensation is perceived to be a mental representation of an external fact by which it is produced. Or, a mental representation which is the internal sign of an external fact exciting it. It should be noted here that one may have a partial sensation, caused by the action of the imagination, in which there is no external object involved. Likewise, the external object may produce the physical irritation and excitement, and the resulting message to the brain, but if the attention of the mind is strongly directed elsewhere, the mental state or impression will not be produced. But in all cases of complete and full sensation, both the physical and the mental elements must be involved actively. It is generally accepted that all the various senses, with their special organs, are evolutions from the original sense and organs of feeling, the most elementary form of the latter being the sense of touch. In every sensation something external must touch the sensitive organ or nerves of the sense involved. Sight, hearing, taste, smell, all these are but refined and more complex forms and phases of touch or feeling. And their special organs are but more complex organs of touch or feeling. Touch of one kind or another, of some degree or mode, is concerned in every act of sensation. Modern science tends to verify the ancient contention of Democritus that all the senses are but modifications of touch. Moreover, modern science informs us that everything external that acts upon the organs of sense acts in the form of motion. That nothing external can act upon the senses or be taken up by them unless it present itself to them in the form of motion. Thus, light is motion resulting from undulations in the ether, sound is motion resulting from vibrations of the air. Tastes and smells are the result of motion arising from the chemical changes in the particles of minute substances coming in contact with the sensitive portions of the tongue and mouth, and of the nose. Touch results from the motion of objects external to our bodies, or of portions of our body, or both. All touch implies motion. The external world is made manifest to you through your senses only by reason of the motions caused by its energies, these external motions being taken up and continued by your nervous system, and finally brought to the attention and perception of your mind. Science holds that the various nervous actions which result in various sensations must be regarded as definite series of motions. The vibrations from outside yourself accelerate and are transformed into the vibrations within your nervous system, and thus produce sensation. All that is transmitted from an organ of sense to the brain is a particular mode of motion. The particular modes of motion thus transmitted are then variously interpreted by the mind in the process of perception. All this serves once more to bring us to the realization that your world of experience is merely a representation of the outer world, such portion of that outer world which your senses are able to receive and transmit to your mind. They're to be interpreted and employed as the raw materials of knowledge. You do not know the outside world directly and immediately, all that you know of it is its reports to you over the channels, and through the medium of your senses. As Helmholtz says, Our sensations are for us only symbols of the objects in the external world, and correspond to them only in some such way as written characters or articulate words due to the things they denote. We ask you now to consider in further detail each of the 5 great classes of the senses. The sense of touch. The special receptive organ of the sense of touch extends practically over the entire outer surface of the body. Though it manifests in greatly varying degrees according to the particular part of the body subjected to the contact with the external objects. The skin covering your body is attached to a very large number of sensory nerves which have their ending in it. When these nerve ends come in contact with an external object, they become irritated and excited, and report the degree and character of such contact to your brain, employing for the transmission the entire length of the connecting nerves. They convey to your brain a peculiar report of pressure or contact, which your mind refers to the particular part of your body in which the receiving nerve end is located. Not only this, but they report also the particular character or nature of the pressure or contact, so that your mind perceives the differences which indicate what you call hardness, softness, roughness, smoothness, etc. Or what you call temperature, and what you call weight, shape, form, or size, or what you call pressure. Some of these nerve ends report mere contact and degree of pressure, others merely report temperature. Others report the other several material sensation-producing properties of the contacted object. Some of these nerve ends are very sensitive, as, for example, the tip of the tongue, the fingertips, etc. Others lack this degree of sensitiveness, as, for instance, the nerve ends located in the back. The nerve ends of certain portions of the body respond far more readily than do others to the excitement of temperature, as, for example, the nerve ends of the cheek. This is why a woman will hold her hot iron near to her cheek in order to test its temperature. Certain nerve ends abound in heat spots on the body, while others are located in the cold spots, the region of which is particularly susceptible to impressions of cold. Other sensory nerves concerned with the sense of touch have their ends in the muscles, as well as in the skin. The reports of such nerves are the basis of that variation of the sense of touch which some psychologists call the muscular sense, in contradistinction to the other forms of touch. The latter being called the tactile sense, the true sense of touch. The muscular sense reports differences in weight, space dimensions, pressure, movements in the contacted objects and certain other physical conditions in the contacted object. In fact, the term muscular sensations has been applied to all those sensations originating in the tensed or relaxed muscles. The muscular sensation nerve ends are excited not so much by the contact of the external object, as by the state of tension resulting from the extension or contraction of the muscles. The sense of sight. The special receptive organ of the sense of sight consists of that delicate piece of physical mechanism known as the eye. This wonderful instrument, or piece of mechanism, consists of several parts, the actions of which are closely coordinated. The following description of the mechanism of the eye, made by Kirk, will give you a comprehensive and practical conception of it. The optical apparatus may be supposed for the sake of description to consist of several parts. First, of a series of transparent refracting surfaces and media by means of which images of external objects are brought to a focus upon the back of the eye, and secondly, of a sensitive screen, the retina, which is a specialized termination of the optic nerve, capable of being stimulated by luminous objects, and of sending through the optic nerve such an impression as to produce in the brain visual sensations. To these main parts may be added, thirdly, an apparatus for focusing objects at different angles from the eye, called accommodation. Even this does not complete the description of the whole organ of vision, since both eyes are usually employed in vision. And so, fourth, an arrangement exists by means of which the eyes may be turned in the same direction by a system of muscles, so that binocular vision is possible. The eye may be compared to a photographic camera, the transparent media corresponding to the photographic lens. In such a camera, images of objects are thrown upon a ground glass screen at the back of a box, the interior of which is painted black. In the eye, the camera proper is represented by the eyeball with its choroidal pigment, the screen by the retina, and the lens by the refracting media. In the case of the camera, the screen is enabled to receive clear images of objects at different distances, by an apparatus for focusing. The corresponding apparatus in the eye is the accommodation. The iris, which is capable of allowing more or less light to pass into the eye, corresponds with the different sized diaphragms used in photographic apparatus. But the eye does not really see, the mind is that which actually sees. The eye is merely a miniature natural photographic lens in which the rays of light are focused upon the screen of the retina. The retina is irritated and excited by these focused rays, and by means of the optic nerve it transmits this excitement to certain areas of the brain. From these changes in the brain cells of those areas the physical phase of sensation results. The mental phase being performed by the mind which becomes aware of these brain changes in perception, and thus sees them. Seeing, at the last, is a mental process, but the physical optical apparatus is required in order that the mind may perform it. The sense of hearing. The special receptive organ of the sense of hearing is that delicate piece of physical mechanism known as the ear. The front portion of the internal ear is a labyrinthine cavity, consisting of intricate windings manifesting accurate scientific principles and mechanical arrangement. This cavity is so constructed that it may most effectively convey to the back portion of the internal ear the sound waves reaching it from the external world. These sound waves are vibrations of the air set in motion by some physical activity or change. In the inner part of the ear, at the back of this cavity, there is located the tympanum, or ear drum, which receives the focused sound waves from the cavity, and which thereupon intensifies and adapts them according to scientific mechanical principles. These intensified and adapted sound vibrations are taken up by the ends of the auditory nerve, the excitation of the latter being then transmitted over the length of the auditory nerve to the brain. The mind then becomes consciously aware of the excitement of the auditory nerve, and thus hears the sound. The mind becomes conscious of, and perceives and interprets those qualities and properties of sound which we know as, 1. Pitch, consisting of the comparative number of vibrations, 2. Intensity, or the comparative volume or quantity of the vibrations. 3. Quality, or the special character or nature of the vibrations arising from the character of the agent producing the sound, and 4. Relation, or the comparative degree of harmony or discord, music or noise, resulting from the vibrations. The range of the sense of hearing is limited in human beings to a very narrow scale. There are many sound vibrations which are either too low or too high for us to hear and know, but which are registered by special scientific instruments designed for the purpose. The sense of smell. The special receptive organ of the sense of smell is that more or less efficient piece of physical mechanism known as the nose. The nostrils, or the external openings of the nose, admit the passage of minute portions of material objects, such as gaseous matter, or very small particles of solid matter, the admitted particles, however, consisting principally of tenuous gases thrown off from solid matter or fluids. The cavity of the nostrils is lined with a thin mucous membrane, well filled with the ends of minute olfactory nerves. The minute particles of matter, coming in contact with this delicate mucous membrane, irritate and excite these olfactory nerve ends, and this excitement is transmitted by the olfactory nerves themselves to the brain. The brain excitement awakens conscious attention on the part of the mind, and the mental process of sensation occurs. Some particles of matter excite the olfactory nerves much more than do others. The difference arises from the respective chemical composition of the substances of which the particles consist. Some substances are very penetrating in their action upon these nerves, as, for instance, musk, this because of the fact that they give off a large number of molecules. Other substances possess a strong property of irritation in their action upon these nerves, as, for instance, ammonia, this because of some chemical property strongly affecting the olfactory nerves. The sense of smell is very active and efficient in the lower animals, and in primitive man. In civilized man, however, the sense is believed to have become partially atrophied from disuse resulting from lack of necessity. The sense of taste. The special receptive organ of the sense of taste is that very efficient piece of physical machinery known as the tongue. Certain portions of the mouth also serve as receptive organs of taste. The tongue contains certain tiny cells called taste buds. These are connected with the gustatory nerves, which in turn lead to the brain. When soluble material substances are taken into the mouth, the chemical action of their constituents, coming in contact with the taste buds, sets up an irritation or excitement in the nerve ends connected with them. This excitement is transmitted over the gustatory nerves to the brain, there producing an excitement of which the mind becomes conscious by attention. Taste has been classified by some as follows: 1. Bitter, 2. Sweet, 3. Sour, 4. Salty, 5. Alkaline, 6. Hot, as in the case of pepper, mustard, horseradish, etc., and 7. Acrid, i.e., bitter and hot combined. Much that we call taste really is smell, there being a close connection and relation between the physical organs and processes of these two respective senses. When your sense of smell is affected by a bad cold, catarrh, or similar condition, you will discover that your sense of taste is seemingly affected, this because of the close relation above noted. Some psychologists hold that other features usually attributed to the sense of taste really are incidents of the sense of touch. Hoff-Ding, noting this fact, says, the pleasantness of many sorts of food, e.g. jelly, is certainly derived from their effect upon the delicate skin of the palate, and is therefore, much more a question of touch than of taste. The Shah of Persia, visiting in England, is said to have reproached Europeans for their use of forks, saying, "You do not know that the sense of taste begins with the fingertips." Development of the senses. That the senses may be developed, cultivated, and trained to a marvelous degree, is a fact known to all practical psychologists. We shall give you specific instances and methods when we consider the subjects of attention, perception and observation. But it must always be remembered by you that such training and development is mental and not physical. It is the mind, and not the body, which senses, at the last. The sense instruments must be there, it is true, but they serve merely as instruments, and are never by any chance the real, that which experiences sensation, or that which directs it. Training and development of the senses, really is training and development of the power of consciousing, by the direct action of the I am I, which is yourself. We need scarcely add that, inasmuch as the senses supply the raw material of knowledge, it follows that your world of knowledge, your world of experience is greatly enlarged and enriched by the scientific training and development of your senses. And by their rational culture. With the proper kind and quantity of the raw materials, the finished product must be more satisfactory in quantity and in quality, this is self-evident. Perception and discernment. Perception is the faculty, or act, or consciousness whereby it apprehends, comprehends, or takes cognizance of the reports of the senses reaching it in the form of sensation. James defines it as the consciousness of particular material things present to sense. It is that power or faculty of the mind by means of which the latter interprets the raw materials of thought furnished through sensation. Discernment is perception intelligently applied and consciously directed. You will remember that in completed sensation the final stage is that mental state arising from the consciousness of the physical impression upon the brain substance derived from the excitation of the sensory nerves. It is the mental representation of the physical impression. This mental state also constitutes the elemental and primary stage of perception. The higher and more complex manifestations of perception involve the exercise of memory, association, and a certain degree of reasoning power. Perception, aided by the other mental faculties to some extent, gives to you your first real knowledge of the outside world. You will also remember that not all sensations are received in consciousness, not all are perceived by the mind. As a fact, but a comparatively small number of your sensations are so perceived. Moreover, in simple perception there is but a comparatively slight apprehension or cognizance, but a slight knowing, of the object perceived. It is only when voluntary attention begins more actively to manifest its powers that your real knowing actually begins. While perception depends upon the senses for its raw materials, it relies for its fuller manifestation upon thought in some degree or form. Perception, then, may be regarded as the thought arising from the feeling of sensation. Sensation is feeling, perception is the beginning of thought. Sensation brings to you the feeling of the things of the outside world. Perception interprets this feeling by identifying it with the outside thing arousing that feeling, and referring it to that outside thing. From perception all of your higher mental states arise. The processes of perception are as follows: 1. Attention causing consciousness to become aware of the definite sensation arising from indefinite nervous excitement. 2. Thought interpreting the definite sensation and attributing it to the outside object causing it. And 3. Reason, based upon experience, perceiving the sensation-producing element of the outside object to be a quality, property, or attribute of that outside object. For example, you touch a piece of heated iron. You first, 1. Become aware of a certain sensation reaching you through your sensory nerves without any consciousness of anything but the feeling element. Then, 2. You interpret this feeling as heat, and attribute it to the piece of iron. Then, 3. You perceive that heat to be a quality of iron in that particular condition. The above statement may seem to be merely a needless elaboration of a familiar experience, but when you were a little child you actually gained this experience by passing through precisely these several stages of perception. And all your knowledge gained by actual experience has been so acquired. The infant or young child at first experiences but indefinite sensations. It is not able to interpret these, nor to refer them to particular external objects, nor to deduce that the feeling-producing powers constitute qualities in that and similar external objects. As it grows older, and gains experience, however, it begins to realize that sensation has a practical meaning only in so far as it refers to definite objects causing it, that the meaning of sensation must be sought in perception. The natural education of the child consists almost entirely of its discovering by perception the real meaning and source of sensation. It is only in this way that the child brings about a harmonious relation and practical working unity between its world of experience and the things of the outside world. Perception, then, is seen to consist of your power to apprehend and cognize the qualities and relations of outside things reported by sensation. The greater the extent of your discovery of such qualities and relations, the greater is the degree of practical knowledge and experience possessed by you. Your entire stock of knowledge is built up in this way. This because all that your mind is able to know about the things of the outside world is the knowledge of the characteristic qualities and relations of those things. When you define a thing, you but state its qualities and its relations. And such qualities and relations are known to you only by means of perception. To know all the qualities and relations of a thing is equivalent to knowing fully the nature or character of that thing, at least so far as human knowledge is capable of full knowledge of anything. In the higher acts of perception all of the mental faculties or powers are represented. For instance, you obtain a sensation of form and color, evidently related to a certain tree. Your memory, based upon experience, identifies this form and color as connected with fruit. Your experience informs you that this particular fruit is a peach. Examining the object closer, you see that the peach is in that condition which your experience interprets as ripe. Your memory and experience inform you that ripe peaches are pleasant to the taste. And your imagination makes a mental picture of the sweetness and general satisfaction of the taste which form qualities of that peach. Then your will acts to pluck that peach, if such be deemed proper in the light of reason and feeling, and to eat it. But all that you know about that peach when you see it has been gained by experience along the lines of the gradual and progressive processes of sensation, perception, memory, imagination and thought. This, again, may seem needless elaboration, but such is the way by which you have learned about the qualities of peaches, and the processes by means of which you must learn about any and every other thing when you first become acquainted with it. You learn only by experience based upon your perception of the qualities and relations of things, and your perception arises from sensation. Your world of experience is created by perception. You will do well to fix this fact in your mind, for it is important. Distinction between sensation and perception. We ask you to consider, in the form of the following summary, the distinction between sensation and perception. This distinction is a somewhat difficult one for many students. And it is important for the purpose of the present instruction that you should be able clearly to make it. Here follows the summary. In sensation, the mind is conscious simply of an inflowing feeling. In perception, the mind goes out toward the object of that feeling. Sensation flows inward, perception moves outward. In sensation, the mind is passive. In perception, the mind is active. Sensation necessarily implies neither the belief in nor the conviction of the existence of an outside object. The infant's early experiences show this plainly. Perception necessarily implies a belief in and conviction of the existence of an outside object causing sensation. Sensation is concerned merely with inner mental states, perception involves also the recognition of outer things. Sensation requires merely consciousness, perception requires thought directed toward an outside object. Sensation knows only the inner feeling giving rise to it, perception knows also the outside thing which causes the inner feeling. Perception is a power of the mind, not of the physical senses. It is capable of an almost incredible degree of training, cultivation and development. There are certain laws governing its development and training. It is possible for you to train and develop your powers of perception to such a degree that you may become a veritable master of perception. If your ambition does not reach such heights, you may at least develop and train your powers of perception to such a degree and extent that you will double or treble your efficiency in your chosen field of endeavor. And also fit yourself for still higher planes of work in the world. You, yourself, are the creator of your world of experience, and you create it largely by means of your powers of perception. It is for you to decide just what you wish to create. Your action upon that decision will perform the creative work. In order that you may realize the full possibilities of the development of the powers of perception along the lines of each of the several senses, we call your attention to the following scientific statements of examples and instances of cases in which certain individuals have developed such powers far beyond that of the average person. Such individuals were not possessed of abnormal senses or sense organs. Their sense organs were probably no more efficient than are yours, but their mental powers of perception had been so trained and developed as to cause them to appear to be gifted with abnormal powers. Visual perception. The mental power of perception of the impressions received through the sense of sight is capable of extraordinary improvement by training. This improvement, and the training which produces it, proceeds along three general lines, viz. 1. The line of increased quickness and readiness in the visual perception of general or special objects. 2. The line of increased capacity for discerning and perceiving minute objects which ordinarily escape visual observation. And 3. The line of increased powers of discriminating and perceiving the subtle and slight differences of form, size, color, and general composition or arrangement of parts, in the objects observed. It should be noted, in passing, that one may train his visual perception along any one of these three lines, and attain great efficiency in it, yet with but comparatively little improvement in the other two lines. As examples of trained visual perception along the above-mentioned lines, the following instances will serve to illustrate the principle. Ho Din, who had developed marvelous powers of visual perception, once said, "I can safely assert that a lady seeing another pass at full speed in a carriage will have time to analyze her toilette from her bonnet to her shoes, and be able to describe not only the fashion and quality of the stuffs, but also to say whether the lace be real or only machine-made. I have known ladies to do this." Ho Din, himself, acquired by practice and self-training the faculty of being able to pass rapidly before a shop window, bestowing but one full glance upon its contents, and then, when out of sight of the window, correctly to call off or write down a complete list of the window's contents, including even the merest trifles there displayed. Not only this, but he also taught his assistants to perform the same feat as a preparation for respective careers as conjurers. Celebrated artists have won wagers by painting satisfactory portraits of persons upon whom they had bestowed but a single though comprehensive glance. Noted scholars have acquired by practice the art of reading long sentences, paragraphs, or portions of printed pages at a single glance. In fact, many students are able to read a whole line of a printed column at a glance, after but slight practice. Professor Porter, once president of Yale, is said to have been able to read at a single, quick glance, a quarter and sometimes a half page of an ordinary textbook. Instances of similar proficiency are far from uncommon. Book reviewers frequently are able to catch the spirit of a book, and to obtain a very comprehensive idea of its contents, by rapidly turning its pages and skimming through it. Stopping only here and there when some particularly attractive passage presents itself. Others frequently handling books acquire a similar proficiency. Large department stores employ skilled observers to report the special features displayed in the business establishments of their rivals in trade. These observers promenade leisurely through the aisles and corridors of the rival establishments, carefully noting the details of the articles of merchandise there displayed, or the arrangement of the goods, or other points concerning which their employers desire information. They frequently attain wonderful proficiency along these lines. Some of them are renowned for their almost photographic powers of perception. Milliners and celebrated dressmakers are very careful not to subject their advanced styles and models to even the casual inspection of strangers, since these visitors often turn out to be the trained observers employed by others in the same lines of business. Along the same general lines are the activities of the spies sent out by professional thieves to discover and report the details of the premises which have been selected as the scene of future burglaries. Disguised as beggars, peddlers, telegraph messengers, errand boys, telephone inspectors, electric light repairers, etc., these spies gain access to the premises. Once in a house or a room, the spy glances hastily around, carefully noting the location of the doors, windows, locks, receptacles, stairways, etc. From which observations a map is afterward drawn to be used by the professional burglars or sneak thieves. Military spies often attain wonderful proficiency along these lines. A single glance frequently suffices to give them a comprehensive and detailed idea and mental picture of important military preparations and plans. Along the second lines of visual perception, we find scientists and special workers in certain trades who have attained great efficiency in the direction of perceiving minute objects which escape the perceptive attention of the ordinary persons. Watchmakers possess this faculty. Makers of delicate scientific instruments likewise have acquired the faculty of distinguishing minute objects and parts of things. Microscopists by practice develop the power of perceiving very minute objects and their details, where untrained observers gazing through the same lens perceive merely a tiny speck, or minute blur. The magnifying instrument increases the strength of the minute physical impression, but it requires the trained observer's mental power of perception to perceive and to know that impression made upon his brain tissue. Along the third lines of visual perception, we have many instances of the wonderful efficiency of trained observers who are able to perceive and to discriminate between the subtle and slight differences in the form, size, color and general composition or arrangement of parts, in the objects under observation by them. In fact, specialists in any business, trade, art or profession must acquire proficiency of this kind in order to be successful in their particular line. Bank employees become very expert in handling coin, or banknotes. Often they are able to detect counterfeits almost instinctively, so keen have become their powers of visual perception, though in this particular case they are often aided by tactile perception. Experts in handwriting are able to distinguish between the finest shades of difference in the written words, often being able to discover differences arising from the varying physical condition of the individual as evidenced in his several writings. Artists, as you well know, are able to distinguish between shades and hues, and combinations of color. They are able to see diversity where the ordinary observer perceives sameness and identity. Subtle distinctions which are imperceptible to the ordinary observer, stand out most strikingly to the perceptive faculties of the trained artist or worker in colors. Dyers, and dealers in colored fabrics, as well as many purchasers of those fabrics, are able to distinguish between very minute differences in shades, tints, and hues of color in fabrics. The color sense of some trained observers sometimes seem to other persons like an additional sense. Herschel said that the highly trained visual perception of the workers upon the mosaics in the Vatican enabled them to distinguish correctly between 30,000 different shades of color. Expert readers of character, and good judges of human nature, are often able so accurately to distinguish between the different shades of expression manifested by the human features, that they can interpret with a startling degree of correctness the inner feelings or thoughts of the person at that time. Persons having much to do with a number of subordinates in a school, office, workshop, army, etc., often become very efficient in many cases in sensing what is in the mind or feelings of those in their charge or under their authority. The skilled schoolteacher acquires proficiency in this line, the expert salesman also becomes an adept in this direction. Women, as a rule, seem by nature to possess this particular phase of this faculty well developed, this probably because their success and happiness in life frequently depends to a great extent upon their ability to sense and to act upon the moods of men. Whatever may be the true reason, however, the woman of experience often surprises men by her perception of what is in the mind of the men, and of other women. We may like to call this intuition, but more often it is merely the result of an unconsciously developed power of accurate visual perception along these particular lines. The observer knows what certain expressions mean, even though those manifesting them are seeking to conceal their inner thoughts and feelings. Auditory perception. The power of perception of impressions received through the sense of hearing is capable of extraordinary improvement by training. This improvement, and the training which produces it, proceed along three general lines, viz. 1. The line of increased capacity for perception of the general distinction between the general properties of sound, namely, the quality, intensity, and the volume or quantity of the sound impressions. 2. The line of the increased capacity for perception of the musical attributes of sound, i.e., the pitch, the tone, the harmony. 3. The line of the increased capacity for perception of the articulateness, distance, and direction of sounds. It should be noted, however, that one may train his auditory perception along any one of these three lines, and attain great efficiency in it, yet with comparatively little improvement in the other two lines. Physiologists and psychologists have made the interesting discovery that in the case of many persons who are supposed to be slightly deaf, or somewhat hard of hearing, there exists no physical deficiency whatever. The organs and mechanism of hearing are normal in many of such cases. The explanation of this apparent paradox is found in the fact that such persons have failed to develop normally the perceptive powers of that part of the mind which is concerned in auditory perception. In short, such persons are deficient in the power of attending to the sounds reaching them through their ears, and in the faculty of interpreting or understanding them, of perceiving them mentally. It is gratifying to be able to state that such cases are usually capable of being cured of their deafness under the proper methods of awakening the attention, and of training the auditory perception. In this connection it is interesting to note the cases of persons who seem to be deficient in hearing ordinary conversation, but who will very quickly and distinctly hear even the slightest whisper of the voices of persons who are discussing the careless hearer, i.e., making personal remarks concerning him or her. Here we have a familiar example of the result of the failure to employ attention, and the marked improvement when attention is actually employed. As Harvey said, that one half of the deafness that exists is the result of inattention, cannot be doubted. Some old women who experience much difficulty in hearing ordinary conversation, and complain that they are hard of hearing, will be found to be very keen in hearing a bit of whispered gossip, or the low-toned criticisms of themselves on the part of others. Attention follows interest, in such cases, and perception follows attention. It is generally held that auditory perception is more susceptible of education, cultivation and development, and may be more easily and effectively trained than any other form of perception. You may witness on all sides many convincing illustrative examples of its possibilities in this direction. The blind depend upon this highly developed perceptive faculty to a great extent. They can walk easily through a crowded thoroughfare guided only by the sounds perceived and interpreted by them, but of which the normal individual will not be aware. They can tell when they are passing a stationary object, such as a lamppost. And frequently they can discriminate between a standing man and a lamppost by means of the difference in the reverberations of the sound of their own footsteps received through the ear and interpreted by perception. They readily distinguish between the respective rumbles of the different streetcars, and can inform you to what particular car line the passing car belongs. We have known cases in which the blind man has been able correctly to inform us of the size and type of a passing automobile. Likewise, blind persons usually can distinguish between an empty room and one in which another person happens to be, all by means of their keen perception of sounds. The savage, by placing his ear upon the ground, often is able to perceive the approach of men or wild animals, frequently displaying an almost incredible degree of perceptive power in this direction. The director of a large orchestra usually can detect even the slightest failure or mistake in time or tune on the part of one of the many instruments under his direction, and to point unerringly to the guilty performer. Skilled musicians will perceive and shudder at slight inharmonies or similar imperfections occurring during the rendition of some complicated and technical number by a large orchestra, while others are totally unaware of any such occurrence. There are persons who truthfully may be said never to forget a voice once heard, even though years have elapsed. We have known persons who could pick out the sound of a particular footstep from among many others echoing along the corridor of a large building. It is said that a mother sheep can distinguish the bleat of her own lamb from that of scores of other lambs in the flock. Young animals usually can unerringly recognize the sound of the voice of the mother. It is a poor chick which cannot recognize the cluck of its own hen. Human mothers frequently can distinguish the wail of their own particular infants from those of others in the same building. We witnessed a test of this several years ago, in which the blindfolded mothers almost without exception, moved directly toward the right crying infant. Telegraphers know the difference between the sounds of the respective messages sent by different operators. They can usually name the particular operator, provided that they have had time to become acquainted with his manner of sending. Engineers and operatives in a railroad yard can distinguish between the different whistles of a large number of locomotives. Old steamboat men frequently know the whistles of every steamboat on the river. And many boys living on the shores are equally proficient in this respect. Machinists can detect the slightest difference in the sound proceeding from the machine under their care, and often know the precise point at which trouble exists. And the nature of the disturbance as well, all from the slight difference in the general sound proceeding from the machine. It is a very inattentive man who cannot distinguish between the rings of his own telephone or doorbell, and that of his neighbor. Instances and illustrations of this kind might be multiplied almost indefinitely, but the principle involved is the same in all such cases. This principle is, auditory perception is developed by attention and practice. And attention is stimulated by interest or self-interest. Gustatory perception. The power of perception of impressions received through the sense of taste is capable of extraordinary improvement by training. Unfortunately, however, but few persons consider it worth while to cultivate the sense of taste scientifically, except the few who make gods of their stomachs, and who live to eat instead of eating to live. Kay says, there can be no doubt that if this sense, taste, were properly trained and directed, instead of being, as it generally is, led astray or perverted by excessive indulgence, it would be a much more reliable guide than it is at present. Professor G. Wilson says, we eat what we should not eat, drink what we should not drink, eat too much of what we may eat, and drink too much of what we may drink. And the result is that we ruin our health, enfeeble our bodies, dull our intellects, brutalize our feelings, and harden our hearts. Moreover, as some modern physiologists hold, we miss most of our taste values by not understanding how to extract the taste from our food, thus habituating ourselves to gross eating and gluttony. Instead of being true epicures manifesting moderation in eating and drinking but securing the full taste values and a high form of aesthetic enjoyment. Epicures inform us that there exists a harmony in tastes as well as in colors and in sounds, some tastes modifying, intensifying, or harmonizing with others with which they are associated. Dr. Muller says, in the art of cooking, attention has at times been paid to the consonance or harmony of flavors in their combination or order of succession. Just as in painting and music the fundamental principles of harmony have been employed empirically, while the theoretical laws were unknown. Examples of highly developed gustatory perception are had in the case of the tea tasters and the wine tasters of commerce. The tea taster is employed to pass upon the flavor, quality, and value of submitted samples of tea. If experienced, he will be able to inform you as to the technical merits or demerits of the sample, its general grade, the locality of its production, the method of its curing, and also its current market value. All this resulting from the mere passing of the drawn tea over his tongue. The wine taster performs a similar service, in much the same way. In both of the above-cited cases, however, the sense of smell plays a considerable part in the perceptive process. In certain lines of business in which articles of food are dealt with, there are men who are adepts in tasting such articles, and thus determining their quality and value. This faculty is acquired by practice and training, interest and attention developing the perception. Certain chemists, also, possess marked ability in this particular direction. Moreover, certain skilled epicures are said to be able to state correctly just what are the ingredients of any given sauce or dressing, as well as its relative proportions. And also to state correctly the manner in which has been killed the animal whose meat they are eating. Roman epicures were able to tell by the taste whether the fish was caught above or below a certain bridge. And some modern epicures claim to be able to decide by taste on which leg the partridge was accustomed to sleep. Such things, however, are entirely outside the world of the ordinary individual. Olfactory perception. The power of perception of impressions received through the sense of smell is capable of extraordinary improvement by training. But few modern civilized persons, however, deem it worthwhile to undertake any such development or training. Smell has grown out of fashion, it would seem. Some moderns seem even to regard it as an unworthy and animal-like sense, probably because of its lack of cultivation and training in modern times and in civilized communities. The ancients, however, regarded this sense as of high value and importance, and treated it with marked respect. Incense and perfumes played a large part in the lives of the ancients, and even today the Orientals pay much attention to them. Thoughtful men have regretted the modern relegation of this sense to the background. They point out that mental associations frequently cluster around sensations of smell far more strongly than around other classes of sensations. There is romance in the recollection of the smell of a favorite perfume, or of a certain flower, a romance which is readily revived by a present-day experience of that same odor. Did you ever read that wonderful poem that begins, "But, oh, the smell of that jasmine flower"? There is a suggestive power and value to odors, far surpassing those of sights or sounds. They appeal to the emotions most powerfully, their memories persist longer. Many hold that as a valuable source of pleasure and of mental enjoyment the sense of smell demands far more care and attention than it commonly receives. The lower animals, and the primitive races of mankind, as well as the blind of our own time and land, have very highly developed senses of smell, this due to use, habit, and necessity. Some young children also possess the power of effective olfactory perception, but disuse serves to eliminate this as they grow older, in most cases. Some psychologists, however, hold that the human race frequently exercises this sense and perceptive power along subconscious lines, and that many of our likes and dislikes are influenced thereby. Certain perfumes are held to be sexual excitants. Perfumers, chemists, and men whose business necessitates the knowledge of the odor and aroma of their wares, as for instance, dealers in certain kinds of food, tobacco, flowers, etc., frequently possess a highly developed power of olfactory perception. We see here the operation of the same general principle of development, namely, interest, attention, and perception. Tactile perception. The power of perception of the impressions received through the sense of touch is capable of extraordinary improvement by training. This improvement, and the training which produces it, proceeds along four general lines, viz. 1. The line of increased perception of minute objects or parts of objects. 2. The line of increased perception of certain qualities and conditions of objects, and their details or composition, arrangement, or relation of their parts or attachments. 3. The line of increased perception of temperature. 4. The line of increased perception of conditions of weight, spatial dimensions, etc., by the so-called muscular sense. Watchmakers and others who constantly handle minute objects, and adjust delicate parts of mechanical contrivances, are found to possess wonderfully developed tactile perception. Their sensitive fingertips become almost like organs of sight so far as is concerned their efficiency in the delicate work in which they are engaged. Likewise, the manufacturer and the professional buyer of woolen, silk, or cotton fabrics frequently depends materially upon this highly trained sense of touch. Wool sorters instantly grade the wool passing through their hands. And wool buyers depend upon the same sense in deciding the value of the materials under examination. The engraver passes his hand lightly over the engraved plate, and is able to detect instantly even the slightest imperfection upon it. Experts in various lines of trade are often paid large salaries by reason of their developed and trained tactile perception. We need scarcely call your attention to the highly developed sense of touch of the blind. To witness a trained blind man read rapidly by means of applying his fingertips to the surface of the raised letters of a book is a revelation. And to witness his manual dexterity in successfully performing technical, delicate work which would be difficult even for a man of keen sight, is almost like witnessing a miracle. As Taine says, at present we have only rough discrimination as to the tactile sensations, we can hardly distinguish their shades of difference, for want of being compelled to do so. With some blind persons, the sense of touch surpasses all imagination. It is enough to see blind men employ this sense, to comprehend all the discrimination which our touch might have, but has not acquired. Persons whose occupations necessitate a quick and ready perception of temperature will be found to have acquired the necessary development of this phase of the sense of touch. Cooks discriminate nicely in this matter. And manufacturing chemists, preservers, canners, makers of toilet preparations, and others become very proficient in the art of detecting the fine, nice distinctions and variations of temperature found necessary in their processes of manufacture. Some, indeed, become so expert as justly to be entitled to their title of human thermometers. The average housewife is able to gauge with a high degree of correctness the temperature of her oven, or of her cooking dishes, or of her iron. The experienced physician often is able to determine whether a patient has a temperature the moment he applies his hand, this being remarkable when it is remembered that the difference so detected is that merely of a few degrees. That phase of tactile perception which is often called the muscular sense, also is capable of the highest development and training. In fact, instances of such cultivation are to be seen in the case of every skilled artisan. This phase of tactile perception employs the muscles, especially the voluntary muscles, as its organs and instruments of impression, by means of which it detects differences in weight, pressure, force, resistance, hardness, softness, spatial dimensions, etc. It is by means of this form of perception that you become aware of the effort being put forth by the muscles in performing certain movements, and thus may direct and regulate them. Without it all voluntary purposeful muscular movements would be impossible, except in so far as the other senses might supply the deficiency. Even in the simple act of walking, dressing, using knife and fork or shaving, we have evidences of training of this form of tactile perception. In drawing, painting, engraving, and other forms of manual exertion we display a still greater degree of training. When you detect differences of weight or of size by means of the hands, you manifest the same kind of training. The manual dexterity of the pianist, the skill of the rope walker, the juggler, the conjurer, the acrobat, the skilled touch of the masseur, the osteopathic or chiropractic physician, depend upon the training of this phase of perception. The billiard player depends for his skill upon this training, and so likewise does the expert baseball batter. The artisan or the tradesman who takes hold of an object in order to determine its weight or size, is manifesting the skill which he has gained in the training of this phase of perception. The blind man employs it to a still greater extent. By means of it he obtains all of his ideas of weight and size. The blind man, wishing to ascertain the size and shape of a table, passes his hand around it, wishing to ascertain its weight, he lifts it. Many of us instinctively take hold of an object when we wish to obtain an idea of its weight. And most of us find it much easier to estimate the size, length, breadth, height, or depth of an object by placing our hands upon it, instead of depending solely upon visual perception. Important as is this phase of tactile perception, which is technically known as the muscular sense, it is a surprising fact that but few of us have ever realized that it existed, at least until our attention has been directed to it. We have taken it for granted far more than has been the case concerning the other phases of sensation and perception. The consideration of the foregoing instances and examples illustrating the principle of the special development, cultivation, and training of perception should cause you to realize the wonderful possibilities existing for you in a similar direction. What others have done, can do, and are now doing, that you also can do. If you have employed your powers of analysis, you will have already perceived the general principles underlying each and every one of these instances of special development, viz. 1. Interest, or self-interest, 2. Desire, or strong wish to attain. 3. Purposeful determination, or the will to attain, 4. Practice, or acquiring the habit, 5. Exercise, or strengthening the habit, 6. Judgment, or the right direction of the application of the new faculty. And 7. Use, or the actual, efficient employment of the faculty for some definite purpose, end, and service. Observation and experiment. Observation is the act or faculty of observing or taking notice with care. To observe is to notice carefully, to turn the attention to. To regard carefully and attentively for the purpose of discovering, noting, or detecting anything. Thus, you see, observation is the act of attentive perception, exercised for the purpose of discovering, noting, or detecting the qualities or relations of things. It is perception attentively directed and applied with a definite purpose, and that purpose is the discovery of facts concerning that which is observed. In our everyday life, observation constitutes an important factor of efficiency. Men must know something about the things connected with their occupations, and this knowing about is acquired only by investigation, inquiry, and observation. In the keen battle which constitutes the struggle for existence in modern business, industrial or professional life, the efficient observer gradually works to the front, and the poor observer is crowded to the rear. There are, of course, other mental factors involved in success, but, if the faculty of efficient observation be lacking, the other factors are likely to avail little or nothing. The man striving for success must begin by cultivating observation. The man who knows, and who knows how, is in demand in all walks of life. It will always be found that such knowing is based upon efficient observation. Unless one discovers and detects the qualities and relations of things which are involved in his work and life, he will not know those things. At the last, all that we can know about a thing are the facts concerning the qualities and relations of that thing. We discover these facts only by means of direct or indirect observation. Observation is the basis of all scientific knowledge. Of all practical business knowledge, or all practical knowledge of any kind. Observation is a fundamental requisite for success in all lines of human endeavor, and of all individual culture. One may obtain much important theoretical information from textbooks, but such information is actually valuable only when it is added to, or corroborated by individual observation. The real use of textbooks is that of pointing out to one the direction in which he should apply his powers of observation. The ideal plan is to establish a harmonious combination between books and personal observation. But too many omit the latter element of the combination. And thus they become bookish, theoretical instead of practical, and are sooner or later pushed aside in the battle of life by the individuals who have supplemented their book knowledge with that gained at first hand by observation. In this connection, moreover, it must not be forgotten that books, in so far as they are practical and useful, are themselves the result of the observation of their authors, or of the authorities accepted by the latter. The entire structure of our scientific and technical knowledge has been evolved slowly from the discoveries made by observation. Qualities and relations of individual objects are first observed. Then comparison results in classifications of those objects, according to their degrees of likeness and unlikeness, then general classes and general principles are formulated, and hypotheses are advanced. Then experimental observation demonstrates clearly the truth or fallacy of those hypotheses, and, finally, general laws are established. But the entire structure of knowledge rests upon the solid basis of observation. Unless every part of it stands the test of observation, the strength of the whole edifice is doubtful, and its security is questionable. Observation is concerned with facts. Facts are discovered only by observation. Facts constitute the materials for practical knowledge. The practical individual is he who bases his knowledge upon actual observation and upon logical induction and deduction from premises thus supplied. Not only is the know of the practical man derived from observation, but his know-how also comes from the same source. Books are employed by such a man not as fetishes to be bowed down to and worshipped, but rather as valuable servants and assistants to him in his work of observation. To the practical man the ordinary books do not constitute the text of his book of knowledge, they are to him merely the footnotes of that great volume. Eminent educators are sounding a warning note concerning the tendency to supplant observation by mere books. They insist that unless this tendency be counteracted, observation will become a lost art, and practical knowledge merely tradition. They point out that whatever one learns by direct observation is far better learned than what one learns, or thinks that he learns, from books or the reports of others. They advance the theory that the child should not be taught from books anything which it can observe for itself, until after it has employed fully its power of direct observation in the direction of that thing. Books, say they, should be regarded as supplementary to observation. Educational experts have reported a sad deficiency among schoolchildren in the matter of the correct observation of familiar objects. For instance, pupils usually are unable to distinguish between marble and granite, or between an oak tree and a beech tree, between cast iron and wrought iron, between iron and steel. Even farmers' children usually are unable to state correctly whether the ears of the cow are in front of her horns or behind them, over them or under them, whether cats descend trees head first or hind feet first. Whether horses and cows rise with their fore or hind feet first, and whether horses and cows differ from each other in this respect. Other children are unable to state correctly how many legs has a fly, and how many a spider. Whether the fourth hour on the watch dial is designated by the Roman numerals 4 or I, and other presumably familiar facts. As an ideal example of careful and effective observation, we ask you to consider the following statement of Maupassant, in which he relates how Flaubert laid down to him the fundamental rules of literary descriptive expression. Maupassant says that Flaubert told him, "Talent is nothing but long patience. Go to work. Everything which one desires to express must be looked at with sufficient attention, and during a sufficiently long time, to discover in it some aspect which no one has yet seen or described. In everything there is still some spot unexplored, because we are accustomed only to use our eyes with the recollection of what others before us have taught on the subject which we contemplate. The smallest object contains something unknown. Find it. To describe a fire that flames, and a tree on a plain, keep looking, at that flame and that tree until in your eyes they have lost all resemblance to any other tree or any other fire. That is the way to be original." Maupassant adds the following comment, having, besides, laid down this truth, that there are not in the whole world 2 grains of sand, 2 specks, 2 hands, or 2 noses exactly alike. Flaubert compelled me to describe in a few phrases a being or an object in such a manner as clearly to particularize it, and to distinguish it from all other beings or all other objects of the same race or the same species. He said to me, "When you pass a grocer seated at his shop door, a janitor smoking his pipe, a stand of hackney coaches, show me that grocer and that janitor, their attitude, their whole physical appearance, embracing, likewise, as indicated by the skillfulness of the picture, their whole moral nature. So that I cannot confound them with any other grocer, or any other janitor. Make me see, in one word, that a certain cab horse does not resemble the 50 others that follow or precede it." George Randolph Chester, the popular story writer. gives to those who seek to become writers the following advice concerning the important part played by observation in the work of the writer. Observation is the faculty upon which both creation and imagination are built. After all, we have finite minds, and man only creates after known forms, he only imagines upon material foundations. Our most brilliant castles in the air are but more delicate variants of familiar structures of brick and stone. The most expert builders of air castles, then, are those who have most closely observed and mentally indexed to minutest detail our mundane castles. There is no end of information, scarcely obtainable from reference books, which the observing mind will and must acquire. What trees are indigenous to certain localities, and what are their characteristics of sprouting their leaves and developing and shedding them, of blossoming and budding and bearing fruit? Have you noticed how the white undersides of leaves, while fluttering up in a breeze, give quite a different shade of green to a tree? Have you observed the differing apparent color of still or running water at differing times of the day, at differing times of the year, under differing atmospheric conditions? How many common insects can you recall and describe? What effect has a frown upon the other features of man's countenance? How many sorts of sunsets, as infinite in their variety as the shapes of clouds, can you at this moment mentally catalogue and briefly describe? Have you ever noticed the peculiar heave of the body given by a man straightening up under a hod of brick, or the unconscious rhythmic pauses, for rest of the muscles, indulged in by a man mixing mortar? The importance of this faculty can scarcely be overestimated, as you will discover to your later humiliation if you set down details without knowing them to be entirely accurate. The three factors of efficient observation. Your attention is now called to the three factors of efficient observation, i.e., the three elemental and fundamental elements of efficient observation. Attention. It is scarcely necessary to do more than merely to call your attention to the fact that attention is the first requisite of purposeful observation. Attention being the key to perception, and perception being the basis of observation, it follows that attention is the prime factor of efficient observation. Your observation becomes effective in the degree in which your attention is directed to the task, the degree in which you consciously and voluntarily attend to it. A subsequent section of this book is devoted to the special consideration of the subject of attention. 2. Interest. Attention proceeds along the lines of interest. The greater interest an object or a subject possesses for you, the greater degree of attention do you direct toward it. You will perceive this fact more fully in your consideration of the subject of attention in a subsequent section of this book. In this connection it should be noted that interest may be awakened, stimulated, and continued by attention intelligently applied under the rules of attention which we shall present for your consideration in that section of this book in which the subject of attention is considered in detail. 3. Discrimination. One may cultivate observation, on general principles, by directing it to all objects, without regard to their importance, essentiality, or special purpose. But such observation will not be efficient observation. Efficient observation requires discrimination along the lines of purpose. Efficient observation is purposive observation. Purposive observation is observation directed toward the discovery and detection of facts which will be useful to you in the general or special fields with which are concerned your work, your recreation, your studies, your culture. If you proceed upon the principle that any and all kinds of observation, the observation of all manners, sorts, and kinds of things, is efficient observation, you will have failed to catch the spirit of this instruction. If you had all eternity in which to observe, and in which to accomplish an infinity of creative work, then this indiscriminate observation might serve your purposes and thus be advisable. But, inasmuch as you have only a limited time in which to observe, and a limited number of tasks possible of attainment by you in this life, then it behooves you to exercise an intelligent discrimination concerning the general or special classes of objects or subjects toward which you are to exercise efficient observation. To observe on general principles is as impracticable and inefficient as to think on general principles. In either case you will get nowhere, as the current idiom so forcibly expresses it. In such cases you will be so occupied in observing or thinking about the non-essentials that you will have no time left in which to observe or think about the essential, necessary, efficient things in your particular field of activity. You will be like the squirrel in his wheel, continually traveling but never arriving anywhere. You will simply be wasting your time and energy. Your efficient observation, then, must have a definite purpose, and must proceed in a definite direction. It must be concerned with the lines of activity which represents your chief purposes in life, and it must be kept within at least the general limits of such purposes. This purposive observation may proceed along two general lines, viz. 1. Simple observation, i.e. the observation of the qualities of the objects brought into attention by reason of their presence in or association with your general or special lines of work or study, to the end that you discover and detect so far as is possible their general character and nature. i.e. the whatness of them. 2. Experimental observation, i.e. the observation of the aforesaid classes of things along the lines of trial, experiment, or test directed to the discovery and detection of their workability in certain directions, the way in which they will work or work out under certain applied conditions. In the latter form of observation the assistance of constructive imagination is required. In simple observation you merely discover or detect certain qualities or circumstances concerned with the object under observation. In experimental observation you proceed to change or vary the circumstance, that you may perceive the working out of those qualities under different relations. In simple observation you simply watch natural phenomena. In experimental observation you set nature to work in order to make further discoveries or to detect the results arising from new conditions. Thus, man for centuries observed the phenomena concerned with thunderstorms, and learned some very important facts concerning them. Later, Franklin, by means of his kite and key, applied the method of experimental observation to the same phenomena, and discovered the identity of their causing power with the better-known forms of electricity. Simple observation is employed in the initial stages of science, art and handiwork. Experimental observation marks their more advanced stages, when the knowledge gained by the simpler phase has greatly progressed and has been subjected to the tests of experiment and trial in many cases and under varying circumstances. In simple observation you observe what exists and what happens without your active interference. In experimental observation you interfere with things, and then watch the result. Experimental observation, therefore, is simple observation plus your deliberate interference with, and regulation of, the active processes of the observed object. Thus, you observe certain actions of a young dog, and make certain discoveries concerning them. Then you proceed by experiment to test the dog's actions under changed conditions and relations with other things. And from the results thus obtained you make additional discoveries which give you a fuller understanding of the actions originally observed. Experimental observation is a short cut in observation. If you had all eternity in which to observe, and could perceive every natural happening anywhere in the universe, then you would not require experimental observation. In such case nature would sooner or later present to your simple observation the entire materials for a complete knowledge concerning all of her processes. But inasmuch as your time and powers of perception are limited, you proceed to take the short cut of experiment. And thus anticipate many of nature's future and distant revelations and bring to the present time and place the actual events and happenings. Thus, man has discovered by scientific experiment and reasoning many things which would have required innumerable years for him to have discovered by simple observation. The animal and the primitive man employ simple observation alone. Reasoning man has enormously increased his effective power by applying it under the forms and methods of test, trial, and scientific experiment. The following general rules of observation apply more particularly to simple observation along the general lines of perception. Rules of observation. Concentration. Employ concentrated attention when you are deliberately observing an object. The clearness of your perception and the strength of its impressions upon your memory depend materially upon the degree of concentration which you apply in the observation. See final section of this book for special instruction concerning concentration. 2. Interest. Throw as much interest as possible into every act of deliberate observation. Interest brings forth the full power of attention, and attention is the working power by means of which effective observation is accomplished. The greater the degree of interest, the easier becomes the application of concentrated attention, and its continuance. 3. The whole and the parts. Observe the whole thing before you observe its constituent parts. See the observed thing as a whole, i.e., in its general outlines, in its main characteristics, in its appearance as a whole thing, before you proceed to observe its constituent parts, its details, its minor characteristics. Get your main facts and your general outlines well fixed in mind and memory. This done, proceed to add your subordinate parts and to fill in your details. Study first the tree as that whole thing called a tree, until you understand clearly its main characteristics and general outlines, then proceed to a study of its roots, its trunk, its limb, its branches, its leaves, its blossoms and its fruit. Then proceed to the study of its soil, its normal environment, etc. Observe the tree and its parts in logical sequence and classification. In this way your reasoning powers will be able to take hold of it more effectively, and your memory of it will be much clearer. Lay a sound foundation, and build from the ground upwards. An important psychological principle is involved in this rule. You will do well to make a careful note of it. 4. Reviewing observations. In observing an object subsequently to your original observation of it, review in your memory your previously observed facts concerning that object, and then add to these your additional discoveries and detected facts. In this way you combine the two sets of perceived facts in your memory, so that when you think of the one you will also remember the other. You also will thus associate logically the two respective sets of discovered facts, and by so doing will be able to reason far more effectively concerning the entire subject or object of your observation. You will also do well frequently to revive in memory the results of your observations of the object or subject, even though you are not conducting a fresh observation, this for reasons similar to those just mentioned. V. Combined observation. In observing an object, employ as many channels of sense impression as possible. Discover not only how the thing looks, but also, when possible and expedient, how it sounds, tastes, smells, and how it feels to the touch and the muscular sense. This not only because the memory obtains a clearer impression when the reports concerning a thing reach it through several channels, but also because it is probable that certain forms of your sense perception are more effective than are the others. In such case, by this method the weak perceptive impression of the one sense is reinforced and supported by the strong report from the other sense or senses. 6. Visualized observations. Wherever possible, you should endeavor to visualize, or create a mental picture of the object as you have observed it. The better and clearer, the deeper and the stronger, the mental picture of the observed thing you are able to create, the clearer will be your idea concerning it, and the better will you remember the results of your observation. You will do well frequently to recall this picture in recollection. If you are unable to see and remember it clearly, you should remedy the deficiency when you again observe it. Continue this until you can mentally picture and remember it in complete detail, or nearly so. By following this plan you will both know and remember the observed thing, as a whole and in detail, far better than otherwise. 7. Naming observations. Wherever possible, you should endeavor to learn and remember the name of each of the qualities, parts, elements, factors, or general and special characteristics of the observed thing. That is to say, just as in the preceding rule you have been advised to visualize or see the observed thing, as a whole and in its parts, so you are now advised to learn the name of such whole and parts. The ancient philosophers, particularly the Oriental teachers, had much to say concerning name and form. They have implied that in the knowledge of name and form consists all possible knowledge of a phenomenal thing. Be this as it may, it is a fact that the better you know the name and form of an observed object and its parts, the better do you practically and effectively know the same, and the better do you remember it. Your perceptions of the names and forms of things are the bricks with which are built up the greater part of your structure of knowledge. Add to this your perceptions of how the things act, and there is very little missing in the full conception. Words serve to crystallize thoughts. You will do well to write down the names above referred to, when you are conducting a deliberate and earnest observation of anything. Put down on paper the facts which you have discovered and detected in your observation, whenever such is possible and expedient. Review this list frequently, particularly before each new observation of the thing. It is not necessary to go into a technical explanation concerning this principle, enough to know that it is scientifically sound, and, above all, that it works out. If, however, you insist upon some sort of an explanation, here is one, just as words are crystallized observations. So are written or printed words the hard crystals of observation. Unwritten words too often are like the crystals of snow or ice which melt away by reason of a slight change of the emotional temperature. While this is not an academic, technical definition, it is at least an efficient pragmatic explanation. It will work out in actual practice. The general rule. A general rule concerning deliberate and purposeful observation is this: what is worth deliberately observing, is worth observing thoroughly; what is worth observing thoroughly, is worth observing as completely as may be. If you wish to know a thing thoroughly and completely, because of its importance to you as an item of knowledge, you must proceed as does the child sucking a sweet orange, you must extract every drop of sweetness in it. Or, you must be as a weasel sucking an egg, you must suck it dry. Just as the egg is full of meat, or the orange full of sweet juice, so is every worthwhile object full of facts, and it is your business to extract those facts from it. You must attack the observed object from all angles, all sides, not forgetting that everything has two sides, the outside and the inside. You must go to its center, and extend your observation to its full circumference. Worthwhile knowledge is the knowledge of facts. Every worthwhile object or subject is full of facts. These facts may be extracted by observation conducted under the principles of scientific analysis, dissection and separation. You, yourself, have all the elements of an efficient observer within you. It is for you to decide, however, whether you wish to express them. We can merely point out the principles to you, you must do the rest. Concluding our consideration of the general subject of observation, we ask you carefully and earnestly to consider the following true incident in the life of an eminent scientist. The story embodies in it most, if, indeed, not all of the essential elements of efficient perception and purposive observation. If you will grasp the spirit of the story, then will you realize just what observation actually is, in its full meaning. When you comprehend the lesson of this true story, then will you understand the art and science of observation. We advise you to fix well in your memory the essential features of this remarkable story, true as it is in every detail and in its sequel. Here follows the story. How Agassiz taught observation. Louis Agassiz was one of the world's greatest naturalists. Moreover, he was renowned as a teacher of his special branch of science. His pupils were noted for their keen powers of perception, scientific analysis and synthesis. He could lecture on the subject of an animal of apparently no interest whatsoever, and his audience would listen as if to an entrancing story, this because he knew the really interesting facts about the apparently uninteresting creature, and could make others perceive them. He taught his students to know the facts of animal life so well that they frequently were able to reconstruct the picture of an animal from being shown merely a few of its unimportant bones. His advice to his students was, see, observe, remember. Interest is the key to these three doors of knowledge. One day there arrived at Agassiz's laboratory a pupil from a distance. He had traveled far to learn the science of zoology at the school of the master. The great teacher, instead of directing him to study certain textbooks, simply made him take a chair. Placing before the seated student a fish taken from its jar of alcohol, Agassiz told him to observe the creature carefully, noting down on paper every fact he could discover from an examination of its body, without cutting it open or using any instruments. He then excused himself, telling the student to continue at his task until his return. The student was a little piqued at the simplicity of the task. He felt that he knew all about a fish's body, but he cursorily examined the specimen more as a matter of politeness and of duty than from any belief in the value of the task or its result. He examined the fish for about 15 minutes, noting down carefully the few things he perceived concerning its shape, size, conformation, color, etc. Then he waited somewhat impatiently for the teacher's return. But the teacher failed to come back to him. He asked the assistants to find the professor, but they reported that he had seemingly dropped out of sight. However, they advised the student to await his return, and to continue the task while doing so. The student was disgusted, to state it mildly. He looked at that fish from nose to tail, he turned it over and looked at the underside of it. He discovered a few additional facts, but very few. He felt that there was no one, even the great teacher, who could discover anything more about that fish. He began to think that he had made a mistake in coming to that particular teacher. The man must be silly to set him at such a task, and then to go away and forget him. He went out for lunch. When he returned, the teacher was still away. The assistants told him that the professor had returned during his absence, and had left word for the young man to continue the task set him. Then he became more than disgusted, he was filled with impotent rage. In his anger he took another look at that despised fish. He grew tired of the monotonous gazing at the creature, and in desperation he began to classify and count its scales. This over with, he drew a picture of the fish in order to pass the time. In making the drawing, he discovered that the fish had no eyelids. Agassiz afterward told him that a pencil is the best of eyes. Continuing with the sketch, he made a number of similar discoveries, and finally began to work up a little interest in the task. He forgot his former weariness and disgust, and the returning teacher found him deeply engrossed in his discoveries concerning the fish. But Agassiz said, "You have missed nearly all the interesting points, keep on observing." The young man felt a bit disappointed, for he had expected to be commended, but he kept on, and was reluctant to leave when called an hour or so later. His interest had begun to awaken, his attention followed interest. And he had begun to manifest purposive observation with concentrated attention. That evening, in his room, the pupil began to think about that fish. He recalled the many facts he had discovered about it, and he began to see where other facts might be sought and found. He became impatient at the slow passage of the time, he longed to be at his work. He had begun to extract facts from that fish, and his intellectual appetite had been sharpened by his success. Attention had awakened interest, and interest has resulted in further and closer attention. He had discovered the endless chain of attention, and so on and on and on. The next day, and for several days thereafter, that student eagerly worked over the same fish. He drew pictures of everything he discovered, and he sought for and wrote down the names of the detected qualities and relations. He had recognized the value of name and form as a working principle of observation. Aided merely by an occasional general suggestion from the teacher, the young man persisted until he knew practically everything there was to be known about the external facts concerning its habits, etc. When he was finally relieved from his task, it was said that he knew more about that particular kind of fish, from the outside, than any living man except Agassiz himself, a tribute well worthwhile, his fellow students thought. The student, himself, afterward developed into an eminent scientist, and carried into his own work and instruction the fundamental principles which Agassiz had imparted to him in that lesson upon the fish. Trifling and tiresome as the task had at first appeared to be. In after years, when he had won renown and fame on his own account, this one-time student said in a public address, after telling the tale, "That was the best zoological lesson I ever had. A lesson whose influence has extended to the details of every subsequent study. A legacy that Agassiz has left to me, as he left it to many others, of inestimable value, which we could not buy, with which we cannot part." We are not asking you to emulate this student, you probably have different needs and other aims in life. But we do ask you to try to catch the spirit of the teacher, which he successfully passed on to this pupil. Once you have grasped the spirit of the idea, the details will unfold themselves. Cultivating Observation. In addition to the general rules concerning observation which we have presented for your consideration, and in addition to that illuminating story of the pupil of Agassiz, we wish to direct your attention to several Special exercises designed for the cultivation of the several particular forms of observation concerned with the 5 respective phases of sense perception. These exercises, however, are not presented as cut and dried methods, but rather are given as suggestive illustrations of certain effective forms of exercise and training along the special lines indicated. Sight observation. Exercises for the cultivation and training of perception and observation through the channels of the sense of sight fall into 2 general classes, viz. 1. Exercises for training sight observation along the lines of rapid perception. And 2. Exercises for training sight observation along the lines of full and comprehensive perception. It will be well for you to train your powers of sight observation along both of these lines. The ideal, of course, being that of comprehensive perception performed as rapidly as is consistent with efficiency. In exercises and methods along the lines of rapid visual perception, the main purpose is to develop the power of seeing clearly as many things or details as possible in one rapid though comprehensive glance. It is astonishing how greatly this power may be increased by deliberate exercise and practice. We have pointed out to you that young thieves are trained in this way by the master criminals. They are trained gradually, proceeding from simple tasks to more complex ones, the teachers proceeding according to strict scientific principles which they have learned by experience. While deploring the evil uses to which such principles have been prostituted in such cases, we must admit their efficiency. The plan is as follows: a few small articles are shown to the student, and he is allowed to give to them but a single swift glance, endeavoring to note as many points as possible. At first, he is able to observe few objects and still fewer details. But from day to day he increases his capacity, until in a comparatively short time he is able to display almost incredible proficiency. Howden's method of passing rapidly before a shop window, observing as many objects or details as possible in a single glance, also serves as the basis of many exercises along this line. This exercise may be varied by rapidly noting the details of the dress of a passing person. Women usually have already developed marked proficiency in this direction. Interesting games have been invented for the purpose of developing this particular form of perception. One of them is performed as follows: place a number of small objects on a table, under a cloth. Remove the cloth for a moment, and let the participants take a single glance at the objects, then replace the cloth. The participants must then each write down what they have observed. At first, they will be found to have observed very little. But after a little practice they will surprise themselves and the observers by their rapidly developing proficiency. In Italy, the little boys play a game called Moro, in which the same general principles are employed. One boy exhibits a closed fist, from which he suddenly extends one or more fingers. The other boy must state instantly the exact number of extended fingers, the penalty for failure being a sharp blow. This sounds as if the task were simple. We suggest that you play the game several times before passing final judgment. In other countries a similar game is played by the children, the principles of which are as follows: the first child places a number of dried peas or beans in his hand, the closed hand is held before the other child, and then suddenly opened. The observing child must name exactly, and without a moment's hesitation, the number of objects in the hand, the penalty being a sharp slap on the cheek. Games of this kind develop marked powers of rapid sight perception on the part of the gamins playing them, which powers are often of benefit or service to them in the later years. Kipling gives an interesting and instructive illustration of a similar game in his story entitled Kim. The boy, Kim, and a native boy, are being trained by a master hand for the Indian Secret Service. Old Legan Sahib, the instructor, places 15 jewels on a tray, and bids the 2 boys to take a rapid but careful glance at them, the tray then being withdrawn. Kim, a novice, reports that he has seen on the tray 5 blue stones, 1 big, 1 smaller, and 3 quite small. He says that there were 4 green stones, and 1 with a hole in it. Also 1 yellow stone that he could see through, and 1 stone like a pipe stem, also 2 red stones, and 1 ivory object, little and brownish. This is as far as Kim can go. The native child, who has received some previous training along the same lines, reports that on the tray he has perceived, first, 2 flawed sapphires, 1 of 2 rudas and 1 of 4, as he should judge. The 4 rutti sapphire is chipped at the edge. He saw also 1 Turkestan turquoise, plain with green veins. Also 2 other stones inscribed, one with the name of God, in gilt, the other, which had come from an old ring, being cracked across so that the inscription could not be read. He saw also 5 blue stones. 4 flamed emeralds, 1 drilled in 2 places, and 1 a little carven, their weights being 3, 5, and 4 rudas, respectively, so far as he could judge. He also saw 1 piece of greenish amber, and a cheap cut topaz from Europe. 1 ruby of Burma, of 2 rudas, and without a flaw, and 1 balas ruby, flawed, weighing 2 rudas, also a carved ivory from China, representing a rat sucking an egg, and, finally, a ball of crystal as big as a bean, set in gold leaf. Old Legan Sahib, comforting the chagrined Kim, tells him that the secret consists in doing it many times over, till it is done perfectly, for it is worth doing. In this game there is material for an almost unlimited variety, and consequently of an almost unlimited interest, the latter being an important element of such game exercises. Another game exercise along the same general lines is that in which the participants are seated before a screen or curtain. The person behind the curtain, or screen, tosses up an object which, of course, is seen only for a moment by those in front. The latter write down a statement of what they have seen, the one having the best total average winning the game. In case of skilled players, several objects may be tossed up at one time. Another game is that in which the observer is asked to name correctly the total number of spots on a domino displayed for a moment, then of 2 dominoes, and then of a greater number as the skill of the players increases. Similarly, the observer may be asked to name correctly the color, suit and number of spots on a playing card shown him for a moment, the number of cards then being added to. Likewise, the observer may be asked to name as many words as possible of a printed page presented to his view for a moment. The principle in all such formal methods of exercise or game exercises in rapid sight observation, is the same, viz. that of observing rapidly and comprehensively an object or number of objects presented to the view for a brief period of inspection. Skill is attained only by practice and experiment. A surprising degree of skill and efficiency in this direction results from even a moderate amount of practice and exercise. As we have said, the element of interest should be introduced into the exercises so far as is possible, for it is the keystone of the arch of observation. Exercises and methods designed for the cultivation and training of the power of comprehensive sight observation proceed along the same general lines indicated in the preceding pages, i.e. along the lines of practice and exercise of the perceptive faculty involved, proceeding from the simple to the complex, from the easy to the more difficult feats. In this class of exercises, however, the element of time, of rapidity of perception, is not the dominant one, the element of comprehensiveness, completeness, and inclusiveness is the important one. The idea here is not how rapidly, but how thoroughly one perceives and observes. The following typical exercises will illustrate the general principle involved in all methods of this class. Go into a room in which there are no other persons present, taking your time for the observation. Note the details of the room and its furnishings, writing down on paper that which you observe. Take note of the approximate size of the room, its shape, the location of the windows and doors, the alcoves, if any, then note the details of the papering, the color of the wood of the doors, window frame, and panel. Note the furniture and pictures, the carpets or rugs, and similar items of furnishings or decoration. In short, note anything and everything concerning the room and its contents. A day or so later, repeat the process. You will find that many little things have been omitted from your first list. Remember the experience of Agassiz's pupil, yours will be similar. Or, following the same general plan, carefully observe some small object, again bearing in mind the pupil of Agassiz in his method. Some time after, repeat the process and discover how many points you missed the first time. Or, in the same way, take a short walk, mentally noting the buildings, details of paving, and the 1001 things which you perceive when your attention is directed toward them. In all probability you will discover that you have really known very little about the house in which you live. Try to draw a rough picture of it, including the location and shape of its doors and windows, its rooms, its cornice, its steps, its porch, its chimneys. You will be surprised to discover how little you had previously observed concerning the house, though you may have lived in it for many years. Or, again, walk through a park or bit of woods, noting the different kinds of trees and plants coming under your interested observation. In all of these exercises you will do well to use the pencil for writing down names, and for drawing outlines, maps, etc. The pencil is a wonderful aid to perception. Refer to the previously mentioned statement of Maupassant, in which he tells how Flaubert instructed him in the art of observing persons and things. Note his statement that there are no two things exactly alike, each thing is a little different. Then try to discover by observation those particular distinguishing points of difference. Note also Chester's advice to would-be writers. In it the same principle is emphasized. Another writer has said that every individual may be described in a single paragraph. Try to so observe that you may write that paragraph concerning the person under observation. Start a paragraph record of your friends and acquaintances. It will be extremely interesting, and very instructive. We might fill page after page with exercises and methods of practicing this form of perception and observation through the sense of sight, but the general principle involved in each would be the same. We have sought to impress this principle upon you in the foregoing statements and typical exercises. In practicing the above suggested exercises, or any of your own along the same lines, you must not lose sight of the general rules of observation stated in the preceding section of this book. These rules apply in all cases coming under your observation. Above all, remember the tale of the pupil of Agassiz. Hearing observation. In developing and training perception and observation through the channels of the sense of hearing, the general principles of sight observation should be observed, the only difference being that instead of seeing things attentively you hear them in that way. Listen to what is going on around you, when you wish to exercise and practice in this way. There are plenty of things to hear, if you will turn your attention to them. Refer to the previous section of this book in which we have called your attention to the efficient auditory perception of persons in different occupations requiring the same. This will give you a clearer idea of the character of the tasks you should set yourself in this work. You will not suffer from lack of material for your exercises, never fear. You will learn something by closing your eyes and trying to locate and know things through the attentive sense of hearing. Study the voices of persons, noting their accent, tones, and personal characteristics. You may learn readily to determine the nationality of different speakers, and even to tell from what particular part or section of your own country they have come. Study the sounds of the footsteps of different persons. You will soon discover that there is character in footsteps, as well as mere physical habit. When you attend concerts and musical recitals, practice listening to one particular instrument, shutting from your attention all the other instruments. In short, if you wish to cultivate and train your powers of hearing observation, begin to take an interest in sounds, tones, voices and other forms of impressions concerned with the sense of hearing. This will set into operation the attention, which in turn will awaken new interest, and so on. Interest is the first step, and probably the most important one. Tasting and smelling observation. We do not think it necessary to go into details concerning the cultivation and training of the power of taste or smell perception and observation. The general principles previously mentioned apply equally in the present case. Interest, attention, use, practice, and exercise, the employment of these will bring the desired end and result. An interesting experiment in taste perception is that in which, while a bottle of perfume is held under his nose, a blindfolded person is asked to distinguish between the taste of several familiar foods placed in his mouth. The distraction of his sense of smell from the food will be found to affect materially the clearness of his taste perception. Testing the sense of smell when the person is blindfolded will also show how poorly that sense is developed in most persons, and at the same time will furnish an excellent method of developing and training that particular sense perception. Blindfold an habitual smoker who is a good judge of tobacco, and also place cotton batting in his nostrils, then let him try to report the quality of the tobacco he is smoking, by taste alone. The result in most cases is surprising. Touch perception and observation should proceed along all of the several lines mentioned in our previous consideration of the sense of touch. You should learn effectively to distinguish between the different perceptions in the following classes, viz. 1. The perception of minute objects or parts of objects. 2. The perception of the details of composition, arrangement, or relations of the parts of objects, including the qualities of hardness, softness, roughness, smoothness, etc., and 3. The perception of differences in temperature. In this connection, practice and exercise directed toward the cultivation and training of the muscular sense is important and interesting. Such exercises and training may proceed along the lines of developing the perception of weight, size, pressure, resistance, form, shape, etc., and as well in the development of skill in using tools, instruments and similar appliances. Manual training in all of its forms is valuable training, not only in itself and for its immediate results, but also by reason of the fact that it tends to develop and train certain very important brain areas, and thus to render one more generally efficient along many lines of mental work and activity. Expectant attention. Your consideration of the subject of the training and cultivation of efficient perception and observation will be incomplete if you fail to note the part expectant attention plays in the process of perception. Let us illustrate expectant attention as follows. You have read the preceding page. Did you notice whether the letter M occurred frequently or seldom in its lines? Did that letter appear there at all? You cannot answer these questions without referring to the page itself. You were not looking for M's, and so cannot with certainty say anything concerning the appearance of that letter on that particular page. Now then, glance over the page, with the letter M in mind, and note how this letter literally stands out in each line. Why? Because you are looking for it. This time, your expectant attention has been directed toward it. The above illustrates the principle of expectant attention, i.e., that we see that for which we look, and which is in our mind. The moral is, keep in mind that which you are looking for. This is the mental preparation for the perceptive task, and should be noted and applied in every deliberate act of attention and perception, as well as in all manifestation of observation. As Kay says, the mind, as well as the eye, perceives only that which it possesses the power to perceive. You daily fail to perceive many things simply because you have not prepared your mind to look for them, and to recognize them when they are found. In such cases, you are really absent-minded so far as those unperceived things are concerned. You will do well to fix this fact in your memory and understanding. It is an important one. The Science of Apperception. In our foregoing consideration of the subject of perception we have confined ourselves to that general phase of the subject which is concerned chiefly with the perception of the qualities, properties and attributes of the objects under consideration. That phase of the subject comprises practically all that is usually included in the category of perception. But of late years psychologists have been inclined to include also in that category a form of apprehension and cognition which is concerned with the discovery of the relations and associations of the observed things. Although some would hold that such mental processes more properly belong to the category of reflection than to that of perception, the tide of psychological opinion seems to be running in the direction of the latter-day classification just mentioned. This additional phase of perception is known as apperception. Apperception is defined as perception called forth by the relations existing between the external object and other objects already known. Another definition is perception arising from the likeness or association of the observed object with other objects previously perceived and known. A third definition is apperception is the discernment of the relations and associations between a newly perceived thing and one previously perceived. It is the blending of perception and association. Perhaps the following illustrative story will convey the idea better than do the formal definitions. A boy, concealed in a tree, watches the passers-by. One passer-by, noticing the tree, remarks to a friend, "What a fine stick of timber." The boy says to himself, "Good morning, Mr. Lumberman. The next passerby says, "Mighty good bark on that tree." The boy mutters, "Good morning, Mr. Tanner." The third man says, "I'll bet there's a squirrel's nest in that tree." The boy whispers, "Good morning, Mr. Hunter." In the above story, each passerby perceives the same general external aspect of the tree. But in addition, each apperceives those certain related or associated elements possessed by the tree which particularly concerns him because of his interest or interests. Each apperceives the tree according to the relations and association arising from his own most interesting experiences. And finally, the boy is seen to have apperceived the tree in its qualities as a hiding place, according to his own previous experience and their related associations. In the broad sense, for that matter, all the higher acts of perception are really also acts of apperception. This because each higher perceptive act or process involves memory, association, thought and imagination, as well as simple perception. Apperception blends into reasoning and logical thought so closely that it is often difficult to distinguish between the two respective processes. Moreover, your perceptions are nearly always more or less colored by your apperceptions. You see things in their relations to and associations with your previous experience, rather than as they really are apart from the latter. You build associative links to things, and thereafter find it difficult to detach the latter from their relations and associated things. Apperception often tends to cause you to entertain preconceived ideas and prejudices for or against things under observation. This too frequently interferes with true efficient perception on your part. Apperception is an excellent servant, but a very tyrannical master, often a very unjust one. An understanding of apperception will explain many things which have heretofore perplexed you. It will give you the solution of that perplexing question as to why different persons readily find entirely opposite qualities and properties existing in the same thing. Their respective reports frequently differ so greatly as to be most difficult to reconcile them intelligently. Apperception, untrained and unrestrained, causes persons to find just what they expect to find. A man harboring certain preconceived notions concerning a particular subject or object will most likely apperceive in it just those qualities or attributes which agree with his particular notions. While another man with opposite notions will apperceive facts quite opposite to those apperceived by the first man. Each finds that for which he looks, and which he expects to find. And each ignores or fails to apperceive the opposite set of facts or conditions. Interest, self-interest, preconceived notions, prejudices, previous associations, previous experiences, these tend to color your apperception. And to cause you to see through their colored glasses instead of through the clear colorless glasses of truth and reason. You will find yourself inclined to see things, not as they really are, but according to their degree of agreement or disagreement with your previous associations and experience, or with your prejudices and preconceived ideas. Other facts connected with them will almost seem not to exist for you, unless you are careful. A fact related to your previous experience will tend to outweigh a half-dozen equally valuable facts with which you have had no previous experience. This will doubtless be all right if you wish to become a bitter partisan, or an enthusiastic advocate of some particular cause or interest, but it will not be right for you if you wish to become an honest, consistent, logical thinker. If you seek truth for the sake of its truth, then you must always be on the lookout for this phase of apperception, for it is always at your elbow playing the part of the tempter and deceiver. But, as we have said, apperception is an excellent servant, although a poor master. You may set it to efficient work as a servant by impressing it with the strong idea of the general direction of your search for knowledge, by fixing strongly upon it the idea of the special or general class of information for which you are seeking. And then bidding it to discover facts in accord and harmony with them, and with the things which will aid and serve your general purpose and aim. Apperception so trained will invariably and inevitably seek out the desired related or associated facts for you whenever they abide in the object or subject under observation or investigation. It will always seek to discover for you the facts related to or associated with your main purposes and aims. It will do this by the force of interested attention, concentration, and subconscious mentation. Moreover, By your understanding of the principles of apperception you will be able to acquire knowledge of the right kind, and in a logical manner. By learning the correct basic principles of any subject which you wish to master, and by setting these before your attention in the proper manner, you tend to arouse the power of apperception, and to direct it toward the building of a logical and scientific structure of thought upon the solid foundations which you have exhibited to it. In such cases, apperception will eagerly search for facts with which to build the structure, it will seek for them in almost every act of simple perception. It will seek in every experience something which will fit into the structure. It will seek this material as the essential facts of experience, and will lightly pass over the non-essentials. Trained and well-directed apperception stands by, always eager to pounce upon any presented facts which it believes to be directly associated with and related to the general structure of your thought and feelings. If you wish for an actual illustration of this action on the part of the faculty of apperception, this power which seeks to aid and assist you in your pursuit of knowledge and information, you will find many such within your own everyday experience. A little exercise of the memory will show you that whenever you have begun to become specially interested in an object or subject there has begun to be manifested a peculiar awakening of something within you, which displayed great eagerness to discover and uncover facts, details, relations and associations concerning the subject or object of your interest. You will find that your attention frequently was suddenly directed to and caught by some item in a newspaper or magazine, or some portion of a book, which had a direct or indirect relation to or association with that subject or object. In fact, you will find it was difficult for you to pick up any newspaper, magazine or book without finding such related or associated information, even though you might have read its pages several times before, without discovering any such thing in it. You will find that your world of experience then extended its boundaries rapidly in the locality of that special object or subject of your interest. A new world of facts was discovered by you, and a new body of relations and associations was uncovered for you. That something within you is an excellent servant, an untiring worker in your interest. It will work even while you are asleep, for it proceeds along subconscious, as well as conscious, lines of activity. This power of apperception once set to work by you in a definite direction, and with a well-defined purpose, will call to its aid the powers of memory and constructive imagination as well as those of perception and observation. It will be well for you to come to an understanding with your faculty of apperception, and to issue your commands to it. But you should always retain the mastery of it, for while it is an excellent servant, it will develop into a tyrannical master if you surrender control to it. It is but a tool and instrument for the use of that master which you, yourself, should always be in your world of experience. The faculty of apperception is essentially concerned with the establishment of relations and associations between a newly perceived fact and other facts previously perceived and already known. Apperception is a relating activity. Apperception has well been described as the combining activity of the mind that brings order and harmony into our mental life by transforming the consciousness of related facts into the consciousness of relations. Perception brings to you the apprehension of particular facts actually related and associated, but apperception is required before you may discern such relationship and association. When it is remembered that thought is concerned largely with the discovery of the relations between different particular things, the importance of apperception begins to be realized. Apperception also may be said to be that phase of thought by which you perceive and discern the relations existing between the different items of knowledge existing in your inner world of experience. Two separate known facts may have places in your world of experience, having been placed there by perception, but you may not be consciously aware of any relation or association existing between them. When your mind wakes up to the fact that the two facts are related in certain ways, and that there is a logical association existing between them, then you have exercised the faculty of apperception. Or again, you may perceive a new fact, but have not as yet become aware that it has any logical or practical relation to other facts previously known to you. In such case, also, apperception supplies the missing connection, and the two facts become welded in your thought. Men had perceived many facts concerning electricity, but apperception was required to relate these facts to lighting, heating, motive power, transmission of messages, etc. Coal had been perceived ages before it was apperceived as related to the subject of heating. Petroleum had been perceived long before it was apperceived in its relation to the subject of lighting, heating, motive power, etc. Certain gases were perceived long before it was apperceived that they bore an important relation to raising a balloon. Wool was perceived long before the primitive man apperceived its relation to warm covering for the human body. The heat generated by friction was perceived long before someone apperceived its relation to fire-producing activity. The progress of the human race has resulted largely by reason of man's faculty of apperception, the power of discovering new relations in things. The future progress of the race depends largely upon the further exercise of the faculty of apperception in the direction of additional discoveries of new relations between things already perceived. The progressive man is ever on the lookout for the discernment of new relations concerning the things already perceived by him. All discoveries in science, and all inventions, are the result of this discernment of new relations by the exercise of apperception. A prominent college professor was wont to advise his pupils, be ever on the hunt for relations. The only progress possible is that arising from the discovery of new relations. No matter what is a man's occupation, his success depends largely upon his close study of relations. A faulty knowledge of relations frequently results in failure. Whenever you learn a new thing, apparently unrelated to any other part of your knowledge, make haste to establish relations and associations for it. Your degree of knowledge of anything depends materially upon your knowledge of its relations and associations. In fact, about all that you can ever hope to know concerning anything is, 1. Its qualities and characteristics. And 2. Its relations and associations. You know a thing only as you know these two classes of facts concerning it. The first class is known to you through perception, the second, through apperception. Apperception is the connecting link between simple perception and simple thought. It partakes of the nature of both of these mental powers, which it likewise connects and binds together in the mental processes. Apperception is manifested in two general ways, the active principle of both being the same. These two ways are as follows: 1. The way of experimental observation, in which you set things to work, in which you test them under varying circumstances, in which you try them out and conduct experiments with them, all on the physical plane, though under your mental observation. And 2. The way of constructive imagination, in which you perform various experiments with things, similar to those above noted, but this time on the mental plane instead of the physical. In the first of the above noted ways, you do your work with your hands and in the world of matter. In the second way, you perform the work all in your mind, and with the aid of the mental faculties alone. The inventor on the physical plane employs both of these ways. The inventors on the mental plane, the great planners, designers, constructors who see first the thing as ideal to be afterward materialized as real, these men employ the second way, principally. But, in either case, the raw materials of apperception are furnished by perception, they can come from no other source. When one holds before his mind a definite, clear and strong ideal which he insistently desires, confidently expects, and persistently wills to become materialized into reality, then he sets into activity the powers of apperception in behalf of the realization of that ideal, toward making that ideal become real. Then, as a writer has well said, your apperceptive conceptions stand like armed soldiers, within the strongholds of consciousness, ready to seize upon everything likely to prove of service to the great cause. Without the definite, clear, strong positive ideal, these soldiers are asleep, and accordingly fail to seize upon the valuable related facts, and you never become conscious of them. When apperception is aroused, you become aware of a great world of related facts of which you had previously been unaware. But without the incentive of the ideal, or subject held in mind, apperception will not be aroused. In such case, your apperceiving conceptions will have been asleep, and their natural prey will have escaped them. The field of apperception must be cultivated by interest, definite ideals, and fixed purpose, before it will bring forth its crop of related and associated ideas and facts. Teachers realize this when their leading authorities bid them to prepare the mind of the pupil for the efficient assimilation of the knowledge to be imparted to them. And that, we must prepare the minds of our pupils for the apperception of concepts, we must help them to array in their minds their apperceiving conceptions. And let us put a definite question before them, which is the definite aim of the lessons to answer. Also, we must bring out of the memory and experienced perceptions of the pupils everything that bears upon the lesson. This can be done best by asking them questions, because in this way we secure the greatest amount of mental activity on their part. You will do well to note the above suggestions concerning the knowledge-extracting power of questions. While it is true that the present volume has for its sole field the consideration of perceptive power, the associated subjects of creative power, constructive imagination, subconscious mentation, etc., forming the respective fields of companion volumes, yet we feel that we should at least call to your attention the general principles of the application of apperception in the other mental processes to which we have just referred. The following paragraphs will be devoted to that purpose. The careful consideration of what is stated in them should at least set you on the right road, and point out the way toward further training along those particular lines if you should so elect. Those who have accomplished great results by the employment of apperception along the lines of ideation and constructive imagination report that they owe their success largely to an observance of certain fundamental rules which may be stated as follows. I. Fill the mind with the raw materials furnished by the perception of the important facts in your special field of endeavor and work. In the present book the accepted methods of accomplishing this stage of the process have been pointed out, and practical working plans presented to you. 2. Create a strong, clear, positive, definite ideal of that which you wish to accomplish, accompanied with a positive, definite purpose to attain and accomplish the materialization of that ideal. Set before your mind the definite question which you wish to be answered. Make the demand that your mind shall answer that question by means of bringing out from the great storehouse of memory the related and associated concepts and facts which have been placed there by perception. And by means of causing the constructive imagination to picture these concepts and facts in new orders, combinations, and arrangements, so as to conduct an effective process of mental testing, trying out, and experimentation. 3. By means of your definite ideals, insistent desire, confident expectation, and persistent determination, set into operation the activities of the great planes of subconscious mentation which are at your disposal, and which will readily respond to the demand. By doing this you will start that process of unconscious rumination, which all great inventors and discoverers in any field have experienced. Place before your subconscious faculties the questions which you wish to be answered, the questions concerning the new relations and associations between certain known facts and others not as yet recognized as related to or associated with them. 4. From time to time, indulge in the mental process of reverie, go into the silence, as some of our metaphysical friends call it, not into a condition of daydreaming, but rather that of a state of shutting out outside perceptions so as to concentrate the attention upon the inner field of apperception. Some advise that this process should be undertaken at the same hour on each successive day, until the problem is solved. Others hold that the subconscious faculties themselves will serve notice upon you that they are ready to report progress. In either case, at such times you should roll over in your mind the question before you, discovering just what relations and associations you know concerning the thing in question, and seeking to discover at least the general direction of other relations and associations. Experiment, test, and try out mentally any arrangement, plan, process, or combination which may present itself to you. You will find that from the subconscious realms of your mentality there will at times flash out, or pop out, some entirely new plan or idea involved in the general question. When you have ruminated sufficiently to exhaust the material presented to you in this way, you should bring the sitting to a close, and once more dismiss the entire subject from your conscious field of mentation, with a parting demand upon your subconscious faculties to do some more work on this question. The above successive processes of conscious stock-taking and subconscious rumination should be continued until you feel that you have exhausted the subject for the time being. Then, take a rest, at least so far as is concerned your conscious field of mentation. Your subconscious field will continue at work, as you will discover when you consult it again after your interval of rest. If this process and method should seem somewhat fantastical to you, rest assured that the reports coming from some of the most practical and hard-headed workers along the lines of invention and discovery, in many different fields of human endeavor, show that they have followed some such plan and method, although they may use different terms in which to express it. The essence of the above rules may be expressed as follows. In your world of experience you have stored away thousands of facts and ideas composed of the raw materials of your perception. They are all there, though you may have apparently forgotten many of them. All that is needed is the discovery and discernment of the connecting links of relation and association. These will prove to be the loose ends, by means of which you may unravel the ball of subconscious memory. By employing the above methods of apperceptive subconsciousing, you will bring to the surface of consciousness these missing facts and ideas. And in addition, your constructive imagination will work over into new combinations and arrangements of relation and association the materials sent up from the subconscious storehouse of memory. But, last as first, the materials supplied by perception constitute the entire materials of which your world of experience is constructed. Remember that here, as elsewhere, you can get out of anything only what has been put into it. Therefore, proceed to cultivate efficient apperception by first developing efficient perception. The working materials of apperception are but the combined elements deposited in the subconscious by the processes of perception. Apperception can uncover only that which has previously been registered in the mind by perception. Apperception works up the raw materials of perception into more complex forms of percepts or concepts. The power of attention. We wish now to direct your attention to that wonderful power of the mind which is known as attention, and to indicate to you certain fundamental laws of its activity. Attention is defined as the mental act, process, or faculty of application to any object of sense, representation, or thought, or the act of concentrating the mind on any object of sense, or on any mental conception. A more technical definition is consciousness concentrated in order intellectually to conquer a particular object or subject. The scientific conception of attention is well illustrated by the following celebrated statement of Sir William Hamilton: attention is consciousness, and something more. It is consciousness voluntarily applied, under its law of limitations, to some determinate object. It is consciousness concentrated. Attention is consciousness applied by an act of will, or desire, under a particular law. This law, which we call the law of limitation, is, that the intention of our knowledge is in the inverse ratio of its extension, in other words, that the fewer the objects we consider at once, the clearer and more distinct will be our knowledge of them. An act of attention, that is an act of concentration, seems as necessary to every exertion of consciousness, as a certain contraction of the pupil is requisite to every exertion of vision. Attention is to consciousness what the contraction of the pupil is to sight, or to the eye of the mind what the microscope or telescope is to the bodily eye. The faculty of attention is not, therefore, a special faculty, but is merely consciousness acting under the law of limitation to which it is subjected. But whatever be its relation to the special faculties, attention doubles all their efficiency, and affords them a power of which they would otherwise be destitute. It is, in fact, as we are at present constituted, the primary condition of their activity. Attention, then, is that action of the mind whereby it brings into consciousness any subject or object to which that action is directed. It is the focusing of consciousness, or, some prefer to say, it is a detention in consciousness. The sun's rays may be scattered over a large surface, and its heat scarcely be perceptible. Or, on the other hand, they may be focused through a sunglass to such an extent that they burn a hole in a piece of hard wood. In the same way, you may spread your consciousness over a number of objects, and thus become but dimly aware of any of them. And, on the other hand, you may concentrate and focus your consciousness by an act of attention, so as to become most intensely and most vividly aware of the facts concerning that object. As Hamilton has said in the above-quoted statement, the fewer objects we consider at once, the clearer and more distinct will be our knowledge of them. Psychologists usually divide the activities of attention into two general classes, viz. 1. Involuntary attention, and 2. Voluntary attention. Involuntary attention is that form of attention which you give to the passing objects which arouse your interest or curiosity, or even by your passing notice. Your attention is attracted easily to such objects or events, without any effort on your part. This form of attention is an almost automatic, instinctive, or purely reflex action arising from the stimulation of the senses or appeal to the feelings. No effort of the will is required in such cases. In fact, it often requires a distinct effort of the will to direct the attention away from such distracting sensations or feelings. Young children, even infants, and the lower animals manifest involuntary attention to a marked degree. In fact, it is held that very young children are incapable of any other form of attention. Uncultured persons manifest but very little attention other than this. Many persons who have failed to cultivate voluntary attention properly get but slightly beyond the stage of involuntary attention at any time. They may habitually manifest such reflex conscious action. Almost any passing stimulus will take their attention away from their work or tasks. Involuntary attention is awakened chiefly by one or more of the following general causes. 1. Present enjoyment or pleasurable sensation, the attentive process continuing merely so long as the sensation affords pleasure. The same rule applies to pain and painful sensations. 2. Curiosity, or curious interest, the attentive process continuing merely so long as the curiosity remains unsatisfied. 3. Novelty, or unexplained objects or events, the attentive process continuing merely so long as the explanation is lacking, or until the novelty passes away. 4. Sudden impressions upon the senses, such as sudden and startling movements, sights, or sounds, the attentive process continuing merely so long as the sudden and startling quality of the sensation persists. 5. Intensity of sensation, such as that arising from a flash of lightning, an explosion, loud speaking or cries, or any similar intensely exciting object or event reported by sensation. The distinguishing characteristic of involuntary attention of any and all forms is this: it is called forth by the influence on the mind directly exerted by an external object or event itself. It is not directed by conscious will. Its activity is practically automatic, instinctive or reflex, and not voluntary or deliberate. Voluntary attention is that form of attention which you give to objects or subjects selected or determined by your reason, and which is directed by an act of your will accompanied by more or less sense of mental effort. It is always consciously directed to some object or subject of your own selection, and is always manifested with at least a slight degree of the peculiar sense of conscious effort which distinguishes all will activities. This characteristic sense of conscious voluntary direction and effort is the test between the activities of voluntary attention and involuntary attention. It is always present in the former, and always lacking in the latter. By many of the best psychologists, voluntary attention is regarded as one of the most important, and one of the most characteristic activities of the will. Voluntary attention is one of the leading characteristics of individuals manifesting marked willpower, men of culture and practical mental development, students who succeed, successful men of affairs, inventors, discoverers, in short. Of men and women who are mental masters instead of mental slaves. It is a mark of experience, reasoning power, and willpower. It distinguishes the individuals of deliberation, of determination, of purposive resolution. To develop it in children is one of the first, and often the most difficult, of the tasks of the teacher. It may be stated as a general principle or rule that, every individual who has accomplished anything worthwhile in any field of voluntary endeavor, has done so largely by his or her developed and trained powers of voluntary attention. It may be stated with equal certainty that, no individual lacking in development of the power of voluntary attention ever has accomplished anything worth while in the field of voluntary endeavor so long as such lack persists. The distinguishing characteristic of voluntary attention of any and of all forms is this: it is called forth not by the direct influence upon the mind exerted by an external object or event itself, but, instead, by the influence exerted upon the mind by reason of the perceived relation existing between the observed subject, object, or event in something else which in and of itself attracts the thought, feeling, and will by reason of its own qualities. There must always be an attraction, calling forth attention, it is true, but in involuntary attention the attraction is direct, while in voluntary attention it is indirect. Involuntary attention acts in direct response to a simple feeling, while voluntary attention acts because of a purpose or determination to do, to know, or to attain something. Involuntary attention is elementary and instinctive, voluntary attention is derivative and complex and is an acquired faculty. The former moves to satisfy a simple feeling, the latter moves to accomplish a purpose based upon the satisfaction of a higher, deeper and more complex feeling. The former is superficial and transient, the latter is more fundamental and stable. From this point, our consideration of attention shall be confined to voluntary attention, for that is the phase and form of attention which you must develop. Cultivate and train in order to attain to that phase of personal power which is the subject matter of this book, i.e., perceptive power. Voluntary attention and sensation. In our previous consideration of the subject of sensation, we have called your attention to the fact that you are conscious merely of a very few of the many reports of sensation which reach you over the channels of your senses. And that such reports fail to reach the plane of your conscious recognition. As all of these reports are more or less calculated to arouse your involuntary attention, why is it that some of them succeed while others fail? The answer to the last question is that in many cases the more familiar sensations fail to register because of their lack of novelty, their lack of appeal to curiosity, or from similar failure to satisfy the demands of your involuntary attention which we have previously classified. But there is another reason, namely, that your voluntary attention tends to shut out and inhibit to a great extent those sensations which are not in harmony and agreement with certain thoughts, feelings or purposes which your mind is set upon, and tends to give welcome admission to those which possess the requisite quality of harmony and agreement. You may not be fully conscious of this work of selection, but your voluntary attention is aware of it, and is performing it all the time. There is a constant struggle for existence in your consciousness manifested by the sensations flowing in through the various channels of the senses. The law of the survival of the fittest decides the struggle, but the fittest are always those to which the greatest degree of voluntary attention is given by you. If your power of voluntary attention is developed, and trained by practice and habit, it will shut out from consciousness those inflowing sensations which are not in accord with what is on your mind, while admitting and welcoming those which are in accord with it. It is an axiom of psychology that if attention is centered upon one of several classes of sensations, that selected class will at once assume greatly increased strength and intensity, while those opposed to it will lose power and intensity. This is particularly true when the attention happens to be voluntary attention. The moral is obvious. It has well been said that persons of weak powers of voluntary attention are practically at the mercy of their sensations, that they belong less to themselves than to any subject or object which happens to attract their involuntary attention. It being remembered that the intensity of a sensation depends largely upon the degree of attention bestowed upon it, you should choose well the many candidates for attention which throng the corridors of sensation, seeking admission through your door of perception. You doubtless have had many personal experiences in which your attention was so strongly attracted and held by certain objects or ideas that you became almost totally oblivious to all else that was going on around you. One in a brown study, or indulging in a day-dream often has this experience. An ardent lover frequently becomes oblivious of everything else and everybody else in the world except oneself and the loved one. You remember the old line about only one world, and only two persons in it, etc., do you not? Science ignores the indwelling romance, and sees in this phenomenon merely another case of concentrated attention and inhibition of subordinate sensations. How often have you become so engrossed in your newspaper, or in your thoughts, that you have been carried past your railroad station or other destination? The same explanation applies to such cases. A celebrated French writer intensely occupied with his work was totally oblivious of the terrible happenings of the massacre of St. Bartholomew, although the center of the carnage was directly beneath his windows. A noted German philosopher was so deeply buried in his studies that he did not hear the great guns of the bombardment of his college town. And after the surrender of the town he was surprised when the soldiers of Napoleon broke into his room searching for escaped prisoners. Socrates once became so thoroughly engrossed in philosophical thought, when he was in the army, that he stood stock still and allowed the entire army to pass on, without being aware of anything unusual. It was only when, hours later, he solved the perplexing problem, that he discovered that the army was many miles away from where he had been standing. He was forced to march half the night to overtake his company. Many instances are recorded in which persons have been severely wounded, but who by reason of their intense mental concentration upon something else have not perceived their pain for some time afterward. Public speakers suffering great physical pain have temporarily inhibited the perception of it by concentrating their attention upon their addresses. Noted writers suffering from excruciating neuralgia have been known to inhibit continuance of the pain by concentrating upon their work. Many persons have inhibited the pain of minor surgical operations, or of wounds, by intently thinking about something else. There is every difference between the painful sensation upon which the mind is kept, and a similar one where the mind is kept off it, as all physicians know. It is related of Henry Clay that he once became so intensely engrossed in the delivery of one of his great speeches in Congress that he failed to perceive the repeated prickings of a large pin vigorously applied by a fellow congressman. This latter performance resulting from a previous request from Clay that he be halted in his speech after a certain time had elapsed. The pin wounds repeatedly drew blood from his leg, but Clay never felt the sensation. Some have held that the stoical endurance of the American Indian, and the spiritual endurance of the martyrs, arose from the same general cause. In the one case the dominant idea of traditional courage and endurance occupied the attention. In the other case the exaltation of faith was the inhibiting factor. The same psychological principle was involved in each case. Voluntary attention in observation, thought and memory. Voluntary attention is an indispensable factor of intelligent observation and thought. What we actually perceive and observe concerning any subject or object depends almost entirely upon the degree of voluntary attention that we bestow upon it. The great difference between the man of great powers of observation and reflection, and the ordinary man, is that the former attentively observes the facts concerning matters which he is investigating and perceives resemblances and differences between them which later form the basis of his reasoning on the subject. Some have asserted that the principal difference between the efficient man and the inefficient one lies in the greater capacity of the former for close, continuous, concentrated voluntary attention. Some, indeed, have asserted that in the capacity for concentrated voluntary attention is to be found the secret of genius. Newton was fond of asserting that the sole difference between himself and ordinary men consisted of his greater power of concentrated voluntary attention. It is an axiom of memory culture that memory depends primarily upon the degree of attention given to the original impression, and to its repetitions in the process of its recollection. As might be expected from the foregoing, it has been found that one of the most marked characteristics of a weak mind is that of a lack of ability to concentrate the voluntary attention upon a subject or object for any marked length of time, or with any marked degree of intensity. Medical science informs us that imbeciles and idiots are practically destitute of the power of concentrated voluntary attention, and that in certain forms of mental disorders one of the most characteristic symptoms is that of steadily weakening voluntary attention. In old age, when the mind begins to weaken and fail, it will be noticed that the aged person is able to remember quite well the events of his early years, but that he is unable to concentrate sufficient attention upon present happenings to fix them in his memory. In illness, the power of voluntary attention often is temporarily weakened. The following several quotations from eminent psychologists may prove of interest in this connection. Hamilton says, "Attention constitutes the better half of all intellectual power." Brodie says, "It is attention, more than any difference in the abstract power of reasoning, which constitutes the vast difference which exists between minds of different individuals." Butler says, "The most important intellectual habit that I know of is the habit of attending exclusively to the matter in hand." It is commonly said that genius cannot be infused by education, yet this power of concentrated attention, which belongs as a part of his gift to every great discoverer, is unquestionably capable of almost indefinite augmentation by resolute practice. The laws of voluntary attention. The following are the most general and important laws of voluntary attention. I. The value of interest. Attention attaches itself more easily to interesting subjects or objects. It rebels against attachment to uninteresting subjects or objects. The greater the degree of interest that exists, or can be created, in a subject or object to which it is desired that attention shall attach itself, the greater the ease with which attention is directed toward such. And the greater the ease in holding it there. But, where interest is originally lacking in the subject or object of attention, it may be created by associating these with other subjects or objects in which interest abides. Or else by examining the original subject or object for possible points of interest, the latter usually being discovered in the course of the examination, or else being awakened by the latter. 2. Variety of stimulus. Attention tends to decline and weaken if the original stimulus remains unvaried, and becomes monotonous. Novelty in an object or subject tends to awaken interest, and thus to give intensity to attention. When the novelty vanishes, interest wanes, and attention loses its stimulus. The remedy is found in so conducting the observation as gradually to unfold new attributes in the subject or object. Or else by changing the viewpoint, so as to present the subject or object from a new angle of interest. The discovery of new attributes, properties, qualities, or associations in objects or subjects under consideration will usually awaken new interest, and as a consequence, renewed attention. Such process of awakening new interest, at the same time, tends to vary the stimulus and to add variety to the mental task. 3. Physical strain. When attention is directed constantly toward a certain object or subject for too long a period of time, the nervous system, including the brain cells, become wearied and their efficiency becomes temporarily impaired. The remedy for this is found in the method of dividing the subject or object into mental sections or classes, each class or section being observed, examined, or considered separately. The attention then being directed to the next section or class when signs of weariness manifest themselves. By breaking up the process in this way, you obtain not only the relief from the physical strain, but also add new interest, varying stimulus, and a better impression upon the memory. 4. Resting attention. When voluntary attention becomes wearied from too constant application to a certain task, it should be rested. But it is not necessary to give it the rest of an entire absence of attention to any object or subject, as in sleep, drowsiness, or similar states, though of course a normal amount of sleep is necessary for health and efficiency. The voluntary attention, or rather your powers of voluntary attention, may be effectively rested by several methods. The two most important are the following: 1. By directing the voluntary attention into entirely different channels. Or, 2. By withdrawing the voluntary effort and allowing involuntary attention to occupy the field for a time. The reason for each of these methods is given in the following paragraphs. A. By directing the voluntary attention into different channels you bring variety, new interest, and a new stimulus into play. The mental spirit of attention is invigorated and re-energized, and your physical nervous system and brain cells are rested by reason of the change of the direction of the attention. Many busy men rest themselves by changing their mental tasks from time to time under this method, by thinking of something else. B. By allowing involuntary attention to exert itself for the time, such as by looking out of the window, light reading, taking a walk, playing an out-of-door game, attending a play or movie picture, you obtain rest under this second method. This also being true if you indulge in a reverie, or daydream, allowing imagination full sway for the time being. Some of the brightest thinkers have rested themselves after periods of intense application of voluntary attention, by reading light stories or detective tales, by playing simple games or romping with the children, or by similar forms of diversion. Mental concentration. You have heard much of the value and importance of mental concentration. You have in a general way realized that it plays an important part in all perceptive and reasoning processes. You doubtless have felt at times that you lacked the power of mental concentration, or, at least, that it would be well if your powers of this kind were more highly developed. You have felt strongly, particularly when your mind has manifested a decided tendency to wander away from the subject or object under consideration, that a greater degree of mental concentration on your part would be very desirable. But, in all probability, you have never stopped to consider just what this power really is. We trust that when you have finished the reading and study of this part of our book you will have a clearer and more definite idea of the nature and meaning of mental concentration, and a better understanding of the methods whereby it may be developed and employed. The term, concentration, in its general sense, means the act or process of bringing, coming, approaching, or directing toward a common point or center, or of bringing to or meeting in one point. Mental concentration, then, is bringing and holding the mind to one point, of focusing its powers upon a central point. As the average person would express it, it is keeping one's mind on the subject. The ancient Oriental philosophers called it keeping the mind one-pointed. Mental concentration, however, is not a special faculty or power of the mind. It is simply a high degree of voluntary attention. It is voluntary attention manifested in a positive manner, in a quite definite direction, and with a clearly defined purpose. Indeed, in all forms, phases, or degrees of attention there is a certain manifestation of mental concentration, the holding of the mind one-pointed. Even in involuntary attention there is some degree of focused attention, and the shutting out of other sensations and perceptions. For example, the child gazing with fascination upon the passing procession, upon the organ grinder and his monkey, or upon the window of the toy store or candy shop. In voluntary attention there is a still greater degree of mental concentration, a greater contraction of the field of consciousness, and a greater limitation of the scope of observation. In the popular conception, the idea of mental concentration is usually associated with the process of holding the mind rigidly and immovably fixed upon some one point. This conception is erroneous. Such a process would soon result in a state of self-hypnosis, and hypnosis would then be the achievement of the highest degree of mental concentration. Such process would have as its end and aim the thinking of nothing, for the attention so held would speedily develop a state of dim consciousness, soon passing into semi-consciousness, and finally into unconsciousness. Mental concentration, in the true sense, is not this process of thinking of nothing, but rather that of intensive thinking of some one subject or object, in its various phases, accompanied by an inhibition or shutting out of other impressions and other thoughts. Mental concentration consists of the three following elements, viz., 1. The application of earnest voluntary attention upon one particular subject or object. 2. The application of perception, observation, apperception and thought upon that subject or object, with the determined and definite purpose of extracting from it all possible information concerning its qualities and relations. 3. The restriction and limitation of the field of attention by means of a determined inhibition or shutting out of other sensations, perceptions, and thoughts. This third element, usually ignored in popular thought on the subject of mental concentration, is really the characteristic and most essential element involved in the process. Mental concentration calls into action the power of the will. For that matter, voluntary attention, as its name indicates, is distinctly an act of will. Mental concentration, as we have said, is merely an intensive form of voluntary attention. It is voluntary attention, only a little more so. In ordinary voluntary attention, the will acts so as to direct and hold the attention upon a particular subject or object. In mental concentration, the will manifests itself especially in the coordinate action of keeping out of the field of consciousness other impressions, perceptions, and thoughts. In this dual action there is obtained, 1. Keeping in mind the selected subject or object, and 2. Keeping out of the mind all other subjects or objects. Mental concentration imposes a continuity of attention to the same subject. But this continuity of attention is by no means fully ensured by the mere act of keeping in mind the selected subject or object of thought. It requires also the keeping out of the mind all disturbing or distracting influences. If the will relaxes its hold upon the attention, then the latter is quite likely to be attracted to and carried away by some of the countless thoughts, ideas, or notions which constitute the stream of thought, and which are brought into consciousness by means of the law of association. In order to secure efficient mental concentration, the will must be trained to prevent the attention from being seduced, allured, enticed, decoyed, inveigled, and led astray by attractive, passing thoughts. Gordy brings out this idea very clearly in the following passage: as you use your will to give your attention to geometry, although it attracts you less than a number of other subjects, so if you really study it, you will use your will to prevent your mind from being dragged away from it by the interests that are constantly importuning you. He who possesses this power in a high degree possesses in a high degree the power of voluntary attention, to give steadiness to the mind, to prevent it from going capriciously here and there under the influence of the interests that happen to be present at the particular moment. The secret of mental concentration, then, is seen to consist of the manifestation of its essential characteristic, the added characteristic superimposed upon those of ordinary voluntary attention, namely, that of keeping out, shutting out, or inhibiting the influence of distracting, disturbing, and diverting outside thought, or other ideas. Voluntary attention, once directed and held by the will upon a certain object or subject, will readily permit the efficient activity of perception, apperception and thought. Provided that by mental concentration the other, or outside, attractions are shut out and kept out of consciousness. We ask you to consider carefully, and to fix in your mind, this fact of the importance of the shutting out and keeping out process. If you will acquire the knack of this keeping out and shutting out process, you will have mastered the art and science of mental concentration, for voluntary attention will do the rest for you. A writer on the subject of practical psychology has aptly compared this shutting out process to the act of placing blinkers on a horse. The blinkers prevent the horse from seeing things which are likely to disturb, distract, or divert his attention from his business of life. They shut out and keep out the sensations and perceptions of other and outside things. They narrow his field of attention, and therefore limit and concentrate his area of present consciousness. They render him practically blind to distracting, diverting and disturbing sights. Hence they are sometimes called blinders, and are defined as leather screens on the bridle, serving to hinder a horse from seeing objects at the side. If you wish to develop your power of mental concentration, you should acquire the knack of applying these mental blinkers or blinders, and should habituate yourself to their employment at times in which concentrated thought is desirable. Mental concentration is a valuable instrument of efficient perception, observation and thought. Its value arises from the fact expressed in that axiom of psychology which states that, the fewer the objects observed at one time, the greater is the intensity of the concentrated voluntary attention employed in the observation. It greatly magnifies the powers of the perceptive and reflective faculties of the mind, because it diminishes the area of the field of attention. It gives a steadiness to the mind, and bestows a wonderfully increased power of accomplishment upon the faculties involved in the mental processes. In one way, mental concentration may be compared to the microscope which makes mentally visible the minute details of the observed object. In another way, it may be compared to the telescope which brings the observed object nearer to the eye of the mind. The best way of beginning to develop mental concentration is that of acquiring the habit of thinking of, or doing, but one thing at a time. Such habit, in itself, is valuable and tends directly toward efficiency and economy of thought. The opposite habit results in squandering time and energy. Many prominent men have testified to the value of attending to but one thing at a time, giving to it the undivided attention for the time being, then withdrawing that attention completely and focusing it upon the next thing to be observed or considered. Lies says, it is necessary in mental concentration that one single impression at a time shall be imprinted on the sensorium, and that the elements of the sensorium themselves shall be in a kind of silence and receptive calm. Kay says, It is as one is able to shut out every other object from the mind, every idea, even that of self, that he attains the highest degree of mental power. If we would possess the power of concentrated attention to a high degree, we must cultivate the habit of attending to what is directly before the mind, to the exclusion of all else. All distracting thoughts and feelings that tend to withdraw the mind from what is immediately before it are therefore to be avoided. This habit of attending to but one thing at a time has, also, another valuable feature, i.e., that of enabling you to put out of your mind, to shut out, and keep out of mind the subject or object which you previously have been considering but which you have now laid aside for the time being. By means of this habit, you are enabled to put that subject or object into its appropriate compartment of the mind, to shut that compartment and to keep it closed until you once more wish to examine its contents. With all the other mental compartments closed, you will be able to examine, consider and decide upon the contents of the particular one which you have now before you. This ability to put aside subjects and objects of thought when one is through with his present consideration of them, this shutting the particular compartment of the mind containing them, is one of the marked powers of men and women who have attained prominence in the various fields of human endeavor. Many prominent persons analyzing the causes of their success in efficient perception, observation, thought and action, have attributed it largely to this power which they have acquired by practice and through habit. To be able to take your mind off a thing, when you are through with it, is quite as important as to be able to put your mind on a thing, when you wish to observe or consider it. We advise you to acquire, by practice and exercise, the faculty and habit of attending to but one thing at a time. And that of passing from that thing to another, when you wish to do so, with ease and facility, but never carrying the loose end of thought of one thing over into the thought of the next thing. Napoleon, that great master of mental concentration, frequently said that his mind was like a great chest of many drawers. When he wished to consider the contents of any particular drawer, he pulled it out. When he was through considering these he closed the drawer, and then kept it closed until he wished to open it once more for a definite purpose. He was careful not to mix the contents of the respective drawers. And he never had two drawers opened at the same time. The senior J. Pierpont Morgan is said to have developed by training a similarly efficient mind. When he was considering a subject he regarded it with absolute mental concentration. When the consideration was concluded, he dismissed it completely from his field of conscious attention, and turned to some other subject. Granville said, "A frequent cause of failure in the faculty of concentrated attention is that of striving to think of more than one thing at a time." Beattie says, "While employed on any one subject, our thoughts should not wander to another. This rule holds good of our rest, play or recreation, as well as of our work. When we go to the fields of exercise, we should leave all our speculations behind. Otherwise we will fatigue the body and distract the mind, and will confirm ourselves in those habits of inattention which, when persisted in, constitute what is called an absent-minded person." What at first may seem an exception to the rule of mental concentration is found in the fact that often one finds himself better able to concentrate upon a subject or object and his attention is faintly stirred by something else, by something of but slight interest. Such as, for instance, a dull sermon, a piece of light music, or the voices of persons engaged in idle or light conversation. This apparent exception, however, when rightly understood is really a verification of the rule rather than an exception to it. It is explained by the well-known fact that a slight stimulus often serves to attract feebly and hold lightly the idle. Involuntary attention, to keep it busy, thus preventing it from being attracted by stronger and more active sensory or representative stimuli which would tend to distract, divert and disturb the voluntary attention from its definite task. We once heard a lady explain this process as follows: "It is like giving the baby an empty spool to play with, in order to keep it out of mischief." This furnishes the explanation of the familiar phenomenon of a person whittling a stick, or drawing figures on a sheet of paper, in order better to think about thing under consideration. It also gives the reason for the fact that many a time, while listening to a dull sermon, uninteresting lecture, or tiresome play, one is able to think out certain problems or questions which have previously been too much for him. Thus the dull preacher, or his brother in other fields of public work, often is a blessing in disguise, though few such would appreciate a testimonial to this effect. In the earlier stages of our present consideration of this particular subject, we directed your attention to the fact that mental concentration is not a state of thinking about nothing, but rather is one of intense thinking about something. That something, however, does not consist of some one indivisible point of thought or perception. If it were this, then the conscious attention would soon flag, and a state of lessened consciousness, such as drowsiness or even sleep, would intervene. Continued focused attention upon an indivisible point, or upon any other abstract thing, would result in at least some degree of self-hypnosis, unless sleep asserted itself. The one thing must be a concrete thing, i.e., an actual thing made up of parts, elements, factors. Hazlitt says, concentration does not, as popularly supposed, mean keeping the mind fastened on one object or idea or in one place. It consists in having a problem or purpose constantly before one. It means keeping our thought moving toward one desired end. Mental concentration is not like a stagnant pool of water. It is not motionless. It is in constant and continuous motion, intense motion. It is like an active, swift whirlpool, abiding in one place or point in a stream of thought. Its whirls draw to it all that it needs from the mental waters around it. It moves, is always moving, yet it moves not from its own place. This leads us to a reference to the laws of attention set forth in the preceding section of this book. For in the understanding and application of those principles is to be found the effective, working method, of mental concentration. These laws of attention, stated briefly, are as follows. 1. The law of interest, whereby the presence of a lively interest is a necessary factor of the manifestation of attention. 2. The law of variety of stimulus, whereby the element of novelty is a necessary factor in the manifestation of the continuation of attention. 3. The law of physical strain, whereby the element of breaking up the object or subject of attention is necessary in order to avoid the exhaustion of the nervous mechanism employed in attention. 4. The law of rest, whereby the element of variation in the direction of the attention is necessary in order to comply with the requisites of the respective laws of interest, variety of stimulus, and physical strain. Reference to the detailed statement of the laws of attention, appearing in the concluding pages of the previous section of this book, is advised at this stage of your study of the present phase of voluntary attention, the phase of mental concentration. Now, then, in your practice of mental concentration, you will find it practically impossible to observe these laws of attention if you attempt to concentrate continuously upon an abstract idea, i.e., upon the idea of a subject or object lacking concreteness, divisibility, and analysis into parts, elements and factors. For this reason, such attempted continued concentration of attention results in lessened conscious, or even in sleep, self-hypnosis, or unconsciousness of some kind. But when your subject or object is concrete, and therefore capable of analysis into parts, elements, or factors, then you will find it possible and comparatively easy to observe these laws of attention, and, therefore, to apply efficiently the principle of mental concentration. The best way to proceed to apply these laws and principles is to divide your subject or object under consideration into its several parts, elements, and factors. Then to proceed to consider each of these constituent groups in regular logical order, passing from one to another when weariness, lessened activity, and decreased power of concentration manifest themselves. In this way, and in this way alone, is it possible for you to maintain continuous interest, variety of stimulus, avoidance of physical strain, and to obtain rest for the attention. The variety of stimulus provides a continuous interest, avoids physical strain, and provides rest for the attention. Here, also, we ask you to refer to that section of this book entitled Observation and Experiment, and to note the rules of observation therein presented. Note, especially, the reference to the whole and the parts, combined observation, visualized observations, naming observations, and the general rule. These rules of observation should be observed by you in your practice of mental concentration. The rule of the whole and the parts points out the course to be pursued in your mental concentration if you would observe the laws of attention, and observe them you must, if you wish to attain efficient mental concentration. You should concentrate first on the more general aspect of the subject or object under consideration, the thing as a whole. But this whole must be a real whole, made up of parts, elements and factors, and not merely an abstract whole thought of as existing, in, of, and by itself. For instance, if you wish to concentrate upon the subject, house, you must concentrate upon an actual house, a real house, either one in existence, one which has been in existence, or one which is possible of being in existence. Made up of all the constituent parts of a house. Not of the abstract idea of house. It must be a house, and not merely house, the latter being a mere word, name or term, and not a representation of a real or possible thing. Read over this statement until you get it, until you catch the idea. Abstract things have no real existence outside of abstract thought, only concrete things actually exist, or can so exist. Abstract ideas, in the words of the popular humorist, are all right, but they don't mean anything. From your concentrated consideration of the whole of your subject or object, then proceed to concentrate upon the leading parts, elements or factors of that whole. Exhausting this, or feeling fatigue or loss of interest, then proceed to a minor or subordinate class of parts, elements or factors. And so on, and on, and on, until finally you have given concentrated attention to all the parts, elements, and factors of that whole. This may take more than one sitting, in most cases it will require many such. Keep at it, however, until you have sucked the juice from the orange, or extracted the meat from the egg. Let your ideal end and purpose be to exhaust the subject or object of all possible information concerning all of its qualities and relations. Let your method be to work from the whole to its parts, from general to particulars. Pursue the investigation along the lines of analysis, i.e., that of analyzing, dissecting, separating, taking apart, resolving and refining the subject or object into its constituent, composing, correlated parts, elements, and factors, and into the disclosure of its relations and associations. The nearer you come to this, the closer will you be to the attainment of your ideal end and purpose, aim and intention. You will be helped in your task if you will hold before you the concrete, actual illustrative example of the pupil of Agassiz, of whom we have told you. Finally, never overlook the all-important fact that interest is the arouser and maintainer of attention, and its corollary, interest may be aroused, increased, and maintained by attention. The endless chain of efficient observation and perception is composed of these links, interest attention interest attention interest attention interest attention interest, and so on ad infinitum. Interest always precedes attention. And attention always precedes interest. Like the familiar argument in the old-time debating societies, in which the question of which comes first, the chicken or the egg, is never answered, so is it impossible to say which comes first, interest or attention. It is like the old song, we're here because we're here because we're here because, etc. There is no beginning, and no ending, the endless chain is endless because it has no ends, i.e., because it is like a ring or circle, having no point of beginning or ending. And now, once more let us remind you that you are the creator of your world of experience. You create it with that instrument which you call your mind. Create it well, the best that is within you should be devoted to the task. Build it strong, build it wide, build it high. Be not content with the narrow expanse of the world of experience of the average man, build it wide, and then continue to widen and expand it so long as you live. Be not content with the lowlands of knowledge, and with the limited view to which you are restricted by life on the lower planes of perception. Insist upon ascending the mount of achievement, around which winds the path of knowledge. At each turn of the spiral road you will obtain a fuller and wider view of the surrounding country, a more comprehensive vision, a truer perspective, by means of which you may more intelligently, and more justly, estimate the comparative proportions and value of the things on the plains, or plains, below. So build your world of experience that, when it is completed, you may be able to gaze upon it and say, "It is a good and well-built world. I have done my best. The best that I have found within me is represented in it." In conclusion, let us remind you that in the development and cultivation of perceptive power, as in every other task set by human desire and executed by human will, you will proceed more satisfactorily if you will bear in mind and act upon the principle of the master formula of attainment, which forms an important element of the instruction contained in the personal power books, of which the present volume is one. The master formula of attainment is as follows: 1. Definite ideals, 2. Insistent desire, 3. Confident expectation, 4. Persistent determination, 5. Balanced compensation. Reduced to popular terms, it is as follows: you may have anything you want, provided that you, 1. Know exactly what you want, 2. Want it hard enough, 3. Confidently expect to obtain it, 4. Persistently determined to obtain it, and 5. Are willing to pay the price of its attainment. The cultivation and development of perceptive power also meets the requirements of the touchstone of positivity, which is frequently referred to in the several books forming this series. The touchstone of positivity is the following test question applied to any and every undertaking contemplated by you: will this make me stronger, better, and more efficient? That well-developed and cultivated perceptive power will tend to make you stronger, better, and more efficient is self-evident. That you will be able to develop and cultivate perceptive power is assured, provided that you know exactly what you want it hard enough, confidently expect to attain it, persistently determined to obtain it, and are willing to pay the price of its attainment. Reasoning power, practical logic. Practical logic. In this book you are asked to consider that wonderful phase of personal power known as reasoning power, and to include in such consideration the principles of practical logic. In the practical instruction which is set forth in the series of books of which the present volume is one, personal power is regarded as being a phase of the expression and manifestation of power, i.e., the all-power from which all forms and phases of particular power directly or indirectly proceed. Reason is the activity of the highest faculties of cognition, thought, understanding and knowledge. It is the highest process of the intellect, the thinking faculty, the faculty of understanding, the faculty of knowing. Reasoning proceeds by logical processes, even when the reasoner knows not of formal rules of logic. Logic is the science or art of exact reasoning, or of pure and formal thought, or the laws according to which the processes of pure thinking should be conducted. Logic may lie regarded from either of two general viewpoints, viz. 1. That of formal logic, in which the subject is treated in accordance with the academic, technical, formal position. Or, 2. That of practical logic, in which technical form and academic treatment are largely set aside in favor of the presentation concerned with efficient use, employment, work, utility and action. In the present consideration there shall be but little reference to the methods of formal logic. The subject will be presented almost entirely according to the methods of practical logic. Reasoning applied according to the methods of practical logic consists of the processes of consecutive thinking in which the mind passes before it in review the essential facts concerning a subject, and then, after a careful consideration of their respective characteristics and relations, draws conclusions and makes judgments conformable with truth. Reasoning and practical logic are concerned with the discovery of the truth regarding the existence, nature and character of any subject or object of thought to which the attention is directed for that purpose. Moreover, they are concerned with the discovery of efficient means whereby definite ends may be secured, and definite results effected. One of the distinguishing characteristics of reasoning according to the methods of practical logic may be expressed by the term purposive effort, i.e., effort directed definitely and with purpose. Reasoning inspired by practical logic must ever be purposive, it must have an aim and end, an intention, object and purpose, and must be inspired and directed by these motives. That aim and end, intention, object and purpose of reason and practical logic is always found to be the discovery of truth and of facts. When you reason about anything, you do so in order to discover something at present unknown to you. That which you seek is unknown to you, though usually you have a more or less general notion of the direction which the mind must travel in its search for it. You may not know just what you want, or just what you hope to find. But you are conscious of the want of a general or particular something, and you have a more or less definite idea of the general class of things to which it belongs, and in which it must be sought. The more clearly and definitely you perceive the exact nature of the want, the more definite and determined will be your reasoning leading up to its discovery. It has been well said that, all reasoning begins in doubt. That the process of reasoning is always one of problem solving, the occasion for reasoning is always a thwarted purpose. If you were omniscient, all-knowing, as the absolute or supreme being of philosophy and theology always is held to be, then you would never have any need of reasoning, and, consequently, would never reason at all. This, because in such case you would have nothing left about which to reason, you would know all things. Your purpose would never be thwarted, for there would be nothing to thwart it, and nothing by means of which it might be thwarted. You would never be perplexed about anything whatsoever, and would never have to think out or think about anything. Philosophers have held that an omniscient omnipotent being cannot properly be held to think at all in the form of reasoning. Such a being would transcend reason, it would know everything that is to be known, without effort, directly and immediately, moreover, it would have no thwarted purpose to overcome and remedy by means of reasoning. Reasoning, then, is seen to be a mental power reserved for finite beings who have much to learn, and many thwarted purposes to overcome and to remedy, and who need to employ reasoning in order to cure such troubles and to remedy such deficiencies. Reasoning power, then, is seen to belong to the category of personal power. Logic investigates the processes of reasoning in order, 1. To discover the qualities distinguishing correct thinking, and 2. To formulate rules and methods whereby invalid thinking may be avoided, and valid thinking may be secured. It announces certain basic laws and principles which have been found to govern all valid thinking. It teaches certain rules and methods by means of which valid thinking may be ensured and secured, and invalid thinking avoided. Formal logic strives to give to the form of logical reasoning the technical, scientific accuracy of mathematical formulas. Its teachers have sought to discover and announce logical terms and formulas, often of extreme technicality and complexity, which correspond to those employed in higher mathematics. Practical logic, on the contrary, holds that only in a very inadequate way can logic be reduced to algebraic expression. Its teachers seek rather to announce plain, practical rules and methods whereby the average thinking individual may assure himself that he is pursuing the correct general laws and principles of reasoning, and that he is avoiding the fallacies which beset the road of thought. As we have already told you, we shall have very little to do with formal logic in this book, but we shall have much to do with practical logic. We shall proceed upon the theory that psychology is descriptive, logic is regulative and corrective. Reason is creative. The edifice of our instruction is built upon sound foundations, having a strong pillar at each corner. These foundation pillars are as follows: 1. Psychology, 2. Practical logic, 3. Experience, and 4. Common sense. Each pillar has its definite and particular place and purpose in the whole plan, but no one of them would be strong enough to support the structure were the other three removed. It is only when the four elements represented by these pillars are united in strength and harmony of arrangement that the structure is properly supported and scientifically balanced. You probably have desired, at some time in your life at least, to learn something concerning the principles of practical logic or logical reasoning. Most persons have felt this desire. Many persons have sought such information in the technical textbooks of formal logic, but most of them have found in such books chiefly a great disappointment. Instead of practical instruction, they have found strange, mysterious terms. Instead of practical rules, they have found abstruse, artificial formulas having apparently no relation to everyday life and thought and their requirements. They have asked for the bread of instruction, and have been given the cold stone of formal, technical, academic categories, and hair-splitting distinctions having no discernible connection with the actual thinking processes of the average man. Many an eager seeker after the truths of logical thinking has become discouraged after an experience of this kind, possibly after several such, and has given up all hopes of ever learning anything about the real meaning and use of logic. But, we are glad to be able to say, there has been of late years a decided tendency in the direction of bringing down the subject of logic from the region of thin air and extreme coldness in which it has been kept for so long, down to the warmer and more comfortable valleys wherein most of us dwell. Formal logic is taking its place with the study of the dead languages, practical logic is taking a place on the level with the study of the living tongues. The pragmatic spirit of modern thought is insisting that the essential, usable, workable elements of logic be separated from its ancient dead forms, and be made obtainable in living, practical forms adapted to the requirements of everyday life. Practical logic is coming to the front, while formal logic in many cases is being shown out by the back door of practical mental establishments. It has been said that the theory of every operation of the mind is later than its performance. Men were accustomed to think correctly long before they began to reflect upon their thinking faculties and the processes by which their results were obtained. It has also been said that a meager soul can never be made fat, nor a narrow soul be made large, by merely studying the rules of thinking. So, have your thinking first, and plenty to think about, and then ask your logician to teach you how to scrutinize with a nice eye the processes by which you have arrived at your conclusions. The real office of practical logic is largely corrective and regulative. It points out and corrects fallacious reasoning on your part, it enables you to detect fallacious, sophistical, or casuistical reasoning on the part of others. It exercises a direction over your habitual processes of thought, thereby inhibiting illogical forms of thought and supplanting them by true logical forms. If it simply enabled you to detect the false reasoning of other persons, and to prevent you from being deceived by such, the study of practical logic would be well worthwhile. In reality, it not only accomplishes this task, but also performs other equally important work for the individual who earnestly studies its principles. There are many persons who have never even heard of the rules and methods of logical reasoning, and who do not know even the meaning of the principal terms employed in that science, but who, nevertheless, have really been employing these methods with more or less correctness, and observing these rules more or less faithfully, during their entire period of life. They are like the man in the French comedy who expressed surprise when informed that he had been talking prose all his life, for, said he, I never learned prose, never studied it, never was taught it, never even knew that I was talking it. I must have a remarkable mind. So, many would doubtless wonder if informed that they were using logical forms and methods in their thought. They, too, might think their minds to be wonderful, inasmuch as they had never studied logic and never know that they were employing its methods with more or less success. Jevons says, 99 people out of 100 might be surprised on hearing that they had been employing syllogisms and other logical forms, converting propositions, framing hypotheses, and making classifications with genera and species. If asked whether they were logicians, they would probably answer, no. They would be partly right, for I believe that a large number even of educated persons have no clear idea what logic is. Yet, in a certain way, every one must have been a logician since he began to speak. I may be asked, if indeed we cannot help being logicians, why do we need logic at all? The answer is that there are logicians and logicians. All persons are logicians in some manner or degree, but unfortunately, many persons are bad logicians, and suffer harm in consequence. It is just the same in other matters. We must reason well or ill. But logic is the science of reasoning which enables us to distinguish between the good reasoning which leads to truth, and the bad reasoning which leads to error and misfortune. The logicians did not invent the essential forms of logic. Instead, they discovered them already in existence and being employed with more or less accuracy and precision by all thinking individuals. The laws of logical thought are not commands announced by some ruling authority. They are merely statements of the way the mind works when it reasons truly and efficiently. They are laws of nature, not laws of men. The laws of practical logic are simply the statements of certain principles and methods observed and applied, more or less faithfully and consistently, by intelligent men and women when they reason seriously, carefully, and deliberately. Men reasoned more or less correctly, observing more or less faithfully the essential logical forms, long before the term logic was coined, and still longer before the present-day principles and methods of logic were announced. This, however, is no more remarkable than the fact that all nature, and all contained within nature, obeyed the law of gravitation long before that law was discovered. And still longer before its principles of operation were generally and commonly known to men. Newton simply discovered the existence of certain physical laws, and announced them. Logicians simply discovered the existence of certain mental laws, and announced them. It is true that men have done good thinking without a formal acquaintance with the laws of logical thought, but they did so, in spite of their lack of knowledge, not because of it. No man ever thought efficiently because of his ignorance of the principles of logic. On the other hand, you can no more reasonably expect to become a proficient and efficient logical reasoner by merely knowing the laws of practical logic than you could expect to become a proficient and efficient mathematician by simply knowing the laws of mathematics. In either case, something more is needed. But in each case it is equally true that you will do well to learn thoroughly those rules, principles, and laws in order to attain correctness, to secure freedom from error, and to detect the errors of others which are often claimed to be truth. In these respective branches of scientific thought. In the spirit of the above statements, the following instruction in the principles of practical logic is offered to you. The psychology of reasoning. Psychology does not attempt to solve the problem of just what mind is. Instead, it contents itself with regarding mind as experiencing a series of mental states, and of discovering and announcing just how the mental processes arise, proceed, and manifest themselves. In this way, psychology inquires into the mental processes involved in the activities of reasoning, and reports just what laws, principles, and methods of procedure it has discovered to be active in that important field of mentation. In the first place, it discovers and reports that reasoning is a phase or form of thinking. That phase or form which is concerned with considering, deliberating, forming opinions, judging, concluding and ascertaining valid grounds for belief in anything. It discovers and reports that thinking employs thoughts as its material, these thoughts being combined, woven and manufactured into the complex products of reasoning. Thoughts are of varying degrees of complexity, ranging from the simplest perception to the most complex general idea. The simplest form of thought is that known as the percept, or the simple idea derived from perception. But even the simplest percept is really complex, and composed of several elements, as you shall see presently. Perception is not the simplest and most elementary mental process. Below it in the scale is what is known as sensation. Sensation, however, is not usually included in the category of thought. On the contrary, it is considered to be the raw material of thought. It is worthwhile to pause here a moment in order to note the distinction between sensation and perception. Sensation is the mental state arising from the excitation of portions of the nervous system by reason of their contact with objects or forces external to the nervous system. Perception is the mental state arising from 1. The conscious recognition of the sensory reports. 2. The interpretation of these reports as particular kinds of sensation, and 3. The association of these reports with the external object or force originally giving rise to them. Example: there is placed before you a certain external object, the object known to most persons as an orange. Your mental processes concerning it are as follows. Your sense of sight reports certain conditions arising from an excitation of the optical nerves. Your sense of touch reports certain conditions arising from the contact of the nerves of your fingertips with something external to it. Your sense of smell reports certain conditions arising from the contact of your nerve ends located in the mucous membrane of your nostrils with certain subtle emanations of the substance of something external to them. Your sense of taste reports certain conditions arising from the contact of the nerves located in your mouth and tongue with an outside substance which has been placed within the mouth, or upon the extended tongue. Your sense of hearing makes no report in this particular case. Your perception then proceeds to recognize and interpret these sensations. In doing so, it is aided by your past experience with sensation, by means of which you have evolved from the simple sensation stage of the young infant to the perceptive stage of the adult of at least average experience with external things. Your perception also proceeds to associate these sensations with things external to itself. It recognizes and interprets these sensory reports in terms of perception of size, shape, form, distance, color, etc. In terms of perception of weight, size, shape, form, degree of hardness, etc., in terms of perception of odor, fragrance, aroma, etc., in terms of sweetness and agreeable taste, etc. To all of these sensory reports it applies certain terms which it has adopted as representing certain perceived sensations. It recognizes the perceptive elements of roundness, certain size, certain shape, certain form characteristics, yellowish color, of certain weight and certain feel, of fragrance and aroma, of sweetness and pleasant taste. It interprets these perceptive elements in symbolic forms of thought and speech called words or terms. It associates these perceptive elements or characteristics with the external object which has given rise to the several sensory stimuli in question. You may object that you perceive instinctively, and that you never perform consciously the processes just described. But we would remind you that while sensation is instinctive, perception is acquired through experience, and becomes instinctive only by reason of repeated practice and cultivation of the habit. The young infant senses, but does not perceive. It learns only by experience to distinguish between its various sensations, to recognize them as such, to interpret them, to associate them with external objects. It feels from the start. But it must learn by gradual experience to recognize, interpret, and associate with external objects, such feelings and sensations. Sully gives us a simple, effective figurative illustration of the difference between sensations and perceptions. He says, sensations are the alphabet by which we spell out the objects presented to us. In order to grasp and apprehend these objects, these letters must be put together after the manner of words. Thus the apprehension of an apple by the eye involves the putting together of various sensations of sight, touch and taste. This is the mind's work, and is known as perception. He further tells us that by these sensation letters we may spell out, and make up perceptive words, for instance, from the several sensation letters of O, R, A, N, G, E, we may spell out and make up the perceptive word orange. Gordy also gives us a practical explanation, as follows: what does the mind do with its sensations of colors, odors and tastes in order to perceive colors, odors and tastes as qualities of objects? It groups them together, does it not? When you look at an apple, you group its color, taste, and smell together as qualities of one object. You perceive only when they seem to be qualities actually forming a part of the objects in the world about us, or states of our own bodies. Strictly speaking, what we do when we perceive is to make a group consisting of one or more sensations, and ideas of sensations, and to regard the group as qualities of an external object. A percept is a thought in which one or more sensory elements are recognized, interpreted, and associated with an external object, are regarded as being qualities of that object, and are incorporated into a group, giving the impression of a single and unitary whole, which is regarded as constituting the idea and meaning of that object. Illustration: when we perceive an external object, e.g. an orange, we experience a group or aggregate of sensory impressions which by recognition, interpretation and association we combine into the unitary, single thought of that orange. Not an orange or any orange, however, but merely and strictly that particular orange, the and any being an element of another class of thoughts. The form or phase of thought which is immediately above the precept in the scale of reasoning is known as the concept, or the complex idea derived from conception. The concept is constituted, composed, and made up of several percepts. Just as the percept represents the thought of the composite qualities of a particular object, so does the concept represent the thought of the composite essential and common qualities of a certain class of objects. Thus, we have found that the percept of that orange is a composite of the qualities of that particular orange. Now we find that the concept of orange, meaning any and every orange, all oranges, is a composite of the qualities which are possessed in common by all oranges, and which each and every orange must possess in order to be an orange at all the essential qualities of oranges in general, all the qualities which must be stated in a complete definition of the general term orange. Conception is the mental act of combining perceptive ideas into a more general group idea of a general class of objects. By it is formed the concept, or the thought or idea representing the whole number of objects denoted by the several general perceptive ideas composing it. To understand the process of conception more clearly, you must first understand the essential nature and character of the concept which is formed by the act of conception. We ask you to give careful attention to the following consideration of the concept, for you must understand this thoroughly if you wish to manifest efficient reasoning power along the lines of practical logic. The dictionary definition of concept is an abstract general conception, a general notion, a universal idea, the idea or a larger or smaller class of particular things. In traditional logic, the concept is the idea of a characteristic or characteristics belonging to more than one person or thing and, thus, to a general class of things. It stands opposed to the percept which is an idea dealing with particular things only. The act of conception consists of several stages or phases, which are always performed with greater or less precision and accuracy by the person thinking, although he may not be conscious of their nature or of the order observed in their manifestation. Having acquired only gradually the art of performing this process, having obtained it along the lines of the evolution and development of his mental activity from early childhood, and having taken on the habit of performing it, he employs it more or less unconsciously, and he takes it for granted. Analysis, however, will show that these stages or phases are necessary, and that they are always performed consciously or unconsciously by the thinking individual. The processes above referred to are as follows: 1. Perception of numerous particular objects, 2. Comparison of these particular objects, and noting wherein they agree or differ in their qualities. 3. Selection of certain individual objects which are found to agree in definite fundamental qualities, to be similar, or alike, in certain respects. 4. Generalizing, or classifying these similar, or like, objects into classes, which classes have as their essential and necessary qualities those characteristics which have been discovered to be common to and universal among those selected individual objects. 5. Denominating or giving a name or applying a term to that general class of objects, putting a verbal tag or label on it to distinguish it as a whole. Thus the general class of fruit known as the orange, or oranges, includes all the fruit of that general kind. And its class qualities are those which are essential and necessary to all oranges, and which are common and universal among all oranges, though the numerous particular oranges may differ materially in non-essential characteristics. The thought, idea, or notion of the orange, or oranges, as a class, is the concept orange, to which that general term is applied. Into that class must fit, and under that name or term must fall, each and every one, any and all, of the fruit known as oranges. Gordy says, conception is that act of mind by which it forms an idea of a class, or that act of mind that enables us to use general names intelligently. We never see a class, i.e., an indefinite number of individuals that resemble each other in certain particulars. Classes do not make themselves known to us through any of the senses. How then does the mind form an idea of a class? To answer that question is to state what the mind does in conception. Smaller concepts may be combined into larger ones, by the application of the characteristic principles of conception, viz. 1. Cognition of several particular concepts. 2. Comparison of one particular concept with another or others, for the purpose of noting resemblances and differences. 3. Selection of certain particular concepts which are found to agree or resemble each other in one or more particulars. 4. Generalizing or classifying these, like, concepts into larger concepts. 5. Affixing names and terms to these larger concepts. The process of conception may be continued at great length, higher and still higher generalizations being made. The end comes only when you have generalized every existing object into one supreme and universal class, the summum genus, comprising either all existing things regarded as a whole, or the ultimate essence or substance of such. To this ultimate concept is given the class term or name, being, the sole essential and necessary quality of which is existence in some form, phase, mode or degree of beingness, a something or somewhat of which the only essential quality is that it exists. Besides the quantitative distinction between different kinds of concepts, i.e., the difference consisting of the number of objects included in their content, there is to be noted a qualitative distinction, i.e., a difference in general kind, character, or quality. The several most important kinds of qualitative differences between concepts are based upon the following lines of distinction: 1. Material quality, 2. Incidental quality, 3. Causal quality. Each of these are considered below in further detail. The material quality of a concept is determined by the fundamental material character of the objects represented in the general idea, considered apart from their incidental relations or associations with other things. Example: the concept sheep is formed and composed of the essential and necessary fundamental qualities common to and universally present in the entire number of particular objects called sheep. This apart from any use or employment of sheep, or any part or portion of their bodies, their energy, etc. In the same way, following the same rule of qualitative unity of character, the concept sheep may become a part, element, or factor in the larger concept called ruminants. Likewise, the latter concept may be included in the still larger one of mammals, and this, in turn, into a still greater one called animals, and so on, until the ultimate concept of being is reached. The incidental quality of a concept is determined not by the fundamental material character of the objects represented in the general idea, but rather by their incidental relations or associations with other things, certain subordinate or secondary qualities. The most important incidental qualities of this kind are those concerned with utility, use, employment and practical application to certain purposes or ends. Example: things, and their percepts, may be classified under the category of the quality of being useful for fuel purposes, of being useful as light-producing agents, of employment as disinfectants, of use as medicinal remedies. As use for tanning purposes, curing purposes, preserving purposes, pickling purposes, or use, employment, utility, or possible application for any purpose whatsoever. Under this mode of conceptual classification, coal, wood, oil, fats, etc. may be included in the concept of fuel, i.e., things serving for heat-producing purposes. In the same way, torches, oil, candles, electric lamps, etc., may be included in the concept of light-producing things. Such examples might be extended indefinitely, but the above will serve to illustrate the characteristic element of this form of classification of concepts. The causal quality of a concept is determined neither by the fundamental material character, nor by the incidental relations or associations of the objects represented in the general idea, but rather by the power of such objects to produce causal results or effects by reason of their presence and actions. The causal quality of a particular thing is represented by the idea of how does it work, what it will do, what results or effects proceed from its presence and action. The causal qualities of a number of things, when found to agree in general causal character, result in their being combined and included in a concept of a law. Such a law is merely the concept embodying the general idea of how and in what way this class of things works. A still higher causal synthesis, or generalization, results in the concept of a principle, or law of laws of action, a cause of causes. Raised to its highest power, this form of concept posits the existence of an ultimate principle of cause, a causeless cause. Psychology also furnishes us with a comprehensive classification of the several general processes involving in logical reasoning. This classification proceeds as follows. Judgment upon the materials of thought, resulting from the following processes: viz. 1. Analysis or the discovery of differences in character. 2. Synthesis, or the discovery of resemblances in character. 3. Inference, or the induction or deduction of new facts or truths from others previously discovered by analysis or synthesis. The following brief statements will serve to explain in greater detail the nature and meaning of the above-mentioned several processes involved in logical reasoning. Judgment is that mental process involving comparison and discrimination, i.e. discernment of resemblances and differences in the qualities of respective percepts or concepts, whereby the mind forms opinions and decisions concerning the nature of things under consideration. In the processes of judgment, the mind compares its perceptive or conceptive thoughts, ideas, or notions, and then reaches a decision concerning a. their degree of resemblance or difference, b. their respective relations of the whole and its parts, or of the parts and their whole, 3. their respective relations of cause and effect, or effect and cause, or 4. their respective incidental relations. Judgments, when completed, are always affirmative or negative. The mind cannot reason or think logically without judging. To think or reason logically is to judge. From its simplest and most elemental stages and phases, to its most complex and derivative forms and modes, reasoning is found to employ the processes of judgment. It cannot proceed without them. Analysis is that mental process whereby differences between the qualities, properties and attributes, the respective characters, of two or more objects of perception or conception are detected and discovered as a consequence of analysis. Particular percepts or concepts are mentally analyzed, dissected, separated, refined, or resolved into their constituent parts, elements, or factors, each of which is represented by a simpler mental idea and its appropriate term. Synthesis is that mental process whereby resemblances in the qualities, properties and attributes, the respective characters, of two or more objects of perception or conception are detected and discovered. As a consequence of synthesis, particular percepts and concepts are mentally synthesized, joined, combined, associated, related, put together, united and fused into a concept of a higher order, a greater class. A more general and more nearly universal character, into a greater whole, law, or principle. Inference is that mental process whereby, through analogy, induction, or deduction, new facts or truths are adduced or drawn from others previously discovered by the processes of analysis or synthesis, or by both of these combined. It has been defined as deduction or induction from preceding known facts or premises, resulting in the discovery of new facts and truths. Again, it has been stated as the process of coordinating and systematizing previously acquired knowledge, so that new knowledge is thereby gained through induction or deduction, or similar process. Inference is the process of reasoning from the known to the unknown, or the discovery of a third fact from two facts already known. It produces a new and third judgment based upon two prior judgments which have been arrived at through some previous reasoning of some kind. Its forms are known, respectively, as logical analogy, logical induction, and logical deduction. Note: you are requested to familiarize yourself with the above-stated explanations of analysis, synthesis, inference, and judgment, as well as of the previously stated explanations of precepts and concepts. A thorough understanding of these elements of logical reasoning, or reasoning thought, is essential for your comprehension of the further instruction to be presented in the following sections of this book. The fundamental building materials of thought, i.e. percepts and concepts, and the basic processes whereby such materials are put together and built into the structure of thought, these must be understood by those who desire to engage in the working of thought-building, logical reasoning, or rational thought. The 7 axioms of logical reasoning. In logical reasoning, you are asked to apply the principles of several fundamental and basic axioms. An axiom is a self-evident and necessary truth, a proposition which it is necessary to take for granted. An established principle. These axioms of logical reasoning, however, while offered as self-evident and necessary to be taken for granted, are not the arbitrary dogmas or dicta of real or pretended authority. Instead, They represent the universal experience of human thought rationally applied and directed. They represent truths, of which the contrary is unthinkable, and which would constitute a scandal of rational thought. These axioms are in constant use, in the thought processes of reasoning human beings. They are taken for granted, and are either directly asserted or tacitly implied in all logical reasoning. The 7 axioms of logical reasoning, which we shall consider in detail in the succeeding sections of this book, are named, and briefly stated, in the following paragraphs, as follows. I. The axiom of logical analysis: everything is composed, constituted and made up of a. Parts, elements and factors, and b. Qualities, properties and attributes, which in combination, arrangement, correlation and coordination constitute its character and make it just what it is, and into which it may be analyzed, dissected and separated in thought. 2. The axiom of logical synthesis: everything belongs to a class of things possessing one or more common and essential characteristics. Many things belong to several classes of different, though not opposing, character. 3. The axiom of logical judgment: all logical judgment is based upon these 3 fundamental laws of thought, viz. 1. A thing is always just what it is, and nothing else, at a given time and place, no matter what particular name or term may be employed to indicate, designate or represent it. 2. A thing cannot both be and not be just what it is affirmed to be, at the same time and place. 3. A thing must either be, or not be, that which it is affirmed to be, at a given time and place. There is no third alternative. 4. The axiom of logical analogy: a few things which are alike in many respects, are probably, though not certainly, alike in some other respects. V. The axiom of logical induction: what is discovered to be true of a great number of observed objects, things, or individuals of a definite general class, is practically certain to be true of that general class as a whole. The characteristics assumed to be possessed in common by all the individual objects or things in a definite general class, constitute the accepted essential characteristics of that class as a whole. 6. The axiom of logical causation: every change, happening, event, or entrance into or exit from existence, proceeds from precedent conditions or causes. Given the same causative factors, the same material elements, and the same environmental conditions, the same results and effects will follow in all cases so determined and conditioned. 7. The axiom of logical deduction: what is true of the class as a whole must be true of each, every, and all of the individuals composing that class. Note: you are advised to commit to memory the above stated 7 axioms of logical reasoning. A consistent and intelligent application of their respective principles will open to you many doors of the temple of logical thought. The law of logical analysis. You are now invited to consider that important law of logical reasoning known as the law of logical analysis. This law represents the universal experience of human thought rationally applied and directed. The law of logical analysis is expressed in the first of the 7 axioms of logical reasoning, which is as follows. I. The axiom of logical analysis: everything is composed, constituted and made up of a. Parts, elements and factors, and b. Qualities, properties and attributes, which in combination, arrangement, correlation and coordination constitute its character and make it just what it is, and into which it may be analyzed, dissected and separated in thought. This axiom states a truth which is verified by all human experience, is supported by the common-sense reports of the race, and is substantiated by the judgment of the keenest logical and philosophical thought. It is to be regarded as a self-evident truth, and as a proposition which may be taken for granted. It is assumed in all logical thought, and is implied in all true reasoning. The following consideration is not intended to be offered as proof of its truth, but is designed merely to elucidate and make clear the manifestation of this principle in the world of thought and things. Our consideration properly begins with a definition of the term thing, as employed in this axiom. Let us come to an understanding of the meaning of this important term. By so doing we reduce the risk of misunderstanding in the course of this instruction. Inasmuch as the greater part of all disputes arise from misunderstanding of, and non-agreement upon, the principal terms employed in the reasoning. It is important that an agreement of this kind be reached at the beginning of an argument or other process of reasoning. This will serve to explain the frequent resort to definitions which you will discover in the course of this instruction. A thing, in the present usage of the term, is any separate and distinguishable object of thought. The term separate, as employed in this definition, means distinct, apart from others. The terms distinguishable, as employed in this definition, means capable of being set apart from others by visible marks, signs, or characteristics. Or, capable of definition of terms, or logical division. A more technical definition of thing is whatever exists, or may be conceived to exist, as a separate, concrete entity, or as a specific, particular object of thought. In this category of things are contained all objects of which we have, or can have any practical knowledge through the senses, or through thought employing the material furnished by the senses. If there are any entities outside of this category, we do not and cannot know them in the way in which we know the things of ordinary experience. Parts, elements, and factors. Now for the definitions of the three terms employed in that clause of the axiom following the symbol A, viz., parts, elements, and factors. A part is a constituent portion of a whole. A portion less than the whole of a thing. An element is one of the essential parts or principles of which anything is composed, and upon which its distinctive character is based. A factor is one of the elements of a thing, which when multiplied or combined constitutes that product which is the whole of the thing. It will require but little thought on your part to convince you that everything you have ever experienced, or can imagine yourself as experiencing, is composed, constituted, and made up of parts, elements, and factors. And is subject to physical or mental analysis into such. You can form no idea of a concrete, definite thing as being devoid of parts, elements, or factors. Your imagination, as well as your reason, will find itself unable to form a conception of such a thing for you. Even if you were to find yourself able to conceive of such a thing, you would not be able to find words and terms with which to express the thought. The principle of composition and analysis is illustrated by the ancient Buddhistic story of the dialogue between a sage and the king who was visiting him. The sage asked the king, "What do you mean when you think or speak of your chariot?" The king replied, "When I think or speak of my chariot, I mean my vehicle which is composed of the body, the wheels, the axle, and the pole." Again the question was asked, "What do you mean when you think and speak of a river?" The answer was, "When I think and speak of a river, I mean its flowing water, its bed, and its bank." The sage then asked the king, "Do the body, the wheels, the axle, and the pole of the chariot, taken apart from one another, represent your thought and idea of a chariot? Do the flowing water, the river bed, the river banks, taken apart from one another, represent your thought and idea of a river?" The king replied, "Nay, reverend sir. These things, apart from one another and not joined together, are naught but separate and distinct things, and when in that condition constitute neither the chariot nor the river. In such case there is no chariot and no river to be perceived and known to my mind." Then asked the sage, "Can you think of a chariot or of a river without including in your thought these parts which constitute it?" "Nay, sir. I cannot think of either chariot or river in this way. When I attempt it I find myself thinking of nothing, or of a mere word or name." Then, said the sage, "Can you think of a chariot or a river by thinking merely of the separated parts which when combined constitute them?" "Nay, reverend sir," replied the king, "when I try to do so I find myself thinking merely of separate and disconnected parts, and not of the chariot or the river at all. In such case, as before, I find that to me the chariot and the river are mere words or names, and have no present real existence at all." Then, asked the sage, "Tell me of what your real thought of the chariot and of the river must consist. Of what is it composed, of what is it made up?" "Reverend sir," replied the king, "I find that my real thought of the chariot, and of the river, is composed, constituted, and made up of my several ideas of their various parts, and of my idea of the combination, correlation and coordination of those parts. Of those several parts existing, and being assembled, arranged, and put together in a certain fashion. Good, said the sage, you have now discovered for yourself the true nature of all things. Everything of which you can think is so composed, constituted and made up, so are the several parts, elements and factors, put together, in a certain fashion, and acting in combination, coordination and correlation. Thus the ancient sage, employing the Socratic method of delivering the mind of its thought by means of asking leading questions, taught to the king the lesson of the true nature of things, and thoughts of things. You may employ this method in the way of applying the general principle to anything and everything which is the subject or object of your actual experience, and which is the result of your processes of perception and conception. All percepts and all concepts are made up of, put together, parts, elements and factors of thought, as you have seen in the preceding section of this book. And, being so, they are each and all subject to analysis and resolution into such constituent elements. In considering the subject of composition and analysis, however, you must not lose sight of the important part played in it by the respective forms of arrangement and correlation present in the putting together of the several elements, parts, or factors of a thing. For instance, there are many chemical elements, harmless in themselves, or harmless when combined in certain proportions, which are poisonous when combined in certain other proportions. The same is true concerning explosives. For instance, nitroglycerin is composed of two harmless and non-explosive materials, which when combined in certain proportions produce the high explosive. Formulas must include not only the constituent elements, but also the proportions in which these must be combined. Carbon, in different forms, produces the diamond, charcoal, and other substances manifesting widely different appearances. From some 70 or 80 chemical elements, combined in different proportions, all the countless number of organic and inorganic material substances are made up and constituted. In considering the principle of composition, the associated principles of correlation, i.e. mutual or reciprocal relation, and coordination, i.e. common and harmonious action, movement or condition, must be also taken into consideration. The phenomena of composition consist not only of the putting together, but also of the arrangement observed in the putting together. The law of composition and analysis manifests in the mental as well as in the physical field. In every field of physics or psychology it is found manifest. No exceptions have thus far been discovered. All apparent exceptions are ultimately found unquestionably coming under the rule. Qualities, properties and attributes. Now for the definitions of the three terms, employed in that clause of our axiom following the symbol, b, viz., qualities, properties and attributes. A quality is anything that makes, or helps to make, anything such as it is, a distinguishing property, characteristic or attribute. A property is a peculiar quality of a thing, a distinctive attribute. An inherent and naturally essential characteristic of anything. An attribute is an inherent quality, essential property, or characteristic disposition. In the preceding section of this book, you have seen that in the act or process of perception you recognize certain sensory reports, arising from contact with external objects, as being associated with those particular objects. And interpret them as representing certain qualities, properties or attributes inherent and abiding in those objects. In a percept, as you have discovered, you regard the perceived elements as representing qualities of the perceived object. These being incorporated into a group, giving the impression of a single and unitary whole, which is regarded as constituting the idea and meaning of that object. Therefore, your percept of a particular object is composed and made up of, put together, separate perceptions arising from separate sensations. Likewise, the object represented by your percept is regarded as being composed and made up of the, put together, particular qualities, properties and attributes which are represented by the perceptive elements which constitute your completed percept. Illustration: when you perceive a particular orange placed before you, you become conscious of a number of sensations arising by reason of the presence of the orange, and of its contact with your sensory organism. These several sensations being recognized, interpreted, and associated with that orange, are transformed into perceptive elements, and combined in your completed percept of that orange. Your percept, then, is composed and made up of several elements, each of which represents a particular quality, property, or attribute of that orange. In the illustrative figure on the next page, we have 1. A circle representing your percept of that particular orange. And 2. A number of smaller circles included in the limits of the larger one, each of which represents the perceptive element associated with some particular quality, property, or attitude of the orange, viz. A. Its form, B. Its weight, C. Its hardness or softness, D. Its color, E. Its fragrance, F. Its taste, G. Its size. Each of these respective perceptive element is called a simple percept. Their fusion and union into the particular idea of that orange constitutes a complex percept, technically known as a percept, such as has been described to you. You should note here the important fact that you are able to distinguish between one object of thought and other such objects, between one perceived thing and other such things, solely by reason of your perception of the differences in the respective qualities, properties and attributes of the several objects or things. You distinguish and discriminate between objects and things solely by reason of your perception of their distinctive respective characters. The character of anything, i.e., that peculiar quality, or the sum of qualities, by which a person or thing is distinguished from others, is composed and made up of characteristics. Characteristics. The term characteristics means distinguishing traits, qualities, attributes or properties. In the category of characteristics are found not only the qualities, properties and attributes which we have just considered, but also the parts, elements and factors and their arrangement, correlations and coordinations, which we considered a little further back in this section of this book. The characteristics of a thing make it just what it is, that particular thing as distinguished from other particular things. External characteristics. In addition to the characteristics, i.e., the qualities, properties and attributes, the parts, elements and factors, which we have considered in these pages, there are certain quasi-characteristics of things which some thinkers would include in the category of characteristics or attributes. These quasi-characteristics compose a class of relation attributes, i.e., attributes denoting the relations known as contiguity of time, space, and cause and effect, which the object bears to other things or objects. These relation attributes are often called the external characteristics of the object or thing. Example: A. The relation of cause and effect existing between two things, B. The relation of nearness or distance in space between two things, C. The relation of nearness or distance in time between two things. The quasi-characteristics, or external characteristics, while properly belonging to an object or things, nevertheless are not true characteristics, such as the internal characteristics, which we have previously described in the pages. The internal characteristics, i.e., the parts, elements and factors, the qualities, properties and attributes, of a thing, are essentially connected with the inner nature of that thing, while the external characteristics depend not upon the inner nature of the thing, but, instead, upon the external conditions under which the thing exists. By conditions is meant the state, circumstances, or relative position in or under which anything exists. We shall consider the subject of external characteristics in the following section of this book, which is devoted to the examination of the law of logical synthesis. We believe this to be the more logical method of treating that particular subject, inasmuch as it is involved in apperception, rather than in perception. The law of logical synthesis. You are now invited to consider that important law of logical reasoning known as the law of logical synthesis. This law represents the universal experience of human thought, rationally applied and directed. The law of logical synthesis is expressed in the second of the 7 axioms of logical reasoning, which is as follows. 2. The axiom of logical synthesis: everything belongs to a class of things possessing one or more common and essential characteristics, many things belong to several classes of different, though not opposing, character. The principle, law, and truth embodied in this axiom is employed in all logical thinking. It is regarded as a self-evident truth, properly to be taken for granted, it is assumed in all logical thought, and is implied in all true reasoning. The following consideration is not intended to be offered as proof of its truth, but is designed merely to elucidate and make clearer the manifestation of this principle in the world of thought and things. By logical synthesis is meant the act of synthesizing, combining, putting together, or arranging systematically into classes or groups, two or more individual or particular things possessing common essential characteristics. By class is meant a group of individual or particular things possessing common essential characteristics. The principle of classification, as employed in logical reasoning, is applied under two general methods, viz. 1. The method of practical classification, and 2. The method of logical synthesis. Practical classification consists of placing particular things, represented by their appropriate percepts, into loosely constructed classes depending upon the general resemblance discovered to exist between the respective characteristics of such things. This form of classification is employed merely for convenience of thought and expression. Logical synthesis consists of the processes whereby reason unites into a general idea or concept the several elements of a number of particular percepts bearing a very close resemblance to each other in the matter of their essential characteristics. This form of classification or synthesis has for its purpose the creation of an intelligent idea of a general class, genus, or species of things. Such created ideas afterward to be used as material for the higher processes of logical reasoning or logical inference. We now ask you to consider in further detail each of these two general methods of classification. Practical classification. By reference to your own experience, you will find that you are in the habit of grouping your ideas of things into certain loosely knitted classes. You think of them as all of a kind, for the purpose of convenience, yet you do not make the subdivisions into genera, species, families, etc. Your ordinary classification of this kind, you will find, arises from your perception of certain general kinds, forms, or classes of relationship existing between the particular things in question. Examples of this kind of relation between particular things are found in cases of 1. The relations of existence in the same place, 2. The relation of existence in the same period of time. 3. The relation of cause and effect, as for instance, thunder and lightning. 4. Personal relations, as, for instance, parent and child, husband and wife, brother and sister, etc. 5. Mass relations, as, for instance, members of the same religious denomination, the same political party, the same baseball team, the same legislature, the same club, etc. 6. Utilitarian relations, as, for instance, coal and fire, oil and light, steam and motive power, etc. 7. Relations of common purpose or use, as, for instance, coal, wood, and oil, considered as heat producers, or candles, oil, and electric light, considered as light producers. 8. Relations of resemblance of prominent characteristics, as, for instance, all black things, all sweet things, all solid things, all poisonous things, all explosive things. 9. The special relations of whole and parts, as, for instance, the automobile and its numerous parts, fixtures and attachments. This list of possible practical classification might be extended almost indefinitely. But the above-mentioned more important classes will serve to illustrate the principle employed and observed in all such classification. You will find it of great importance to cultivate this form of classification. By tying your notions of things into separate bundles, by placing them in the appropriate pigeonholes of memory, by cross-indexing them. As it were, you will be able to perform your work of practical thinking and efficient thought with a minimum expenditure of time and effort, and with a maximum of desirable results. Put things into classes in your mind, but be careful that each thing properly belongs in that class, else you may experience trouble when you have need to refer to that class of things. You cannot well classify things properly unless you have previously acquired clear and correct percepts or concepts of them. The man who has the materials of thought well classified and systematically arranged, will be able to think out the desired answer long before the man not so prepared is able to do it. Indeed, the latter person may not be able to do it at all. System in the classification of ideas, information and knowledge will give one an immense advantage over others who follow the higgledy-piggledy method, or lack of method. Professor Halleck Wells says, whenever a person is comparing a fact in order to put it in the same class with other specimens, he is thinking. Comparison is an absolutely essential factor of thought, and classification demands comparison. The man who has not properly classified the myriad individual objects with which he has to deal, must advance like a cripple. He, only, can travel with 7-leagued boots who has thought out the relations existing between these stray individuals and put them into their proper classes. In a minute, a businessman may put his hand on any one of 10,000 letters, if they are properly classified. In the same way, the student of any science can, if he studies his subject aright, have all of his knowledge of any subject classified and speedily available for use. You will be able to put the same thing into very many classes, under the method of practical classification. The more classes, the better. For each class relation gives you another handle with which to grasp the thought of that thing when you need it, each is another cross-index, by means of which you may find it when it is required. Some psychologists indicate the process of practical classification by the name or term, apperception, so as to distinguish it from the classification of logical synthesis known in logic as conception. The important mental process known as apperception is overlooked in most works dealing with the subject of formal logic. Indeed, this particular subject belongs rather to the field of practical logic. Professor Gordy says, apperception is the most fundamental form of mental activity. It is that combining activity of the mind that brings order and harmony of related facts into the consciousness of relations. In the processes of constructive imagination, the factor of apperception, or the knowledge of practical relations, is a very important element. Practical logic is largely concerned with the discovery of the practical relations between things, and the proper classifications of such relations. Unrelated knowledge is only half knowledge. Be keen in your search for relations, and be careful in your classification of them after they are discovered. Men advance by reason of their discovery of new relations in things, and by properly classifying and indexing these in their minds. Halleck Wells says, whenever one learns a new thing, apparently unrelated to any other part of his knowledge, he should make haste to form connections. In doing this, he will think. This, then, is what the method of practical classification means. As for the method of logical synthesis, or generalization, that is another story. You have doubtless noted that under the method of practical classification the arrangement into classes is made according to the quasi-attributes, or the external characteristics, of the different things, rather than according to the true qualities, properties, and attributes, the internal characteristics, of the different objects. In logical synthesis, or generalization, the division and classification proceed according to strict logical requirements. In it only the true qualities, properties and attributes are taken into consideration, only the internal characteristics are employed in the process of logical classification. Logical synthesis, or generalization is, the act or process of bringing two or more particular percepts, agreeing in some important point or points of character, into a common or general class, under a common or general head, name or term. Or to bring a particular fact, or series of facts, into a wider circle of similar facts, to which an appropriate term has been affixed. The general idea, class or conception thus produced is known as a concept. The concept, so produced, is the general idea or notion. Or the idea or notion of a general class of things, which is composed, constituted, and made up of a number of particular ideas of particular individual things possessing class characteristics in common. The term applied to the concept becomes the class name. In logical synthesis, or generalization, the term class does not, as in practical classification, mean merely a crowd, collection, aggregation, or assembled number of individuals not necessarily possessing essential, internal characteristics. Instead, it here clearly means an indefinite number of individual things, perhaps far apart in time or space, which possess certain essential, internal characteristics, in common, and which are practically identical and alike in these essential respects. In logical synthesis or generalization, many individual things are carefully compared for resemblances and agreement, their respective non-essential differences and disagreements being laid aside in the general classification. That is to say, if the several things agree in the major characteristics, then their disagreements in their minor characteristics are overlooked in the general classification. These minor disagreements, however, may later form the basis for the formation of subclasses, etc. Agreements are the basis of synthesis, disagreements are the basis of analysis. In this way, all concepts of classes, orders, families, species, and genera arise. Let us take the general concept of bird as an illustration. The conceptual term, bird, is defined as any and every feathered, winged, warm-blooded, egg-laying, biped vertebrate, great or small, young or old. Here, then, are the essential common parts, elements and factors, qualities, properties and attributes, which each and every bird, and all birds, in normal condition, must possess in order to constitute them true birds, viz. 1. A vertebra. 2. Two legs, 3. Wings, 4. Warm blood, 5. Feathers, 6. Egg-laying functions in the female, 7. All in combination in the same animal, at the same time. Bats and butterflies are not birds, though they have wings. Flying fish and flying squirrels are not birds, though they fly, reptiles are not birds, though some of them lay eggs, and so on. All the essential characteristics must be present in the same animal, at the same time. The creatures just mentioned, while possessing some of these characteristics, lack others, and so cannot be birds. The concept of birds may be synthesized into the greater concept of vertebrates. And this, in turn, into the still greater concept of animals, and this, again, into the still more general concept of natural objects. Likewise, the concept of birds may be analyzed and separated into its various subclasses, families, species, subspecies, varieties, etc. As we have already said, synthesis proceeds according to resemblances. Analysis proceeds according to differences. Note, it must not be overlooked that while the stricter and more precise forms of logical classification deal with concepts of classes composed of many individuals having only a few common characteristics, yet there are certain forms employed in logical reasoning in which a certain variation of this particular principle is manifested. These forms are as follows: 1. Class concepts in which many objects or individuals possess practically only one common essential characteristic. And 2. Class concepts in which are included merely one individual or object having one or more special characteristics. Examples of each are given in the following two paragraphs. A. The class concept may include many individuals having practically but one common essential characteristic. As, for instance, class concepts of white things, colored things, beautiful things, live things, dead things, in fact, any kind of things having but one essential quality necessary to admit them to the class. Any quality or condition may serve as the basis for such classification, and as the one essential quality or element of such concept. Thus when we say, this thing is sweet, we place it in the class of sweet things, the one essential attribute of such class being sweetness. B. The class concept may include only one individual or object having one or more special qualities, or conditions. For example, the Eiffel Tower, the Capitol at Washington, the Washington Monument, the Rosetta Stone, Niagara Falls, Napoleon Bonaparte, are each in a class by itself. And each has some special characteristic distinguishing it from all other things. Here the individual or object constitutes the whole thing of its special class. These two special forms of class concepts are, of course, capable of being synthesized into greater class concepts. But only the first mentioned may be analyzed into subclasses, the latter defies analysis of this kind, for it consists of only one individual. In forming concepts by logical synthesis, or generalization, care must be taken to discriminate between, 1. The essential characteristics of the various individual things you wish to combine into a general class. And 2. The non-essential characteristics possessed by some, but not all, of the particular things. An essential characteristic is a characteristic which is common to the whole class. One which is necessary to entitle the individual to admission to the class. A non-essential characteristic is a characteristic which a member of a class may, or may not have, which is not necessary to admit him to the class, but which does not debar him from it. The true, essential characteristics of the bird concept are those previously noted, viz., vertebra, 2 legs, wings, warm blood, feathers, egg-laying, in combination in the same individual. The non-essential attributes possessed by the individual members of the class are, for example, differences in coloring, in general or special conformation, size, food habits, nest-building habits, configuration of beak, bill, feet, wings, tail, body, etc. Such widely varying creatures as owls, sparrows, eagles, condors, vultures, wrens, hummingbirds, cranes, storks, crows, ostriches, parrots, woodpeckers, etc., all have the essential characteristics, denoting birdness. Yet each has many non-essential characteristics, which have nothing to do with the case of their birdness. The concept is a mental symbol, yet it cannot be pictured as a mental image. The mind is able to grasp the conceptual symbol of bird, yet it cannot picture the concept bird, it cannot visualize it. Think over this for a moment, and you will see just why this is so. You may visualize or picture a bird. But you cannot do this with the abstract conceptual idea of bird, i.e., all birds. This, because of the ever-present non-essential characteristics found in each and every bird, in different form and kind, each bird having some of them, but no bird having all of them. Each of them is present in some birds, but none of them is present in all birds. A picture of the concept, bird, i.e., all birds, would have to portray a creature having, at the same time and place, the long legs of the crane or stork, and the short legs of the wren or sparrow, the long bill of the hummingbird, the snipe, etc. The short bill of the sparrow or wren, and the beak of the eagle, the claws of the hawk, the feet of the chicken, and the webbed feet of the duck, the neck of the swan, of the crane, of the wren, of the sparrow, and of the duck. Not to speak of the almost infinite variation of color, size, relative proportions of the several parts of the body, etc. An attempt, even a feeble attempt, to produce such a picture would result in a production equaling the vision of the sufferer from delirium tremens, or the creation of some of the post-futurist schools of art. So, you see, the concept can exist merely as a mental symbol, never as a mental picture. Like the mathematical symbol, it exists merely for the purposes of work. Without such symbols, moreover, logical reasoning would be impossible. Rules of logical synthesis, or generalization. The following are the technical rules employed in the formation of concepts by logical synthesis, or generalization. I. Discover the essential characteristics. First, discover the essential characteristics necessary to admit the particular individual things into the general class, entitling them to the class term, and making the ideas of them proper elements of the concept. This is done by comparing the individuals regarded by you as promising candidates for admission to the class. This comparison will reveal, a. characteristics possessed by only some of the individuals. These cannot be cancelled. Therefore, they are perceived to be essential characteristics of that class of things, and, consequently, are the essential elements of the concept representing that class. 2. Admit only the essential characteristics. Admit to the concept only the essential characteristics which have been discovered in the class. Rule out the cancelled non-essentials. The essential characteristics of the class constitute the essential elements of the concept. Nothing but such essential elements belong to the concept. Nothing that does not belong to the concept must be included in it. 3. Include all qualified individuals. Include in the concept each, every, and all individual percepts, or lesser concepts, which possess all the essential elements, i.e., all the essential characteristics of the class. But exclude all individual percepts or lesser concepts which have not all such essential elements. The concept must include all that belongs to it, but nothing that does not belong to it. 4. Synthesize in logical sequence. The synthesis of the individuals into classes, and of these into higher classes, should proceed according to logical sequence, i.e. a. From lower to higher, b. From simple to complex, e. Without omission of a logical intermediate stage, without a logical break. For instance, it is illogical to synthesize horses, trout, and swallows directly into the great class of animals. Here, the logical method and sequence requires the recognition of the respective intermediate classes known as mammals, fishes, and birds, before the great class of animals is reached. V. Synthesize in uniform order. The process of synthesis should proceed in uniform order, and according to the principle of classification adopted in beginning it. For instance, it is logical to classify individual men either, a. According to race, as, for instance, into the subclasses known as Caucasians, Mongolians, American Indians, etc. Or, b. According to religion, as, for instance, into the subclasses known as Christians, Buddhists, atheists, etc. But it is illogical to confuse and confound these two respective divisions of classification. We may logically group men into branches of a great religion, and these into divisions, and these into the whole great religious class itself. Likewise, we may logically group men into subraces, these into minor races, these into major races, and these into the whole family of mankind. But it is illogical to classify men as follows: Caucasians, Buddhists, Mongolians, Christians, American Indians, atheists, etc. This, because such classification is contrary to nature, lacks rational order, and is confusing and misleading. This being so, it tends to fallacious reasoning when its faulty concepts are employed in induction or deduction. You will see this more clearly if you stop to consider that a Caucasian may be either a Christian, an atheist, or a Buddhist, but cannot be either Caucasian or an American Indian. He must remain a Caucasian. Likewise, a Mongolian may be either a Buddhist, a Christian, or an atheist, but he cannot be a Caucasian. The validity of this rule arises from the fact that it agrees with the foregoing 4 other rules. When it is violated, one or more of the other 4 rules, usually, all of them, are likewise violated. Note, we would call your attention here to this important principle involved in all concepts or logical classifications. The more general the class, the fewer are its essential elements or characteristics, and the larger the number of individuals included in it. Likewise, the less general the class, the more numerous are its essential elements or characteristics, and the fewer are the number of individuals included in it. Example: consider the following concepts in the light of the above statement, viz. Bird, finch, sparrow, a particular member of the finch family; chippy, a particular member of the sparrow family; that particular chippy, a particular individual of the chippy family. Here you pass from the consideration of all birds, comprising countless individuals with but very few essential characteristics, by gradual stages down to the consideration of but one bird with a multitude of essential characteristics. Each individual, in a sense, is in a class by itself, inasmuch as no 2 individuals are precisely alike.